Katowice! We are back! 3 years since we were here in this, what I think is the beating heart of all esports, and man, what name is going to be scratched on this by the time we get to Sunday? Well, that journey, my friends, starts now.
And James just looks for lock in the quick scope into Hunter. A frag out of the feet of Nico. Modesty close proximity, but it's ended. 2v5 between Alexi and Modesty. Alexi alleviates a little bit of pressure from G2. A 2 versus 5 turned into the 2v2. Oh, no way! It's only Flint left over. Oh, what? That is ridiculous! It's G2 just going to the fight. They're gonna end it here and now. And G2 in Katowice defeat VP.
Everyone has been waiting for today, from quarantine to quarterfinals. It's FaZe Clan taking on Gambit. There's the shot. Robs has found 2. This is a 1-on-4. Oh no! And Robs might just knock them all down.
A 1v4 that Robs is looking to get over the line to take this map away from Gambit. Axel up through the window. Robs has heard something. Robs knows. Oh, there's the closer! is very slow. This is very labored. This is wasting a lot of time. And Brokey's on for the ace. 4 out of 5 ain't bad. But there's the 5th. And they go hunting. They look to send a message. Everybody falls. Gambit, their journey ends here, but this FaZe squad, oh, it's just beginning.
It's been 3 years and we are back. Simple is synonymous with Spodek, but today he goes against a young talent that could shut him down.
Here we go, Simple. Run boost. Oh, baby, he wants to get aggressive. He's got it.
Absolutely what you'd expect to see from Simple on this stage. This is still dangerous. This is Navi again going toward a stack, and it's been completely removed. Absolutely obliterated.
How much does Modesty want to dedicate his life to this bomb site? On Catwalk, finds the timing. 8 seconds. If he can drop the bomb, it'd be everything. But it travels into the site. 1-on-2 for Modesty now.
It's sacrificial. Gives his position away. He wants Modesty's aim gone. What this man? Oh, the Shepherd staff takes down the GOAT. It's all on to Boomage. 1 versus 2. Big man's got moves. Boomage has clutched one back already in this game. Starts it off well. Nico's the one that killed Simple. Surely he has to be aware that he was up toward the position, and he certainly is. Calm, composed, and Boomage will make it 12-12. Nico has to reload. Simple's got an AK pick. No! It's the headshot instead! And Navi removed, erased, and it's G2O has now find their way toward the final.
By the end of today, we'll be sending one of these teams to the grand finals. Whether you're a FaZe fan, a Heroic fan, we're all fans of the beautiful game that is Counter-Strike. He's already on the scene. This guy doesn't like to hang around. He wants to play into it here and now. And there's the first. Oh, swinging out. He's seen another. Brokey. This isn't even a clutch, but he's doing it all alone. Incredible.
Brokey needs to capitalize. He needs them all, and they're collapsing upon him. They don't clear the corner. Oh! Brokey lines up a double. And 5. This might be the end of the Danes on the big stage.
Another clutch to close it, and this time it sends them to the grand finals.
We bring out 2 teams. 2 teams that have never won here. 2 players leading them who have never won here. They've tasted disappointment on this stage. Today, that changes.
FaZe does just enough to stay alive. 7 more in a row for FaZe to force overtime. Fast pace towards Banana. The play has been called. Hunter's going to turn that corner. JKS has got him. Huddled behind. Another flashbang from Kerrigan. Utility starting to be impactful. JKS starting to be impactful. 1 round left.
Is in a huge amount of trouble. He's going to try and take matters into his own hands. But Jax, he drops in. Oh, talk about a custodian. Talk about a superstar. Talk about the elite. Rops is on a rope. It's over. As FaZe somehow turn this back.
G2, they're going to find a way to reset, and it's going to be the hardest reset of their careers.
Twist trying to use the gap to see through spots him. Sees him. Easy find of the kill. Looks down. Hunter not looking the right way. And Twist has both. Modesty comes straight back into the picture. And it's Kerrigan that has to hold it. He can't. Modesty's got overtime. How are we doing this again? How are we going the distance once more?
Hunter and Modesty. It's them against the world.
Hunter flashes in his favor. He's got 3. Oh, MOUZ is absolutely hunting all the prey today. And it rocks. Gets shut out by Modesty in the end. JKS. Could the stand-in win map 2 for them? Modesty back in the corner. And this is absolutely doable now. quick tap, falls off, and he falls the wrong way, so as not to be spotted. Alexi B just waits it out, but JKS has it. Does he have the time, though? It's going to be so close. FaZe have won map 2, and they'll go up 2-0 in this series.
That is unbelievable. The stand-up. What can this man not do for FaZe? Catwalk, there's no other options for G2.
Oh, they lined up. That's going to drop them down. It's all on Hunter. FaZe, finally. Kerrigan gets redemption. They've lost twice on this stage, 2017, 2018. The king of Counter-Strike, the man who led FaZe. Chances taken by so many players, so many gambles on this team, but it's finally paid off. The Intel Extreme Masters, Katowice champions, FaZe Clan in 2022.
Welcome to another episode of What's the Util? I'm YNK and I'm here with Groove and Nafani from Cloud9. We're going to go over a round on Ancient between OG, Esports and FaZe Clan.
I love that they use a lot of utility because usually versus 4, so pick rounds, a lot of teams didn't do it. They're just trying to have duels, but they did. But to be honest, I didn't like that they do it. They did a lot of movements and spend a lot of utilities on the mid and at the B side at the same time. I don't think it's a good idea. I just love more the another strategy when just they waited on the mid side, and only after that, when they're together, they together split in the A side. Maybe they just make anti-strat or something like that. So it depends. If we don't know their communication at this time, to be honest, I can't be a judge in this situation, because maybe it was the idea just to make the effect of their usual tactic, and if FaZe will see some smokes or something like that, they just will stuck wrong place, and it will be easy way to win for OG.
So you'd say this is probably an example of not great use of utility in terms of they didn't really act on it.
Yes. So it's situation 5 versus 3. They have enough utility to go at A plant or B plant. I love this idea that the two guys just use their utility and they just fake B plant. They use 2 smoke grenades, but after that, I think it will be good if Neofrag and Nexa, they just go here and 4 guys will go together. But instead of that, Flames and Dexter, they just make their decision to play by themselves. And instead of situations 5 versus 3, they play 2 versus 2. And their utility at B plan, they just spend for nothing. Yes, they go to B plant again, but I think they don't have to do it when you have such situation and you have enough utility.
And also,
zone any
have
plant.
only pistols, so
Yeah.
it's not really.
You're overcomplicating.
Yeah, it's like
They just lost 2 guys with weapons for nothing, in my opinion. The idea was good, But after grenades, 2 guys, as I said, Nexo and Neofrag, I don't think that they have to go at B. It's easy to come together.
Yeah, utility is great. It can help you a lot.
Yeah, they made fake. It's good idea as well. So,
but you need to cover the basics and the fundamentals. If you're 5v3, you know, you have the numbers advantage, play the percentage.
Because I love the start of the round. They just zone guys in the middle. They control banana and ramp. They did everything good. In the end, when you have 5-on-3, I don't think that you have to make the miracle. You have to play easy.
All right, cool. Thanks, guys. That was another episode of What's the Util, this time with Cloud9. Thanks for watching, and make sure to join us for the next one.
Intel Extreme Masters Katowice is brought to you in part by Intel, Lenovo Legion, DHL, US Air Force, 1xBet, and Monster Energy.
Making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of passion's got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win.
And it's all done. Astralis win it.
Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic.
And they did it again in the Grand Finals. It's MOUZ!
Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
Here we go into the group stage, day 1, and a lot of things to take in as we do get closer and closer and closer to this trophy. I am ecstatic. I am excited, even, perhaps I could say. My name is Trey Saranthus, and alongside of me here is Darth Mike, or Mike Winesh. Which would you prefer?
I'll take both. Either or.
Nice.
You take your pick. You take your pick. Winnick to some.
Yeah.
But happy to be here among so many faces staring down on us, and one face looking at me from across a trophy. It's very romantic lighting here.
Yeah, it is that. There's so many things that weren't romantic, though, up to this point within this tournament. There we're talking about Heartbreak Hotel for the NA side of things, and there's a lot of commiserations you can put out there, but I know that this one tickles your fancy, to say the least.
It certainly does. I mean, a little bit of celebration as well for NA. Complexity making it through, among others. We got some cause to celebrate. SA maybe a little bit less so, but we've got some surprise faces, some surprise players on in, some surprise teams to the next stage, and some that we would have expected won't be with us.
Yeah, that's absolutely correct. Out would be Ince Fury, MIBR, and the Evil Geniuses. I know there's someone somewhere looking around smiling on that. But, you know, in would be OG Big Cloud9 Nip. They decided to work things just a little bit easier. Smarter rather than harder, perhaps.
Smarter rather than harder, indeed. But it'll take a whole lot more than just smarts or hard work to get to the next stage. It's going to take a healthy dose of luck, good fortune, and a whole lot of skill.
Yeah, it's going to take all of the above. Mike, I don't know that there's much else for us to do around here other than get the game started. So let's rock and roll.
Let's kick off the show.
Let's do it. And away we go over here towards the A stream in the Hall of Heroes. This place is bussin', as, well, Kassad would probably say if he could talk right now, which ironically, he can, and his friend Maniac.
Can we talk?
Yeah,
you can
guys,
talk loud.
Down.
How's it going?
What's up, gentlemen? Good morning. Another day full of Counter-Strike, but this one, you want to get your foot in the door.
It was a very soft fist bump that you did with Mike.
What are you trying to say?
You do it in America, like there's no like manly fist bumps, you know.
He was to hit you. That's honest. You wanted to hit him.
Totally different.
It's maybe I just want to hit him. Yeah, that's okay.
Oh, well, that's very pleasant of you. Thank you.
I would never do.
After your freak out the other day, I totally understand you.
Yeah, why are you even on set anyway?
Yeah, my bad. Anyway, yeah, we were talking a little bit about play-ins and everything up to this point. There are some honorable mentions. Of course, we did say goodbye to a couple teams. I've got to point out Cacerado.
Cacerado? Yeah, he was the highest rated player in the play-ins, right? If I remember correctly, and they're out. The Brazilians, like, they're not even in the tournament. MIBR, Fury, and Pain. Obviously, nobody expected maybe MIBR together or maybe even Pain, but Fury was a playoff contender before coming into these play-ins, and then they're out. They lost to IHC. The IHC with a stand-in nonetheless, who played great yesterday, eliminating the Brazilians. Now they have a few question marks to think about, like they had a month-long boot camp in Belgrade. Maybe Belgrade is a place that jinxed all this team.
Yeah, maybe. So why are you on the goddamn set with us? Look, it's true. It was a catastrophe from Furia, the upset of the tournament, of course. We could watch them play, see them behave. I think Drop had a whole lot of frustration, and he demonstrated it for the good or the worst. That was a very complicated game to watch, and that poses a whole lot of questions about the roster. I think a whole lot of people were probably asking for changes to be made. We know Art has been discussed a couple of times. Rio kind of bought him a bit more time, give him some credit, but unfortunately that credit has been spent. Your money's no good here.
Yeah, trust me, we're going to dive into everything that's going on right there, and perhaps something comes out while we're talking about it. We don't know. We don't know the future of that team, but what we do know is all eyes on the prize for IHC, who have actually done it in a big way, Kassad.
Yeah, definitely. We had scored yesterday on the desk after the game. He said, like, we are ready to be the champions of this event.
He did say that?
Yeah, he did say that. And we're going to support that. You can see this is the one of the this is the final kill, but we saw the annihilation on Clutch 1v3 on the same spot when he actually turned the game into their favor. So they played well with the stand-in. Cabal is not there. Obviously, he's become a father this recently, and then we congratulate him on that. But we are focusing right now on the CS, and they played well yesterday. This is the first Asian team to qualify for the group stage of the IEM Katowice, and what can we say about it?
Can you imagine what it is? Can you imagine? I don't know. Have you won a whole lot of games in your life? Can you imagine what it is for them? Honestly, you came in here and people didn't really give you the time of day. You had a stand-in. There was no reason. You were supposed to be an easy match for Fury.
Written off.
That's how it was supposed to be. And then they just changed the whole narrative in about a best of three. That's literally what happened.
My world.
That's crazy. In your world?
Yeah, it was actually my world all the time. So I do know how they feel. And the feeling is amazing. I can tell you that.
I thought you were talking about the world in which you take a bunch of L's, but
that's what I thought you was.
That's another world.
Okay, yeah, parallel.
Even.
I like how we did all the buttons, like all of us they have a top. But I was thinking doing it one more, but that's just for the ladies.
Well, so. Henry can get away with that. I don't think we can. But shout out Henry G wherever he finds himself. Maybe he can get that button loosened up.
We don't need that close up to the chest. We don't need that.
We definitely
not ever. In fact,
so manly.
Yeah. Also, we did kind of start and kind of teeter into the conversation about Brazilian Counter-Strike. What happened down here didn't really go that way. All things considered, it's tough. But play-in winners, they all stack up, don't they, Maniac?
Yeah, and we can look at the positives now that came out of these 3 first days in Katowice. I think there are 2 logos here, or 3 actually. We already discussed IHC. But Big Ministre and Complexity Ministre, I don't think a whole lot of people had seen coming. And for Complexity, I think this is a boost of confidence that they much needed. Beating ENCE, a team that was by all accounts superior to them, better results, better rankings, arguably better lineup, and they actually make it. They don't choke, because I had seen Complexity falter through pressure so many times at different tournaments, heartbreak streak. They were renting an apartment. In fact, they owned the goddamn stream for a while, but they did it against ENCE, and that was great to see it. I'm glad for them.
Yeah, definitely. I'm glad too. After a long struggle for Complexity and all North American teams, and finally Complexity getting a proper, respectable win against ENCE. Sadly, Madden is, not going to be in the group stage here, but it's good for Complexity because they have been struggling for a very long time, right? With this lineup ever since they got the extra sold guys and trying to they even missed out the major. It was a really rough period for them. Coming into this one, it's going to boost their confidence. And, for me, it's enough from them on this event to actually, give them a little bit more credit coming into the Pro League and other stuff.
It's a boost of credit. I just want to take the flip side of it 1 second. Diha went in an interview and said, this matters more than the major.
Yeah, he definitely did say
matters more than the major here on Polish soil, and unfortunately takes the early exit during the play-in. That has to be like a proverbial kick in the nuts for ENCE not making it.
Or
Truly
just not even proverbial. Like that, you probably feel
Literal?
like that just a little
Hopefully
bit.
not.
Yeah, hopefully not. But yeah, for ENCE, yeah, that's not. I don't think anyone would have put them going out within the play-ins realm at all.
No, I mean, ENCE was one of my favorites to get into the group stage. And like, let's talk about it. They had not an easy draw, not the easiest draw of them all. Like, look at the draw of Furia. Like, they got the IHC in the decider game, and ENCE got the Cloud9 in that.
They should have won that game.
First best of 3, and then
third map they were in the lead.
Complexity. So not the easy, but it's not an excuse nonetheless. They should have done better. They should have won that game against Cloud9, and they were definitely in a decent position to win against Complexity on Inferno. Inferno is not the best map for Complexity, and it's a perma-ban for ENCE decided to play recently, so it kind of maybe it was a mistake, but we don't know now. We're gonna see that in a few months what they do with their map.
Yeah, we'll have to keep our eyes on it, won't we? Because
be patient.
I like when we bring it down the tone just a little bit, and in doing so, the somber tones, the dulcet tones, even I do begin to tell you about us onboarding with Furia, and no, I'm not talking about at the airport.
Eu drop, não precisa agora não, atrasado. Eu drop e KS fazer ganhar paredão.
Não consigo.
Sim, você quebra KS.
Ó, não vai ter montado top 8.
Quebra e banca a terra, tá KS, vamos montar. Tá pronto pra quebrar e montar. Quebra e montar o KS, foi mira paredão, tá?
Vai bem um pouco. Vou quebrar e montar, isso?
Isso. Ganha paredão, tá drop.
Furia, this is their moment. Do they take the lead here and now?
Sim, senhora.
Não terra. Não terra.
Vou B. Fica fora. Vou ficar vermelho agora, boca vermelho vocês dois.
Calma, espera, tô longe.
Tem aqui, acho que tem uma
E eu vou ser pra vermelha, tá safe depois.
Dentro terra.
Preciso falar com você, drop.
Tô pronto. Ok, curta.
Mó safe, lixei, drop. Ó, Art. Olá. Vai dar perto pra mim?
Lá terra,
Electronic waits. Here's this fight. Opening up, safe with the TK. Art a little too fast for his own good, but he can't outrun the guns on this one.
Guys, pera. Vai tudo seguir knock, tá? Tudo seguir knock aí.
Puxando bem agora, tá cansado.
Desceu tudo, fez barulho.
Vou bater meu.
Tá, firma, vamos pra. E ele tá atrasado. Pra na mira.
Aqui. Vai pra cima do azul.
Eu tenho mole em cima da azul, quer? Cola lá, drop. Boa. Mais em cima da azul. Cola com o KS, drop. Tá. Bora, vai colando terra, Yuri. Vai jogar tudo certo.
Não, vai
Cola com o play.
Vai do CT.
Pegar um em cima aqui, guys.
Siga, Yuri.
Ah, sim, coxa, mano.
Vai pra essa terra, guys. Tá, cai tudo. Dedo bom. Veio bomba. Ah, nossa, joga. Terra 1. Terra.
Winnable. Does bring it back into a 2v3. Heaven Plant Bit could face this, but he won't. He wants to play it safe. That's given Furia a bomb plant drop. Oh! And there's both! Perfecto! 1v1!
Yeah, pretty cool stuff with an onboarding there. Hey, we'll see you later, Maniac. We got stuff we're trying to
stay
do
over here for now.
Yeah, we appreciate that actually in a couple different ways. Hey, speaking of which, welcome over here to Telestrator. I'm over here to Launders. We got a little Cassad action. We're going to go through what is the stairs to the Hall of Heroes. Ultimately, if you've been watching, you would know what the Hall of Heroes is at this point, and it happens to be just getting your face up here and doing what you have to do, Launders.
Make it sound so easy.
Yeah, I mean, the game is easy. Let's be realistic.
That's true. This is just a video game. 20 years old. How hard could it be?
Yeah, and that's your words. Like, I can't, I'm not going to take that from you. Nonetheless, we are going to go through here and try to put these in different tiers as to where we think that this is going to align. Cassad, you want to kick us off?
Yeah, you want to start off with the bottom and then work our way up?
Yeah. I have an idea. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, and then 1, 2, and Cassad picks the winner.
Okay, yeah.
Nice.
And it's going to either be FaZe or G2, right?
All right, I'll put Nip here.
Woo. Just out right away.
Because we're going from the play-in teams.
Yeah.
A lot of those teams probably going to average out higher here, but on this side, I'm thinking like maybe Nip, Cloud9, and Fnatic are the 3 teams I'm liking from the play-in so far.
Yeah, that's just like... I was thinking like maybe we're going to pick the teams that are least likely to get to the top, right?
Yeah.
So
Least to most, yeah.
Yeah. So I have to, I thought you were going to go for the safe bet right here, but I'm going to go with the IHC.
I would have put them higher, man.
So you think the magic runs out and that was it?
I mean, let's be honest with it.
Okay. Hey, those are your words. Hopefully you don't have to eat them, and maybe you do. We don't know. For me, I'm looking over here on the same ride. I would love to buy into this complexity idea and like maybe them working their way up here.
Okay.
Is it too early to go over here?
It's not too early if you feel that way.
Okay.
It's your choice,
Oh
man.
my God.
I'm calling it.
The shade.
Communication, all this stuff, it's all going to come back out.
Another guest.
I knew something with Tilton. Bring him over.
You want to
get
just
in
maybe
here.
rethink that approach for a second? Let's just pretend this didn't happen. We're going to roll back 10 seconds.
Well,
I
we
want
could
to
just
walk
do
over
that.
there and
Are
then
we
you can
live?
maybe change where we're going.
So,
Definitely
Maniac,
live.
do this. Tell me about Vitality then. Where are they at and what's up with their comms and all that crap?
Correct his mistake there.
Absolutely. Listen, I'm not going to talk about communication. Can I just take it from here? Or should I? Yeah. Let's change a little bit, right?
That looks a little bit more reasonable.
Exactly.
I want to believe, like on paper, that does make sense.
But what does this mean? Semi-final? Quarterfinal?
I'll sign for semifinal.
Yeah.
I'll be there. My job here is done, guys. I'll let you finish it. Just make sure.
I'll call you in a minute.
I think that's
The
fine,
fixer
but
has,
why don't we put
fixed
Cloud9
it.
just before that?
Okay, so tell me about where Cloud9 is now with,
Because right now
with the busting
Cloud9 are
lineup.
playing against Na'Vi, and Buster just started getting good. And I think that right now there's only one game in history they played against each other at the major, and it was a huge comeback from Cloud9. But since then, I feel like Na'Vi are a little bit worse than we saw at Rio. So I think this is a real opportunity for Cloud9 to actually win.
Yeah, and it's something we've discussed before is like, there are a lot of eyes on Simple right now to do what Simple does. And is that happening?
Yeah, I mean, Simple is always good on the big tournaments, on the stages, and I don't think he's going to be, having any issues on this event. Yes, they have a rough time right now with the lineup and everything that's going on, but Simple is, the GOAT. He is going to be performing and he's going to be delivering frags and numbers, so I'm not too worried about them. Now my pick is something different. I'm going to go with MOUZ.
Where are you going?
I knew he was going to go
right
for
there.
MOUZ. Wow. Okay.
So MOUZ hasn't played the game ever since the major. They've been only playing, scrims and boot camps and whatever they did, and they're most likely going to have the same path as Furia did, simply because of that. I don't have a lot of, trust on this event right now. Yes, they played well in the past 3-4 months, but right now I don't see them in the first event just going super deep.
Trace, any thoughts?
I'll believe it. I mean, I don't want to. I'd like to see the MOUZ Sports side of things with their not new players anymore doing exactly what they need to do to get the job done. But I think really and truly...
Wow, back to the play-in.
Back to the play-ins because some people...
we're changing it.
We've already done that. Yeah, my bad.
What do you think about Heroic?
Heroic, I'd put them up there as well, but on the same tier.
Okay, I like that. That makes sense to me.
Okay.
Can I just pick the winner of the event?
You can try, yeah.
Wow.
That's for Kassad.
Shocking.
Wow. Okay.
I'm doing really well in
That's like
fantasy
the
right
deal
now.
is
I thought
made.
I'd throw Kassad a bone.
Listen, I'm just gonna, one-up him right here and just gonna do that. The Grand Slam winners right here, just over.
Oh my God.
You think they do it right here, right now?
Like that. Just gonna erase that. I'm gonna pick FaZe over G2. They're gonna win this one because they have the best team. They're gonna win the Grand Slam. It's gonna be glorious. We're all gonna be celebrating. Trace has lost his mind. But yes.
Okay. Well, look, I'm being told that we're actually... Oh, yeah. I'm buying into everything that's going on from about here over. And
Okay.
speaking of which, we do need to go over into a break, which does take us into the game. The first matchup of the day, Cloud9 Na'Vi. We'll be right back after this.
Hey guys, as you can see, Cloud9 are doing some last-minute preparations. Hobbit, I already got to talk to you a little bit during the plans, but how's the team feeling right now?
Everything good. Trying to prepare, to focus.
To prepare, to focus. Well, you had quite a lot of time to prepare. You had full 2 days off. What were you doing during the time?
We're chilling.
Chilling?
Yes, and after we watched a couple of demos, our demos, first of all, to fix our mistakes, because right now it's all about our game. We have new player, and of course our structure a bit changed. So we're trying to create our base game and do good system.
Well, in 2021, you played so many games against Na'Vi, but last year you played only one best of one. Today it's going to be a best of three. Are you really looking forward to play it?
It's always interesting to play against Na'Vi. It's one of the best teams in the world. They have like the best players, and everyone understand that they're not in the best form, but still they're very dangerous just because it's Na'Vi. So it's always interesting. A lot of mind games inside the game, and a lot of like good highlights when we're playing each other.
All right, Hobbit, you gave me great answers. I should not disturb you any longer. Good luck in your upcoming series, but we'll be back with the discussion of the series after a break.
Dallas, we're back. Counter-Strike is in our DNA. It always has been, and it always will be. And now we are once more returning to where it all began.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
But Apex's flank does look like it's set for an ace. Yes, indeed, Apex. Shiro to come up clutch, and he's hitting everything as well. Shiro and Zywoo then, but 15 seconds of planting now. Zywoo closing the gap. Shiro, plucks his head.
Don't give up on us, don't give up on us, don't give up on us. Don't give up on us, don't give up on us, don't give up on us. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show.
So we get a whole bunch of treats to start things off here within the group stage. And by that, I'm talking about Cloud9 v Navi. And everybody's always asking, like, who is NPL? But no one ever asks, how is NPL? Well, let's find out.
It's no secret that Na'Vi have been scouting out new talent, and for newcomer NPL, his integration has been gradual, from observing from the sidelines at the Blastful final to map-specific substitutions in Abu Dhabi. 2023 now marks the time to dive in as a fully fledged member of Na'Vi. It's fair to say his first showing was a baptism by fire, as indicated by his .67 rating over 3 maps. As an official member moving into the new year, NPL showed marked improvements at the opening tournament of 2023, particularly his stats on Inferno. Other battlegrounds, however, still have room for improvement. With Blade behind you, there is no room to settle for anything less than perfection, especially with Na'Vi's legacy as an org. Time for NPL to show us what he's truly made of.
Na'Vi, a very tenured lineup, sort of like these two gentlemen here right next to me. We're going to talk about everything with this Na'Vi Cloud9 matchup, starting with Maniac. What is your thoughts on the current iteration of Na'Vi?
Well, I think the fact that we had this NPL video is very telling in itself. It kind of is the cyclone in the midst of Na'Vi, right? They made the decision to bring him in. They thought SDY was insufficient. Looking forward in the future, they brought NPL, but I think it's a big challenge and it's probably too early for them to perform. And what kind of worries me is how you handle that frustration. We saw them in Copenhagen. It was far from a perfect Counter-Strike, extremely far from it. And then there's going to be reactions from people. How do you deal with that? How do you make sure everybody's buying into the project, dealing with these kind of shortcut losses that you have? That's my issue with Na'Vi, and maybe, just maybe, it's too early right now.
Well, Kassad, they have a proven system. Is that fair to say?
Now listen, why do I think Na'Vi should be the favored one team here in this matchup particularly?
You think they're favored in this matchup?
Yeah, I think so. The thing is like, Na'Vi is like a wounded tiger, right now. And when are they most dangerous? When they're cornered up, when they're wounded, like they're the most dangerous animal right now.
You know what's the problem? They're eating themselves right now.
I don't know what
like
they're doing, but the thing is they have this man behind us in the corner who is sitting right there, and that's the best player in the world and that's the best player of all time. He's always delivering, and I don't think he's going to be any issues today when it comes to like his numbers. And sorry, and talking about NPL.
You okay?
No, sorry.
He's just having choked up. He's really
I'm just like thinking sorry. And the thing is, like NPL definitely is a newcomer, and you know he showed some good performance on Blast.
One map.
At least one map. I mean, it's not bad. It's not, you know, we have seen worse. And I think it's going to be fine today. I'm more interested in the map pool. What are they going to pick? What are they going to
that's
go
going to be
for?
a problem.
Because that might be an issue for them.
How do you do if they can't get Inferno? What do you do if you're NPL and you cannot play Inferno? It's literally the only map you went positive in the first.
Yeah, but they're going to play Inferno, right?
Yeah, I guess they could.
They must. Because, you know, Cloud9 is going to go for nuke.
Guys, the speculation, just tone it down a little.
Why can we not speculate?
Just bring it back to the dulcet tones so that now we can go on and learn a little bit more about Bid.
Hey everybody, I have Bid here from Na'Vi by my side. Bid, it's great to see you again here in Katowice. You actually had already a tournament in the beginning of the year. What were you guys up to, like, in this little break?
After the Blast Spring Finals, we have 1 day off, and after we have practice days, and yes, we practice. You practice. Well, during Blast, we kind of had an impression that you were kind of trying out new things. What did you learn from Blast? Actually, it's the first tournament of the year, and it's a good tournament for the... Я не знаю, как это на английском сказать, вкатываться в сезон. Yes, first tournament of the season. It's groups. It's very nice tournament for the first event to the season, and it's good.
So it's like a good tournament to kind of like warm up to get the season rolling. All right. Relatively recently, NPL was added to the team. Who is spending the most time like working with him? Is it Blade or is it Electronic?
I think it's Blade. Yeah.
And the last thing, today you're going to play against C9, a team that you already have so much experience playing against. Are you happy or not that you're actually getting to play against them?
Actually, I like play with the strong teams, and we played with them in 21, and in 22 we played only one time. I think it's BBO1, and interesting play against them now, and remember maybe their strats, and yeah.
All right then, good luck.
Thank you.
Cloud9 have, well, they're definitely in the building and they're ready
next to us
to rock. Yeah, we are standing really close to them as they get warmed up for this iteration of Cloud9. We kind of had a similar discussion over there with Navi. I want to ask you first, Maniac, about Buster coming into this fold.
Yeah, I think all eyes are on Buster, not necessarily for the one-to-one to Inters. I think this conversation is boring as hell. I don't care if he's better or not than Inters, to be honest. For me, it's just systematic. Like, what kind of impact does it have on the team? And I've been kind of confused because I think from the interviews we're hearing, you know, we're changing our structure. From the outside, I haven't really seen it. From the outside perspective, I've watched them play. It looked like a one-to-one for every position, and I'm yet to be kind of filled with these changes because for me these are just words right now.
Right. I mean, until you see, you know, the execution on paper.
Yeah, he's like anchoring on Mirage, like we saw on the video right now, and it's like some things. I'm gonna take the different angle. I'm gonna ask, like, can Buster bring more than Inters in terms of like that dirty work that Inters used to do, because they're looking for an upgrade. Obviously, I think Buster is a sharper player. I have to choose my words because he's right next to me.
Yeah,
and that's why we're talking so quietly, because we have to be respectful.
I'm not going to have your back either.
Yeah, I know. That's how you do. But the thing is, like, can he, you know, deliver more than Buster? Right now, I have seen pretty much even.
Yeah, but it's not in terms of frags, is it? It's more in terms of moves.
Yeah, it moves, creating space for Exile, Shiro, and everybody else, you know, who was doing their work in the last year. That's why they got the top 5. And one of the reasons why they're like allowed to perform that well is because of Inters and what he did in that team. Can Buster do the same? Will he do the same? I don't know. Can he, you know, is he sharper? That's a different discussion, right? But so far, we haven't seen much difference. It's pretty much the same thing.
So, what are the odds that Navi put us on Inferno in this series, guys?
I mean, I think they have to.
Kind of have to, right?
Yeah,
over 90%, I would say.
Because it's the only map they've shown.
Well, we got Ancient first.
We have, okay, I was just going to put my binoculars.
No, I got you. I can see it from here.
Cloud9
Ancient was happening now?
Yeah, Inferno for Navi. I see it.
That makes sense. Listen, Cloud9, we're definitely going to try to put Navi on a map they haven't played. Ancient was not played in Copenhagen, and you're banking on the fact that NPL isn't ready at all. In fact, he's going to be lost.
You and me discussed it, like, in the green room. What is it going to be, Overpass or Ancient? You lean towards Ancient is, but we got Overpass as a decider. Something that, you know, Navi played well in Blast.
Simple played well.
Yeah, Simple played well. So it's overall, when you think about it, I think Navi got a decent.
They got away. They got away with murder on that feed. And I'm kind of confused because Casadis used to be like this kind of, you know, harsh guy. He tells it out. I've never seen you sugarcoat Navi this way in my entire life.
Because we're staying so close.
Talking about how their favorite and Simple is amazing. Like, did you watch Copenhagen? Like, he was good on Overpass.
Simple in the past 6, 7, 10 million years.
Oh, all right.
700 million, 300 billion.
By the dinosaurs.
So much credit. He earned so much. Blade as well. He earned so much credit with the lineup changes. I mean, obviously, Simple and Electronic. It's just like I have to show. You know, I have to give them that.
No, I get you. I just think
unlike some others.
This is probably the most vulnerable Simple I've seen in the last 4 or 5 years. Honestly, right now, vulnerable. Sorry, what was that?
Vulnerable, yeah.
Vulnerable, yes.
Yeah, I said wounded animal.
Ah, wounded animal, yeah. But again, I see them as a backline eating each other right now, not really working.
Cannibalism right here.
Interspecies cannibalism.
Let me go ahead and just grab this one back from you guys. We've gotten to the word I never thought I would hear within the broadcast, but we definitely got there. Really,
that confused you, right? I'm just that confused you.
I just had like a whole Netflix series play in my head right there. I was like, oh, that's not the word.
Chilean airplane, like yeah, okay.
Look, we do have just a couple extra seconds, so it appears though if I look to my right, where the glass is currently open, which is also another feature we can discuss in a second. They're just getting simple setup. Seems as though there was a bit of a headset thing going on.
I might as well have the proper setup when you start. You don't want to mess around with technicalities. Like I know we have divergent opinions. We're from the broadcast. We want this to start. But when I used to be like, I don't care if my PC is not ready. You better get me a new PC. You get me a new monitor. I'm not going to play.
Yeah, I mean, that's
how it is.
Industry standards are like quite high right now, and they should be respected. And any technical issues, you know, it needs to be fixed before the game starts. You don't want any of these players to suffer any kind of, you know, difficulties they don't need to do. So we're just going to be waiting.
You're talking about Navi, okay? Yeah. Just a quick TLDR. Outside of Simple in Copenhagen, I don't think any of them have provided what they were providing when Navi was trophy winning.
Absolutely agree with you right there.
And that is an issue.
That is an issue, but, you know, it's a new event. Before we judge them, I want to give them at least 2 more.
2 more events?
So this one plus the next one.
I'm not condemning them right now. I'm just measuring the chances today. I'm not saying this is not going to work. They should change. Just today, it's an issue. What about today?
Today? What about today?
Today. It can't always be the day, guys.
Sometimes it is the night.
Yeah, sometimes it is the night. And some of that night, some of that darkness is coming from L's that shouldn't be there. I mean, we're used to seeing this championship caliber team from both sides of what we're standing in right now.
It's just, I think there is something specific to say about being in Navi as well for NPL and previously for SDY. Like, there is such a culture of performance and such expectations of being excellent all the time. You have literally Michael Jordan next to you. You have Simple, right? And he's never going to let you get away.
So you decided on the basketball GOAT. Okay, sure.
Why is that?
What about Kobe Bryant?
Roger Federer? Or?
Kobe Bryant.
See, I thought you were going to get you on that one.
Scottie Pippen.
I saw. He's got to go on.
Trace.
All right, Dennis Rodman.
Close.
Okay. Nonetheless, yeah, they're household.
I just think it's complicated to be in that team and not perform. I think out of all the teams, and you've been brought in as a new piece, a new cogs in the machine, and you're not delivering what you're supposed to, I think you're going to feel an extreme amount of pressure. And you're not gonna like yourself. You're not gonna like that experience. It's a complicated time for NPL, I think, to push through that moment. We saw what happened to SDY. When SDY started, it was relatively okay. They destroyed everybody in Lisbon, first tournament, and we thought, okay, he's doing the work. And then the darkness that Trace loves to talk about started creeping in, and he started having doubts. And we read from interviews like, it is complicated to suck in Navi. It's just how it is.
You know who's not gonna feel any pressure?
Simple.
Simple. Oh,
we're gonna see Zaiwu.
I'm just jumping the gun.
It's always on the brain for him. Like I get it.
He's obsessed.
Right.
You know, they're telling me I'm obsessed with some teams, but you know, these guys. So.
The team that shall not be named. Nonetheless, yes, I look at the Cloud9 side. I'm a Cloud9 alumni. I got a lot of poise with that team. Hell, even you're a Cloud9 alumni.
Yeah, I was briefly a part of the Cloud9 organization. I can say that the organization itself, it's pretty good. Like they're structured very well. They do the things they're supposed to do for the players. They're making things easier. But
PR interview right now.
Yeah, here we go. But
however,
there's no but. There's like, for me, it's just strange to see the European team, even when I was a part of it, like be a part of a North American, name like that. It's always for me in my head is Cloud9 is associated with North America. I don't know about you, but you can tell me probably more about that.
I probably could, but ultimately I was listening elsewhere at the same time. So.
You're talking about Cloud9. We give a whole lot of flowers to Simple, rightfully so. But the two carriers, and specifically Shiro, they've been delivering massively. We talk about the ends game. If Shiro doesn't step up the way he does on the CT side, Cloud9 is in the lower bracket of the play-in.
But let me ask you something, Maniac. Like right now, you have Exile, Shiro, right? The two main stars.
Definitely.
If one of them performs well, one of them doesn't, against Simple, who is performing all right. Let's say all right. It doesn't have to be.
So Simple is going all right.
Yes, all right.
So I'd say an excellent Shiro puts Simple to bed, an all right Simple.
Oh my God.
I mean,
hold on. Let's expand on that.
You want to talk about how G2 just smacked the hell out of Navi in 2 different games, 2-0, 2-0 in Copenhagen?
But that wasn't all right. That's terrible Simple.
You think he was terrible? So what do you mean? He was not terrible Simple at all.
What rating are we looking at for that mid-tier?
It's like he ended up the tournament with 1.2. It's below his average. It's not terrible.
It's terrible.
In what world do you live? Like 1.2.
Yeah, 1.2 is the best, like for many players. But I'm talking about Simple. Michael Jordan,
you just told me you knew he was gonna. You just told me you knew he was gonna deliver. Is he gonna deliver or was he terrible?
Yeah, if he delivers 130.
Oh, okay. Excuse me.
Oh, my bad.
I didn't realize we started the bid at 130. Do I have 135? Do I have 135?
Sold. No, I don't think that's how that works.
I just think there is more depth in the Cloud9 roster right now than it is in this current Navi. Yes. Simple, I'll give you Simple every day of the week. But what about Shiro? What about Axai? What about Hobbit right behind?
What about Electronic? What about the bid?
Where are they?
What about Blade?
Oh, that's a bit. Maybe Blade. I'll give Blade the.
Guys, the realities are
there we go. There's Blade.
You can't sit here and say like, okay, our one winning factor is one man on any team.
And that's currently the case.
But how many times have you seen Michael Jordan does the same thing
in like 30 years?
Do you want me to go back in 1996, 5? Do you want to go through The Last Dance?
We're good. I don't think
yeah. I mean,
people can go to Netflix, watch it if they want.
That's
literally
also true. So I'm being told the game is just about ready to go. We can talk a little bit, or better yet, look a little bit, because the B stream has already started. And we can just do that really quickly right before we jump into Ancient here between Navi and Cloud9. And what is the first day of the group stage?
G2 versus Big. That's what's happening on the B stream, right?
Exactly.
That is great to see G2 play immediately, man. They carried over their form from Abu Dhabi to Copenhagen. Like, they look fierce as hell.
As much as I hate to admit, but they did look good in that golf tournament, like country club golf tournament they played in.
They played in a golf tournament?
Yeah, that's like, the glorified, I didn't want to say banana cup, but it was like a glorified country club tournament where you like all the, the
Mar-a-Lago?
The rich kids
Are you just making sure you're never going to branch out broadcast-wise? That's not a PR technique right there.
I'm just speaking the truth right there. You know me.
It's
always, I won't be silenced.
Guys, you're going to be silent for just one
fact right now.
Maniac, just really quickly, short, poppy, punchy, who wins?
Cloud9 2-1. Cloud9 lose Inferno. They beat Navi on 2 other maps.
3.
Navi 2-1.
Okay. All right. So we'll take that. All right, guys, not bad. We'll go right into the game. I told you Ancient was going to be first. We do look at Inferno and think about all the things that Navi has to provide over there. Or better yet, some of the questions they have on other maps. We're going to find out right here and right now. It's Cloud9 versus Navi.
Stop it, Mom and Dad. A lot of arguing going on at the start of this day, but I like it because this is a hotly debated topic. Cloud9 and Navi. A head-to-head, y'all had to wait until the Rio Major to get in 2022. We're going to kick it off right here at the start of 23. It's a shebang, Launders. That's what this is going to be.
I don't know who's going to win this game, and I think that the parity on the desk accurately reflects how unclear this outcome is going to be. And the video has made this very interesting, so we'll kick it off here on Ancient. And I've got some interesting things to say about Cloud9 CT Ancient with the inclusion of Buster, but for now, they're going to start on the attack.
A map that we didn't see out of Navi so far this year. A map that, you know, there are questions as to whether or not NPL's been integrated appropriately just yet. But we got Rushley and MC on the buttons, Scrawny and Launders on the mics, and Bit in the middle of the hit with Electronic on the other side. He's just waiting. Pops off, buys time, Berettas find their target, but the bomb's still planted. Only moments faster. And that bomb could have been thrown out into the open. Electronic gonna keep this clean, and his teammates are already starting to dogpile forward. It's a nice clean shot from Buster through the edge of the smoke, but now we've got a player on the defuse. They're body blocking, and that Glock is drying up. We've got bullets going every which way. It's a shootout. A good old-fashioned rock'em sock'em donut smoke spam. And Navi come out on top.
That's a good guy to zoom in on because a great round from Electronic. Boosted up in the A site, and they lock it off because he's the one player there, but he's in such an unlikely position with the rest of the site empty that they forget about him for a second. And the bomb plant is nice. Electronic gives him a small gift, but overall the retake frags couldn't come through. The one smoke of the round was used very well here from Navi, and Dualies, they have been really just stealing the show in almost all these pistols.
Man, 2 dudes, 4 guns. 60 bullets spammed through that smoke. Cloud9, nothing to walk away with other than a little bit of extra money. So 3 players through B doors already, and we get the boost up from Hobbit. Looking for the contact, but it's not there. It's NPL actually, with a bit of pressure, having to play forward. Caves decides to back it up at a minute 20.
We can now see when the smokes are going to expire, which is pretty cool. Hobbit with the spot. Worse guns here for the CT side. They start to peel back a tiny bit.
Gonna give him a bit of space. Nafany with the Tech 9 in the forefront. Ooh,
okay.
Clean. Insta-pistol headshot. Cloud9, not overzealous just yet, not trying to pounce on top of that. They give a little time here for Simple to come down from the top of ramp and kick a player back. Ooh, then he slides underneath that smoke. Shiro, nice boost, waiting for it. Axile did pick up a pistol kill elsewhere at the same time. And now all of a sudden, it feels like Bit's MP9 could just topple the totem pole, but smoke soon to fade. At least the first was.
They're making moves, but it's really late into the round. 20 seconds bomb is still inside of middle.
Starting to size up that A site.
We gotta get eyes on Electronic again.
Here he is behind box.
He's got the best spot to delay from. They're not splitting through long.
All good for him.
Oh, he doesn't stop the bomb. Okay, there he's got it.
Oh, and a recovery. Not going to get the 3rd kill, but Chiro's not going to have time for that bomb plant. So late rotation into A. Can he survive? Woof. They're coming at him, but it's all good. Cloud9 didn't like that smoke in front of Cave, decide to head elsewhere. And Electronic, man, that was an easy day in the office. Nice and quiet up until the point where they're desperate for the plant.
Yeah, that was very nice from him. Picked the perfect spot. Especially that late into the round, it's very hard to see a split in the future via long. And every other spot, maybe he gets fragged out, trying to fight to deny that bomb plant. So good signs here for Navi.
Does feel like if Hobbit was a little bit faster, though, with that first bit of the miss spray, you know, there was definitely a chance to kill Electronic and him not stop bomb. But slight disjointedness coming out from Donut. And a sad reality for Cloud9. Back to pistols with Shiro on the bench. Kasad getting back on the simple hype train despite the start of the year looking a little rocky.
Dude, I mean, I feel like he remembers the last map versus Complexity, but the 4 maps before that, he was looking extremely average, so.
You know who wasn't, though? Electronic. Electronic on an individual level, hitting home. And so far, so good here for Ancient. 6-1. And an instrumental stoppage towards that A site. Pistols can't get anything going here for Cloud9. Just trying to creep in some contact, and none of it goes their way.
Such an interesting game to throw Bustard into to kind of see exactly how good he can be, because he's started to trend slightly upwards, but it's not like he has a lot of space. I mean, he's basically just enters again, which means he's not going to see tons of frags across these games, even if he plays very well. One interesting spot on this map on the other side when they switch over, where I actually think this is why Cloud9 picked the map, is because Inters was their cave player, and I don't think he was very good at it. If there's one place to be critical of him the most, I think, this is a position where I think you can get a lot out of it as a CT player, and they put their kind of bottom performer in this spot, so maybe Buster is more comfortable here.
I think that was one of the glaring issues for Cloud9's Rio loss to MOUZ. Was trying to weaponize Inters when he just really couldn't get that hold going. But we'll come back to that. There's a long road between now and Cloud9's defense.
There was that and other things, you know. I think that the Cloud9 losing at Rio wasn't entirely because of Inters, because his stats, well, they weren't too different from the rest of the year, but Cloud9 were better. I think they just clearly, that was one of the most obvious chokes that we've seen in Counter-Strike, and I think, you know, you immediately say, oh, you know, stats are the reason when you look at them, because it's easy. But maybe Buster can also bring good comms. You know, maybe he is a mood booster.
There's a good track record for James' ex-teammates going to other teams. Not many people know what it's like on the inside of that brain. So maybe. Time will tell. Time for a bye. Cloud9 dodged the majority of the util damage in mid, but guess what? Electronic off the A site. Him and Bit taking individual duels from middle. And with it, a 5v3. Nice.
Very clean.
Yes. Sharp as hell. Nafany shows a little skin inside a cave, and there's 3 Na'Vi players ready to go on this side of the map. Middle, the most open point. But then what?
We already have makings of a great match here from Electronic. So many duels he's taken without support and won.
Here comes the exec. Try to keep it simple. It's going to leave Perfecto ahead of it. Nice flash out of NPL, sets his teammate up perfectly, and it's going to be the double from Perfecto, dude. Exile just got stuffed. And we're talking about the rifle god of Cloud9. Nafany comes out cave a little late, looking for something of a test through either of these smokes, but he's not even going to see anybody. He just keeps getting hit by bullets. Dink, donk, bonk, man's dead. And Perfecto, nice play off of the ramp.
Yeah, not a good start here for Cloud9. They came through with a strong idea in the pistol round, clearly a game plan. The way they routed out through B to mid to A. Found the site with 1 player. But right now, individually, look at the timing on this flash as well. As soon as their smokes come up, knowing the clear is going to come through. I think if Na'Vi had any questions, they're already answered.
Yeah, we got a fluid Na'Vi to start this first map. Bit in the pregame interview with Heku saying that in between Blast last week and the start of Katowice, it was practice, 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 practice. And honestly, they needed it. They just looked so rusty off the break. A well-deserved break, no doubt. But if it only took a week to get Na'Vi back to killer form, they're going to be pleased with that. NPL finally given a chance to fight here. And with it, the first of 5 Tech-9s goes down. Na'Vi not even going to hide behind that, but rather peek into mid.
Yeah, they have elbow control. I love the double CT pushes. They don't even need the second CT in some of these spots.
And it just seems like Na'Vi know exactly what Cloud9 want to do. Every single player is getting called out with a flash, an HE, a push. The map is feeling tiny right now for C9.
Into the top middle smoke, Electronic. Ooh, missed smoke from Nafany. And that's just going to put Hobbit on a silver platter. The other T's continue to walk up. Bomb drop, Bit. Oof. It is clean and simple. It's free. Axile walks into the scope. Meant to just be that late main contact. 5-0 Na'Vi. Real fast.
And it's not the simple show. He's there. He's part of the game. Everything is looking good. Quick start. CT side, and it feels like they're controlling the pace. They are being aggressive when they need to, and nowhere else. Starting at the rounds as simple as you could ask for. Cloud9 will establish with a window smoke to kick things off. Straight into elbow. I think they're beholden to the pressure that Na'Vi want to put on at the moment, because so far they have been getting out red. Be some emphasis on MPL maybe in a few seconds here. We notice that he's actually not putting much pressure in through these cave walls, not spamming back, participating in these fights, but once again, some more good utility.
There's a molly out from Hobbit that'll find Electronic. But you force him into the fight, you give a chance for him to take your head off. Not gonna happen this time. NPL in the corner can only manage the one frag. It's Shiro with the trade, and it's Cloud9 with a much welcomed man advantage. Inching ever closer to the B site, Simple concerned with mid. Dropping the util, as there is still a couple pieces left. Frag grenade and a flash from Bit, but he's still all the way over at that A site and not moving. So Simple's gonna take an angle here. Both CTs playing long. Molly comes deep off of the ramp. That'll keep Simple busy. Perfecto decides to push up short, 2 kills, and then the trade comes back from Shiro. Simple just gonna be wary of the walk-up, but he himself decides to take the initiative, and he misses a shot. Deagle's out, and Hobbit applying pressure. Simple knows what he needs. That shot into Shiro, necessary to stop Bomb and to give himself a chance, but instead, folks, Cloud9 find their first.
Completely different story if he gets that kill and pushes back towards the ramp after that frag comes down on his teammates. So yes, we have some good trades being won, drawn into the late round, you know, more classically Cloud9. And Electronic plays a spot at the minute mark that, of course, if he had a smoke, it would have been okay. Tried to play it confidently. If they had walked in, would have been great. And again, these days, if you're not playing window, it's going to get used against you. So we can see the idea is good, but the call-out's even better.
Here he comes again. NPL tested, not able to just reside back in the deeper cave, but Simple, different angle, different position, and it catches Shiro off guard. Sweet revenge already. Axile just lurking and looking to come out, catch that headshot, but instead, he's gonna have to double back. Can he get together with Buster?
And the two-player moves are so much better. I mean, immediately the momentum is in the favor of Na'Vi when NPL gets his first kill, because Shiro's attention's drawn. He refrags in cave, but when Electronic pushes out and kills elbow, Simple comes with him and watches above him at that same moment, and that's why Shiro's a little too late to that fight, and ultimately that's why Na'Vi win this round. It all tumbles down. Buster left alone in what looks like a 1-minute save.
Man, everybody take a second. Let this sink in. It's not the Na'Vi we started to worry about a week ago.
No, they look very different right now. And again, this coverage right here, it's the two-player pushes, the proactivity from Simple. When we saw him in the groups, I feel like, man, he was using the same spots over and over again. I think we saw that, one clip on Inferno versus Halzerk where they kept flashing each other off that position. Well, that was where he was in for most of the map over on Inferno. I think Simple is working hard right now to make things a little bit more creative.
I think, we saw that clip. We also think, specifically on Inferno, and we'll see what happens when we get to map 2, but a very stationary Simple as well, right? Just kind of like, almost felt bogged down Wasn't this active, constantly position changing, in your face and lethal Simple. That's the Simple that everybody wants to see. Everybody other than these 5 players at the moment. Cloud9. Not an ideal start to the map, but maybe you just take your lashings quickly at the start. Get the war machine rolling. For the moment, it's Shiro 5 kills, nobody else with more than 2. We know Perfecto's looking good, Electronic's looking good, and Simple's looking good. That right there is a winning formula. Quick to send a scout into main. Axile with the bomb and his teammates behind him. Just going to go ahead and see what's up, what's here. And honestly, forward-facing banana control, donut, different fruit. And a deep player in CT.
Both sweet, though.
Electronic able to slide in. Still, of course, within time, but Bit gets caught with a nade out. A little bit awkward, still able to recover at least 1 kill. Simple very quickly slides into that deep CT spawn. Shiro's op hasn't yet struck anybody down. And so, another missed chance. Electronic able to slide forward, his teammates bolster the backline, and this one is going to come up Na'Vi yet again. Hobbit can throw the Hail Mary, little to lose, but met by a smoke, kind of just told to sit back and wait.
When Simple's at his best, you're rarely going to see him in retake spots. And here, right now, whatever site he's on seems to be the one that's being taken over. So, again, just so much support. And I really say support because the riflers are finding the opening kills. He doesn't even have to get one after a failed opening attempt. Hobbit? Well, he can walk out into this. There's a sideways Electronic, but a sharp Electronic. He's plugged in. So Shiro now with this op, of course, fully intent on saving. 1 step behind every step of the way. And Shiro, I mean, he had this op, but there was only pistols otherwise, so no sweat here for Cloud9 apart from, well, the score at the top.
And that is a reason to sweat. Beyond the halfway point of this CT side and Na'Vi, all is good. We've seen them tested in really, what, 2 rounds?
And it's at this point where you can get less creative. Thing is that Na'Vi have been running into their fights. Double pushes on Cave, on Banana, inside of mid, heavy mid control. You don't even have to play that way as much anymore. And at this point, I think Cloud9, well, they're going to be thinking about what Na'Vi have done. But we have yet to see where Na'Vi will develop. But they're keeping the aggression up still. 2-player push here into Cave again. Cloud9 have chose to give up the early portions of these rounds now.
I like what you brought up earlier about NPL not necessarily pressuring through the walls. This time we do see a bit more spam out of him, but does seem very content to just slip back into the entrance of Cave. Perfecto will lend him a smoke. Good neighbor.
Cloud9, we see, they're holding all of their utility still past the minute mark.
That's why.
Oh, but the trades, man, they can't buy a trade right now.
Nobody there for it, man.
That's a full kit down, and you know Cloud9 were just saying, stay alive. We're trying to delay, and we're going to go forward with some type of execute. And now plans have to change.
Na'Vi not fond of just letting Cloud9 sit back. Leave him a gap, and Na'Vi are going to go hunting. Smoke in front of Bit. This is going to be an extremely tough push to get past.
Yeah,
but little spam. Oh, okay, Hobbit. Senses the situation. Bullets go both ways. Invitation from main. We've got a couple players that way too. And Simple's gonna get iced out by Hobbit. There he is. Sometimes when push comes to shove for Cloud9, it's Hobbit who goes above everybody else when he needs to. And sure enough, that pressure from Hobbit, those opening kills, and a quick fight out of Axile into Temple is gonna give C9 that second.
Hobbit absolutely saves the day. And we have 3 players who are so low at the moment. All winning their individual trades. It felt like, oh, if their Buster died, well, that's just how all these rounds have gone before. But this is a nice find. That was the last smoke from Na'Vi. They saved it just for Dona. And Cloud9, were trying to create a situation like this where they had a lot more utility coming into the late rounds, and Na'Vi found the perfect spot to smoke off as they were picking that site in a 5v4, but from there on out could not themselves win a duel. This is better just from the perspective of individual level. Even if Axel gets shut down jumping into the temple, there's a chance for Perfecto to still win the round. 2 players on 10 HP. But at least we've got a real match now.
It's wild that we've seen Electronic all across the map so far. He was the player who goes down the ramp in the last round. Constantly looking for openings. This round it's going to belong to Simple. Now we've got the donut split coming out. Nice kill from Axile, but Big gets flushed out of donut from that mid pressure, and he gets right into the engagement, chopping off another player towards main.
Yeah, 4v2 with util down.
Nice lurk out of NPL, catches Hobbit as he looks to gear up and assist Axile inside sight. It is a flurry of kills the way of Na'Vi. Cloud9 with a little extra gusto, but it's not enough to break through.
Yeah. Charbroiled. Nice shot from Simple, and he was going a little wider there, so there was a tactic that maybe could have caught him off guard. Hit a hard shot and made it 2 with his riflers rotating in right behind him. So I guess he had the molly down deep and then Nafli runs into it. So actually, I think he had full right to, be that wide. Cloud9's refusal to change their playstyle within a half has been the target of criticism. And of course, they are a team that like to take fine details and work on those. And I think that's actually what allows them to beat top teams, have winning records versus some of the best competition. But it obviously will make them look stiff in a match like this, where I don't think they have enough clues to build out from. Maybe if Na'Vi start making mistakes.
Electronic, does he move? Oh. It dies towards mid, but Electronic looking for the trade. That'll definitely catch you off guard. You just get your mid kill and then there's somebody tucked close box.
Oh, and dude, that is such a big move from Electronic, because right at that moment, A was looking a little bit weaker, and they know Electronic is I'm going to call him playing flex because he's playing A most of the time, but now they can't simply go A.
Oh. That kill happens through the wallbang. Buster just finished off the little that was left of NPL through the pocket wall.
And now he'll be the point of contact. Oh, Axile wins that pure.
Axile. We've seen it consistently trying to come out from main. Not always with success. And this time, Cloud9 get what they want. Catching NPL on that B site, drew Simple back over, really left Electronic on his own, so there's no chance at Na'Vi maybe getting a trade over towards that A site, and then in reality, dry duel, right? Axile versus Electronic, walks out A main, gets the better of him finally.
Looks like they fine-tuned some of their dials, and Hobbit as their elbow player at the beginning of these rounds, he was sort of getting destroyed earlier on by Electronic in the beginning of the rounds, but here there's a clean pickoff. I think it was from Nafany as they were trying to push up, and it revealed the insecurity of their setup with Electronic on the opposite side of Cave on the outside with MPL inside. But this is the big one, and they have to fight, and Nafany actually falls off and nearly wins this trade too. Wow. Great pre-aim here from Axile.
And a great chance for Cloud9 to recover a reasonable amount of rounds on this half. Good to know Na'Vi have shown up. Good to know Bit can keep things fresh into A main. Axile hoping to get more success like the last round. Instead, first man down. 4 and 10. 12 rounds deep.
That's a pretty big shutdown. Cloud9 play with so much poise. As soon as they choose to release the tension, you know it's like when they feel like they have a great chance. But
they themselves are convinced, and convincing could have been Nafany getting the better of NPL on the FAMAS. Oh, again, he's going to get found. NPL through the wood wall last round, through the smoke and cave this time. It's again an X-Factor moment here for Cloud9. They very quickly disperse back towards middle. We're going to get Bit tested. It's not Axile hiding in sight. It's Bit. Ooh, just missing a chance to stop that donut lurk, but he himself gets out, or could have. Still an option. He doesn't realize, man, he's on the doorstep of death, and it could be coming from either doorway. He just leans back. He can feel it, and now they're also carving out information towards mid. So fast on the flank here. Shiro, 17 health, turns that op around, gets a second kill, and it's gonna have to be him and Buster in a 2 versus 4 that's already been made even. Perfecto's pressure through smoke, not on the mark, and Buster cautious of that donut flank because you never know who else is mid. But in reality, they're both CT, waiting, and it's a combat op out of Shiro versus Perfecto, who has been sharp. But this is going to need to be clean, and sure enough, headshot in an instant, right back by Buster. A great chance for him to clutch versus Simple. Taps it and waits for the peak, which doesn't come a second time around, and this is down to the stick. Oh, but Buster busts them wide open 1v2.
the new hire comes through in the clutch. That's well done from Buster, man, and that aim looked great. Simple could have survived a couple of bullets and still hit his shot, and instead, Buster plays the time perfectly, sections out the fights perfectly. The post plant was great. Shiro was great. Getting into the site, watching the flank, getting into Temple, and even though he died, he allowed Buster to get an early warning to set himself up for a nice trade. And finally, they've gotten through the money here of Na'Vi. Finally, a chance for a breakthrough. Those are a few very difficult rounds.
Very difficult half that Cloud9 face. Well fought. But it's not over yet. NPL on smoke. Loses his head to Nafany. Cave control can be taken. It's only Perfecto over towards that site. So all is looking good.
Again, they get their pickaxe out, and teams like Na'Vi are like granite, and they just work on them slowly for as long as they need to, and it looks like, again, that they don't really play malleably. They just stick to what they know, find details to come through to get a pick here or there in the defaults, and they just trust that in the long run, they're eventually going to work you down, and that's how they win games. In this one, it felt like Na'Vi's proactivity, all their individuals, winning all their duels, that was just going to be too much. The story's starting to change slowly. And this is where the adaptation from Na'Vi will be the next test.
Feels like that Buster clutch, you know, in your analogy here, that's the first time the pickaxe really sticks. And then Cloud9 see the effort crack down the side of Na'Vi's defense as it comes to its end. A daunting task of a T side lies ahead, but right now C9 can be happy they broke through. They have indeed done enough. You'd be foolish to assume there's not more to come. 4 up still for Cloud9. Singular AK saved by Bit. 5 T rounds secured.
Watching these two play is always a pleasure. There's always some interesting things to watch and see. And of course, this is their first match versus Cloud9, but not the first match versus the Gambit roster before it. And I can still remember some of those games. A lot of calories being burned synthesizing the data at hand. Groove versus Blade, Shiro versus Simple.
Love those parallels. Do you know when Maniac and Kassad were
Maniac versus Kassad.
Yeah, when they were bartering, it seemed, with the auction house leader of Stunna in this pregame. You know, they went kind of tit for tat back and forth, and Kassad put a lot of chips on Blade. Raised him as a reason as to why Na'Vi...
Yeah, he's pretty good.
Truly gonna win this. The Groove, man. We just know less about him. Shiro, not gonna miss that chance. Neither will Hobbit. Two individual duels go down very fast as guns are back in the hands of Na'Vi, and now Shiro can comfortably post up inside of Cave. And we've seen this affinity for the site. The defense tended to keep them outside of Caves. Right now, Perfecto with a real chance to bring it all back. But you can see that smoke 3/4 of the way gone. It's not Axile inside it.
Yeah, we're watching Perfecto make the interesting move of the round now, but it's from a 3v5. It's quite an overt risk. Looking for a dry duel. Axile taking his time with it. He could use his utility and fall back. It doesn't really scare Cloud9 in any meaningful sense. They'll just be wondering who was there.
Nafany slides out. Back corner player in Bit connects.
He didn't get a lot of info on that peak, so...
Dude, and Perfecto just sprinted over. He's properly joined his teammates at this site, and right now, we actually get Hobbit clearing out A in the meanwhile. Bomb is still, however, moving up that ramp at the 30-second mark. They could still try to bring this back. Axile's gonna survive the attempt. Simple jumps back over to the pillar. Double kill in from Axile. They had an open A site elsewhere, and that means Perfecto's still given a chance, but a nice, long, slow, grueling lurk out of Hobbit rewards them with the final kill and a 6th round to Cloud9.
Yeah, they had players to play with, and I think, you know, if Nafany walks into an open site, then that's an easy choice. If he walks into a stack site, well, then they have full info. But I think they got the worst case situation where only one player shot and killed him, and then two were close by behind smokes. But C9, they made sure to press the advantage of the 5v3 by having a lurk come out towards A, and then they slowly came up the ramp, and you have no choice but to respect the fact that someone just made noise in CT spawn, and that turns one of the 3 players back, and that's just enough to loosen that jar lid.
Ooh, Shiro, sharp. Man's been swinging with the AK. Perfecto trying to keep up with Electronic, only a single kill behind him. But also only 15 points of health from death. That's going to leave an MP9, 2 MP9s, and a Deagle for Na'Vi. But I said Deagle like it's not in the hands of Simple. So we'll hold our breath for a moment as again we get C9, 2 players outside of the B doors with a little expedition from Axile towards A main. That's really what he got this half started with for more or less success. We've seen some well-timed dry peeks into the bomb site, peels Na'Vi's players off of it. But check out this Na'Vi creep. Perfecto going back and forth. Doesn't want to leave a gap for middle, but he had an inkling as to that A site coming in. No.
No, don't take any gifts. Okay.
But if he went over there, Simple's trying to... Oh! MP9! Bit senses the presence. Peeks out at the perfect moment. And Hobbit, well, he's got Simple burned back into the CT spawn. A couple of players, in fact, over there. And right now we've got Buster sprinting through this B site, trying to get back into the action when in reality, this one's already over. They turn and watch flank, but now the last 2 CTs just hide. Cloud9 hitting a bit of a hiccup, getting their feet caught on the hurdle. It's still an excellent recovery of a half, but a CT side lies ahead.
faces. Hello.
Hello.
So I want to talk a little bit. So like the team decided to go through some changes recently, and now you have like an NPL in the team. What did Blade do actually to like kind of make sure that he feels integrated into the team?
Like he's working a lot with him, like, and all the players is talking with him, like showing his mistakes. So kinda everyone like on same page, helping him. So it's not only about Blade; it's overall Navi.
It's overall now, so it's going to be like also like simple and also electronic. Everyone.
Yes, kind of everyone helping him. We understand he's a young player, so it's kind of same way like Bithead last year, and we understand he needs time, and we're going kind of our way, like with our academy players.
And I already got to talk to guys like from Clan and also talk to a bit, and it kind of seems like you guys were kind of looking forward to actually playing against each other, because in 2021 you played so many games. Last year only one best of one. Like, is that how it actually is? Like you were actually like looking forward to play against each other?
I know they're always tough opponent, you know. Like we lost a lot against them, like 2 years ago, and we played against them. I don't remember last year, only one BO1, and we lost. So they're kind of, I'm not gonna say crap tonight, but they're kind of good against us. They're a structured team, and like structure kills individual skill, you know. So for us, it's kind of hard to play against them all the time. But we had good preparation, so I hope everything gonna be okay.
All right, then thank you very much for the update. The game is already happening, so I should not disturb you anymore.
Okay.
But thank you very much.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
We're waiting to see what executes Big may have built since they were last on Anubis.
JKS has got to know this is coming. They've pushed all the way out through A. He needs to be ready on this B site, and now he's got Hunter here to help.
Still unknown about mid,
Nice
because Nico's had to
timing.
go so far back, but they will start to stream in. Now the flashbang is perfect though, but JKS will avoid it. He will be traded, however. Hunter having to fall back now. Because that smoke as a wall, but Nico is here as well. That means bad news for Big. Bomb dropped, and now Searson is alone. No bomb plant coming his way. Instant trade.
I just got to listen just a little bit to the comps that were happening in Cloud9, just like for the last rounds. Once the half was done, right away they started to discuss actually what is going to happen in the second half. Did they like focus maybe like and start discussing the mistakes that were made? And it's kind of like not really clear if they're satisfied with their T side, but this is their map pick, and this is Ancient, and they're going to be now playing on the CT side. So let's see what's going to happen in the second half.
Thank you, Heku, doing the work from the trenches alongside Cloud9 and Na'Vi. I think, you know, if Heku's saying that they're not talking about that last half, I'd assume they're still happy with it. They had to grind through what was a very hot start out of Na'Vi. Individually, just looked like Na'Vi had the better of them. But then things turned around a bit. Simple. Gonna catch a trade here in the second pistol. Smoke still towards Red Room. Gives them a chance, but now that it fades, yeah, I'd be cautious too.
Yeah, I kind of feel like they're reposturing to peek in the middle again. So we'll see if Na'Vi just let them have it. Starting to run back over towards the B site. No one inside of Cave at the moment. And of course, A is the more retakeable site, and I think that's why Na'Vi were comfortable setting up like that in the first half. Honestly, they're actually both pretty retakeable. It just kind of depends what you've got to work with. Right now, Buster here smoking the kit.
Nothing, man. Nobody inside of the caves. Nobody peeking down the ramp. The CTs, oh, it's clean out of Axile.
He's got 7 kills, but they've all been nice.
Right? Could be a good sign of things to come. Catches those players jumping to the backside. Na'Vi gonna go ahead and take their plant. Can they get off site? Yes. NPL slides back into caves. Electronics gonna stick around behind Pillar. And if Hobbit just buys his time, plays this one late.
I think he waits for the trades to come down on the site to turn that Cave player back around.
Makes a lot of sense.
Goes towards the T side.
NPL, though, catches the free headshot. Now they've got eyes on Kit. Perfecto's dead. Exile, clean with it. Coming in big. Hobbit's lurk starts to work forward. Missed shots.
Oh my God.
Ooh, that could have gotten sketchy. But he'll have a Kit and get back on that bomb, so all good, Cloud9.
P2K, I think he's screwed, honestly. So that was pretty nice overall. They still came in slow enough to make sure that Hobbit had enough time to take all those shots off and made sure to lock in the trade. Up until that point, at least for Na'Vi, they get the bomb plant. I think an 8-7 half feels a ton better, but now they don't have to think about the pistol.
Sure.
But with the way that half went, it was such a good start from Na'Vi. Cloud9 were trying to prove they were the better team by the end of it. But again, 9-6, it'll be bittersweet. And I think that's probably why they were undecided about how they felt in that moment.
I'm sure those few USP shots out of Hobbit off the mark just... gives the heart an extra pump. Smoke at the front of caves. Forfeiting a bit of control here while there is still the double donut setup. Simple wants to rip someone's head off. Feels like that's generally the mood when he gets out of bed in the morning. But right now, even more so. Nobody's gonna face him. Hobbit starts to get curious. It's in his nature. There's nothing towards mid. Nothing but that tucked player on elbow. Here he goes. Util over the top. Remember, NPL Mac 10. Electronic right there with him. Hobbit has extended down to the bottom of middle now. Could start to screw with the players on lane, but instead he's just going to stay tucked in case this doubles back. Kind of comparable to that pistol. Nafany slides out, drops bomb. Trade frag again efficient, and that's enough to turn attention back towards lane. So now Hobbit's not able to get into cave. He's got to wait, he's got to fight, and they take it to him. Electronic down to 4 HP as they just smash him back off that mid play, and it's going to keep Cloud9 relegated to the back lane of this B site. If you want to chance your retake, you've got problems. If you want to save your guns, you've got problems.
It was the fluid communication that won Na'Vi those early rounds to start off this game. And now look at Electronic on the other side of the map somehow. Going from Mac 10 to M4. And Shiro looking for frags, and he'll get at least one, but still 3 alive here as this round ends. And that is a strong showing from Na'Vi. I mean, first of all, the Deagle kill, and then the pressure on Nafany with the Molly, and then 3 players out in the open, ready for a swing in either direction. Well, they had things covered. That helps.
Absolutely does. So does this.
And so I wonder if Nafany is actually going to be the cave player and Buster's going to be anchoring the B side. I think, you know, he's over here, so we'll see how this half plays out. Things could be more dynamic. And one single setup.
Nafany is going to try it. Good damage. Considering it's just the 5-7. But he would have heard Bit coming at him as well, and Nafany's not going to shy away from the play. He's going to go aggressive, and he'll pay the piper for that one.
Absolutely, though. The thing sticking out the most is just how much Electronic is moving. Like, he's moving as much as Simple is expected to, and I think that his playstyle opening up in that way is what's really jumping off the page. So, okay. Simple listening for window. This is something that Cloud9 did not really use that much, and again, I feel like the best teams in these past couple of weeks have been abusing the T-side lurks through this part of the map. Now, it's Simple not pushing through, but he heard everything. That's what happens when you lose window control. So this is an easy call off of Simple's information, and they're going to find nobody here.
You made a tier list with the human senses yesterday. Where did hearing end up?
It was third after touch.
Third after touch.
Yeah.
Sight, touch, hearing, smell, and taste.
If Simple could touch them, the round would be over already. So that's why it's above hearing.
Okay. He's not going to get his hands on anything. CT's just going to try to move it all forward. So an 11th out of Na'Vi. That pistol doesn't end up meaning jack.
We're looking for serviceable maps out of MPL as well, and he was very decent in Cave. As was brought up by Maniac, Inferno is the map that he clearly was very good on, actually. Not an easy map to slot into Na'Vi with, but it took a long time to get good at it. So that's something, but there are many other maps that they're going to come up frequently in the veto that they need to work on. G2 big on the other stream, on Anubis. Score there, 12-11 for Big.
Ooh. Tight match. Big becoming one of my favorite teams to watch on Anubis, actually. So I hope you've got 2 monitors.
And 2 eyes.
Oh, we really do have the technology nowadays, don't we?
I heard Gabe Newell has 2 glass eyes.
You just told me that before. You told me not to tell anybody, or else I'd have to watch my back.
I'm not very good at keeping secrets.
Oh, okay. Well, that's all right. Thanks for sharing. A man who I think has some secrets, Groove. Trying to keep those secrets from Na'Vi at the moment, but got a tie game on the B stream. You got a Na'Vi lead right here, right now. 4 rounds up. Guns again to the favor of Na'Vi. And what you gonna do about it, Cloud9? Again, we had to wait until Rio. We had to wait until the second major of 2022 in order to get to this head-to-head. And even then, it was a best of 1. A 16-14. Left us wanting more. That's what Katowice brings you. More of what you want. Top mid smoke, top mid control. Simple and Bit starting to eye up Donut. And we've got no cave control out of either team. You know, we've seen Nafany pretty rambunctious moving in it. This is an anomaly of a round. Axile's armored 5-7. If there's anybody who's going to go hero mode right here, it's him or Shiro. And Shiro is indeed getting closer, so the timing could work out for C9. Axile's got the support he needs. Buster's going to distract the Donut player. 5-7, gunned down. He knew that he could pounce on NPL. He gets the better of him, but luckily NPL's not playing on his own. And the trade frags go excellently for Na'Vi. All is good.
Yeah, they're vicious on the trades. Looking extremely cohesive. Right there to cover one another. 12th round doesn't spell disaster for Cloud9, but it definitely starts to get a little bit worrisome.
Hobbit, sorry, bud.
Not
this round.
No conversion on the pistol, combined with not winning that last round in the half, which was also, I don't think, a full buy from Na'Vi. Or they ran out of time in a spot where I think they had an advantage.
Yep.
Yeah, it's these small details in a game like this. At Rio 16-14, after a massive comeback from Cloud9, that was one thing, but you know, it was sad for Cloud9 because they showed so much resolve through the Challenger stage and through the Legend stage, only to undo all of that reputation as soon as they got into playoffs. That's why they said adapting to this new change with a new player is more than just replacing a player. They have other problems to work on.
It's good to be aware of it. But obviously still a daunting task. 2 smokes from Na'Vi burned in Red Room at the start of this round.
Yeah, so Hobbit spot, very key, and he's keeping eyes for some time. And until they put some more pressure on mid, I think Cloud9 have done a fairly good job here.
Pressuring Cave with flashes. Simple, ready for the peek. Oof, shut out by Nafany. Oh,
what a spray.
Nicely done. Gets it back up into Buster. Perfecto emerging through ramp, and it is a very quick hit into the B site, but Perfecto, I think, was spotted as he jumps into the corner. Hobbit reading the situation well.
Oh, they have an elbow player to catch the lurk. We'll see if he wins the trade. Axile, oh, he can't do it.
Bit's got him. Headshot taken down. Bit's 16th frag so far in this opening map. And Hobbit, you can try your damnedest, but you're going to get dropped right with him. 17th queued up, 13th round out of Na'Vi. And that one just had some killer instinct on it. You know, the fact Simple gets shut down with nothing.
You could see they were
not a problem.
They were looking for that setup too. Simple threw that flash in order to peek with it before it even popped because he didn't want them to play anti. And even if there were two there, he was hoping to get one. But Electronic right now, he can make up for you, your friend, your whole neighborhood at the moment. He's fragging like crazy. Cloud9 have excellent players, but because they forego so many aggressive opening options on CT side, if another team has a good read on you, it makes it very hard on the rotators if the site holds don't go well because there's not much time for them to get into position. Shiro was nearly there, but missed his shot and probably would have got traded anyways.
Now Na'Vi are having fun with it. Missed terrorist smoke meant for Donut, so that's a little awkward. But
actually just helps him speed up.
Which versus Pistol seems fine enough.
Yeah, no one here for the moment.
Electronic coming into this round with 114 ADR.
Bomb.
20 rounds in.
Being delivered to some pistoling players.
NPL, my friend, you're going to have to fight for your right to party with Na'Vi, and it's looking real good. Shut him down, move him out, and queue up map 2, folks. Because unless C9 start to turn this around right here, right now, this is a very different Na'Vi from last week.
Oh, G2, they've flown into the lead on the B stream at the moment, 15-12. It's looking a lot better for them after not having a lead in the first half. 12-12 at one point. Don't know if they can close, but...
Well, looks like we're about to find out.
I guess... Oh.
Damn it. The tease is too real. Bombardment of utility out of Cloud9. Let's see if they just shrivel up and let this one slide. Whether they can really fight tooth and nail with a ferocious looking Na'Vi this morning. An even deeper smoke, so good amount of mid control here from C9 early, but you're gonna have to hold on to this for another minute. And Na'Vi inching ever closer. With that early mid control, Nafany knows he can continue to play outside of caves without a contest, and nicely done. Tucks into the wall, Perfecto comes running out, lets his guard down, dies. And Nafany not gonna let off the pressure, no sir. 2 kills out of Nafany. Excellent cave play, completely shuts down everything going on at that B site, so now it falls on to Shiro and Axile inside the A site. 2 big names for C9. And Axile keeps the headshots flowing. Shiro shuts down all things Na'Vi, and that is an 8th.
Well done from Nafany. Again, Na'Vi said, let him have it. Have the map control, take middle control. We're going to respect this elbow smoke. Nafany's the one aggressive move after Hobbit peels back, and then he finds the perfect time to get into the action. Down the B ramp, 2 kills by himself. Low HP at the end, but he'd already done his job by that point. So that's something. That's Nafany's 8th and 9th, and I think some of his trades have been key and haven't gone so well. Still some work to do here for Cloud9. If they even want the respect of Na'Vi off this map.
Their pick as well, by the way.
Yeah, and that was a risk in the veto. And it looks like Nafany is the one actually taking over Inter's spot, so that's something more that's changed.
Running smoke. Nice one. Axile just, commits to the mowdown. Clean kill on Bit. Nearly 30 bullets deep. Dead regardless. But that's all right. Hobbit can pick up a little bit of slack. It's Simple's chance to shine. And a counter-terrorist dropping smoke towards Donut just lets him cross over because it's a one-way. Well done, Hobbit. Not only shutting down the momentum behind that, but then doing your own move to ensure it all gets cleaned up. And Perfecto, best of luck breaking through that. Nah, Hobbit's got it. 3 kills to his name. All good for C9's 9th.
Yeah, that's sick. I mean, Exile's visualizations right there. Again, like, it feels like every time we spectate him, he's getting huge kills. But he's 13 and 17. 11 before this. Starting to open up on CT side. And in that one Rio map on Mirage, I remember that comeback that came through was all because of Exile. I think he ended with 33.
1.4 rating at the end of that BO1. Blade looking through the treasure trove of info for a solution to what is starting to become, with only 2 rounds straight, the Cloud9 CT comeback.
Of these teams, both rosters with impassive coaches standing behind them. Star Oppers studied each other, certainly quite a lot.
Sharp riflers and notoriously useful supports.
Oh,
but
that
Hobbit,
step back from Simple, and Hobbit's done.
Smoke missed again. One that's meant for Donut.
Yeah, they got to think about that.
Not the end of the world, seeing as that's where the 5v4 comes from.
And immediately Bit gets into position to, potentially activate a lurk later. No one inside of Donut at the moment. Cloud9 not in position to re-clear this. There's pressure on Shiro, but I really don't think they're coming for this right away. Na'Vi know that they've won the map in a very important spot very early. Bomb's going to get collected now and spawn. Clearly the intention is to end B, and nobody's tested Bit, so I think that's what they were waiting for.
Nade does no damage. This Electronic hugs the stone walls.
As soon as Shiro takes a shot, Bit can start walking. And I actually like his rotation.
For now we're down to the 35 seconds.
This one could very easily come down to Nafany Bit here. Smokes are going to come down. Buster within smokes.
Oof, awkward. Oh!
With the foot showing.
Not ideal. Bit finds his headshot right thereafter. Kills are looking clean. Shiro, though, not going to make that cross free. Molotov down to the planter, but the bomb is already down, which means damage done. And NPL, finally something that he can just laugh at, because he's been on the receiving end of the pocket wall spam, of the smoke sprays through cave. This time he put shots through, and they put Cloud9 down 1.
That's a confident-looking Na'Vi. I think they knew how to win that round. They knew what it was going to look like. They put tons of invisible pressure on the Opper of Cloud9 to not show himself too early, but at the same time demand impact of him. Got him into a rotator spot, one more punish, and probably could have won the round without it. Bit's lurk goes off without a hitch. Rifler walks right into him. I think Na'Vi could see it from the moment they got the Hobbit kill, and then everything went well up until the point the site exec took place. That's the kind of prescience that inspires confidence.
Ooh, fast though. Nafany down beneath Bit. Slips a couple shots upside his head. Perfecto can't get that double spray, but Simple takes his place, and the M4's dry. Another re-engagement. This time to Exile's favor, to Cloud9's advantage. And with bombs stuck outside of elbow, we get Electronic going into the B site. He wants contact, he wants blood. He wants an early kill to then piece together the remnants of what would then be 1v2, but he doesn't get the contact he wants, and so he has to leave without it.
Well, yeah, he's not thinking about saving. He's got eyes on the bomb. I mean, still over a minute, and looking for an advantageous fight towards mid. A strange approach. But suddenly, he joins up with the normal path on a different timing. So it'll be hard for him to come up with something to do here. We've got Cloud9 playing optimized positions, 1-1-1. Shiro in his favorite off angle inside of Donut. And Electronic, well, he knows he's there. He's not fast enough. Shiro will take that one, no sweat. Axile's 2 trades inside of middle, really blossoming here on CT.
Aggressive as well. We get Nafany down beneath a bit. He never saw that coming, just standing on box. Things get a little awkward, and Cloud9 still come out on top of the trade engagement. So, all good. Nice second one from Nafany. Little 180. Hell, if his gun wasn't empty, maybe we even say he gets that third. But fast into the lane. Cave pressure, Nafany once again. Nice. Catches the headshot to Perfecto, does a ton of damage on Electronic, and finds him with the homing missile.
I think it ricochets off the wall for the perfect bounce.
Boost on the smoke, though. 2 T's inside, and Hobbit just pulls back. So 2 rounds. The 25th, the 26th, starts off with Nafany drop kicking any type of lane play from Na'Vi. Back to the dirt. Back to simple.
Got a direct correlation between winning mid and losing it. Oh, their odds. That flash, how did that even...
That was weird.
Beautiful pop. I think it hit off the wall, and then the X-ray didn't show us exactly where it popped, but...
Just got around.
That's a real pop flash, you know. Your teammates in Face It throw one, bounce off 6 walls, and they call it a pop flash.
Draws the op in. Axile full white. Hobbit's going to go for the top mid peak. Just sees the gun barrel leaving, so they can't end it just yet. Looks like Na'Vi are going to transition into a save. This is C9 with an 11th. Nafany trying his absolute best to run down mid and to shut off this T side.
Yeah, and I think he needs to. And we're just seeing such better rifling play on the CT side here from Nafany and from Axile in particular. Buster has kind of yet to activate. He'll be playing the B site, but I think it's middle. It's all about middle right now.
Cost effective. So they're going to go ahead and clear out Na'Vi. It's only 4 more to go. Only. Doesn't seem like too daunting of a task. Now, does it, Launders?
No, I don't think so at all. I didn't really feel like this game was ending. And Cloud9's last big win versus them was an enormous comeback. And it was a shame that one choke overshadowed how many times they were able to make comebacks throughout 2 stages at the major.
Yeah, honestly, they were on the road to have the best major comeback of all time since Cloud9 in Boston. Felt like that was really this fairy tale coming together.
That was a much better run, though. This Cloud9 only made quarters.
Yeah, but this Cloud9 didn't even get a chance to beat FaZe. Hobbit can't stop him from crossing. But it's going to be all good. Shiro, fine with the pressure. Not even going to drop a shot. Finds the pistol kill. Ooh, and the headshot on Perfecto too. This op will stop you in your tracks.
Yeah, Shiro's there.
Pistol rounds, gun rounds, doesn't matter. You know, go ahead. Keep blocking him off with smokes and spamming through, because you give him those open lines of sight, you've got problems.
I think that's... they're going to keep testing elbow. Na'Vi, I think they're either going to look for an open mid later or go for the full send again and fight Nafany, Hobbit, whoever else. But again, right now, with those Cloud9 players getting better, well, maybe they want to keep doing that same thing and meeting their opponents halfway. The map is open to Na'Vi. a couple of full A hits, but I think have only taken place actually on anti-ecos. Full B setup only after mid is controlled. And again, you know, sometimes even versus the winning team, you keep running the same play. Eventually, they're going to be a little bit worried about trying it again. And this is exactly what I was talking about, Bit walking immediately into middle. Now, the thing is, it's the op here. This is a really great adjustment. I think this is a perfect read from Cloud9. We've seen riflers here in the past, but that's more of a 50-50. And if they tie up Shiro and the spot rotators from the rifles can move behind him, but he's peeling back. They don't go for the full reclear, but it's a huge step for Bit to actually turn this corner and get into windows, so that's one thing. Retaking via donut might be a huge idea for Cloud9. They clearly have an assumption that something here is happening. Buster, low kills right now.
Oof. Tough stuff. Oh, finds NPL. Perfecto right back, but dropped by Shiro.
Now Bit walks.
And what does he find as he does such? Shiro wastes no time.
Oh, he got by him.
By the boxes.
He found the timing.
Did Shiro get a glimpse of it? Because
he's coming to clear. He's coming to clear it.
Yeah, all right. And Bit more concerned with the CT, but a sliver of Shiro backs up. That was a game of millimeters and milliseconds. And with 35 on the clock, now it's got to be Nafany. Stops bomb. Big kill versus simple. Electronic comes in from short, and Nafany doubles that back around. Just when you thought that Bit had managed to get the best of Cloud9, well, here comes Nafany in with another chance. Yes, sir. All three from the back of long to keep this comeback going.
And full credit to Nafany. If they complete this and make it to overtime, he absolutely saves the day. And now it gets scary for Na'Vi. They make the play happen that they need to. They even are able to have Bit kill Shiro after Shiro comes back to search him out. But Nafany defends this site. They survive that tragedy. And now it's unclear what Na'Vi, in my opinion, want to do next from here. I think they can save that potential lurk for a late round situation, but I don't think Bit will help them close it. I think he can come in a post plant where his teammates get trades. And there will maybe only be one more buy before a potential overtime here as Na'Vi come through at the half.
Hobbit playing around smokes again. It's a temporary cloak of cover. It's gonna hear it, of course. That'll be Shiro to try and go peeking into top mid. But another fresh smoke just goes down. Hobbit can't get the clean kill, but at least he knows the second's there, and Simple decides not to overchase. They've scared him back.
It's an interesting person to put in this position. You know, he's more comfortable. Oh, he's taking an initiative. Nafany throws the poke for him. Oh, he wins. He loses the duel. Electronic wins cave, and they immediately organize.
Oh, but dude, I thought Electronic jumped the gun there, just starting to spam through smoke. When he comes around the side of it, Nafany's ready. But the Tech-9 finds its headshot.
And the thing is, even though they leave middle, they know, Cloud9 know that someone was here.
Okay, good recovery here from Shiro. Juggle those guns out.
I swear Cloud9 need to re-clear mid. There's pistols coming into the B site right now. They're leaving.
You've got Util to throw down in front. Shiro, hands busy. That's a low HP Electronic on the cross. What? Oh my! With such little health, he's just taking things into his own hands, and Buster's feet burn forward. So 4v2. An excellent attempt out of Cloud9, but just as they get to the final two in regulation, they're going to have to lean on 100 health of Axile and 26 to Hobbit. A flash here for Perfecto, Kevlar across the board, and the T's who just sit back and wait, they lurk, and they know what has presented itself to them. Electronic with a killer Tech-9 drops two players inside sight, and Na'Vi make the most of it. Anubis, Ancient, their win.
Buster. Once a devout follower of Jame and Berlin Major Grand finalist, now Buster is back. Filling the shoes of Inters, Cloud9 are looking for their next and hopefully final puzzle piece to unlock consistent trophies. Often overlooked, Buster was a loyal piece of James' previous rosters, and he spent 5 years under the IGL and was a consistent anchor. But this is no easy task, not least to integrate into a new Cloud9 system, but Buster has been out of officials for 8 months. Katowice will mark his debut back into the top tier.
This world
We start the day off with a banger, and I wouldn't have it any other damn way. That's Navi v Cloud9 here in the group stages, the Intel Extreme Masters, Katowice, the year's 2023, and ultimately Ancient going the way of Navi.
Yeah, I mean, it was Cloud9's pick, went to Navi's favor. Navi showed class in this one, even though like it was a little bit dicey at the end. They played really good CT side at first, like they controlled every part of the map relatively easily. Didn't really need like any stacks. It was just like people who were holding their spots. They delivered the frags at the beginning, and at the end they kind of exploited that B side, like you said, Maniac.
Yep.
They were like, every time they needed a round, they went towards Buster and Nafani, and they managed to get around outside of the maybe one where Nafani get a triple kill at the end. So maybe they noticed that was a clear weakness on the map and just exploited it. Maybe we can find out that later, but nevertheless they won the first map.
Yeah, they had an amazing start. I think you mentioned it. I was surprised that Cloud9 managed to make it competitive. You look at the first 6 or 7 rounds, and it looks bleak. It's Cloud9 going back to their old demons, playing extremely slowly, getting punished, maybe foreshadowing a couple of utilities they should have used. But actually, they stay true to their identity, and against my happiness, they still win rounds like this.
I mean, what didn't bode well in the very beginning would have been Electronic 5-1 in opening duels on the CT side.
He was lights out.
He's like holding it down against the T's, and really, you can't ask for much more.
And he's like one of the players that struggled the most in the past because of his like transition into the IGL role, that the performance dropped. Right now, he came. This is what I'm talking about. When they go into the big events, players like Electronic, Simple, they will perform. I was going to say Zaivu, but
it's always on the brain.
This says different. But the thing is, like, the point is the same. The big players perform on big stages. So this is happens once more. So it's
and
that's why I picked now.
Electronic really did one up on Nafani. I think Nafani was on his way to a great redemption arc towards the end of that game. He had an extremely slow start. T side virtually invisible, no impact at all. Beginning of the CT side, an actual liability for Cloud9 for the first 5 rounds. He and Buster combining on the B side gave pretty much the keys to the castle to Navi. Then he fell back into it, and I thought, he's going to do it. He's going to turn everything around.
Does bring us into our Air Force Aim High head-to-head. Check it out. Boom, Nafani and Electronic. Now, I do have one of these gentlemen on my fantasy team, but...
You do?
Which one? Tell us.
It doesn't matter.
Okay, so now we know.
It's not looking
good.
Yeah, back to base.
The thing is, like, both IGLs, we had them for a reason there. Like you said, Electronic performed a little bit better in terms of impact and, the calling as well. So I think he recognized the gap where it is and just used it. We saw one of the rounds where you mentioned, like, Buster and Nafani.
Yeah.
They were boosted up in cave.
Yes.
And then there was like a dry swing. They only get 1 kill, they get double traded. It's like the site is free after that, Sheer is smoked off. And this is like the visual representation of, the B side.
Yeah, I have to come clean about this graphic, right? When I ordered it, Electronic was on the top of the mountain and Nafany was still trying to find his way down there, right? So the memes don't really live. He came back into it. He made this graphic very competitive. Good for Nafany because after 20 rounds, this would have been a night and day difference.
And if I had to guess, it has something to do with us standing close proximity to them, and they probably heard what you were saying, all that mess you were
He
talking,
was like,
man.
listen, I heard this guy call a graphic, and I'm about to destroy his narrative.
Got him. We got him. Speaking of got him, we've got Blair, who's going to be joining us now. Come on up, Blair. We're going to be talking about the B stream because there's also a bit of a fight going on over there, isn't there, gentlemen?
Hello.
Blair, what happened over there? What's going on?
Well, we saw big pick Anubis. It's a map they're trying to make it a home map. They needed a win right there. Unfortunately, it didn't quite go their way. G2 was a little scrappy. Nico struggling a little bit initially. Monus missing a couple of shots, but we saw Hoaxy step up. We saw JKS look fantastic as well. Your boy Kassad right there. And in the end, Keto, we saw him perform in play-ins. Was nowhere to be found in this map.
Did I see Hoaxy with an op?
Yeah, he got a 4K.
He did.
He saved him. He saved him.
Okay, saved him.
He saved him. Honestly, missed a couple. He died, and he just shut it down. Yeah.
So he transferred from the Giga Chat into the Savior.
Yes.
Is that not this?
Is that,
yes,
is that what it's saying here? Is he a savior?
I don't know. How about this? Heku, what do you think we're saying?
I mean, I'm sure you're ready to talk about some interesting things because I also have something interesting because when it comes to the video, Cloud9, if we take out their permaban, which is Nuke, and we take out Anubis that was recently added, then it means that Ancient was the map that they least played in the last half a year. So I asked Blade, were they actually surprised by the Ancient pick? And he said, yes, they were surprised, especially considering that the map was recently changed.
Things to take in there, things to dissect. What do you think about that?
I could definitely see. There was a little bit of surprise in Navi when I Ancient pick. I just think the way they started both halves put them on track. I think once we got to full weapon round against full weapon rounds, Cloud9 had a lot to offer, not only in terms of solution on the T side, but both individually on the CT side. Just the problem is we started 0-5 or 1-5.
Yeah.
That's it.
It doesn't bode well. Nope. But, you know, for Navi, you look at the second map, and you're probably very thankful for that, aren't you, Kassad?
Exactly. I mean, now they're going into the most comfortable map, Inferno, something that NPL likes to play as well. We saw it like playing much better than the other maps, let's say it like that, especially that first one that we saw the highlights on. Maybe he feels more comfortable there, like the things that he is doing individually, and the calls maybe suit him better than the other maps. Overall, you know, we are putting Navi in a favorable seat right now, especially after that. And then Overpass is coming no matter what happens here. So that's the map they also like to play.
So this is a live feed of what Navi are doing here in between. And I know there are some elder eyes around. So Kassad,
I'm trying to see
what's going on is they're playing ping pong.
If this happened...
This is live.
I thought it was like ants, like, you know, just keep practicing.
I think they're done.
Yeah, the thing is now, the thing is like, if they do this after the team talk, I can you know understand it, but like before like we discussed the pistols, the smokes, the things, I wouldn't recommend playing ping pong.
So ping pong on the docket, but like we said, Inferno next. Can the series end right here, Maniac?
I think it can. I think it can. You were talking about MPL on Inferno. It's true. Individually, it's one of the maps where he's shown the most polished Counter-Strike, let me say. But one of the things that I have actually realized is comparatively simple is way less mobile on Inferno nowadays. Okay. And I don't know if it's because he's got a little bit less trust on Bit and MPL who play the A side with him. But if we just look at Ancient we just played, he was all over the place. Like he started mid, he started A, he started B. When we have seen him in Copenhagen, he was very much sticking to that A side, and he was very quiet. So what I'm hoping to see is that this was just a phase. Like this was just the beginning so that everybody gets kind of, you know, in the routines, they get the protocols, and now we see the simple that we like to see because he was a shadow of himself on Inferno. Don't want that to happen.
So Kassad, just real quick before we go to break, what are the odds if we go to Overpass, it doesn't go Navi's way, and this is all just falling apart at the seams?
I mean, I never said that, you know, it's a safe bet, you know, Overpass being Navi's favor. It's still like a very competitive map for both teams. I mean, we know that Cloud9 likes to play. There was a signature map in the past when they were like Gambit and Gambit youngsters. Like they know how to play. They have, you know, their signature, you know, style of slow T side when everything is like being done in the last 20 seconds. So it's not a safe thing, but you know, it's I'm looking at Navi still.
And I'm looking at the program monitor with the yellow light on your face.
Yeah, it's like you see the two sides, dark side, light side.
Look at this one. We're going to go to a break, everybody. We come right back with Inferno, Cloud9 v Navi. You're watching the Untitled Extreme Masters, Katowice 23.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
The bell tolls for Cologne. This cathedral, a cathedral that is stacked from the earth to the heavens with the greatest of all the fans, the most passionate.
First things first, bro. Back in Katowice, bit of a special one for all of us. Yeah. Feeling confident, feeling good to show your best selves?
We will try to show our best selves, but we're not feeling confident at the moment. I think we realize that we are not in the best shape, but still we always have a chance to surprise.
Valerie, can I talk to you? I could try. Yes. Okay, great. Just one question, that's all it is. Yes. You can play one Counter-Strike map for the rest of your life. You're living there. You know, like I'm thinking Anubis, you could kind of, it's sunny, there's some water.
It's not Anubis, it's not Anubis for sure. It's maybe...
Overpass?
Ancient? Maybe Ancient. Yeah, because it's...
The jungle?
Yes.
Okay, right, well, we're going to go hang out on Ancient, and that was my best interview to date. Thank you very much. NPL, I've got NPL with me. How was your travel, dude? You feeling rested and ready for the games ahead?
I guess, yeah. Because we like flight yesterday. We arrived here at 3 p.m. Sorry, 3 p.m. Okay. Yeah, so it's been a long time.
Yeah. But are you feeling like the team is in a good space, both mentally and with practice, for good performance in a hard group?
We'll see. We still have a lot of work, but yeah, we'll try our best.
Okay, trying your best. It's the only thing you can do.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Who can I scrap? Oh, I see you running away. You think you can get away from me? Perfect. Yeah, no, I don't speak English. I don't speak. Yeah, he's lying to all of us. No, but real talk. I mean, you know, how are you guys? What's the general vibe? You know, it looked like in Copenhagen the vibe wasn't at its peak. Yep. Is it possible to just, you know, shake it off and come in with good energy this week?
We just want to be chill and relax, and after we want to focus and destroy this tournament. Yeah.
Look, I like the head. You style this yourself, or you get some help?
I can just change my styles. It's my second style. Yeah. I have just this
like a Lego man. You just.
I have another head, so I just can swap and. Yeah.
Yeah, I fuck with it. It looks good, man. No, well, they messed mine up. Look at this. I got clown hair on the side. I don't know what I'm doing. Yeah, but anyway, I'm stealing your time. Last question. I just want to know, you know, when you look at the groups, do you feel like one is a bit stacked or harder than the other?
You mean strong team in the group? Yeah, but it's cool. We can prepare for a good team and have a good training. So,
if you could choose, would you play against top teams that you know how they play, or the up and coming new boys who are a bit different?
It's 100%. It's top team because it's every time it's very interesting to play against them.
Yeah. Thank you very much, bro.
Thank you.
Well, listen, Cloud9 took that chance on Ancient. They almost ran it all the way back on the CT side. But this guy on your screen, the newfound in-game leader of Na'Vi with the Tech 9, destroyed the host, destroyed all of what looked like a fundamentally sound comeback. Everything seemed to be going well. There's clearly a plan for Cloud9 in place, and I think for that reason, they should have preparations ready for Inferno as well. We have seen Na'Vi play Inferno forever, but we saw a bit of a stunned Na'Vi at times so far this year. I hope for their sake that they've gotten things a little sharper, as we've talked about Na'Vi coming in with lots of practice and being prepared to put forth their best face.
Na'Vi looked bad in the Blast Spring groups, but I think they already look a lot better, just fundamentally speaking, watching Ancients. So excited to see what their CT side will look like. But saw a strong start on Ancient. Again, comfortable map pick. Surviving Ancient as well was a risk for Cloud9, but it wasn't a guarantee for Na'Vi by any means. But they were ready. Simple was bottom of the board in terms of rating on the last map, but it didn't feel like it. He was very good, I thought. Just had so many teammates.
Yeah, really just the nature of all the other Na'Vi players stepping it up. Right now, C9 just leaning back on coffins. It's a Hobbit solo Behold.
All the nades on the other side of the map. Ready to retake. Hobbit probably going to take a peek or two. No kill, though.
Here comes the commitment. Util flooding the bomb site. Cloud9, what's the retake protocol?
It's a heroic setup.
Gonna run it up Banana. 4 players gunning for Banana. Simple here. P250 armored to stop them. Teammate sets up the bait and okay. Electronic just decides these are all mine. Oh my god, the fadeaway!
Yeah.
The one-man stoppage top Banana, and go ahead, brother, get your ace. Glock queued up, denied by Hobbit. Bit let him have his shot. Simple got shot the moment he peeks out from behind car.
Dude, that was still unreal. So what we saw there, I'm going to call it the heroic retake setup. 4 down mid. A few teams have done this now. Heroic do it the best, obviously. But the retake coming through, well, it was met also by Na'Vi, I think, able to read into it. They played 3 on Banana for a second there. Didn't see anything from the CT side. And I think the Novelty may be wearing off on that setup just because it looks like they were very comfortable waiting for those fights. Snuck in a car.
Simple signature MP7. But no overextension from Cloud9's B play. Buster had a rough map on Ancient. Had a couple of important moments, including that 1v2 on A site. But numerically, just not quite there. And in that third map versus Ents, when things got tighter, that's where we saw Buster start to thrive. That's where his individual level kind of went up a notch. And I think that the expectations therefore grew. See what he can do here on Inferno, but for now he's down. Electronic creeps out through to the tree, and they know that there's nothing they can offer up for a retake, so let it slide.
Take a screenshot, folks. Simple -1 after executing NPL on his way out of the site.
Yeah.
Rest in peace.
Yeah.
Oh, he got hosed. What a clothesline.
I mean, you're asking for it.
Yeah. Don't step in front of the goat. Or you'll get the hooves. Anything on a screen, he just clicks.
Plenty of space behind him.
Indiscriminate murder here from Simple.
You know? Plenty of space to cross behind. If I've got any advice for you at home, folks, you never step in front of a loaded gun. Seems simple.
Yeah. Don't play leapfrog with unicorns.
Okay. Don't ask Maui about his thoughts on sparkling water.
Or players you like.
Well, he's going to turn him back. Ooh, they got a little freebie of a Mac 10 too. Ain't that friendly. Na'Vi leaving him a gift.
I think it's, honestly, I think these days with full banana control, it's hard to argue against just simply going B with it. Oh, smoke comes in, it'll shy them back. They weren't expecting this one.
Yeah, that's not a comfortable
You can
spot.
quickly run out of time to split CT, which they were looking to try to do. Bomb comes back to A.
Just to
no,
collect
it's
some util.
just a prank. Yeah, they are going to go for the B site hit.
All right.
Are they still kind of split? I mean,
he's Mac 10. Ooh, good first one. Shiro caught the Deagle kill over towards B. Just one simple Deagle shot straight to the head of Simple.
Are they going to go back? They
Feels
molly
like-
themselves out of attacking this side of the map for a second.
Maybe that's the protocol, yeah. But Hobbit feels the squeeze. It's still super sketchy. Buster slides into the bomb site.
Seconds.
Yeah, and then they just killed the long play, so Bit has to get this player off the site, the flying MP7, but then Axile comes out. Oh, Bit!
Jesus.
What is this?
It's as high as you possibly could be.
What is that?
Yeah.
Oh, Na'Vi. Listen, not ideal.
Yeah,
I can see how it all unfolded.
They got to the rotations. They tried to play around Bit, taking arch control. But just the amount of time left on the clock, you got to think, well, is this the best move? Outplayed themselves, and a nice shot from Axile. Still looks like a plant would have been entirely possible if not for that.
Yeah, man. When I tried to make my argument for the MP7, I forgot about its flying accuracy. Apparently, that's the forte. All right, well, a bit of a hiccup here at the start for Na'Vi. But it still is, of course, earned by Cloud9's clean individual shots. The Shiro Deagle, the Axile Deagle, both of them on opposite sides of the map. Hobbit?
Oh, he turns from the flash. They were about to retake it. That's an opportunity for Na'Vi. Buster.
Smoke onto the CT cross.
Ooh, doesn't get his frag.
He's still sitting pretty on 84 HP. Really wants that kill in the background. He'll shut down Electronic in the forefront.
Oh, well done, Buster.
Lays down lead. Bomb slides out on the back of NPL. Buster still looking for this third.
They're fighting for this. This is the only advantage that they have right now, is potentially being able to take B. Oh, Buster gets so much more damage in. And, oh, the nade lands perfectly.
Dunked on. 35 seconds to spare, and Axile very quickly up on that flank means it's going to be C9 to convert off of that messy last round straight to the tied 2-2.
Extremely well done from Buster. I mean, right there, the rule book would tell you get your damage, you fall back a bit, and you're comfortable because your teammates can retake, but he's willing to take the initiative and fight a little bit longer, and he knows that he himself has enough HP to do so. They don't scare him back with that first incendiary, or even the second.
Well fought, Buster. Round well earned.
Crazy, just C9 had that extra arch smoke that second round or third round, and were able to push Na'Vi into a bad idea with not enough time.
How many rounds do you think Simple stays -1?
Damn, what's the over-under on that? I think it all changes now.
Okay.
Oh.
Could have been, but not yet.
There's no utility, but ironically, the map that's all about utility, it's really open to powerful deagles in certain positions. 30 seconds, they've got CTs in full-on retake positions, and they'll run through this molly as the rotation comes out through CT spawn. Shiro, he's hoping that would be respected, but they run right by.
Damn, they're gonna get into the library. Oh!
Here it is.
Okay.
Well, that's an op.
Now you've got 15 seconds left to maybe close that gap to the B site. Or, with that frag from Hobbit, it's just gonna turn them back into the A play. Nafany off of Graveyard reveals his hand. It's pressure in from Bit. Bomb plant will go down sure enough. And Simple even catches a second. So welcome to the game, GOAT. Still all cleaned up, but considering that they had no util, excellent outcome. Bomb plant 2 kills, you take it.
Yeah, Shiro tried to keep that super tight with the molly to make sure that he could rotate safely, but they just had no other options. They couldn't sit beside another piece of arch utility. Came flying through. So, where does this leave us? A bomb plant helps out the money here. Or to have been a buy no matter what in this position. Keeps Cloud9 honest. There are slight advantages here in the veto, but nothing's guaranteed. We saw Ancient already turned on its head for Cloud9. And as well as Na'Vi can play on this map, they definitely did not show a good Inferno in the groups. But they look like they're a better team at the moment.
Shiro blinded. Hobbit the same. Oof.
I'm not sure if that was a Buster flash. There was two.
There was two, yeah. I think the second one popped just as he was dying.
Yeah.
I would give that one to Na'Vi.
That's a big find, though.
Felt like the same flash that got Shiro off the first angle. So, they unravel the forward B setup and then stack some numbers behind it.
It'll be interesting to watch where Shiro goes in this situation. And I think that this is actually picking slightly incorrectly. Exile's moving in to help Shiro leave in this spot, which is nice. Na'Vi about to organize. Shiro's coming in with a flash.
Smoke back sight, Buster turns. Gonna catch him climbing over. Bought a fair amount of time before he decides to pull the trigger, but Electronic will still clear that back sight. 4 HP for him, 8 on Simple. Shiro. Ooh, curious. Smoke fades. Just missed the fallback. Now that's at least one confirmed in the back of the site. He's gonna go hunting. There's a frag that was on Axile, but now that he's died to the hands of Simple, Simple has no reason to come out from that corner. Buster's gonna catch Electronic, but guess what? Second player's still back there. And of course, Cloud9 don't know. And now all these other players starting to pull their attention. They hear those footsteps, but Shiro can't best them. And Na'Vi into the B site. Survive that boost. Shiro's antics not rewarded. And Na'Vi tie us again.
This is the round that I was thinking they should have pulled off on the anti-eco when they got banana control. And they got the kill with the initial tactic to kill Hobbit. And then right here, I think it's calmed by Shiro, but it's such a small margin of time. I'm not sure if Axile even had time to react. And his shot gets missed, even though Simple's low. That's a good round. Na'Vi, they keep it relatively simple. Shiro has an op again. No other investments. Cloud9 looking to eco them again.
Damn.
Just a little bit extra help with this op. And I think this is... Oh, they get the op information, no kill, and they were already going to go B, so...
T-side smoke on the front of this site. Currently being weaponized by Cloud9. But Hamid, sorry buddy, your time is limited. He's been found by Perfecto.
Solid
0
protocols.
hold.
I think we've reached an inflection point with Inferno where things are getting complicated and now things are getting a little bit more simple. People have been using less utility on Banana to hold on to it. Some teams still use a lot. I think G2 still use a lot. But from the T perspective, with banana control, it's very hard to counter with how detailed the executes have become. And since they got that info on Shiro, well, there's your decision made. That's the other thing about opping, that like, even though it's a really powerful gun and people know the responsibility is so high, but even small things like taking a shot in a moment where you're too far away can just lose the rounds if you don't get a kill. So there's massive pressure on Shiro at all times, especially in situations like this, to put up. And he was good on Ancient and unbelievably consistent last year, of course. No real questions about him, but you better, like, for example, Shiro on Ancient when he was shooting and Bit taking over window control. As soon as they even see him in the kill feed, they're using that against the whole team. So that's what's very scary.
This could be intimidating too.
Yeah, an interesting play.
Aggressive ult play, but Bit, because he's just a second late to playing bridge.
That one looks suspicious, right? Hobbit's out in the open. They wouldn't expect one person to be there, and it looks like they're going to take speed again.
They want to go fast into the B play. Even just putting out the fire, NPL still burnt down to 60 HP. Shiro waits. Kind of stalled out there for a second, but maybe that's just to make the pack tighter. And that pack punctures through. Simple trade frags into the backside. Then a deep peek from Electronic. Wastes no time getting that nasty angle through construction into both, where Perfecto ends up picking up a kill. And Nafany is left on his lonesome.
I'm telling you, man, they see Hobbit in that spot in the middle of ult. You know, if that's one person lurking, he's walking through the doorway, taking his time, but they see the deep mid smoke or they hear it, and then maybe footsteps. Oh, and here's another kill to end it off. Great round from Electronic, but that's too much info to survive that early on along with a kill, so sometimes it can be as easy as that. And so something that Cloud9 don't do very often, unfortunately, doesn't work out. If it had been an ult start, that would have been good, but it was more of an anti-eco in the ult with Bit playing a very passive angle. Sort of like if you were to default lobby on Nuke, you know, on an anti-eco, you wouldn't keep 4 people in there because then they get crushed by pistols. Instead, you keep one guy to listen, you put him in a very good angle, and he takes fights how he pleases. So, just a wrong gamble from Cloud9, not a bad move, but Navi's initial B start was exactly the right idea. Now Cloud9 have no money. Things are really lining up for Navi.
Honestly, thank goodness, dude, because when we saw them last week, it just looked like they didn't enjoy even playing.
Yeah.
And they were on each other's.
Yeah, they were despondent, honestly. Right. And we'll see about the CT, you know, plays from Simple again.
Oof. Sorry, Hobbit, not today. NPL racking up some easy frags. Easy as they come. Of course, just last year, the one showing, the one game these two teams finally got to play in 2022 was an Axile comeback Mirage best of 1. We get into the best of 3s to kick off this year where suddenly Navi looked weak. They decide to show us what weakness truly looks like. Shiro, you can take the AK, but you've lost your B site and all your friends. 6 early on this T side.
Yeah, there can't be too much pressure on Shiro to do everything here, so Riflers on the Banana need to find some success so that Arch isn't weakened, but for the moment, Navi winning in the conditioning game.
This Group A, of course, of Katowice currently being touted as the group of death, understandably, with the likes of G2, FaZe, Cloud9, Navi, and if Liquid can do what Navi are clearly showing off, which is improve on that first week of the year, then suddenly, man, Cloud9 in the lower bracket, knowing that only one team is going to make that run back. Not what this project would hope for. First roster change since the online era. And that was something that I was a little, worried about, because obviously we could talk about Cloud9's strengths and weaknesses, but one thing we didn't know is how do they integrate a new player? What's that going to look like? How quickly does it take them? Some teams do it better than others. may have to revisit that depending on how this one continues to go. But for now, it's Na'Vi.
This is a very good move from Cloud9. Kind of the right antidote, and it opens Shiro up to a kill, finally. Pressure, 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 and then a mistake here from the T side. NPL will speed up actually through all. That's a deep smoke, but he can't get in front of it.
Opts not to press the issue.
And I think the finish line becomes just a little clearer here for Cloud9. They get Shiro in a very good spot. Rifle support behind him. Exactly what they were looking for. And, okay, so here's the opposite side flash for Buster's position. We saw Buster handle the situation really well by himself already in the past. But Na'Vi win back space. Oh, and they smoke Shiro out. It's not an arch smoke.
Oh, it's just pressed against it.
Oh, God.
Now here they come. Oh!
Oh, it looked like he was going to figure that out.
Had a second to recover the op. Perfecto, nice clean kill to Nafany. Axile just bombarded by nades. He was integral to stopping that bomb plant. Back in the round that they won with the Forest, but this time just can't do it. I thought maybe he was going to squeeze along the wall. Maybe he was going to be able to stop them, but the pressure too much, at least to prevent the bomb plant. Now it's the 2v2 retake inbound. Simple posts up, slides back. And Perfecto just playing it tucked inside of the pit. Perfecto starting to get a little curious. What? Clean kill out of Buster. He must have just snapped that over the top of the box, but here comes Perfecto 1v2. Hobbit taps it once, a jump spot that gives Perfecto all the time he needs. All he needs to know. Because unfortunately for Hobbit, despite getting the kill, the time is just not there.
Damn. So, I mean, Shiro manages to get his kills. They do the double run through their own smoke. And I think what they did right there was they made it look like they were going to go for some kind of arch wrap after losing their first kill, putting some pressure at the top of Banana, and instead they go through their own smoke. Shiro has to respect the fact that they could be doing something different. He at least gets his first. Butzer finds this kill, which is beautiful. I don't know how that's not a wall bang, but he'll take it. And then I think Perfecto's key trade as well. He finds one on arch. That loosens up the site a ton. Frustrating situation. I think Cloud9 set it up so beautifully to close that out. And now back to pistols.
Good boost, but...
And again, the reason that was good is because he fought just hard enough for Banana without A-site being weak, and then Shiro got his kill. It's the perfect recipe.
Na'Vi had to work for that one, but the rewards are so sweet. 8th round win queued up. T-side that Cloud9 simply can't get ahead of, despite them trying different looks, different setups, and a push. Wow. A Na'Vi that's winning maps without Simple even near the top.
Yeah, great teammates here. Perfecto definitely went underrated over on Ancient, and Electronic was just looking like a star.
You know, it's a little bittersweet. I'm happy for him. It's great for Na'Vi, but obviously we also want to see the GOAT do what he does.
I mean, I thought he looked good on Ancient personally.
Sure. Hobbit's gonna stuff Perfecto. Can't get the second. There he is. You know, when you need him. When his teammates aren't already tearing through everybody else. His ears must have been ringing. Now, of course, Cloud9's head spinning. Nothing stopped. And we go back to the Na'Vi Complexity game, where Complexity were so close to besting them. That's where Simple went God mode, carry mode, right? Because they were just at that moment facing a loss. And one that would have been embarrassing. Also, to be fair, you know, he had to recover from -1, so nobody else had that responsibility. All too easy.
We look back on this map. If Na'Vi win it, there was a key round with a good setup, a good adaptation that doesn't come to fruition. X factor from Na'Vi tilting tipping the scales. And now prolonging another attempt for Cloud9 to recreate that magic. And these games, this head-to-head, is just such a treat to watch because you really just see how much they're putting thought in and then reacting to that. You don't see kind of last-minute move backs that often with these two teams. They have this kind of solid chess foundation where they just improve their position over and over again. They have a good, strong idea that makes sense based on what they've seen. And again, it's this formula that I think is very good for Cloud9, but it does come with the fact, or with the stipulation that they need to make sure they stay alive or at least win their duel on Banana. Ostensible pressure here from Hobbit, as he has been putting.
Pit flash, Axile, he's been solid, but the flashbangs find their home. He can't manage more than the first. Simple still get out from smoke. Drops down to the pit. Nice play here, creeping over that box. But then Nafany just gets one bullet popped from Electronic.
That smoke can be kind of obvious sometimes. It's the one play you can make. But, you know, it's still a 3v2.
Yeah, but who's the two? Simple and Electronic.
Very decent.
Smoke up on long. It gives them a chance to just kind of tuck back into their post plants comfortably. Simple's going to take the sight box. Electronic will take the responsibility of pit and just wait for that walk up. Buster, he's the low one. It's Hobbit and Shiro trying to come in from short side. Smoke to cut off at least Electronic support. So be it. Simple insta headshot as Hobbit tries to press out from it, and that's going to be enough to convince them to fade away, as they have been doing. Fading away from the success of Ancient. Cloud9 a shell of themselves as Na'Vi take a 9th.
When we discussed building on what they've seen, well, we saw the exact same pressure coming back from Na'Vi to respond to Cloud9. They were entertaining them on Banana, but they had actually no plans of taking it. Instead, they just wanted to lock them into that 3B setup so they could abuse Pit, and they got Axile full flash. So even though he comes through with a good spray, initially, losing Pit is the big thing here, because Bit can, well, Bit swings out, and then his teammate can come in and trade. And maybe, yeah, Nafany, he makes this one lurk move on a perfectly quiet site, and it's too easy for Electronic to simply pick him off. So even though it was a 4v2, as you pointed out, still Simple and Electronic.
They're going to give it again. An aggressive stance down middle. T's turn.
Uh-oh, it's dangerous for Axile, but...
Smoke for ramp. Oh, it's NPL from underneath.
We'll take that trade.
Shiro will catch him from the top of middle, but at least it just takes all the pressure off the back line of the two Banana players. Could have gone far worse.
Absolutely. And when you break into these mid-round situations, I think this is where Na'Vi gets even a slightly bit more favored. We saw them kind of bungle one spot like this where Cloud9 delayed long enough on the A site, but I think Na'Vi are going A, even though they don't have a lot of info, because they know Cloud9 have been very vulnerable on the B site. So it might be more prone to the rotate. They found the spot to smoke Shiro off. And it's actually, is this Buster?
Yes, it is.
Ooh, Buster here.
Let's see the test. Good damage versus Bit. Oh, Nate bounces back. Still at least takes off Bit's head.
Yeah, but no pit control. Shiro, can he get into this?
First player slides down, gets away from the op shot. Pressure out of middle could be Shiro's demise. Instead, pins Perfecto to the side of that wall.
Look who it is.
Rinse and repeat. We go again.
Oh, interesting. A fresh smoke on lane. Moto will come up.
Last time it was two members of Cloud9 up from short, and then Buster trying to push it past Moto. Looking similar. Time getting close to the halfway point. They're not going to go for any pit control. Electronic has changed positions here into the graveyard. And now we're going to get those two players walking up. It's a pop-up. It's good damage, but still, they press. And then Simple cuts down the first. There's no Moto play. Electronic off the side. And again, time decides. Shiro just stuck in the saves.
Yeah. As soon as Shiro takes a shot, Electronic goes for a second really late peek there from Graveyard. Hard to find a second chance to fight in that position. But Simple Smoke also, it responds to the fact they retook from lane last time and also helps out Electronic. So he can more freely peek at least one side or the other. A really good coverage of his teammate right there. And even though Shiro gets this trade, like you brought it up, killing Axile at the bottom of mid takes pressure off the B players. They win pit control again. Navi look excellent.
What a dominating start to the group play. Cloud9 looked flawless versus IHC.
Now a brand new punish.
Hence push them to the third. Navi have destroyed their hopes of a clean run in Katowice. Hobbit the first victim. Utility over the top, but it's going to cause them to scramble a little bit, and they're just going to press right in. Why not? There's only one defender here in Buster. Bested towards balcony last round, and again, he's going to go down empty-handed.
They knew so certainly there was going to be no one else there. That Hobbit kill came too quickly, and they didn't overcomplicate the situation. Easy into B. It's been such a fantastic half from Navi, and I honestly think some of Cloud9's ideas have been good in response, even though they came in a bit late. Pistols have also been haunting them. Even though they won the second pistol on Ancient, they lost the conversion to Navi. They lost the first pistol on Ancient as well.
Now they're going to go chasing after it. Shiro was able to save that off a couple of rounds. Not this time, bud.
You can see the game plan is so fantastic. Shiro is managing to have both simultaneously a great game and extremely limited impact based on how Navi are approaching these sites.
As much as we can sit here and praise Shiro, man, everybody else getting chewed up and spat out.
We're getting 1K pit holds from Axel. We're getting Hobbit losing most of the trades at the top of Banana. Brand new opening tactics here from Navi. And I think in terms of picking the sites, they've been right almost every single time. There was one bad move on an eco. They've survived that. That was long in the past.
Regardless of where Buster goes, he's just empty-handed on his holds. From New Box, from Balk, it's a problem. How about Banana? Gets the dink, but no frag. Perfecto there to trade. Luckily, 3 CTs out of Cloud9. Even then, all in on the clash towards top Banana, and this could just very well transition Navi into the faster A split.
Lots of grenades left here for both teams.
And a cache of them left top Banana as everybody died with belts still full. But like you've been alluding to, man, Navi making all the right decisions, essentially.
Stylistically, I love the clash. They force it into a brand new position. Sometimes the hardest part about keeping a lead is just coming up with new things. And now in a 3v3, a real test of intellect, individual decision-making. Navi have picked the battleground. Can Cloud9 respond? Playing Arch.
Nafany clean on the first one. Knows they're coming for him.
The bomb gets dropped for a second.
Efficient trading. Now simply kill Axile.
Oh.
Seems easier said than done.
He gets spotted.
Now they know. He stops that bomb and pushes Bit into the clutch. Picks it back up, plants before the second CT can get into position. That's Shiro sprinting up mid. And Bit's gonna lay down a smoke. Creates a bit of ambiguity as to where he can get off to.
It's a low smoke.
Yeah, he's gonna play inside of it. He's gonna try to inch his way to the left side, down beneath them. What? Of course! You just got hit by the Bit. And Navi, that's a 12-round T-side.
Having some circus rounds of late, but now it's time to get serious. Back to the business end of the shotgun.
Yeah, no need to let Big back into this one. It's been a really solid map from G2. And nice to see, honestly, because they should be a team contending for the trophy here. Especially with the landscape of Counter-Strike right now, it doesn't feel like there's a clear #1 team. And G2 have been together long enough that they should be starting to peak and starting to try and contend for that #1 spot. So this is exactly what you want to see as a G2 fan heading into Katowice. But you would want to see them close it out pretty soon here. Big starting to win a couple of rounds. Let's see if that pace is still as slow as it was for Big. Good spawn for Searson, so he goes on to Banana, hoping for an early pick. He got a brief opportunity, but that was an incredibly tight window to try and get that shot to land. A bit of damage onto these Banana players. G2 still trying to stay sticky here with Nico, but look at this, Big regrouping faster than usual.
Don't have those aggressive flashes for Keto to swing as we did from Nico. And he goes back to see that there's nobody on Banana. He's just gone to the car, he just dry peeked it. So a fourth man will be rotating. m0NESY will miss his first flick, but he's got JKS for support. Indeed, they move into the sandwich, but they come out on top. Man advantage for Big as HooXi makes his way over, but Searson is ready. m0NESY spotted the elbow, down goes Crimbo. 2 behind the smoke, going for the 180, but so much to do. Bomb site taken by Big, and only Nico remains now. Despite that information, seems he didn't get it quite in time on Banana.
It still felt like a good setup for G2. I don't think they'll be disappointed with the read they had. But they were fighting really aggressively into top mid, and it is an all-in setup. You either are going to shut it down and get into a massively advantageous position, or you're going to be traded, and the round might end up like this. I feel like JKS will be a little frustrated. He couldn't get a double kill from his elevated angle on Porch. They weren't really looking at him whatsoever.
Bit, baby. Into the clutch. Comes out wide with a smoke that's just a little too suspicious. Slides down around it.
Oh, this is so smart, man. And this poofiness allows him to separate the 1v1s. And then, of course,
watch this.
It's not just it. Up into the air and into the head of Shiro. And they end on a high. And honestly, that half was almost all highs for Na'Vi. In unreal performance, and I think here, man, there's no luck involved. They were the better team. They showed that they were clearly ahead of Cloud9 on every tactic they wanted to try. The individual level was there, but that wasn't what won them that half. It was the team play, and that's not what we expected for Na'Vi coming out of the groups where that looked the most shaky.
Now truly just a pistol away, seemingly, for a quick close to this best of 3. We get the Bit stare down into the wall. Electronics here to support. Perfecto's got the util. If Cloud9 think this banana peak is going to come for free, it shouldn't. First frag, however, easily exiles.
That's a nice move out of there, actually. With that flash, no overcommitment, but still top banana 1 here for Cloud9.
Utility laid down, and
yeah, they're not.
Perfecto's going to double back.
No kit here for the CT side, so really hoping that the game ends back towards the A site. Cloud9, however, ready to just re-exec on a B.
Smokes over the top. Perfecto, unless Lady Luck blesses that USP, which she won't. We're going to get a Cloud9 post plant.
Yeah, this will be more than difficult. They already used their utility. They're really hoping that would influence the rotations. And again, with the 3B setup to start things off, they were hoping to shut it down instead of have to retake. But they'll run into this.
Yeah, and listen, I think that a confident Na'Vi is a scary Na'Vi for their opponents. Simple. Not going to get those Berettas going. And Buster, good chance to reclaim what's been some lost blood across that first half. Bit, 2 kills, 1 HP left over. Just going to slide back here as he knows his time is limited. Him and Perfecto just wanting to save a Bit. I can't believe he gets another. I mean, The kid is on one, and I think that we saw rumblings of his success still just last week.
Yeah,
and
he looked good. Yeah.
You know, as a team, things were kind of sketchy, but Bit, who had fallen off, was already ahead of the rest of the team in terms of a recovery.
It was sort of Bit and Electronic, right? That seemed to be the most reliable coming into 2023. Continuing forward here in Kato. And Cloud9, again, now they've won 2 pistols, but they got ecoed in one of those 2, looking for a conversion.
Simple, real quick. Oh, no.
Well, was barely looking at him. 5v4, with all the utility, you think this is a full-on rifle round, but it is just that one FAMAS goes over to the high HP player Bit.
Now the 5.7s and Deagle can still do the work.
There's still a smoke left on the B side. Cloud9, it's hard to be aware of how many, smokes are available in a round like this. But, oh no, Simple, he's not done yet. Oh, we talked about a Simple from last week not rotating a lot. Well,
right?
Yeah, 2 different shots in 2 different parts of the map before the minute mark here.
His gameplay just felt tired,
That's a good way to put it, yeah.
Didn't feel sharp. And so to have him back, getting aggressive into the apartments, to have him laughing side by side with Bit, it's just an excellent experience if you're cheering for Na'Vi. If you're on that Cloud9 camp, well, there's still a chance in this one. Clean shots out of Shiro's. Galil will put that bomb down, and the CTs, it's a long sprint to this bomb site. So Shiro picks up all the slack that Simple had created. And while Bustard's pinned into the corner, it should be free. Peeks out, gets both, nice and easy. Little 2vx recovery coming in from Cloud9, and much needed at this 7-round deficit still.
So basically the 3v5 right there. Sure, well done. He's angry. He wasn't the liability last half. The whole game plan was just around how to make sure he had limited impact, and he still managed to get kills. It's just that that wasn't enough. They survived the eco.
But obviously still a worrying sign of things to come when Simple's pulling off deed kills. B-Stream update, G2 sweep away Inferno. That's of course in the other side of the group of death. Keto career high performance in order to get them into the group stage. We're gonna get the arch wrap rolling. Shiro at the helm of all this. Listen, it's ill-equipped CTs, but it's still 4 of them. 4 Na'Vi players regardless of the guns.
And no mollies.
They can do damage when you least expect it.
They got Shiro though.
Eagle from the pit. Dead in an instant. Buster double headshot. USP. Hopeful, but desperate. And so there you go, Cloud9. For your own sake, catch your breath. Add this one to the tally. And we talk about their CT-sided comebacks, and we saw the makings of it on Ancient until Electronic decided enough was enough. Well, how about a T-side comeback?
Yeah, and unfortunately, that part of that story, again, was that 5-1 start from Na'Vi. So when we got close to the end of the game, Na'Vi could try different things over and over again, make small improvements, and eventually stumble over a victory, or even have the chance for like that Tech 9 round from Electronic at the very end to dictate the outcome. And dude, these 2 teams, it can very easily end 16-14. It can very easily come down to 1 round. So, bad starts, even though it's kind of trite to talk about that as a reason to explain a loss or a win. With the margins so fine, it will be every little detail. And in this game, 6 rounds to play with for Na'Vi. And we've yet to see a full rifle. So that's going to come in now. Shiro on the T side up.
CT's with the Deep smoke, but nothing behind it. Just let Banana slip away if Cloud9 want to come take it. And the small sample size of CT rounds we've got out of Simple. It looks like he's looking to have a little fun, get adventurous, whether that's the push up into the apartments, quick glance down mid. Kind of whatever he's feeling at the moment, you know? And when Simple is feeling this game, there's nobody else better. Simple slides out, finds his timing versus Nafany, takes some damage, but still gets away with an easy 5v4.
It's a different guy. It's a different guy today.
It's the one we all want. Hobbit's looking to split with the mid push, which is coming out of Cloud9.
MPL into a duel in a second.
Giving it the jiggle. Yeah, knows he's pinned in. Good presence of mind. Survives what could have been a pinch. We got 20 seconds to spare here. Simple, dead from Graveyard. Bit's gonna draw a lot of attention, but then NPL stops the bounce peak. Bit brings one with him just at the final second. Jumping Shiro, plucked from the sky, and Na'Vi will take 13.
Phew, kind of small risks there for NPL trying to fight towards Arch. That could have been an easy Axel frag into getting back to the site. No utility for him. No moto smoke comes down. They know the split's happening, but it's the opening duel one for Simple, right? So it's an even easier hold. They have 3 players there versus 4, but this time they don't even need the rotations to come in. NPL does a great job playing off this box, his last piece of cover. I think they could have easily read that he would be here, but still hard to dislodge him. He has mini pit watching Arch for him. Even though the first guy dies, he makes up for it. Great round from NPL. Quick into 13 here for Na'Vi as soon as they get full guns. Don't know. Shiro's not going to be able to forward that up unless it's already on the floor. I don't think they need it, though. Not quite yet.
We're getting there, though. So it feels. Let's get it, Cloud9. Double Tech 9, Galil. There's a pulse that seems to be fading. Na'Vi to set up a game versus the winner of Liquid versus IHC. Loser tasked with running back the lower bracket of this group. Only 1 spot for the teams who lose their opening games.
Trying to make this tricky. Okay. They get a clue. Mauling the halls, pulling back out of this double cubby setup.
Simple stays tucked. Here comes the pop. Flashes. Good enough. Bit tucked in. Heard the player cross. Famas stops bomb. Oh, and it doesn't fall down into the pit. It's going to be real awkward to grab that back, especially with your AK player just stuck here in Little Pit. Bit's gonna take his head clean off. Swaps out to the USP, just buys time with the flashbangs. He feels he's under pressure, and that is the case. We've got Nafany up and above. Pulls the trigger down on Simple, swaps out to that Tech 9, and now it's all about where the hell is Electronic. Still, of course, over towards Smoke, slides back towards Moto.
Oh, it's Simple has full view of, or sorry, Electronic has full view of the balcony. Nafany walking out, easy frag for him. Nafany goes down, a nice attempt from him, but ultimately it's a contingency plan right there. Even though they're weak towards pit for a second, as soon as those nades come out, the double cubby setup decouples, they have the molly come into halls, and they rotate into spots to defend against that specific attack. Na'Vi ready with 3 on A again. And Bit does a fantastic job of getting 2 frags in the pit and staying alive as long as he did.
Gotta give Nafany credit for the attempt. Slides up and behind them, kind of gets lost track of. If only. Because at this point, it's much needed. Simple, his 16th onto Shiro. The hopes of Cloud9 on Inferno in the hands of Shiro at the start of this round. Now it's gonna have to be the unarmored pistols to reclaim it. Man, what a marked improvement from Na'Vi. Poor Buster loses his arms. Oof, man, It's just pistol kills, but give them to me. Every day that Simple's on this form is another good day of Counter-Strike. Go ahead. I'm so sorry, Nafany, but it has to be this way.
Okay. Ends them all. No problem. Searches them down, takes them out, one shot at a time, and Na'Vi hit 15. They've got a great Simple, a great Na'Vi. They are a step ahead of Cloud9. This will be a tough loss to swallow. I think there was no luck involved, man. This is some games, the scoreline doesn't tell the story. This one, it definitely does. It's even Cloud9 with a pistol and conversions in the second half into instantaneously losing on the rifles. Getting outread, outplayed.
It's a long road to the comeback. Cloud9, nowhere else to beat today. And at least it's guns back in their hands. Feels like the banana play out of Na'Vi has been pretty passive.
Yeah, it's
space there for C9 that they just don't really take.
The thing is, exactly, like what we talked about with Na'Vi is they took banana when they had it open. They turned that into a B-side exec. I think that's actually what would have been better for Cloud9 to try to do. But they've gone for different tactics, maybe trying to go one level deeper. And maybe Na'Vi know that they aren't always going to attack with full control. And, well, now they've got enough. They give it up 3 times in a row. They say, all right, this time Cloud9 will probably take it here. A lot of grenades left over here for Na'Vi.
Oh, speaking of which. First frag finds its home. Simple flashed off the angle, but that's fine. He's got 2 teammates with him. Saw some skin deep down in banana. And Electronic's just going to put the smoke now. Just completely stifles Cloud9's approach into this B site. One of the last few chances that they're going to have in this series to do anything at all, and it gets completely shut out. Singular point of HP for Buster, the new piece of Cloud9, who has suddenly found himself battered and bruised in a head-to-head that tends to always come up Na'Vi. Stark improvement to what we got from them last week, and I think I speak for everyone when I say, welcome Na'Vi to 2023.
Well, there's Na'Vi doing what a Na'Vi does, which is ultimately back in the saddle and taking down Cloud9 as their opener here. Now we get to get all the fixins, right, Maniac?
Yeah, all the fixin'. I think Connor said it perfectly at the cast. Welcome to 2023 Na'Vi. This is the first time I see them actually play this year. No question, no debate, no negotiation. Much better than Cloud9. Made their defense look like a Swiss cheese. More holes than actual cheese on that one. That was really fun.
You love some Swiss cheese.
Love it.
That's you guys. I'm off the cheese. I'm
That's
all
okay
right.
with turkey. Like, anyway, yes.
Lactose and all that. Yeah, no. Yeah.
Yes, you're lactose. I didn't know that.
Tolerant.
No, nonetheless,
Hello.
we are going to be joined up here with a winner interview on the desk. Hey, everybody. How's it going? My name's Trace. Alongside of us is MPL. Congratulations.
Thank you.
So, right out of the gate, man, introduce yourself, because I feel like some people probably, they're like, MPL, what do you mean, a nipple in the server? What's going on here?
Nipple?
Well, I mean, you said nipple, not me.
Nipple.
Yeah, nipple.
Yeah.
So,
That's a nice word.
cool. Yeah, nailed it. Anything, guys?
Well, congratulations. First question, very easy question. Did you expect, or how did you expect to be so easy? That is crazy.
Actually, we didn't expect that it would be so easy.
Okay.
But I don't know. Game was easy. Yeah. I don't know what to say, actually. Yeah. We just did our things, and that was working. So yeah.
Yeah, congratulations first, and to you as well individually, coming up into the big stage and playing for Na'Vi. Tell me about the time post-blast, pre-Katowice, the time in between. How did things go in terms of practice and for you individually and the team?
We had like 2 or 3 weeks of bootcamp before Blast, and 1 week between Blast and Katowice. Yeah. We practice a lot. We still need to work a lot. Like me, I need to try to introduce me more in the team, teaching me some things, new rounds, and yeah.
Is there something like special that you guys worked on in terms of like, let's say, utility or map control, or did you just do general stuff?
We're doing everything, yeah. Everything.
Everything. Okay.
Listen, NPL, I wanted to ask you, in that first half, there were a bunch of clutches that all went your way, honestly. Simple and Electronic had back-to-back 2v3s at the end of the half. We have them actually on camera, if you have a look at there. And I want to ask you, from the sideline, how does it feel to see them win these 2v3s like that, just easy?
I don't know. I don't want to say something bad about C9 guys, but...
No, you can do it. You can have some
you're
fun.
allowed
It's
to.
okay.
When you win, you can do that.
I don't know. That was a really weird retake. What it was doing here, I don't know. He just threw smoke and two other guys didn't go. So
From your perspective, did you know they were going to win it? You saw Simple and Electronic?
Yeah, of course, yeah.
I think we have the next round as well, because again, it's going to be the same situation. You guys do an execute on the A side. It's quite well, end up in the clutch again, and somehow your teammates, they win it again. Did you feel like they were, like Cloud9 was out of the server at that time?
I think we just was really good here at this match. So I don't think it's... Okay, of course, also Cloud9 not in good form, but we also were really good.
How does that feel to see all these clutches being won? You know, you're having a good time?
I don't know, I just was focused in game. So, of course, my teammates win every clutch. So.
That helps as well.
Oh, I like that. That's a pretty cool thing. Hey, let me ask you this, MPL. Like, what have you learned since just being here today and playing for the first time?
Today?
Mm-hmm. You learn anything from your experiences today?
I don't. I think yes, something I learned, but I don't know what.
Oh, well, yeah, okay, makes sense.
I mean, like, I'm feeling more comfortable with every game.
Yeah.
Maybe that's it.
Is it a big difference from like your previous team and this one in terms of practice? Like, how do you comprehend all the like switching up to the tier 1 from the previous team? Like, it must be like super different for you. How do you feel?
Yeah, there's a big difference, of course, because here we work more on micro situations, and we have even more procs. Like, it's something like small, but we have on 1 or 2 procs more than in my previous team. So now junior, I mean, you just have to work more here.
I wanted to ask you, in Copenhagen, on Inferno, you looked great. A couple of other maps, you had a bit more troubles, I guess, to get into rhythm. How does it feel for you when you are in Na'Vi and you have this high expectation and you're struggling a little bit at the beginning? How is it? How do you feel at that time?
It's hard, but but I try to fix it mistakes. I always say I try to fix it, but actually I do that a lot. Yeah, I try to.
How do you do it actually? Is it individual work?
Yeah, I try to watch my demos. I watch demos with my with the blade. Yeah, and I play more like I try to train my individual game more. I play FPL or Face It, something like this. Yeah.
Huh.
Awesome.
Yeah, still a long way to go for Na'Vi, but congratulations. This is a good start, I think. So we'll get you out of here if that's okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, man.
Thank
Bye.
you.
Congratulations.
Cool. So not only is that from the Na'Vi side, we do have the B stream as well. Do we have Banks somewhere around here? What's going on, James?
Giving you guys a little B stream update because I thought I'd get myself a little baby goat in here as G2 managed to get the 2-0 over Big. Start off on Anubis and, well, it was a bit of back and forth. It was a bit close, but G2 got it done. Then on Inferno, there was no problems at all. So what did you do, Manasi?
We won.
That's it.
It really is that easy. Like, I guess,
easy.
For Monastery. That's how Rush says it, at least. Rushly 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah. Nonetheless, G2, they do find their footing over there. Just to kind of touch on that one, had to be pretty happy for you. Real proud.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like Big is just a mismatch. I mean, G2 is just a mismatch for Big. Every time they face each other, the first map is like kind of close, and it's a blowout on Inferno. And they face on Inferno, just G2 just takes over. We took a little bit of a glance of the map, and it was like, what, 12-3 in the first half. It was like 9-1, 10-1, 11-1, whatever, right? And it seems like that Big, by the look at that body language and the just gestures they were making, they kind of gave up in the middle of the second map. That's how they look.
It happened to Big quite a few times as well in Copenhagen. If they don't win their map pick, which I think they can definitely have a decent level on, it feels like on the second one they get punished. They get slapped around. Like, there's a huge discrepancy between some of the maps. Fortunately, when you lose Anubis as the opener against G2, you know you're going to pay the price on Inferno.
Yeah, and guys, we're talking about paying the price. I think we've done that enough for this segment at least. So we go to a quick break, and by quick break, I mean we come back for the next series of games. We're still in the group stage. Hell, we just got started, all things considered. You're watching the Intel Extreme Masters, the 2023 rendition of Katowice. We're in Poland, and it's real cold outside.
The bell tolls for Cologne. This cathedral, a cathedral that is stacked from the earth to the heavens with the greatest of all the fans, the most passionate.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
What have you done to your hand, mate? What's going on here?
I fight it with config, 1v1.
Did you win? We're rocking and rolling here in Katowice. And, well, one team that we do have to talk about is Na'Vi, continuing to set some records. Simple, the best player in the world, is back here, but the roster, MPL, new kid on the block. They got to bring up to speed real quick. Last groups didn't look great. Let's see how they're going. Let's check in with Na'Vi.
First things first, bro. Back in Katowice, bit of a special one for all of us. Yeah. Feeling confident, feeling good to show your best selves?
We will try to show our best selves, but we're not feeling confident at the moment. I think we realize that we are not in the best shape, but still we always have a chance to surprise.
What do you think about the hairband the Simple's wearing, this new kind of like David Beckham hairband?
I think it started like with SDY. No, I mean the thing with hairstyles, like there was a lot of memes. And then he changed, I think, in Lisbon, he changed his hairstyle. Yeah. Looks like Ackerman. Or I don't know, maybe not. Yeah. And then I think Perfecto did something like with his
hair game is. They're leveling up. Okay, here's the deal. You don't drop a map if you don't lose a single map, and you lift the trophy undefeated. Black and yellow hair. What do you think?
Black and yellow?
Like half, like the Na'Vi, you know? You got the black.
I have to do blue and yellow for Ukraine.
Yes. Okay, blue and yellow. If you don't drop a map, what do you say?
Yeah, it's fine because I think I will do something like temporary, you know? Like
okay.
Not permanent, but temporary is fine.
We have a deal. All right, Blade's going to be dyeing his hair. Much love. Thank you very much. Valerie, can I talk to you? I could try. Yes. Okay, great. Just one question. That's all it is. Yes. You can play one Counter-Strike map for the rest of your life. You're living there. You know, like I'm thinking Anubis. You could kind of. It's sunny. There's some water.
It's not Anubis. It's not Anubis for sure. It's maybe
Overpass.
Ancient? Maybe ancient. Yeah, because it's
jungle.
Yes.
Okay. Right. Well, we're going to go hang out on Ancient, and that was my best interview to date. Thank you very much. NPL, I've got NPL with me. How was your travel, dude? You feeling rested and ready for the games ahead?
I guess, yeah. Because we flight yesterday. We arrived here at 3 p.m. Sorry, 3 p.m. Okay. Yeah, so it's been a long time.
Yeah. But are you feeling like the team is in a good space, both mentally and with practice, for good performance in a hard group?
We'll see. We still have a lot of work, but yeah, we'll try our best.
Okay, trying your best. It's the only thing you can do.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Who can I scrap? Oh, you! I see you running away. You think you can get away from me? Perfect. Yeah, no, I don't speak English. I don't speak. Yeah, he's lying to all of us. No, but real talk. I mean, you know, how are you guys? What's the general vibe? You know, it looked like in Copenhagen the vibe wasn't at its peak. Yep. Is it possible to just, shake it off and come in with good energy this week?
We just want to be chill and relax, and after we want to focus and destroy this tournament. Yeah.
Look, I like the head. You style this yourself, or you get some help?
I can just change my styles. It's my second style. Yeah. I have just this
like a Lego man. You just.
I have another head, so I just can swap and. Yeah.
Yeah, I fuck with it. It looks good, man. No, well, they messed mine up. Look at this. I got clown hair on the side. I don't know what I'm doing. Yeah, but anyway, I'm stealing your time. Last question. I just want to know, when you look at the groups, do you feel like one is a bit stacked or harder than the other?
You mean strong team in the group? Yeah, but it's cool. We can prepare for a good team and have good training. So,
if you could choose, would you play against top teams that you know how they play, or the up and coming new boys who are a bit different?
It's 100%. It's top team because it's every time it's very interesting to play against them.
Yeah. Thank you very much, bro. My worst habit is I ask you a question and you're talking. I'm so engrossed in your answer that I'm just still holding the microphone in front of my face.
It's good because I'm about to get like a lav mic, so I don't have to hold it. So.
What are you up to today?
I'm gonna do some fun little interviews with G2, Navi, and Heroic, which you will see on broadcast, of course. Talking about IGLs, AI stuff. I don't really know, so let's see.
A mixed bag, AI, and a little bit of strategy as well. Okay, well, I wish you the best of luck, and of course, we'll be catching up with G2 if I can find them.
Good morning. So you're making content, but we're making content of you making content. So if you just want to look directly into this camera and stare down everybody at home, let them know how you're feeling this lovely morning.
I feel great. I got 6 hours of sleep because our plane was fucked, so that was great.
Now look, G2, last year, you weren't here with the boys, but they're in the final. This year, you've got a group of death. It's kind of rough.
No, it's fine. I'm just happy to be in the main tournament this time. Last time I only got to play in. So, yeah, I don't complain.
Okay, always look on the bright side. Big smile on the face. Let's head on in here and see if we can find something. Who should we harass? Justin looks cranky this morning.
Ask Justin some questions. He is definitely in a good mood today, yeah.
Okay, all right, let's see. Can we, excuse me, gentlemen, hello.
Hello.
How you doing, the gentleman of G2?
I'm doing really well so far. Just start of the media day, never is, but yeah, this is how it is. We need to do it, and yeah, all good. And for you?
Yeah, man, I heard Justin's in a great mood, so I'm excited to ask him some questions.
He's never in a great mood, so watch out. Be careful. Be careful.
Here he is. Here he is, Mr. Happy himself. Justin, hi. How are you feeling? How are you feeling this morning?
I'm tired.
Yeah?
Yep.
Is that it?
Yep.
You don't the king of Katowice, you don't want to talk to me?
No.
You're the reigning champ.
I'm tired.
Back to back. Well, okay. Swanee, mate, you're coaching these lads.
Yeah.
Is it out of control?
No. Never.
It's fun.
It's always fun.
All right, let's see what Adela's up. Oh, it's my favorite. You've got Juzzy Bear. Look at him. Look how happy he is to be here.
Like, he looks very talkative and he looks very happy, and he looks like a person who's very happy to come back to Katowice Spodek and defend his trophy. This is the face of a man who's ready to do all that.
I'm glad we agree on that. Who's your favorite player to take photos of?
To take photos of? That's a very difficult question. I know who's my favorite to edit. It's everyone who has bleached hair. I would like to give shoutouts to Nico from G2 because he changed his hairstyle recently and it makes it very easy to edit. So thank you, Nico.
Here he is, the man himself. Well, yeah, we can talk to them too, mate. How you doing?
I'm good. I'm happy to be back here in Katowice. How are you?
Yeah, not too bad. Does it feel weird? You got Justin on your team this time, and last time he kind of ruined things.
Let's not mention those things. No, I'm kidding. Yeah, it's nice to have him. Hopefully, he will help us now to lift the trophy here.
Good start to the year, though. Blast groups was pretty nice. You're riding the high, or is that things are going too well? What's going to go wrong here?
Yeah, I mean, definitely last events has been pretty good, but I think we all know this is the real test, and we all know that if we manage to do good here, then obviously we are on a very good path. But yeah, we are very focused on ourselves right now, and we are confident. But yeah, it's the first real big tournament for us in a while, so we'll see how it goes. But we are definitely aiming for a trophy.
Okay, were you on the late flight as well? You just got here, it was a bit delayed. I heard there was a few travel issues.
Yeah, myself and Hunter, we didn't have issues, but Huxi and Justin, they had some issues with the plane, but they arrived safe here. They're happy to do media, as you could have seen on their faces. But yeah, it's all good so far.
A few sunny dispositions right there. Look, Huxley's smiling. Justin, of course, keeping the yeah. Look, I thought he should be happy. He won here last year. You'd think, yeah, I'm back. I get the chance to defend the title.
Well, maybe that's why he won it, so he doesn't care.
Yeah, fair enough. He's done already.
I'm happy I never won it.
Oh, okay. Well, look, I never won anything, and I try to be happy all the time, mate. So, all right, I'll leave you boys to it. Thank you for your time, and good luck in the tournament.
Thank you, Chad.
How's the hair going this morning, mate? How you looking? How you feeling?
Looks good, feeling good. Everything's Gucci.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just Gucci.
Just Gucci. First morning of the Katowice feels amazing.
So first time round, you're in the grand final. Second time round, fill in the blank.
Lift the trophy.
Lift the trophy.
Yeah.
Okay, you got to go now. You have to go now. But any words to the people at home?
Love you.
All right. Goodbye, mate. Have fun. All right, international team that can, MOUZ. They've been turning heads in, well, the last 6 months. We haven't seen them play yet in 2023. My favourite, Dexter, in-game leading the squad. Exertion, Torgi on the AWP. You've got JDC and, of course, Frozen in the mix, all led by Cycron. And I've actually put out a nice piece of artwork here. MOUZ, let's see what they have to say today.
You seen you got free haircuts over there?
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, it is very cool, yeah.
Frozen, you actually have less hair than I was expecting. Normally you got a ton of hair. What's going on here?
I just got a fresh cut before I left, so.
Oh, okay. You came prepared.
Didn't know there's gonna be such options here, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's fair, that's fair.
It's luxury.
Yeah, it is. It did feel like a treat. I got my beard all shaped up. I feel like a new man. But you guys feeling like a new team, or are you feeling like a good vibes for coming into Kato? A lot of big names here and a lot of stacked groups.
Yeah, I mean, I even talked to David about this. It's my second event, like major event, I would say, because I had the major, but I would say like the major has a lot of teams and some are like the top tier. And then also there is also like people who obviously deserve to be there, but are not the absolute best, right? So I feel like in an event like Katowice, there is only the best teams here. So it's my first time and I'm very excited. I think every match will be difficult. And yeah, I think we're well prepared. I think we had a good bootcamp coming into it. Good mood, good vibes in the team. And I'm just excited.
So this dude turns it to his first LAN, body bags Rio. Now he's doing interviews like a professional as well. I don't understand. Frozen, I just want to hear from you because you've done a Kato before.
Yeah. But
How are you kind of helping the others that haven't, be equipped and ready for an event like this?
I mean, I think they already showed it in Rio and other tournaments. They are ready, you know. So I think from now on, it's only up to us how far we can go in these tournaments, you know, because I don't think there is such a thing as inexperience at the moment. And yeah, I mean, we're just hungry to play, and yeah, we're gonna show it.
It's crazy how quickly you've gone from being the new kid on the block to now, oh yeah, no, he's the most experienced member of the team. You know, like does it feel as quick for you? Does it feel like it's just you've speed run through the steps?
I mean, it definitely feels quick. I feel like the other day I was just 15, 16, coming to the scene, and yeah, as you said, now I'm probably the most experienced in the team, and it is shocking in a way, but I'm getting used to it, you know, and I'm also at the state where I'm still learning a lot, you know. It's not like I cannot learn anything no more. I'm always hungry to learn, and even though I'm maybe most experienced, I'm still getting experience.
Sorry, the Frenchies are interrupting the internet. Putain! Good to speak to you boys and best of luck.
Thank you.
Cheers. Well, better tidy this up, huh?
Dexter.
One thing I remember from here.
Oh.
Goated iced tea. It was.
Why is the iced tea good?
I know I never actually in my country you can never find a Lipton can iced tea. It just hits different from a can. And last time I was here, it was here, and I was hoping I might find it here again. And I come and it is here again.
You got what you wanted, Frozen. How's the start to the year been for you?
It's been pretty good.
This way to the light.
More light. Pretty good. We've just been getting back into practice. Been having a pretty chill start for the first month. And other than that, yeah, we're ready to go. Everyone's taking the energy from the end of last year into now, and I think everyone's in a good state.
That's what I want to hear. And did you get to go home at all? Or did you stay out in Germany?
No, I went back to Australia for like 7 weeks. So finally saw my whole family, everything like that. It's been like years and years.
So now I think you're going to be more dangerous, right? Because you've been home, you've got to properly rest, and now you're coming back to just dominate.
Yeah, let's hope so. Yeah, I feel confident at least. Yeah.
And how's the young dudes doing?
Everyone's good. Everyone's taking a more healthy approach this year. We've had a lot of talks at the end of last year because of a lot of traveling and whatnot, now everyone's kind of embraced their health life now, and I'm glad I've had me and at least the staff behind MOUZ just have like a little bit of a responsibility with that, and we've done well.
So is this like better food, bit more gym and stuff, or what is it? Because I always see Cycro in the gym, to be fair.
Yeah, more gym, better food with just on the water grind at least, and always eating healthy, try not to eating too much and not snacking too badly.
Yeah.
Sometimes you can enjoy yourself, but yeah, just right now, just making sure that everyone's kind of more focused.
Everything's a balance, that's for sure. Let's have a look at FaceClam.
Looking fresh with your new fade. I saw you getting that sorted out. What's good, home dog? What's good, home slice? I mean, I wanted to ask a little bit about coming into the new year. You know, like Rio was not fun, I'd imagine, but necessary maybe. Where's the headspace at? New year, new you. Get back on the grind, or is it just shaking Rio off and getting back to the real stuff?
I mean, we're starting like last year, right? We had Standard and Blast.
Yeah.
So this time we are the full lineup for Katowice. That's a good start. I mean, I think we ended the year on a good note. In that sense, we went top 4 in the last 2 tournaments, right? So we went to the final. So yeah, Rio was rough, but I think we learned a lot from that, and hopefully we show good face here.
Yeah, I mean, you already showed a good face at the start of the year. It's just a question of maintaining. Katowice has got a rather large list of teams I can imagine lifting the trophy. Can you visualize FaZe being one of them?
Yeah, I think so. I think we're in a good spot. We are not ranked number 1 in the world. And I think right now we might go under some people's radar maybe. In that sense, we feel prepared. We didn't have the best preparation, but I think we have been a team that even not with the best preparation, we can still hit peak performance. But I'm going to say our group is very, very tough. When I look at that, it's going to be a bloodbath, and some big names are going out early. And hopefully we can remain strong. And I think it just comes down to mentality, and I think the mood is so good in our camp right now. We're just happy to have Robin and Rain back, so it creates a little honeymoon, and that's good here during the winter here in Katowice.
Would you say, though, that what you're talking about, this like intangible mentality vibe, we use lots of words for it, do you think that plays one of the biggest parts when all the teams can and are so close and so competitive? It is down to atmosphere, vibe, all these floaty bullshit words?
Yeah, I think our team has mentioned many interviews with the vibes, and our team is so good. Everybody's just living inside the break room. Yeah, so I think vibes is very important for us, and I think that's when we play the best. And having the whole team from the beginning creates a good, sustainable vibe. So I think having the great mindset and a good mindset before the game and during the game is the most important thing right now, because everybody's shooting so hard. They was playing perfect CS. Yeah. So it just comes down to that one last percentage.
He's a cutie, right?
That's running by.
Yeah. It's absolute chaos here today, but I'm sure I'll let you get on with your day. Thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Enjoy the window.
Yeah. So I'm inside here at the hotel. The players are rocking up for their media day. We've got the main event teams pulling up today. I've already seen a lot of the big faces that are going to be on your screens. But why don't we step outside? I heard Chad got his layers on and is looking for the outsiders outside while I'm inside. So let's go outside. I'm going to hide. Sorry.
I think it's outsiders are back in action. We got Dustin here. We got Dustin. How are we going? What have you done to your hand, mate? What's going on here?
I fight it with Config, 1v1.
Did you win?
No, he's very muscle.
Okay.
He more trainer.
More trainer.
Yes.
All right, let's get you out of the snow, mate. Let's get under here. All right, well, hold up. I'll come back to you. James, I need you, mate. Do you want to promote your YouTube channel for everybody?
No, thank you.
Yeah, but it's really good content.
Yes.
Kyron, we haven't met before. How are you?
I'm fine.
How's your English?
I'm pretty decent, but yeah, I would say pretty decent.
So that means we can come do the interviews with you?
Maybe post-match, but Dustin doesn't want to put a lot of pressure on me. So not a lot of interviews, maybe just one.
Okay, so you shoot heads, and then if you win, maybe an interview.
Yeah, that's it, I guess. That's the fair deal.
All right, I'll let you get out of the snow. I want to take Dustin here, all right, mate? I want to talk to the big man himself. Oh, all right. You want to go inside?
Yeah.
Let's go inside. The double F combo. You got these two, right?
Yes.
Which one of them F's a bit harder, mate?
I don't know. It's both very strong. Yes. F team.
How's things been going?
All good.
Yeah.
We take new guy to be more strong, and it's like new energy. If you know what I saw your podcast and you said good things about our change. I can't say everything about why we changed and so on, but actually it's new energy, new cycle, and new for everything. Yeah. And I think you feel. But it's experience.
Feels like even more firepower, though.
Mm-hmm. Yes. To be more consistent, to be more to be more strong generally, to be close to contender of title.
Gives you more options.
Yes. He's new. We can teach him for any role. New young kinder.
Oh, new young Yakinda. All right, exciting. Now let me get in the middle of you two here. One second. Boys, you've already won a major. Why are you still playing? You beat the game.
We need money for living.
Is that why you're playing for the money?
Because we love winning people at some tournaments and we love to play CS.
Okay.
Hey, Kicker.
Hello, man.
You look tired. You cool?
Yeah, I'm cool. We woke up at 8 a.m.
For what? Media?
Yeah, media.
Bruh.
I'm so excited. You can see it on my face.
Well, major champion Kicker, right? I mean, do you wake up with a little bit more of a smile on your face now, even when you are having to get up at 8 a.m.?
When I realized that it's 8 a.m., I wasn't happy. I was like, oh, I want to sleep 2 more hours.
Yeah, okay, I don't blame you. Are you on those the gamer sleep schedule? Like, when you're at home, are you getting up at like 12, 1 p.m., or are you a good boy?
Usually we are trying to set our schedule like for tournaments, so we kind of waiting to our game to be announced. Like if it's gonna be 12, it's gonna be right that we are waking up at 8 a.m. But if it's gonna be a late game, like it's wrong. We have to wake up. Yeah, we have to sleep 6 more hours later.
One Counter-Strike question, because I was looking at your group. Looks like a good group. You know, is there a team that you're particularly focusing on before you get into the match?
Not really like focusing, but I would like to play against Cloud9, against my bro Buster.
Oh, that is exciting. Yeah. Were you happy for him to see him get the spot?
Sure, I'm really happy because he wasn't playing like 8 or 9 months. Like he was without a team, and I really was happy when Cloud9 announced him signing, so it made me happy.
It's he's got a tough job to play that like support glue man. You played a lot with him. Does it make sense? Do you think Buster can play that role well and just make sure everyone else is set up?
In my opinion, he can do any role like in a good way, even if it's support role, like even if it's some decision-making role. So I think he'll be fine.
Now we're just deciding who our final teams are. They're going to be making through to the Katowice groups, and Vitality is going to be one of the teams that's already there. Now, we're starting to put higher expectations on him. Zaiwu playing well, but they need to perform at Katowice, especially with a major coming up soon.
Salutations. Oh là là.
Hurry up! Ah, Pierre!
Zaiwu needs to come back. Dupree 14 points ahead. Oh!
No! He's speaking I too kept long. hitting Last year the record was like 240.
But I swear I've seen you like in the facility. You've got that in the Vitality facility, no? Like the.
Yeah, back in the days on the Stade de France was nice for Zaiwu. Liked it before the game, so it seems like the same thing. So yeah, but maybe we need to bring it to the venue for the warm up. ESL.
Okay. So we get like aimbots, reaction speed, maybe some deathmatch. Perfect.
Yeah, and sometime with the tennis ball. I don't know if you saw that sometime.
Is it like the Formula One?
Yeah.
What does that do? I always see them doing that before a race.
Yeah.
That's just for like reaction.
Yes, there's some warm up of the reactions. Yeah, sounds good. But Zaiwu is the most accurate guys on the team for this. So.
But I mean, you work in performance as well, right? So.
Kind of. I'm a manager and I have a background of like a sportsman, and yeah, I can bring them some tools if they want to use it. I'm not. Some tournaments they use it, sometimes not, and at home obviously not. So yeah, but like Dupree, look this guy. You want to train? Eh?
Yeah. Okay. Can I have a game? Okay. Okay.
I think Simon got like 198. Okay, so
look, you stand higher than Dupree, no?
That's true. I wasn't as low to the. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
And you're hitting the live.
Were you using fingertips?
Yeah. Dupree using that, but I don't know.
Okay. Wow, I actually quite like that. How's the vibes with Peter Rasmussen? Where are you at, bro?
I'm really good. I'm gonna have a kid in 1 month. So yeah.
Daddy Dupree. Oh man, congratulations. I mean, it's kind of on my mind that, you know, I'm thinking about all these people I've seen grow up with me. Like I've been growing up, you've been growing up, everyone's growing up. Daddy Dupree. Yes. Has reality sunk in? Your last month is where you're the priority?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's kind of crazy. I mean, I think I'm as prepared as I can be, but I don't think I will ever be that prepared. I mean, that's at least what we talked about at home with my girlfriend. Is that we've done all the practical stuff, we've bought all the things as much as we can, and we've studied the things we could study. And right now, it's all about just getting into it and then realizing that we will probably make mistakes and we will need to learn. But you know, it's the first like we're just rookies, so we're just gonna go with the flow.
You could literally do the same interview for a Counter-Strike match. Like, well, we've prepared as much as we thought we could. You know, we're gonna make some mistakes. It's all. I mean, it sounds like it's a universal truth. Yeah. Man, I mean, that is exciting. Do you know? And yeah, you got an expectation date, so it's just Katowice, and then we lose you for a bit.
She's due to on March 2nd, so that's in like a month.
Yeah.
Just under a month.
Yeah, so like Pro League after Pro League or during Pro League. Honestly, great to speak to you, man, and congratulations. Good luck in the tournament.
Thank you.
All right, in before comments about the cable management. We don't care about the cable management, guys. We care about having an efficient casting setup, and what we've had before. Definitely not the case. This time round, made a couple suggestions. The good guys at ESL have hooked us up here. Now I'll take you through a couple of the elements. So first and foremost, that big screen over there with the camera above it, that's the PGM. That's what everyone at home see, and that's what we're going to capture all of the action off of. Camera obviously recording us at all times, and if we ever end up on air. Now, next to, the setup, we've obviously got the real important stuff here, standing mats. Now, if any of you have worked in a supermarket before, you know how important this is. Some stools if we want to take the weight off, but this is where we get into the good stuff. We have a standing desk, adjustable, right? We can bring it up, we can bring it down, whatever we need. On top of that, we've got gaming PCs to run Counter-Strike off onto these dual monitors. And one of the cool details here is being able to, while standing and casting, adjust the screen to the preferred height to be able to we usually have in-game here. And then we have some stats or some other information going on these side screens. Both casters have their own setups respectively. We got the headsets going on, the talkback boxes, all that good stuff. And it makes doing our job a whole lot easier. What's going on today, mate? Can you, look, instead of me telling everybody what we're here for, it's Friday.
You always try, don't you, Chad? You notice in the lobby that it never gets in. It never gets in, just cut in the end. Just a little skit in here, G2. They're doing a real-life kind of mission after their recent success, and we're going to put them to the test. Harry, more specifically.
I've seen the script. Looks like it has a couple of nice little nuggets in there. Yeah. But overall for the day, you know, so what is today? You know, not just about the skit, not just what you got your hands on. What for the people at home? What's today all about?
Everything going on. That's what people want, you know.
All right, well, Oscar, if you can make sure you use this clip this time around, so Frank actually does end up as part of the lobby and can't avoid it. If he says take it out, don't do it. Put it in.
We'll see.
Put it in. All right, Frank, thank you.
Thank you so much. Cheers. Take care.
Bye.
Harry Russell, a big hero with a big heart. What do you call this, man?
This?
Yeah.
This is my armor, dude. Yeah, no, but it's kind of cool, isn't it? Like we've never. I don't know how it looks.
Bro, me and you, we like to experiment.
Yeah.
It's fashion with fashion.
Yeah.
You know, tech wear. This could be your era. You know, you start wearing harnesses, Kevlar vests, maybe helmets.
Yeah, the Kevlar vest one's going to be interesting because I travel a lot. I don't know how they're going to feel about about that, but yeah, no, I would be down to wear this. I feel confident in it. I gotta say, I feel confident.
You look great. That's all I'm saying, yeah. Anyway, that's one hero. Let's focus on another. How about Heroic? You see the segue there? Yeah, Heroic. Let's check on them.
I'm getting in your face testers before makeup even starts, mate. Good morning. How you doing? Welcome to Katowice.
I'm good.
How was travel?
It was good. No issues, no delays, no anything, so it went smoothly.
We're kicking media off real early here. This is like a behind-the-scenes, bit more candid situation going on, mate. So you got any fun? I heard Cadian's not feeling too well. How's he doing?
Yeah, he's feeling a bit rough, but you know him. He's a beast, and he's gonna step up when it's needed, and he's gonna save all his energy for the match tomorrow. So I have no doubts in him, even though he's feeling bad, and I know he will come back.
Okay, now look, I'm going to be like player management here. Look, they're taking you this way. They want you to go to makeup. So come with me. All right, we'll take you around. The rest of your team popping in. Casper, do we need to keep like a zone away from you, mate?
It's not COVID. It's not COVID, guys. I promise.
All right, so you just a little bit slow out the gates in Canada.
Yeah, like dizzy, muscles, little tins. I have a good team behind me, so they can do it without me as well.
Okay, well, hopefully you feel better because we love that energy. We love seeing. We got the star of what was it? Game and Glory. Was that the name? I don't know, but mate, what did you think of that? What light do you think that painted you in?
Well, it was really awesome. To be honest, I've received a lot of positive feedback from the documentary. People who
didn't know too much about my leadership and how things were approached, and thought it was really cool. And I mean, when I started talking to them at Rio, I didn't expect to play that big of a role in the documentary. But yeah, I mean, it was cool. You know, it was fun, and I think the production is also a level above what we've seen in esports in the past.
Okay, well, he's still very professional in interviews. He doesn't seem that sick right here, but all right. Hopefully you feel better, mate. I'm going to jump around and harass some of your teammates. Kadian's not feeling well, right? We don't want to stick on this for too long, but are you going to step up? Are you going to get yelling? Are you going to do your best Kadian cosplay? Can you think you've got that energy?
I don't know about yelling, though. I can do some positive things in-game. I can give some good vibes and give some good comments about his calling, even though he's not feeling 100%. Okay. I mean, we're not playing today. So he will probably get better.
Yeah. Well, that's a good point. You raise a good point. So I guess we could dive into the group situation. Now, your group compared to Group A. Now, the people at home, I know what they think. What do you think about the groups? Which group's harder?
I mean, definitely Group A. I mean, we talked a little about it yesterday, and there's a huge difference. I feel like all the insane teams are in Group A. So it's going to be an interesting group.
In Group B, however, who do you think is going to be or who traditionally has been your toughest opponent out of those names?
I don't know, actually. I feel like we can beat all of them. But I mean, we lost to Vitality last week. But we also played a really awful CS as well. So that definitely won't happen again. So I don't know. I think it's hard. OG is in our group as well, aren't they? Yeah. We usually have a hard time against them as well, but I think with time as well we learned how they play in game as well. So I feel like we have an easier time now.
You get taller every time I see you. Are you going to stop growing anytime soon?
You think I am? Yeah, maybe I am. Maybe I am. I don't know.
You just make me feel shorter and older. Like I think I'm shrinking at this point. How's the year started for you, mate? You know, we had the Christmas holidays. We had all that good stuff. Then you're back into Counter-Strike. Did you enjoy your break?
Yeah, I would say I enjoyed my break, and I feel really motivated to be back. And I'm just really happy to be back.
Where are you coming in the top 20 players this year? You put a goal. You got like a vision board?
No, I'll just keep focusing on improving with individual and with the team.
Come on, man, give me some of this shit. It's like, nah, you know what? I don't care about the trophies. I want to be number one. Right? Where's all that? You know, where's that attitude?
Oh, you know, I'm Danish. I'll keep it like this.
All right, fair enough. All right, well, good luck, and yeah, we'll see you guys playing tomorrow.
Yes, thank you.
This is the talent area. We have an empty green room on the left, an empty green room over here on the right. As we continue forward, yet another empty green room. Here on the left, however, we do have Trace Saranthus doing the most important thing, ironing his shirt, making sure that there are no creases, being very adult about it, an expert in the field. As we move forward, yet another empty green room. And then finally, if we are very quiet, everybody decided to just all poke into one room here. So you can see Kassad, we have a bit of Hawker, a bit of Mike, Heku, Peacemaker, and Amit, our producer. They're having a bit of a chit-chat. They weren't meant to acknowledge me, but they are, so let's keep on moving. If we move on out here, take a bit of a look around. We've got catering area. There's a bunch of snacks, savory, sweet, all that good stuff, some coffee, tea. We got Mr. James Bartoff himself right here. He's hanging out. He gave you a bit of a wave. There he is. James, we're doing some behind-the-scenes content, mate. Do you have anything you want to say to the people at home?
I love the food. It's really good. Yeah, it's great. Yeah. I'm eating wafers. I have tea. And there's bananas for scale, so I'm pleased.
All right, well, we're going to go to my favorite, my absolute favorite. He's actually not, I don't know what he's doing right now. He's not in the observing station. Rushley Ranger 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and of course 6. Thank you for joining us here today. This is a prestigious interview. Wearing your favorite shirt, I see.
Yes, this is the second day I've worn this shirt. It's pretty, it's okay though. It smells all right.
Now let me get down on your level. I don't want to look down on you like such a benevolent dictator by any means. Are you prepped and ready for another day?
I think so, yes. I'm ready to go for the game today, which is MIBR versus Fnatic. You know, a bit of British pride. You know, we don't really have a team to cheer for, so I'm rooting for my boys on the team. Mezzi, I hope he's going to do some good stuff. You know, he's a good lad, and I think he's got a good shot as well.
A good lad with a good shot. Can you show us some of your hand stretches here for the 1s to 0s?
Yeah, normally I like to do a little bit of this. I don't know if you can get close up on that, a little bit of that. I also like to do this a little bit. Yep. Just like a little massage. Nothing crazy or anything like that, but I feel like it does loosen up the fingers, so I'm nice and fast, on the keys,
Look, guys, I don't know. Some of you enjoy this weather. I particularly don't. I really don't have a whole lot to say about this one. We're going with puns. That's a bit of a theme here today. Well, snow, when it melts, it turns into liquid. I think Machine was talking to liquid. Let's see what he has to say.
But yeah, like Shikenda's cool, I guess. He's kind of cool. Sometimes he's cool. Sometimes he's not. Sometimes he doesn't want to speak to me. That's good. You all right?
How are you?
Yeah, you feeling okay?
I'm a bit sick, so be careful.
Oh, okay. Maybe we'll interview someone else, but I'll stand over here. So you're feeling a bit under the weather. You've got a very warm jacket, so it's definitely not the snow. But how are the vibes arriving in Katowice? It's a special place.
Yeah, I'm in Katowice. I'm here for second year. I've been here on the minor, and I've been here last year for the LAN event. Obviously, I played the online event as well, but it's not the same, right? Same hotel, same people. What can be better? What can be better? And especially like the snowy weather. This is the first time I see the snow in this year. So it's pretty.
Yeah, it's gamer weather for sure. I'm gonna go and bother your teammates. I'll be right back. Thank you. You got used to this makeup thing yet, or is it still kind of weird?
I'm used to it.
Yeah. So when they ask you to look up, you can do that consistently.
I'm basically an expert now.
And are you an expert in getting out of a scary group in Katowice?
Historically, no, but we're gonna have to change that.
Okay, nice, good answer. And for you guys coming into this, what was your what was the lead in like? Do you feel like you kind of been bouncing all over the place, or have you had time to kind of get centered and prepared?
I think since we came back, we've been progressing a lot, and we finally started playing a lot better towards the later end of coming back. So I think we're playing a lot better than we were at Blast.
Okay, well that is something I cannot wait to see more of. Now I'm going to bother Joker Steve. Oh, actually, OC's looking a bit. He's like, he genuine deer in the headlights as we made eye contact, and he's like, no, please, Steve, come back. Oh, sorry. Greetings, Mr. OC. My first question is, what's the vibe?
We're feeling pretty good. Yeah. I think the vibes are good. I don't know. We'll see how it goes, but I'm pretty sure that we're gonna have a better showing than we did in Blast earlier this year.
Yeah, I think I can imagine that kind of that.
Can't get worse.
Can't get what? Did you say it can't get worse?
It can't get much worse. We just gotta make sure we're doing the fundamentals right. I mean, I think in the beginning of this year, or like the first tournament, we showed a lot of rustiness and we weren't really into it too much. So I think the practice has been going pretty well, and as long as we're not messing up the small little things, then we should be all right.
Isn't that the hard part though? Like we say fundamentals, and in my head I think, oh, that's the easy stuff. But like fundamentals at tier 1, highest level, any slight misjudgment and miscalculation is immediately punished. Does it feel that way?
Yeah, definitely. Like one small mistake could lose you a round. Yeah.
And it could be the round.
Yeah, it could spiral into 3 rounds lost because of economy. So, making sure that that we don't mess up those small little things is super important, even though it seems pretty basic. I think it's super important. That's what we need in order to have these consistent results. So, yeah, just, making sure we're not messing up any of those things, and then we'll see.
Can I ask some just like genuine questions?
Go ahead.
Okay, because I don't see you talking as much as other coaches during the games. Like, okay. I hope that might just be the eye test, okay. But I see like sometimes, during the tactical timeouts, you'll kind of remain stalwart. You will obviously be sometimes much more active on the mic. My question is like, do you find that you're still working out when and where you're required?
It just depends on like what the pause is for. Like, is it a pause to just stop momentum? Is it a pause to just give, Yakinder and Nick more time to talk? Because like, to be honest, most of our prep and planning is done before the game, and it's very rare that the team is going to be like completely stumped of what to do because we plan and prepare ahead. So there's times where, I'll have an idea and I see that we're not doing it, so I'll say it.
And then there's like the odd time last year where I had to be like, let's just calm down and focus because we were getting a little in our heads. But we've been pretty good at like controlling like the mentality, especially lately. So, I mean, and during, like you said, during tech pauses, I mean, I'm not allowed to talk technically.
Did I say tech? Sorry, tack. Yeah, my fault.
I mean, some coaches like to talk during tech pauses, but
well, look, that's an interview for another time, perhaps. Yeah,
maybe.
But that is insightful in terms of everything's, you can be hands off to an extent because it's not like your team needs you to go spell it out for them. All right,
I mean,
guys.
there's only so much you can say in a 30-second pause. Like, I can say an idea of what I think might work, but I can't like call the micro like I was when I was playing because I don't have time in 30 seconds to call like all the micro and all the little changes and intricacies that I would if I was playing.
And in the contrast from playing to coaching, I imagine it would be kind of frustrating half the time, in terms of not being able to have such an influence on the game. Or are there pros and cons to both, this in the contrast of being a player and being a coach?
I mean, obviously the IGL has more impact. That's just obvious, especially during the game. A coach is a more supportive element during the game, especially. Like, I'd say a coach's biggest impact is before and after the game. When you're reviewing, doing practice, all that. During the game, I mean, 4 30-second pauses, like, there are things you can do with them, but it's not... Compared to the IGL, it can talk 24/7. It's completely different.
But in terms of impact, I don't think it would be fair to characterize impact in the server as the only way you can make impact. Like you're saying, there's all of the stuff you're doing in the lead up. But I was just wondering, do you get, are you getting similar kind of rewards when things go well? And, when the team wins, are you feeling that win? Do you feel the losses as badly? Does a loss still hurt like as a loss used to?
I'd say it's different. Like, I still feel the wins and the losses and the pain of it, but obviously if we lose and I go like -25, then I'm going to feel a lot worse than if I lose and I'm a coach.
You've got the HLTV page up in your prac room and you just kind of...
No, yeah, there's no rating for me. So.
Yeah, it's sick. It's sick,
actually, yeah.
Thank you very much for your time, bro. Cheers. Appreciate it.
Ollie, stop pretending you're working. Come here.
Yes.
Oh, you actually were working. I'm sorry. Ollie is our stage manager / fixer of everything, removing Kassad from the venue when he's being out of line. What is your favorite part of your job?
Audience interviews with you.
My man, there we go. That's what I like. No, really, what is the best part of your job?
Yeah, setting up interviews. It's actually true. So, and if you come to arena, we have audience. That's a good fun part to see all the good fans and yeah.
Now, one thing to say about Ollie, the great thing about him is not only do players really like him and they get on with him, you see a lot of them, but also now fans, they start to recognize you from event to event, right? You have some crazy stories, some fun stuff you get to do with fans?
Nothing that can be shared on camera. No, there's a lot of stories. I mean, Rio, for example, where I met the fan cam fans in the arena. These I already knew from the online tournaments, and it was great to see them in the arena in live. That was cool.
The one I'm going to remember most is back when we were in Denmark, Udance, and you are not as tall as some of these huge Danish guys we were dealing with. And you, the crowd was crazy. Astralis had just won. We were about to go give them their gold bars for winning the Intel Grand Slam. And Ollie is keeping everyone away from me and back to work. That was pretty impressive from you. There's some strength in these arms, mate.
Yeah, more or less. Yeah.
More or less.
Also, I'm not that tiny. It's just James Bank is that huge.
Why does everyone say it's no? I'll come down to your level. We'll stay like this.
All right, so we're in the Hall of Heroes, as it's been dubbed. This is the stream area for Stream A. We're going to take a look and see what we can find, see what's going on before the matches kick off today. This is the final day of the play-ins, so the last 4 teams need to be locked in for the group stage. But we've got some SSD setups going on right here. So let's jump in with Liquid. Here's a step. Let's make sure we mind it. All right, Joker Steve.
Oh, no.
The big man on campus. Now, look, what's going on here? Explain it for the viewers at home. What are your boys up to?
So this is when you see who forgot what and, how many mistakes we're going to make and, the different mice and keyboards and drivers and configs all get set up and you yell at the players that lost their luggage and everything else.
Any problems so far?
We just got here. The coast is clear so far, but I don't want to jinx anything.
Okay. Yakinda yet to sit down. Now, I've already seen how this kid sets up. Actually, you've got 2 quite interesting individuals with the setups. You've got Mr. Elige and Mr. Yakinda. But who has your favorite setup out of the bunch?
Well, when I go back to my famous coaching days here, almost undefeated Dust 2 coach, by the way, I used to like watching John because you could see everything. Where like Merrick's fat head is in front of the monitor, and you can't see shit. He can't even see shit when he plays. So yeah,
he's locked in. What was that? What did you have to say for yourself?
Dabs was saying the same. He says that he can't watch me, so he watches everyone else because he can't see what I'm like. What can I see? You know.
But I agree with Steve here, mate. You got to look at the radar. Like you physically, we see you move your eyes to look at the radar. Don't they your eyes get a bit sore?
It used to get even more worse when I had bad posture, but now I'm sitting really close. Like my monitor is just closer, and my back is straight now. But eyes, yeah, sometimes they feel a bit dry.
All right, a bit dry. Now, if you have to sit next to this madman, did you choose the seating arrangement, or was this thrust upon you?
I mean, I don't know. I always sit over here on the sides, you know. I don't know. I'm lurking in game and out of game. I'm just on the side of the table, just chilling.
All right, as indifferent as always. Well, let's see who else we got to have a bit of a poke at here. Now, honestly, Elige, this guy right here. We did a whole setup. He told me about commands I didn't even know existed, mate. Do you have any new ones for me? It was probably about, I don't know, 6 to 8 months ago when we last spoke.
Yeah, no, nothing new. It's just the same config, just changing crosshairs every now and then. But other than that, it's the same.
All right, nothing new. Is he memeing with the desk that high?
He just does that to set up. It's easier to get under there, I guess.
Okay, that makes sense. All right. It's smart. It is smart. We'll give him that. All right, boys. Well, enjoy the setup, and we'll look forward to watching you play. See ya. Who did you talk to today who you enjoyed?
I actually had a really good chat with Kicker. We spoke about Buster and what he brings to Cloud9. We talked about Cloud9. We kind of did like a little analyst segment with Kicker, which I've never done before.
Yeah. I also like talking to Dustin. He's one of my favorite coaches.
He's a good lad.
He's always smiling, Dustin. He doesn't get enough praise. He's definitely killing it. And James as stoic as ever.
You see that jacket? You see James' jacket? He looks like the anime protagonist that he's been slowly becoming.
No, I have to go pay attention to that. I think you're onto something right there. Anyway, Jane time. It might just be, I know that we're all still looking for his YouTube stuff from the major. So nonetheless, I will find it eventually. And this has been The Lobby, or just the van of the shuttle.
Bye.
Right now I am entering the Vitality booth. As always, on this side we kind of have the Danish lineup, then like here we have the French, so I will just decide to go for a little break. And here in the corner we have the Israeli star. Sphinx, how are you feeling?
Good, how are you?
Pretty good, pretty good. Like, I mean, it's already a long day. We already had like one best of 3. Luckily for you, you will not need to have to wait for too long. Today you're going to play against an NIP. Do you feel excited?
Yeah, I'm happy to be back on the server.
Back on the server? But you didn't really have a long break, right?
Yeah, we played like, I don't know, one week ago almost. Yeah.
So you didn't really have like time to like cool down or like maybe, you know, like, I don't know, get too relaxed?
Yeah, we didn't, we had a bit of like time off, but also practicing. And yeah, that's it.
So it was like a good balance of kind of practicing, but also relaxing so you would not burn out.
Exactly.
All right, I'll not delay you any longer. I see you're really focused. Let's just go to the desk.
Thank you so much, Heku. Well, the year has just started, but Vitality will see their debut today at IEM Katowice. Of course, we recently saw them at Blast. Same for Ninjas in Pyjamas, who we did see coming through the play-ins already, and they passed with flying colors. But great to kick it off with Sphinx, I think, as I welcome Kassad and Maniac to my desk, as he is definitely a player to watch for that Vitality lineup.
And we welcome you. You know, much prettier face than the last one that we had next to us. So.
Oh, Stunna?
Absolutely. Yeah, hi,
hey, he looks great.
Yeah, he looks great. Anyway, 2 different teams right now in a different situations. I'm looking at Vitality and their, you know, the most recent pickup that was like over 6 months ago that didn't really didn't really deliver what we expected from them. I think you wanted to talk about it more. Like, obviously, we're talking about Sphinx and his performance over the last 6-7 months.
Yeah, he seemed to be the X Factor, the definition of an X Factor. When he joined Vitality halfway through 2022, I think he was one of the most anticipated and hyped transfer of the off-season. He comes into Vitality, they win Pro League, we have his numbers right on screen, and everyone is thinking, damn, they really had it. They made the deal. They closed in Spinks. They have a second superstar. The trophies will rack up. The problem is, between that Pro League and the Blast Premier a week ago, he's gone completely AWOL. From the most anticipated to the most disappointing transfer. People are piling up on him. Expectations and pressure is piling up on Spinks. And the one we saw a week ago in Amsterdam. Why
I don't
Amsterdam?
know.
Okay. In Copenhagen.
Examine that later.
That's a Freudian little lapsus here to be think about. Anywho, in Copenhagen, Spinks was lights out. And guess what? They actually made it through straight to Washington. He was very, very impactful.
Well, the question then would be, what went right at ESL Pro League 16 that also went right at Blast? Is it the same? Is it something different? And what do you think are the circumstances that makes him thrive in Vitality rather than not?
I think that in Pro League, people are not necessarily used. I mean, his opponents were not necessarily used to how he was being used in Vitality. People then figured out he had a couple of issues with stable positions, mostly on the CT side. Basically, if you cut his legs and you tell him to stay in a position, he was very, very cumbersome for him to handle it. And I think Vitality not only switched a couple of roles and gave him more freedom, but he also improved in this specific department of the game. So for me, it's all about the CT side.
Really?
He's moved a little bit more. Look on Vertigo, for example. He's not just staying mid, like he goes down the ladder, he fights a bit more. I don't think he's being as stable.
The thing is, like, when I look at Ents, and when he was playing in Ents, he was set up to do things more, and I feel like he had a kind of an advantage over the other players to do his thing. Rather, you have Zaivu here, and who's going to say no to Zaivu if he says, like, I'm going to go there and do this, right? You cannot say, okay, no,
Oh, definitely.
don't do it. Like, and then in Ensa, he was the Zaivu there, right? And he decided to do whatever he wants, and I think that's the big difference right there. And right now, still not in what we expected, but I wanted to ask you one little thing, right? The thing is, like, Yekindar to Liquid, Spinks to Vitality. Which one disappointed more?
Oof.
Ooh, well, Spinks to Vitality.
Oh, you agree?
Yeah.
Oh.
No,
Heavy
definitely.
topic. I want to explore this further. Maybe not this particular one, but definitely the Spinks discussion. And we can because we have our Colex players to watch. Spinks versus Brolan.
Take a seat, dear viewer, as this matchup could be a true spectacle. Coming out of his first tournament of the year, Spinks has once again proven to be a force to be reckoned with, being the second best player of Vitality and also a very successful frontline duelist. His ability to not only lead the charge, but also strike from the shadows when you least expect it, makes him a dangerous threat and forces the enemies to have eyes all around their heads. That might prove a tough nut to crack for Config, whose performance during the first phase of the Katowice tournament was rather dim. However, already familiar with the surroundings and warmed up from previous games, Config might just prove to be an ace up the ninja's sleeves. As the curtain rises for our next matchup, grab your popcorn, it's showtime.
Well, it was Config, not Brolan, but I think that the storyline between them kind of stays the same for me when I look at this Ninjas in Pyjamas roster. Of course, a recent addition of Hetrick, and finally being at the end of hopefully the revolving door. And how can Config in his unique situation, Hetrick in his unique situation, and Brolan in his developing situation show us what the maximum of this lineup can be?
I don't want to steal your point when it comes to Brolan and
Please
everything.
take all my points.
No. I'm just gonna let it. You present it. But talking about Brolan, I can't get the picture out of my head from Major when he was like, when they were eliminated, he was sitting alone for the next 45 minutes, at the PC, trying to, gather himself to actually, leave the playing area. But, ever since he came to NIP, he was like the language where he wanted to speak Swedish, and then, they turned to English again, and then they bring the Alexi B. I feel like he was like a little bit pissed off about what's going on in the team, because he is the best Swedish player, I think, right? I don't think anybody can be better than him right now.
I'm just thinking about JW, right? I'm just back in the past. I'm like 2015.
He must be the best. The Sweden right now, they are not really, full with talents, but he's definitely their best player. And he's not in the most comfortable spot. Right now, you can switch to your point and tell us why.
Just why don't you also say his point?
No.
Go ahead.
Okay.
It was a fair point, so I'm gonna, let you do it.
We had Config obviously and our colleagues players to watch, and I think one of the implications of Config coming in is the aggression he brings in, the space and the risks he takes in, so that Brolan doesn't have to. And I think that has been the issue issue a couple of times, is forcing someone that has such game sense as Brolin to be the cannon fodder, to be the first one in, to make the difference. I personally think it's a mistake. I think when you have a player like that who can so greatly analyze what's happening and answer, you put him in a reactionary position, you put him in a trade position, you want him in clutches, and hence, when Config is taking that space, Brolin can shine.
Okay, we'll see if that happens indeed. We did get a couple of words with Alexi B because it's going to be up to him as well, so let's listen.
Alexi B, you have like a last-minute change. Hampus is more of a lurker, while Config is more of a guy that like really goes in your face. How did you manage to adapt this change so quick?
I mean, I think at first there might be some maps or some halves when Config might be doing something that he's not the most familiar with. But I feel like this, the way Config plays and the way he can talk and understand the game, I feel like he can do whatever is needed. But at the same time, I obviously want to put him where I think he has the most impact. So there might be maps right now that we still need to fix after this tournament, because I think it's way too early to shuffle the whole pack just before a tournament, so it's maybe easier to fit him there. But there also might be maps that we feel like, okay, maybe this is the fit now, and we'll just go with it if we feel like it. But yeah, to answer your question quickly, I just think that we're adapting, just trying to make things work fast so we can play solid CS here, and then we'll reevaluate after.
I see. Thank you very much for the insight.
Thank you.
Measured as always, when Config wasn't as measured in the interview that he gave, where he was just, I don't know what the F is going on. And I think that's an apt description. I do feel for them a little bit, and for Alexi as well, right? He thought, okay, we won't have changes for a while, and then this happens. Now he has a task with Config in this lineup as well.
Yeah, he does, and I don't think we should sit here and pretend like this was an intentional change. Of course, Hampus took a leave and Config stepped in. But we should just all remind ourselves that there were similar positions over the years who had this possibility of standing in at big tournaments, and that completely changed the course. JKS a year ago shows up in FaZe, now he's in G2 winning here. Config, Redemption Arc, had issues in and outside the server trying to reclaim some grandeur to his name, reclaim some credit. Now he's got a chance in NIP. He's not going to get the easiest roles, but you know what? If you're going to do it, then might as well just get in there, Kassar, get in there.
This is what I wanted to see. Like NIP going for Mirage, obviously they removed Vertigo, Ancient ban for Vitality, pretty expected. Like we said, the first map is going to be Mirage. That's something that can be perceived as a weakness for Vitality.
True.
Some would say. And then classic pick for Vitality, which is Inferno, and then we have Overpass as a decider, something that I really didn't expect. I was thinking more of a nuke when I was looking at the maps, but Vitality decided to remove it. I assume it was because of the Spirit game.
It's possible.
And then
it's also,
they left Overpass.
It's a very good map for Spinks as well. I think I've even seen him play double AWP. I've seen him play double AWP on average. I promise you, if we get there, you'll see it.
You lost your mind.
I don't. It's a matter of fact. Go watch the VOD.
I would rather see him on Nuke than Overpass.
Yeah, well, listen, Apex is right over there. You're going to go talk to him? Like, he's down the alley.
I will.
Have a conversation with him.
Let's talk expectations then, as we have the veto now. You've seen that, as you mentioned already. We saw NIP in the plains there. They had a little bit of trouble even with MIBR, right? Then they were better versus Spirit. But what's your gut feeling telling you about this one and about the opener?
They were crazy good against Spirit.
Yeah.
You know, against MIBR, they were on the second stream. But the thing is, like, we watched a little bit, and it was a super close game. I'm very ahead. They pulled through, and then they destroyed Spirit in that second game 2-0. It was a disaster for Spirit. So they showed, like, you know, confidence and decisiveness coming into every battle they took right after that timeout on the round number 7 or 8, if I remember correctly. So right now, I would say the advantage is on Vitality side, simply because they're a complete team. They have the map pool. It's a best of 3. It's not a best of 1. So, you know, very little chances for NIP. I wouldn't say it's 100%, but, you know, I would lean towards Vitality.
It almost looks too good to be true for NIP to maintain that rhythm. When Alexi B is one of the highest rated player of the play-in, when he's got to work with pieces that he doesn't even know, and then everything clicks, you do it one best of 3 against Spirit, do it again against Vitality.
Let's see if it happens. Of course, for NIP, they may not have a lot of chances, but they're already warmed up here in Katowice, and Vitality is coming hot to trot off Blast. Let's see what happens in our very first best of 3 between these two teams at IEM Katowice, and let's kick it over to our casters.
Oh, they're hot. They're trotting. They got fire under their feet, and they've got things to prove today. Vitality back in Poland, up against NIP, storming their way through the play-in, and now we're here. I'm here with Harry. How you doing, Mr. Russell?
Oh, nice. You remember my name. I felt the hesitation there. This is going to be great, man. This is I've been rubbing my hands together the moment I found out this was the one that we get to witness. I really want to keep my eye on Hedrick and his development throughout the year. Very excited when it was announced he was joining the Snip squad. But already, Vitality have hit the ground running. Magisk opens with his USP. This kind of first dive over towards the apartments, bit of an Alexi classic, has not gone well for him. He's on the receiving end of this double stack, and now Vitality, they're even trying to take a few liberties here, getting aggressive in the apartments.
Yeah, from liberties to libraries, who will go quiet first? Config falls after one. They don't know about the bomb right here, so Hedrick cannot commit. And Brolin's got a P2 Schmitty trying to pick out a ramp. He's done it, finding Dupree. Won't be ready for a quick CT repeak, but he's buying time and he's pulling Vitality out of the site. So is Hedrick, however, rotating all the way around through Spawn. This will be that A end with a top con smoke, that mid-rotate cut off. And he might even be hearing Hedrick making that run. I think Apex might have caught some steps there, so now he's going to set up on the flank.
This is a big wraparound for Apex. Brolin's taken all this space over towards jungle. And an IP.
No way.
They want to try and... Okay, so they call this the murder hole. And this is why. It's a hole where the murder happens. But Brolin responds to catch a murderer. Magisk gone. And now...
Oh, he blocked him.
Quite keep them from crossing into the market. And considering how this started for Vitality with them taking liberties in the apartments, well, now it's Lady Liberty, nothing but misses for Spinks.
Nice.
A 2v2, Apex up through the short side, dead immediately, and then the jump missed. This has gone very bad, very quickly for Vitality. Brolin with a great opener. 3 in the round, and now just one man left to get past. Out with the swing. They know where Spinks is coming from. I just heard someone say, play time. They're playing time. They're taking fights, and Brolin's there with 4 on the board to open up for NIP.
Brolin called the best Swedish player by Kassar coming to this game. I think in current form, certainly a case to be made for it. And 4 kills in the pistol round. You love to see it from this guy. I think everyone wants to, jump behind the Brolin success story. I think a lot of people felt the pain of him, coming into NIP. The whole narrative being, I want to speak Swedish. That's why I left Fnatic. Enough of these Brits in my server. And then Alexi B joins. Yeah, fair enough. Alexi B joins, and we go back to English. So I think despite that, Brolin hanging on is admirable, and I think we all want the best for him. Nip with the pistol. Bit of a crazy round of rotations there. And unfortunate for Apex, who gets that misinformation on the bomb coming through ramp. Well, it did come through ramp, but it ended B. Vitality with a force, Apex on the scout, and Nip 4 rifles, working middle with 3 of them. Gonna have full control. Perfect round to gamble, and Vitality will do as much. Set towards B with this scout as well. These rounds can get very hairy very quickly, Harry?
Yes, indeed. But Apex employs the trimmer, trying to cut them down as they come up through the short side. 3 there, and only the tag, but now Spinks and Dupree can come alive. This stack over towards the B site, it served Vitality well. It's left both these players in the 2v1 extremely low. For Magisk, 2 bullets could end this round. Oh! There was an opportunity, there was a chance, but it sails on past him. Now tucked in at the bench. Brolin waits with bated breath. It was this position in the pistol that he used to close it out, and he's done it again in the anti-eco. Considering they're so low on HP, they might be sat in the 2v1. You might be going, just play the crossfire. But, come on now. 1 bullet's all that's needed from a guy like Magisk there. They do a really good job of keeping that safe. And really, they end up thanking their lucky stars that he misses that opportunity onto Rez over at short, right? It gave so much over. It gave them the info. It gave them the ability to take it very, very wide and play that crossfire between short and bench. So they do walk it over the line, making it through a stacked B bomb site in the process.
Zarudi down in con, drops out window, but they're going to knock him out with nades and send him back to the site. Dupree up and ladder as well quickly, but Rez isn't falling for it. Dupree will be allowed to escape. Don't want to hang around in there. He you don't have any nades to put out a molly, Spinks and Zywoo might just peek mid together late in the round, but they don't have a flash to set them up. At least some deagles for Vitality, but Nip taking their sweet time on this T side. Just trying to remove as many angles as they can. Window and top con smoked. The former will fade first. Hedrick's up connector already with that Mach 10, the AWPer, the new AWPer, trying to make his money early in the game. They've seen him though. There's no question for Vitality where this one's ending up. Config will find Spinks first and foremost, but that's a nice deeg from Dupree. Magis moving into connector, denied, and the A site falls as a result. Oh.
Zywoo shoulder checking him there. Config bashes him out of the round, and so NIP onto a third. They find this conversion. Now, Hugo, we were watching some of the content in the break.
Yes.
I have a theory around Dupree.
Go on.
You know it.
I know
I don't know if you subscribe to it, but you know it.
Probably not, but let's hear it.
I saw him beat Zywoo in that little hand reaction game thing where they have to hit the coloured lights. I think that's the full title.
Bippity-boppity.
Patented, of course. And he beat him. And Zywoo swears by those things, man. He plays them all the time. So, you know, Dupree is feeling pretty quick. Feeling pretty quick right now. If that's anything to go by.
That is a good sign. I'm not going to extrapolate that too far, but I'd say it's a good sign.
I think it's a good sign, right?
Not easy to beat.
It's a reaction game, and you're playing versus Zywoo.
Yeah, that's true. He's pretty quick. I've heard. But let's see if it's just a flash or a flash in the pan. Smoked out a window immediately. Even Nip volleying under as they take it from the B side, being very cautious. But Vitality really haven't challenged mid. They haven't been able to be fair, especially not in this round with the AWP immediately smoked out. Talking of smokes, I like that new change added by Vlad, who's put the timer in smokes. He ducked under it. Zywoo didn't see. He should have seen. He should have known. But now, suddenly aware, not enough. Rez creeps in out of nowhere. The invisible man invited to dinner. And they say nobody minds. I think Zywoo does. A 5-on-4 while Nip have Jungle ready to split this A site. As long as Rez doesn't die, they can group back on ramp. Bomb will be coming in through mid. Still too strong a B for Vitality. They know they have this gaping hole in the back of their head, but they can't do anything about it.
Config just got spotted dropping down as well. So, like, now I think it's really driven this one home that, yeah, okay, our suspicions are correct. They are going to use Rez to try and split this A side of the map. Not going to make it any easier to contest with, though. The molly is really nice. It just means he doesn't have to worry about getting traded through the murder hole, through the back line, and he can keep this position on lock. There isn't a way back into this round for Vitality, and if we're being honest, there never really was, with Rez getting all that position and no one really in a place to do anything about it, to have any sort of say in what Rez was going to get away with there. And I think that's why you saw Vitality, like, hesitant to even start pulling bodies over, right? Firstly, when he's got window like that, there's a lot that can happen from that position. He can try to wrap market. He can try to come through the murder hole. He can try to cut down rotations. Or you can use him for that A-side split. And it ends up being the latter. Vitality, I think, knew about that from the moment they saw Config drop down. But they're hesitant to even pull anyone over because at that point they kind of realize, yeah, we were never in position to deal with this, right? And with Zywoo falling in that fashion over in mid, with Rez ducking under the light, a 200 IQ move, so often that feels like a guaranteed kill, right? If you're holding the window. This is the cross. Normally, right, what happens if you're not familiar with the Source Engine's magic is that as you cross in front of that light, even though it's in the smoke, the light gets obscured, and so you know to shoot. You know someone's made it into window.
And it almost seemed like Zywoo was aware of maybe there's a chance, maybe he could be up ladder already, and he tried to back out, but he gets caught trying to, you know, shuffle back through the hole, and that's when Rez comes around the corner. Good bit of spam for Apex, but it's responded very swiftly, and Config puts him down low. One of the 2 saved rifles in this round. Oh. Vitality, they clearly want mid because they keep starting with lots of numbers in window and towards connector, but they can never really get control. Bottom con smoke gives him some room to fight under, and Alexi B has got to be careful. He's got his own smoke there side by side though, so those timers are very nice. He's going to pull back instead. team walking into B. Rez getting curious. Looking to land on his feet. Alexi ready to kill any form of rotation, but dying here would leave a big hole as Vitality could come in on an underflank. The bomb's not even through B yet. Apex is realizing, uh-oh, gotta watch out, those nades can kill him. Nice HE from him at least, puts Rez down to half, and they don't want to commit all of a sudden. Rightly so, they had their window, but now Vitality have closed it. 3 players in the bomb site. Back to the drawing board, but only 40 seconds for Nip.
Yeah, they don't want to overcook this one too much, right? Vitality don't have a lot riding on this round, and I think the way that you let them in is if you leave it too long, if that clock really starts to become a factor, you could end up in hot water. That kill has alleviated a lot of the pressure, giving them a route up through the connector. ZywOo does reside over on short, but that molly displaces him into Magisk with the Deagle. Spinks holding this cross as well. They can play in tandem. Magisk taking heads off with the Deag. He's done all he had to in the round. Config doesn't have the time to win this. It's Vitality stealing it away on the Pistols, and that fight is ugly to close.
Damn!
Get loud!
All right. Apex is here finally in Katowice. It took 5 rounds, but Vitality have woken up with a big one off the Deag of Magisk as well. Hits 2 blinders in the bomb site.
Dude, I mean, these moments always scare me because I have a lot of different memories cycling through my head of big Deagle moments or big pistol moments from Vitality, especially on Mirage, right? You have like the ZywOo play over towards ramp. You have Apex's Deagle in mid-window, even that one time. You remember that flick, bro?
Oh, I do.
Yeah, so there's a lot of track record to go off of. And it felt like it was only a matter of time till we got some pistol heroics. We get them there. And it's Vitality on the board. Spinks traded. It's a little Palace pop in this round. Brolin with the entries has given over this A-site control, and I like this from Alexi, right? That last round did feel a little overcooked, right?
Yeah.
In terms of how long they take to get going. And so this time he's like, you know what? We fell down a little bit in the mid-round there. We kind of got caught between 2 streams of thought. We weren't really committed to what we wanted to do out of the start. Let's completely change that. Let's just go all in towards this A-site. We'll pop out of Palace. We'll have a little bit of a ramp play coming in the meantime. And they find the round on the back of it. They keep it nice and simple, and they might even remove this gun right at the end. Rez and Dupree are locked in a fight that neither one of them really know they're having, but they both suspect.
Oh, Rez can feel it, but he's not ready for that. Dupree gets away with his gun for now, and that's a very Scandinavian round, right? One guy quick splitting con, and everyone else jumping out of Palace in a unit with no util on that A site other than the missed con smoke, and they just run wild as well. I think somewhat realizing how heavy Vitality have been playing towards the middle area, even if they haven't been able to take it. There's only one man in the bomb site in that round, and Brolin hit some lovely entry kills to get out Palace, and so Vitality can't celebrate for long, can they? Nip are looking sharp, I've got to say it. Just those couple of days of warm-up of coming in through the play-in, and they hit a play today, Harry. They hit a run through the groups of Katowice. Remember, this is a team that 2-0'd Spirit just yesterday to actually get through and make it to the group stage. And it wasn't a close affair either. They destroyed Spirit. 16-7, 16-8. And even fielded an 8-round T-side on Mirage while they did it. So yeah, Nip have certainly had their warm-up. Same can be said for Vitality. At least a week ago, we saw Heku talk to Spinks coming into this game. Not really much break over the winter holidays, and just coming off of Copenhagen as well, where Vitality ran flawless, didn't they? Dropped one map, won all their BO3s, didn't have to play Gauntlet, and so therefore got a little bit more time to come in prepped for Katowice. It needs to start showing soon, though. Head trick, his first AWP of the T side, and a missed shot in window.
NIP are grouped with everyone really leading over towards this B side of the map, so it's not going to leave them with a lot of options, but well, give them a pretty gnarly take if they're able to break past Apex on the opener. There's this far slower rotate available from Dupree. Maybe that causes some problems for them. It's going to have to.
But B is so weak.
Yeah, we're just you know, one guy here. Admittedly, you have some support from short that could look to come in, but actually it looks like Spinks has dropped down into the window. Dupree, as a result, really is feeling the pressure, but he's found a good timing. He hears them running by. Headtrick dead. That's the bomb as well, dropped in the back of apartments. Dupree finds the perfect gap, the perfect timing. And so just him being alive is really a problem. The rest of Vitality have now moved into the lower tunnels as well. They're all playing around this bomb for NIP. What are you even meant to do here? This is so scuffed.
And hide and seek in the site, just trying to live. But these kills aren't even being given to them. Apex is stalling wonderfully well. Finally, hounded down by Rez. It took 2 more players of NiP, and they've still got to get that bomb in 20 seconds.
It's
Alexi,
pretty close to the door, but I don't imagine he survives.
No brokey hop today. He's going to die if he tries to do that. They've got to win a bunch of fights here, and they've got to win them now. They've mollied themselves. They aren't going for the round win. Is that even on purpose? I mean, that's crazy to me. Like, at least try and take the fight.
Roland just rogged up, like, hang on 1 sec, let me win Vitality the round real quick. Just lobs that molly in and then
I
jumps
really
back
want to save. I really want to save. Here's the molly. You know, that might have been the call, but I feel like there was a way in to just try and take those fights. You win a couple really quick, you can take that bomb back B, but yeah, not believing in it, perhaps for NiP. This was so close for Headtrick, but so close doesn't cut it, does it? Bomb going in last, a bit awkward. And they'll pay the price. It would have been fine if Headtrick died as long as the bomb made it in. NiP could have tried to take market and plant for it. Yeah, I'm not too sure about that one. Ye of little faith. And Vitality, they'll take it. All off of Dupree on a big flank.
Yeah, you know, I do have a good feeling about Dupree here. It's a good start.
Is it just because of the hand button mashing, Harry?
Largely, yes. But also, you know, I think even when you kind of look at him individually, right, there's no denying that his form fell off upon joining Vitality. That was originally to be expected, but I don't think anyone kind of expected him to still be having a lot of these strugglesome games. And so I can imagine he's probably put a good bit of effort into trying to up his individual game.
Oh, still down and lower again? Alexi spotted them. They haven't left mid yet, but double flashes and Alexi somehow escapes. Oh, sorry, Magisk, rather. No AWP for Headtrick this time. Config, he's been very active towards B on his own. He said it himself. He doesn't know the whole playbook for NiP. He doesn't know everything he's up against. And I think NiP probably don't want to share everything because next week he's going to be standing in for another team, I bet. But looking towards B on a solo play, and Apex is tucked in. Meanwhile, this is a B split up short.
Now, only one for Dupree. Apex, that's good, but is going to get chased down by Config. Was kind of living on borrowed time there as the A1S runs out of ammo. Alexi, hello! So he's in a round-winning position right here. There's one. Could have been more, but Config swings in. They don't know about Magisk. Will drop the bomb, and now just Alexi left to find. Magisk dances around.
He hits it.
Jump hit and now up on short alongside him, but Magisk has repositioned well to play around this bomb. Trying to play some mind games with Alexi, and it goes both ways. He feigns the drop down in mid. Now commits to it for real. 20 seconds, and he knows at any moment he could get peeked by Magisk. This is such a mind game of a round. But in the end, Alexi will successfully cross all the way into A. Gets that bomb down at default, and now a chance. Magisk swings, but Alexi's going to take it over the line. And that's a celebration for NIP as Alexi keeps them in it in the clutch.
What a well-played clutch for Alexi. You know, he's stalling a lot of time, jumping around, making noise, trying to force that fight, but Magisk just doesn't want to bite with only, 15 points of health. He's just stalling till a post plant, trying to catch him with the bomb out, perhaps, but damn. Nice try. Alexi closes. And DJL getting loud as well. That's a nice feeling. We don't have a lot of screamers on this NiP side, right? So, the more the better. Rez out wide in middle, dead to Spinks. Finally, no window smoke, and they pay the price as ZywOo pushes up top mid at the same time and drops the bomb with 2. That's more like it. Vitality take matters into their own hands. Throw everything they can at NiP. And look at the spot they're in. They've got top mid, they've got the bomb, they've got NiP split. 1 per site, but they're coming back, reuniting in spawn for this fight to ZywOo. And even he isn't overplaying his hand. making sure upon contact he can go back and get some support from his team. This is a very rough round, but too much time to molly yourself off in the B apartments. Nip have to fight for it. The flash comes 2 seconds too early. And maybe that's a way in.
All right, so this was the 2v5 when this play began. Let's see how close NIP can get this. They've been given all this control in middle. No one else from Vitality's kind of moved in to try and pick up where ZywOo left off. Instead, they concede this real estate, and so it's given NIP the room to try and make a bit of a play here. Now, back turn to jungle. Config having to just keep an eye on that. They cross all the way, looking to try and find this CT player. Now, Magis just lobbed a nade out, so they know he's here somewhere. They're going to check for him, and Magisk is dead. That's a route to a plant now. This is starting to become something, Hugo. A 2v5 when it began. Spam from Apex is huge. It's going to leave it all on Brolin.
I believe.
That is a huge bit of pressure alleviated. But Brolin's still in with a chance. Getting wrapped through CT, and he can't win that first fight. Vitality, they will pick that one back up. It got a little nerve-wracking there in the mid-round, but thanks to Apex from short, it all comes together in the end.
Yeah, I was a little scared there, I can't lie to you, but the spam greatly improves their chances. Nip can't play any kind of crossfire in the post plant. Config is trying to cross back to site or back to balcony at least, and yeah, he's shut down through the smoke. Very nice try for Nip. Even getting a bomb plant there is going to keep them above water. They will still, however, have to field an eco round or a half buy. Oh no, they're just going for it. Why not? Yeah, they've got a lot of Galils, so it's worked out. Worthwhile.
Yeah, the glass is so cool, isn't it?
Yeah.
I don't know. I never even thought about it like that before.
Some teams it works better than others. This is quick. ZywOo just gets up the ladder in time and decks 2 heads, ready for more because they've shown a Palace pop before. Instead, this time it's a ramp split. Nip do get out onto Tetris. Magisk back in CT. I think he saw a head there. Gets his smoke down. A bit of cover. Alexi with a flick headshot. He is looking clean today, but he's all alone and too low to make magic happen, you'd think. He somehow dived his way into window, but they know exactly where he's gotten to. Oh, they even saw him as well. So there's no question here for Vitality. He hears the jump. Dupree not in a hurry.
Oh, sorry. He's hit all these timings, but that's the one that won't be found. Tried to have that mass effect in the round, tried to be a very elusive man, but couldn't, as Vitality do eventually sniff him out.
All right, bit of a wake-up for Vitality. Better late than never. This was nice for ZywOo. Different position as well, playing anchored in A. It was a good call. Vitality probably reading that Nip would go back to what's worked in these far sight hits. Had a great round out of the Woo. Pistols now, nothing to lose. Run through a molly, why don't you? Magis getting caught out of position. He's stuck at triple, but he should be fine to fight forward. Him and ZywOo put together a full house, and it's going to be another round for Vitality. 5 alive. Now the CT money starts building, and now reality starts crashing down upon Nip. Alexi's going to have to dig deep in this follow-up gun round. So not even going to have the AWP either. Something we've seen in 1 round for, 2 rounds for Head Trick. No, what? Was it? I want to say 1 round. It was the round that Dupree shot him in the back.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a bit of a cold start for the young AWPer. And as we know, ZywOo on the other side can do it no matter what weapon you give him. Run boost out top mid.
Spinks wins that. All right.
And they don't swing with him either, so there's not even a chance of a trade. Nip live and die by the flying res. Wings plucked.
It's a little bit awkward. Kind of grinds to this very jarring halt now for NIP, where it's like, okay, that was our opener. That was the opening move. It's not worked. So now what are you left with? They still have all this util, so they can try and like launch a late pump into mid.
And you know Apex is just saying, don't overplay this. Like, they don't need to take any more fights in middle. Just try and stall Nip out. The clock has been a problem in a couple of these rounds. They try and leave mid. And Magis just faces with no flash. He gets away with a kill. Now they're really cooked. Apex is hearing this as well. He pushed deep B apartment, so now he's going to reroute under, try and reinforce that A side perhaps, as Nip just group for what might even be a save. They could go out Palace as a unit, but you are really desperate to think that this is a round winner. And so I think Nip are throwing in the towel.
All right, they're a bit of a non-starter.
Back-to-back flawless rounds for Vitality, man. They are building.
It's even weirder because it's like, you know, they could bring the AWP out, but at this point, they need someone to die to do it. They're just going to keep the 5 rifles in tow time and time again while they keep getting these flawless rounds on the board.
Well, think about it. The round that ZywOo actually had the M4, he pushed up short and he got a double kill and won them the round. Whereas when he's had the AWP, he's often been smoked out a window instantly. I would have loved the second player swinging here. If your intention is to just try and, it's usually to set off the crosshair of the player holding mid, and then to, you know, you often win that off the top of the boost, but to have a second player ensures the trade at least. Spinks trying to spot over the smoke, see if they're fast catting, but Nip are not in a hurry. Brolin on a Palace lurk. Gone a bit quieter in these last couple of rounds. And this Magisk ZywOo A-hold has been the brightest point for Vitality in this game. Can Nip snuff out that fire? Lick their fingers. Grab that candle, Harry.
Well, an old flame in Magis does exist under the Palace in this round. ZywOo going to try and help him from the stairs, but that molly burns him out into the open. Okay, Spinks with one on the cross through the smoke. That might give Vitality a reason to look into this one. Now, while this is happening, Config is still in the B apartments and his teammates have been melted by Apex. He was sneaking this and now he's realized, I've got to run. I've got to go fast. Over towards the catwalk, but the bomb is not planted for him. It's behind triple. So Config has got to move. He's got to be quick here. And they hear him as a result, running it through the back line. Spinks has got him, and dupree's nade finds that last man. Rez knocked out. Vitality are now up in the lead on this one.
Yeah, and that's all Apex getting that double from CT, because the thing is, Config looks a bit silly there, but if his teammates don't get double killed and spawn, he has so much time to set up and flank. You know, the big mistake there is that con smoke is fading. We can see that nicely enough, but Config doesn't know the timing of it, and so he doesn't want to sit behind the con smoke on Cat. He goes jungle instead. He's running, and at least from, you know, short to con, he can cover the cross. He can see something. He can span triple perhaps, but running jungle, Spinks just stands still. He hears him flanking, so it's kind of a useless flank at the end of the round. That's a really awkward one for Nip, who just get double killed in spawn, and the whole round unravels.
I'm gonna say something here that you might like, Hugo. You know, so one of the memories I have, and maybe other Vitality fans have, is a man named Apex quite likes to be involved in those early fights. And normally, you know, we'll say it's a mixed bag of results, right?
It's usually pretty bad.
Yeah, we'll say it's a mixed bag. But he's not been involved in a single opening fight. Instead, he's a super safe pair of hands anchoring down over towards that B side of the map right now, right?
I like that,
so it feels like maybe he's kind of tried to revise his role within the squad a little bit, shifting away from taking some of these openers and entrusting that to the rest of the gang. And I tell you what, he's looked all the better for it because, as mentioned, in a lot of these moments, he's kind of put up those, like, swing kills, right? Even that round where he was just staying alive over towards B where dupreeh pushed lower. He's playing a very safe game right now, is Apex.
And he's been, you know, I've been watching the minimap on him on B. He's been doing like these bait and switch setups. This time it's ZywOo with the AWP. He's had, you know, like dupreeh jumping car while he's deep apps and stuff like that. So, you know, he's been keeping it fairly fresh. And that's nice, yeah. Not seeing him, he's typically often in window or con, taking a lot of mid fights on Mirage. So that is a nice adaptation, Harry. Good catch. And Vitality all the better for it because they were down 5-1 to start this game, 6-2. And now look at the scoreline. 5 rounds in a row. And some very clean rounds in there as well. You can tell from the banks. 10k on Spinks. ZywOo finally, someone dies so we can get an AWP. Apex. Oh, this is cheeky for Config. Inside of the smoke, waiting on the fade. It's a nice move from Config, but it can be a gamble at times, and that smoke goes deeper. It won't put off Config's position, or at least it shouldn't. Timing is everything. They're running up Cat. This could go well.
First kill connects for ZywOo's AWP. Apex knocks out one, but Config will get the drop on him and now falls out of the apartments into the site, but the power... Oh, Alexi through the market.
Okay.
Does knock out ZywOo, and don't underestimate this guy in the clutch, but yeah, with only 12 seconds, there's no way in for him, surely. Bombs down over towards short. He's got to be quick, got to be pacey, and Spinks is feeling shoot in the facey. It's 8 on the board for Vitality, as they've at least won out this first half of play.
Fantastic recovery for the Vitality squad, right? It's a narrative I'm sure we're going to be pushing a little more in this series as it goes on, but Katowice has not been a kind tournament to Vitality, has it? Right, since their inception, late 2018, they attended 2019 Katowice, grouped back there, and that really followed for every Katowice, including the online one of 2021. They have been grouped at 4 Katos in a row, with different rosters, with Frenchmen, with Alex in the squad, and with this team as well. They want to avoid that, break the curse, break the streak. And right now, we're seeing great signs out of Vitality. No one anchoring A this time, but NiP aren't lining up and execute. They look to just contact out ramp together. It relies on this mid-control Config. He's had some very important positions in this T side to varying results. Spinks swings in mid. Config needs his kill. He jumps up. It takes him a second. His captain dies, but he at least gets the kill. Vitality, they go for a quick check on A, and now the timing is good for NiP. They've crept out as soon as Magiska's gone for that info. However, ZywOo's here.
Yeah, right place, right time. AWP misses that first attempt at the volley, but second looks pretty. Brolin dead, and ZywOo's swinging with Deagles now as well. Config left up in this one, but he's getting wrapped through top middle. Dupree should be there. He's just seen him getting up into the connector. Config's dodged death, but only for a moment. Not too much longer left in this one, and there's the close, a 9-6 half in Vitality's favor.
Flash him backside. Balcony. Gosh, don't die. I'm behind. Yep. One shot. Two front. Undergunner. I can come A if you want. Wait, man is short. Two short. Pick now. Go pick. Be careful undergun last. Yep. One more maybe. Yes. Short. Low. Nice! Woo!
Two offers will clash against each other on the server. We already had an opportunity to talk to Hattrick during the planes, but ZywOo, you just arrived. You had approximately 1 week off. What was the team doing?
I think everyone takes some rest with family. Obviously, we have some good practice, but most likely we have good rest before for Katowice because we know it's gonna be tough. We're gonna play tough matches, so yeah, most of it is rest. Yeah.
Well, Hattrick, I know that when it comes to you, you already had experience of playing against different Tier 1 teams before NIP, but you never played against Vitality and you never played against ZywOo. Yeah. When you were transitioning from being a rifler to an AWPer, were you actually watching his demos?
Yeah, of course. I watch his demos like a lot because I think he's for sure like strong AWPer and very strong player. And I watched like back in 2018 when ZywOo just came into Tier 1, you know, and it was like banger, yeah. So of course I'm trying to watch demos, and I hope we'll have a great match.
But do you think that you might still remember some of his tendencies and you'll be able maybe to counter him a little bit?
No, I don't know. I think ZywOo is not kind of players that plays always like the same positions. You know, it's sometimes hard to predict type of these AWPers, but we'll try just to play our game, and we also have new roster, so we'll see. We'll just try to focus and show some good performance.
Well, you're going to face a guy who relatively recently changed from a rifle to an op. And also, NIP, they didn't just like change the op, they also have a config. Was it hard to actually prepare against them?
Yes and no, because obviously they have kind of nothing, because I don't play with him usually. So we're just going to play our game. Anti-strat is, of course, we're going to do it, but most likely we're going to play like Vitality do. And yeah, that's it. We're not going to overthink, and we're just going to play our game.
All right, guys, then may the best team win.
After a great start from NIP, the alarm bells have started to sound from 6-2 in their favor. The half ended 9-6 to Vitality. They go on a huge 7-round streak to close that one out. NIP barely making a dent from the moment they kind of started losing rounds. 3 opening kills in the entire first half for NIP. Something's lacking here. And Vitality, they've come alive.
Yeah, I just hope Nip can get an AWP in Hedrick's hands. He had 1 in that entire T side. The money wasn't great for Nip. You know, they were getting some bomb plants, but the 1 AWP they had got shot in the back and never saw it again. Smokes over the A site for Vitality. A full execute, something we never saw from Nip, but a big gap. Alexi looks through it and finds that first kill. Bombs for default, meaning they need this CT. Oh my goodness, with a USP. That's despicable. A little wider for ZywOo on this plant, so he will make it out. I did not know a USP could spam you through that in so few shots. Alexi B falls down as he crosses in, and Magis misses the timing on Conflict's flank. 2-on-4. I said they needed spawn, but they no longer have a foot in this round. It's going to be Nip on the retake, finding a 7th.
Yeah, great stuff from Alexi. Lovely little bit of trickery. And also, speaking of trickery, head trick. 2 in this one. That's going to swing him up, tripling his kills in 1 round. That makes sense, going from 1 to 3.
Yeah, that's literally.
Yeah, but off of 2 kills, that's the part that confused me.
No, you
maths is weird, right? Here we are, NIP.
Dude, that's crazy. I've seen people spam with A1S or even the AWP, but that's unbelievable. You see ZywOo just moves it. He's so confused. How did he do that?
like just staring. The pain felt in that little still.
That's unbelievable. Well done. Very nice for Alexi. Changes the entire outcome of the round. Rez, flash swing. They're all here, buddy. They're all here. You got to hit shots. You got to be quick. Oh, can he escape? No. Caught inside the smoke, but all the other rifles coming with rewards until Spinks and ZywOo 1-2 punch, and they can leave mid. Yes, great call. They've got 2 Galils, they've got a couple of nades, and they've got a hope.
This one's gotten like crazy close for NIP really quickly. Right, it kind of, you know, you were feeling quite good. You were just kind of having a mid-skirmish, and in the blink of an eye, we've ended up in a 2v2. NIP are now going hunting. They're trying to get a bit of info to react to here, to play off the back of. And with Hedrick having pushed through lower, the penny might drop that it's not the B play. He's going to commit to the full wrap all the way through spawn, and that will leave some pressure on Brolin alone on this A site.
If they're almost destined to plant for CT unless he shows himself. Oh, and he's just missed that kill. Spinks was so low. I mean, the only plant that isn't for Brolin really is a triple plant, and that's open for everything else. So they're going to spend time clearing positions, trying to gain where is our best chance. But they're not going to find info, and Hedrick's full flanked. He's made a big play here. Even if they clear CT, Brolin's deep. They won't check this far. They don't have the time to, but they've got the info. Now the flank's activated. This shot, Hedrick didn't get that guaranteed kill, and they know they can plant the front triple as long as Spix provides that cover, but his back is turned to spawn. Brolin activates, and ZywOo falls at the hands of Hedrick. It looked a bit scuffed there for Nip, but they recovered it well with trading their contact, and they find 8. It was always meant to be their round. It was only Deagle Armor for Vitality. But still it gets close. It might even be tempting to buy. But the bomb plant and 3 kills, that's up to Apex.
Look at the speed of these trades from everyone in here. Like, the kill feed is just chock full. And yet still NIP are able to regain control. And yeah, I think very good stuff from Hedrick there. It would have been easy to overcommit to that fight on the flank. The moment he misses that golden opportunity, I think it would have been so easy to get in your head a bit, try to overcommit to fighting for it, but instead backs off, give room to Brolin. Vitality are forced up again though.
Rez is key.
Throwing more money into this. Rez fighting for this mid-control, and for good reason. Magisk with the reply, and Hedrick, yeah, you get a little whiff of ZywOo bearing down upon you from the top of mid. He doesn't want to go back in for that fight. Smoke in window, and now mid taken. But look at what NIP are doing all across the map.
Yeah, this could come back to hurt them, though. There's nothing worse than hitting this flank timing, but look at the gap that Vitality have found. They've walked into B, and Alexi's now lost his bomb site as a result. And because they've pushed Palace, I think the penny's dropping for Nip. I think they're realizing, uh-oh, they could be in the site right now. Hedrick's got to deal with this, and he doesn't know how deep they are.
Yeah, this is a really rough rotate for Hedrick. Someone who's already... that spot is huge. He at least knows that they're very deep. And so he's going to approach this a little more measured. Doesn't make it any easier to get the better of ZywOo. When you spot Hedrick rotating in like that, I also think, you know, the alarm bells are going off. Well, why wasn't anyone actually in B? You saw they're keeping an eye on the apartments here. Alexi does not have this same element of surprise as is going to be necessary to win this one. First kill found, the MP9 tagged by this scout. Apex trapped in at the bench, the Glock out, and Rocket, he locks it in with 2. Great stuff from the man at the helm of Vitality.
So energetic today. I'm loving what Apex has given us, not just in the server, Harry, with how you talked about his performance on the CT side of this map, which has often been an issue, but even outside, screaming through that glass. Nip can see every bit of it. And wow, Glock 1v2 essentially in the site. He'll do it on his own. Very nice shooting. And that was the reforce for Vitality. They lost pistol, you could barely tell. Mid-smoke out in the open there gives Config a fight, but it's a fight Apex is willing to take. That's his first opening fight of the map, and it's perfect.
Now, hopefully, that doesn't trigger something, you know.
Primal.
Like primal in
I forgot what it tasted like.
And now that I've had it, I just want more.
No, but it's been very measured for Apex, and it continues to be even after that kill. This is a Vitality that, you know, not just want to break the bad luck of Katowice's, but also have a major to win this year.
And even more so than that, yeah, right? It's where it is, it's what it means to the, well, you know, to the guys in the team, but especially for Apex. I mean, ZywOo.
That's what ZywOo's been saying. You know, he's been saying it's not just about, in a recent interview with Dexerto, he was talking about how it's not just about any one tournament or any one performance. It's about the big picture. It's about the year, and the year is about the major, the Paris major. So for ZywOo, that is the big ticket item. That is what he wants, and especially for the organization as well. This round, looking to get mopped up. 5v3 and Vitality here to play. Very little resistance. These pistols aren't going to put much down range. And so Nip have to save. And what a fall from grace, Harry. From a 4-0 lead, a 6-2 lead, and then 7 straight rounds for Vitality. And they've barely let off the gas since. Nip were looking sharp out of the gate, but Brolin's had 1 kill in the last 10 rounds.
Yeah, you know, what's scary as well is that 5 of these 8 rounds directly come off the back of pistols and the conversions for NIP, right? So it's like when you actually look at the bulk of rounds played, which are the rifles, which is that, you know, the kind of high investment, you know, normal rounds. I don't know why I'm breaking down what is a buy round so much. I'm like feeling.
You know when they have money.
You know when they've like got the
guns,
ops
they've
and stuff,
got,
right? Because like that's like most of the game, right? But no, right?
For sure, 2 pistols and all the conversions. Well, not all the conversions because they got double forced here, but yeah, 5 rounds of their 8 are from pistols and conversions, and so that's just a bad sign, isn't it? 3 rifle rounds, if you want to call it that, for NiP in this entire game, and Vitality have just done streak after streak, and I have a feeling a second streak, Harry, is about to begin. And no, it's not Apex taking his shirt off, but it's a lot of T rounds in a row.
Would it surprise you if he did that?
No, not really.
Yeah.
Maybe a Pro League. Back in Malta in the sun.
Oh, what's happening over here? Okay.
Damn.
Well, there we go. FaZe looking pretty good. Looking pretty good. That's very reassuring for me.
Yeah. I mean, it's a good sign to see the, you know, it's sometimes hard for the teams to come straight into the group and play against teams that have been in Kato for a few days, have played the play-ins, are warmed up. Even though the tier is sometimes different, you know, it's reassuring to see Vitality, to see Na'Vi, to see FaZe doing well. Let's see if it keeps up, though, because NiP have that first kill and they've taken apps.
Okay. And with Magisk over in Palace, the actual, you know, resources dedicated into B isn't that much for Vitality. They want to try and hold on to this. Magisk is now dead, so at this point they are committed to the B play. NiP is starting to fall in from all these angles, starting to move around. You are getting boxed into this B site.
I ain't planting. Oh my god, these USPs.
That's why Dupree didn't want the bomb. Apex catches a bullet, but ZywOo's doing all he can to keep him in it. Dupree, bomb on his back now, and he's lost it in the market. ZywOo trying to do this alone. It needs to be the ace clutch for him. These are the rounds he so often delivers in.
What a position.
These are the moments, but up on top, you're never looking there. Brolin has his number 9 on the board for NIP, and Vitality, that one gets away from them.
Oh, his config Mr. Screamy there, that looked like. I'm liking that. He did hit some key kill with the USP running back in off Catwalk, while Vitality were trying to make up their mind. Do we fight for market? If we get this kill, we can flank back into A, similar to how NiP did that early in their T side, but there's 2 CTs coming from that position. And they frag out. Nice try for ZywOo, not enough. And NiP have saved their bacon. Head trick, smoke on the molly, gets 1 shot off. They know the AWP is here now. And let's see how they try and approach it, because he's still having a rough game, like it or not. This is his 2nd AWP in the map, however. But that can still be a detriment. You know, he's not warmed up with it yet. But he's got to show its worth. He's got to show its value. Window smoke, top con smoke. Vitality now have eyes closed for NiP. Blind. Head trick plays ticket. ZywOo tries to creep into the ladder. This is a boost. Hello, this is something different. On top of the little ledge, Alexi goes over. Oh, probably 4x3. Couldn't see the feet over that smoke. It doesn't matter. ZywOo's picked from Rez in window, and Headtrick still sits back in CT. The bomb's coming back through T-spawn. This is going to be an A split, just relying on Dupree's position, really. And Headtrick's just left A. Oh my goodness. This is a complete misread from...
Yeah, this is quite the gamble, but they are at least going to learn about it because of Rez. However, learning you've made the wrong call, the wrong read, it's not the most pleasurable learning experience out there. Brolin has got to do the heavy lifting under Palace. Prince of Counter-Strike spammed out. Ooh, Config tries to come through, tries to disrupt that plant. It's left onto Spinks, but with Rez having pushed all the way through the apartments, he could end the round right now. Instead, Spinks giving a bit of room, giving a bit of respect, and now a chance in the 1v2. Crossing into CT's nice. He can play around this bomb. There is a smoke on Rez. That could prove instrumental to force a fight out of Spinks. Going up and over here. Smoke on the bomb. Spinks waits, calls their bluff, doesn't swing right away, but now he's going to have to. They're on it, they're sticking it, and the spam is too short. Won't find it, and Cerez there to mop him up right at the close. NIP, they streak 2 together, and this could be a bit of a turning point, right? In that first half of the game, that was their real problem. They did get a couple of rifle rounds in there, but it was always one and done. It was always, you know, an immediate bring back down to reality for NIP. Well, now they've got a chance to embark on a streak. The money is broken for Vitality. Even with the plant, the best they're looking at is some pistols in this round. And so this is where NiP can look to shoot for the stars to tie this game up. Okay, all that happens, I guess.
What?
It's just 1 kill, you're not worried yet, but I have said, you know, these Deagles, these pistol rounds out of Vitality cannot be underestimated. Config learns that the hard way.
Hand like Magisk just knocks Config down a peg in a round that NiP need, or rather can't afford to lose. These are supposed to be the easy ones, but now pressure on their shoulders. Brolin's going back to middle. Giving up the A site, but there's no smokes in this round for Vitality anyway. So it's not a huge worry for NiP. Alexi walks into that angle. Could have been a lot more dangerous. Dupree does hit the bullet. Apex is still scouting. If NiP throw themselves at mid with that flashes, this could be very, very dangerous. And there we go. Dupree hits one. Spinks follows up. They had util, man. They had flashes. They had everything they needed to make those fights happen. But Vitality's patience pays dividends. Dupree, ooh, he sees something, and he's taken ahead. My goodness, Vitality not missing a beat in this eco round. And Hedrick hears them all around him. He's going to need a 1v5 for the ages. It's not on. That is a robbery of a round. Pulled up with pistols, and they take the bag.
I could actually hear that from the other room.
Oh, this is a lot of energy.
They're getting loud.
It's just a wasted opportunity for NiP. However you cut it, they have all this util. They have just everything they need to fight together, and they just dry peek one by one. What do you expect?
They're really pretty deep shots.
Yeah.
Well, and you know, that's when the Deagle looks its best, is when you're just getting dry swung. You love that. You love that chance. One shot, one opportunity to make it work, and they land it.
Yeah, and FaZe, they only need 2 more kills for their first map of this series, so...
Ooh, should we watch them close it out? Yeah! Nice!
Feels good for FaZe. Back in Kato. Back for more. But this time they've got to get through JKS, not use him to their advantage. G2 also had a banging opening game against Big earlier on. All right, full eco. Vitality, it felt like they were running away with it until NiP won a couple of gun rounds, and then that happened. 12-10, even with the eco stack on A, 3 players in the site. Shouldn't be enough with USPs. ZywOo's killed Magisk, just to make their job a little bit easier, perhaps. But luckily enough, Vitality will resume us from the madness. I don't know what ZywOo got onto there, but sometimes someone just runs in front of your shot, and you've got to take it. Otherwise, a nice, easy round for Vitality, and they'll keep 3 alive while they do as well. No.
Even Apex, that's a little different to his signature scream, isn't it?
He's trying them out. You know, he's picking up some new catchphrases.
I gotta say, the vibe seems good in the Vitality camp. I saw them all walking around earlier, smiles on their faces, all having a bit of a joke with one another.
Yeah.
All getting on.
Little sing-song.
Yeah, Dupree was singing.
It's a good sign. Vibe check came up positive. And we need something from the Stoic Ninjas. Silent in this second half right now. Hedrick set up on ramp. A lot easier than these mid-fights that haven't netted NiP much. But even in this round, Magiska's not in a dangerous position at all. And it looks like Vitality do want to end B, just judging by their positions. We haven't seen that tested, and it's quite a nice hold here in Config and Alexi. Config had some awkward rounds on T-side just due to positioning, but he's still the top fragger of the team right now. That's a lot better than the play-in, where he went a bit cold. but it can be hard to just plug and play with a new team. I mean, he's stood in for 3 teams.
Yeah, he's on a
Astralis. Yeah.
All right, up through short. Dupree leads the charge. Oh, bloody hell. Double Molly displaces this short hold. Config's even shaking his head around. He's freaking out. Trying to reposition. Trying to stay alive. Has to be the savior, but can't live up to it. Dead to ZywOo's AWP, and Nipper running for the hills. B crumbles under the weight. The titan that is this Vitality squad, and even though Apex pushes the envelope out a bit trying to hunt these guns down, Vitality can afford it. They've got money, and they've got a
post plant.
Yeah, right. Yeah, it's a good time for him to go pushing. That's just flexing.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
That's just flexing. Yeah. Just, mate, they ain't coming for this. You know that. You saw them leave it. You just did that for us. Actually, he really believes they are still coming.
Good to be safe. Good to just double check. Don't want to get ninjaed by the ninjas. Clue is in the name after all. And it's nice to see ZywOo coming in strong to this first map as well. 21 kills, 22 before the team kill. So let's check out some of the highlights from him in this game already. Took a few rounds for Vitality to get started, but once they did, boy, they came in swinging. And this T side has been nice as well. One of the most enjoyable players to watch play is ZywOo, and has been for a long time, even despite Vitality's sometimes lack of success.
Yeah, you know, I mean, we were talking with Alex Machine, who had like a sit-down interview with Zonic, right? And he kind of gave us the cliff notes from that, and he was saying that, you know, Vitality were disappointed, to say the least, with the not reaching the goals they kind of set for themselves last year, and how communication felt like it ended up being a far bigger problem than maybe they initially envisioned. But they said that they've taken some time out this year to really make sure guys like ZywOo feel comfortable in this, you know, like non-native environment. Nades down over towards ramp. Feels like it's paying off, is the point I was going to make there. ZywOo is looking clean.
Yeah, every team who goes from speaking their own language to, you know, international says the same thing, and it really does make a world of difference. Just, you know, spending years thinking in your own language and having to listen and think in an entirely different one can be very difficult. Vitality, a dry exec out A, and every time they've done this, it's gone wonderfully well. This one is no exception. 2 entry kills, and you wouldn't be hard-pressed to save, but the scoreline makes Nip want to try and get something done here. That grenade is brutal, and that will signal it. Nip have to throw in the towel yet again, and I feel like I've said that more than once this game, because Vitality are deciding rounds off of just a couple of entry kills again and again. Spacing has been very tight coming out ramp, and no one is multi-killed on this A site for Nip. Look at those fingers. What's that left hand doing, man? What's it reaching for?
Yeah, it does look kind of creepy. I've never thought about like what the arms are doing. The right hand doesn't know what the left hand's doing in that one.
Spooky stuff.
All right. NIP, they took a save to try and battle back into this 4 OT on their map pick. This might be one that just falls by the wayside, right? I mean, in all the rounds like this, it feels like they've kind of been decided on a whim from Vitality and getting the openers, just hard committing, and then you're forced into these save spots. Now, at least up against 15, you're going to give it a go no matter what.
Yeah.
But you need something to go your way out of the gate. And that's where, you know, you're really hoping that Hedrick could look to get involved, get activated with that AWP.
Yeah, and I don't want to just make excuses for him, because at a certain point, you've got to take matters into your own hands and try and force fights. But Hedrick has been getting avoided very well by Vitality, and on T side, the money wasn't there either. So he hasn't had a lot of chances at shots. He's had a couple, but yeah, it's not really gone great. I even noticed previous round, Nip mollied window. Vitality have an anti-molly window smoke from spawn, so it didn't even create a gap where you can like AWP through it. Hedrick started window, it got smoked. This round he left, he's now anchoring B. And so he's solo, which at least allows his team to play heavy on this A site, which has been the point of contention for Vitality. But again, it might be another round where Hedrick is left in the wrong position, able to have no impact, and it seems to be the case yet again. 6 and 16. Not the game he would have wanted here, especially not on Nip's map pick, with Inferno coming up next. Should be a lot more options for him there at least. There's a barrel scene. Alexi, oh, finishes the job. Nicely done. Nip with a 5-on-4. I feel like we haven't seen that in a long time in this half. Untraded as well as Vitality crawl up connector. Apex and the boys trying to finish the job.
Yeah, he's just keeping attention on Con. He doesn't want to even fight for the A site. Instead, he goes back and looks at short. Dupree crosses in and nails Config at the stairs. A 2v2 head trick. That had to be it. Luckily enough, Rez helps out, and Rez has been that kind of hero figure for NIP. That kill tips the scales, but you've still got to get past this guy, ZywOo. Almost like the Voldemort, you don't want to say his name. Lurking back in towards the spawn. Hurry! You know what this guy can do. A wounded head trick up against him, moving in. He's had a very troublesome game, and the molly right there, that's going to decide it. It's not down to head trick's ability, it's not down to skill. There was no way for you to win this one. ZywOo's decided it, you can kill him all you like. Vitality pick up the win here, 16-10, and it doesn't feel like they even break a sweat doing it.
Head Trick. The hotly anticipated addition to the NIP fold, Head Trick is set with the task of affirmative AWP action. Distant top fragger for Na'Vi Jr. and could pull out high ratings faster than Simple could pull out a knife. Alexi B has been quick to mention his flashy plays and has hinted at his clutch ability in practice. However, as NIP have learned, replacing an AWPer is no easy feat, but perhaps a fresh dose of tenacity, hunger and flair will be exactly what the Ninjas need to thrive.
Welcome back, everybody, here at the IEM Katowice. A good start for Vitality. You probably see the smile, you hear it in my voice. 16-10 victory on Mirage. But I have to be honest, it didn't exactly start the best of way for the Bees. I think the Ninjas kicked it in very quickly at the beginning of this game. We see here the images, happy players, happy Vitality, 16-10 now. I have with me one of the greatest minds of Counter-Strike, Kassad. I hope you like that intro. Worked on it quite hard.
You know, the smile, I love it. Like Vitality, as soon as they win, you're so smiling.
I'm always smiling.
The map didn't start so well for Vitality. NIP caught them with a really fast pace in a couple of rounds, and we can see round number 6 right here that kind of served as a trap that was set just a few rounds before. They're gonna start the same way they did in the past connector. They started off with the window smoke right here, and then, you know, after that we're gonna raise this, and then we see Rez going for the top con smoke very early on, and the molly as well, so he can put some pressure on the people inside the middle. Meanwhile, we can see right here people there is getting ready to explode from the holes, and then we can see that after that kill goes in the favor of Vitality, the site is pretty much clear. We can see Roland trading 2 kills, getting the ground, and after this, the round is pretty much over. The CTs, they need to save. What was even worse for NIPs, they got caught in these 2 different positions, and they lost 2 more guns. If they didn't lose this, they would have more money for the continuous of the half.
Allow me to go back just a little bit, because I think it's an interesting clip. If we can just see the death from our friend Spinks here, just for the viewers as well. The issue is that whenever he's peeking, Magisk has absolutely no way of controlling that peak before that happens, right? Spinks is out of his position here, and he's completely, you can see it here, right? Spinks is completely open, so I don't know if it's a mistake, a miscommunication between Magisk and Spinks. There's no way you can take that fight knowing your teammate is actually on site. So,
yeah, and there is one more thing that we like to add. Like, you can see this right here. He has a molly for holes.
Could have used it as well. Before
he peeks, gets the kill on Alexi, and he can focus on the hole. Now, this is a little small mistakes, but the initial thought is the trap was set by NIP in the fast rounds at the beginning, so you can call a hole spot, or however you want to call it, when you get the spawn towards the A side.
Absolutely. Well, thank you, Kassad, for these thoughts. We're talking about the issues of Vitality. To be fair, they did have a beautiful reaction. We'll definitely cover it up down there in the segment. Now, I say they had a refreshment of some sort. You could say they used some moisturizer.
Does your moisturizer suit your narrative? Why should age determine expectation? Save your skin with the all-new Potential, a skincare range by Res Valley. Potential defends against the 4 symptoms of underachievement. Why be a future star for just a year when you can be a future star forever? I want to get my hands on that skincare for sure, because it seems to be, well, it's not true actually. Valda is out and Res lost the map, so I don't know how good it is.
Just don't buy it.
No, maybe not. You started by setting the conversation about how NIP started off very well, Kassad. Then you said Vitality did have a response, and a really good one. So what changed for Vitality, and how did they bring this back and then kind of ran over?
I think they managed in the first half to deal with the fast aggression, to control, like, they're not giving up the picks like they did in that round that we showed. Like, early on trades that they have in their favor, that kind of slows down the T's going down the half, right? And they have to rethink their strategy, just go for the plan B. And ZywOo woke up, let's be honest, right? In the first, 6 or 7 rounds, he wasn't really all the way there. But after that, like you like to mention over and over to me in the green room, that you like to say, when he wakes up, the machine cannot be stopped. So I guess you're right. I
am kind of right, anywho. No, you're correct. ZywOo got caught off guard a couple of times at the very beginning of the game. I think maybe some flowers have to be given to Apex as well, which we sometimes point towards. Sometimes we're a little mean with him, but individually, I think he held his ground. He got caught on the B side in a couple of fights, stayed alive, did exactly what he needed to do, and Magisk gave them a bit of the deagle taste.
And you made an excellent point in the green room as well, saying how they're...
Good points.
Yeah, it does happen sometimes.
It's ridiculous.
About ZywOo and kind of the fact that he is so adept on the rifle as well, and we saw that in the start of that comeback where they had to die if they wanted an op, and they didn't do that, and he was so effective.
Yeah, I think it's an underrated point when it comes to ZywOo, and the contrast with Hetrick here is very apparent, right? You have a slow start from Vitality, which means financially not a whole lot of money to play with, but ZywOo is, for my money, the best rifle out of the top AWPers we have in the game right now. And you can see that's not a problem. Caught off guard a couple of times with the big green, goes onto the M4, grabs himself a few multi-kills, and then suddenly he's back. Hetrick, on the other hand, I have to admit, I think I saw him 3 times with the AWP throughout the game. I know it's not easy, but it has to be part of your skill set to be able to yield the rifle and have some kills. But unfortunately for Hetrick, that never happened on the map. He was relatively invisible from start to finish.
But he was outmatched, let's be honest.
Yeah.
And I want to add to your point, Nico He's the best.
Why do we have to
offer
circle back to Nico?
in the riflers.
He's not even playing the game.
I have to say it's just stronger than me.
Do you have like a 10% something you get out?
Well, not exactly 10, but close, you know.
Okay, such a fanboy. It's fine. In any case, when it comes to that, we were discussing it as well, but Hedrick, of course, had a really difficult game here, or a difficult map here. As you say, he was outmatched. I think nobody's going to expect him to outfrag ZywOo or get all those dual wins or whatever. But how much does it have to do with the fact that for NIP, new system, we heard it from Config, figuring out the roles, all of that. That must be very difficult for him to step into as well as a relatively new player.
Quite a lot, you know, when you have the stand-ins and the new system and the IGL, he switched from the CIS regions into the English-speaking team. That is a rough on a kid, right? It can take some time, because that's why I'm not going to criticize him, because he was outmatched by ZywOo, and who isn't when he's facing, you know, whoever he's facing, right? So I'm going to give this kid quite a bit of time before I make a final judgment if he's like worthy of tier 1 or not, because look at the circumstances. NIP had a lot of troubles in the past years, and you know, now they're speaking English, obviously. Alexi just joined Config, high emphasis on the little break, and it must be a little bit tougher than usual for a kid at his age.
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
We need more time.
Indeed, and I know a lot of analysts hate it, right? But I feel like for an IP specifically, it is such a unique situation. And when Vitality is firing on all cylinders, it looks kind of easy for them. It looks flawless when the system is working, right?
Yeah, you're correct. And I think we see that through a couple of clown rounds that NIP lost in this map. There are a few moments where protocols and all the practices that we like to talk about, they shield you from that. Like, you don't lose to Deagles because you're supposed to know how you're going to handle these situations. And I can't remember if it was 22 or 23. Vitality killed the game. It absolutely killed the game with 5 pistol, and they turn around the situation. NIP don't have the money. That's it. You can put it to bed. You can send it to map number 2. And this is where, because individuals lack kind of the barrier of the protocols, they make a little bit of mistakes. They overpeak. They don't exactly know how to handle this. And then it's a domino car. That's the end for me. This is when Vitality punch it.
We had the round for you, but I didn't call it up earlier, so mea culpa. It's totally my fault. But you can go watch it if you want to watch it back, because we're going to take a quick break, but we'll be back with Inferno after this.
It's all good. No problem.
You love it, you wear it,
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Dallas, we're back. Counter-Strike is in our DNA. It always has been, and it always will be. And now we are once more returning to where it all began.
Salutations. Oh là là.
Hurry up! Ah, Pierre!
ZywOo needs to come back. Dupree 14 points ahead. Oh!
No! He's speaking too long. Last year the record was like 240.
But I swear I've seen you like in the facility. You've got that in the Vitality facility, no? Like the...
Yeah, back in the days on the Stade de France was nice for ZywOo. Liked it before the game, so it seems like the same thing. So yeah, but maybe we need to bring it to the venue. For the warm-up? ESL?
So we get like, you know, aimbots, reaction speed, maybe some deathmatch. Perfect.
Yeah, and sometime with the tennis ball. I don't know if you saw that sometime.
Is it like the Formula One?
Yeah.
What does that do? I always see them doing that before a race.
Yeah.
That's just for like reactions.
There's some warm-up of the reactions. Yeah, sounds good. But Zaiwu is the most accurate guys on the team for this. So.
But I mean, you work in performance as well, right? So.
Kind of. I'm more the manager, and I have a background of like a sportman, and yeah, I can bring them some tools if they want to use it. I'm not. Some tournaments they use it, sometimes not, and at home obviously not. So yeah, but like Dupree, look this guy. You want to train? Eh?
Yeah. Okay. Can I have a game? Okay. Okay.
I think Simon got like 198. Okay, so
look, you stand higher than Dupree, no?
That's true. I wasn't as low to the. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
And you're hitting the live.
Were you using fingertips?
Yeah. Dupree using that, but I don't know.
Okay. Wow, I actually quite like that. How's the vibes with Peter Rasmussen? Where are you at, bro?
I'm really good. I'm gonna have a kid in 1 month. So yeah.
Daddy Dupree. Oh man, congratulations. I mean, it's kind of on my mind that, you know, I'm thinking about all these people I've seen grow up with me. Like I've been growing up, you've been growing up, everyone's growing up. Daddy Dupree. Yes. Has reality sunk in? Your last month is where you're the priority?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's kind of crazy. I mean, I think I'm as prepared as I can be, but I don't think I will ever be that prepared. I mean, that's at least what we talked about at home with my girlfriend. Is that we've done all the practical stuff, we've bought all the things as much as we can, and we've studied the things we could study. And right now, it's all about just getting into it and then realizing that we will probably make mistakes and we will need to learn. But you know, it's the first, like, we're just rookies, so we're just gonna go with the flow.
You could literally do the same interview for a Counter-Strike match. Like, well, we've prepared as much as we thought we could. You know, we're gonna make some mistakes. It's all. I mean, it sounds like it's a universal truth. Yeah. Man, I mean, that is exciting. Do you know? And yeah, you got an expectation date, so it's just Katowice, and then we lose you for a bit.
She's due to on March 2nd, so that's in like a month. Yeah. Just under a month.
Yeah, so like Pro League after Pro League or during Pro League. Honestly, great to speak to you, man, and congratulations. Good luck in the tournament.
Thank you.
I managed to grab Zonic for a few words, and he explained why exactly they kind of had like a slow start in the first half. He explained, well, this is the first series of the tournament, so the team is kind of warming up. Plus, they did not have a lot of information. They did not have a lot of data on NIP, but just in a few rounds, they got everything that they needed, and they managed to close the map.
Vitality Daddy's home, and I'm not talking about the Will Ferrell, Mark Wahlberg classic. I'm talking Dupree and the boys picking up that first map and now being 1-0 in the series, moving to their map pick of Inferno, one that even through tumultuous times looked decent for Vitality. Yeah. You are starting to fancy their odds in this one, I'm assuming, Hugo.
Yeah, for sure. They're set up for a 2-0. We saw a far better game out of Vitality on Mirage than we've seen for a long time. Some positional changes on CT side, some very, nicely paced T side rounds from Apex. A lot of things to like when it came to Vitality on Nip's pick, and now they go to their home turf, Harry. Gonna need a lot more out of Headtrick. Pressure's on for this young gun at his first Tier 1 LAN. Gotta learn quick or die trying. Got nades on Magisk, P250 on Zaiwu. And a count on config, but it seems like a bit of a mid-crunch for everyone involved. All the CTs facing, fighting, and pulling up with the kills. 4 in a moment as Dupree cowers in a corner. Let Alexi walk for a second, but he will be eviscerated, you'd like to think, after 2. Config closes. And was that Apex just shouting anyway? You lost the pistol, bud.
Yeah, I mean, You gotta try and stay in their heads, right?
Yeah, sure. Definitely were in the first half, or first map rather. Apex was yelling the roof down in the Hall of
I kind of
Heroes.
love that, right?
Yeah.
Yelling
I don't think I've ever
after
seen
they've
anyone lose a
annihilated
round
you.
and like hype your team up, like scream them down. That's one way to do it. And Vitality comes right in with a force, looking for vengeance quick.
Yeah, that was a very Alexi move. Also no stranger to Inferno is this guy. Certainly going to have ideas. And look at this one.
Hello.
Config.
He took a flash.
Yeah, he's been given a flash, right? And so that's screaming, I'm going to pop you through something here. It's never going to get that far because they will come to Config. Dead after one, that flash never goes out, but the molly at least stifles the banana play, slows it down. Alexi actually goes back in a fight for that and learns the hard way that that was the wrong move. ZywOo holding on to it, and now Vitality sit with the man advantage, a 4v3 out of the gate. Still a minute left to play with, plenty of util. They're armed, they're dangerous. Vitality, this one's got some serious legs on it. They're going to make something of this round.
Yeah, and I think Nipper gambling. Headtrick's leaning out of B, hoping that Vitality make the wrong move and go into the stacked site. I don't see them doing so. They've got one smoke, perfect for CT, and just chain flashes over the roof. This is their round. Nip know it, Vitality don't. This round's already done. They will pick up the force buy. They just got to clear their corners and get that plant in ASAP. And the penny dropping. It's one way to do it. Alexi went back for more there, and because ZywOo was on top of the logs, he could just get that slither of a head to grab the dink, and then even as Alexi tried to crouch out under the corner, he gets found by ZywOo. One Galil with a bunch of Tech 9s, and it's the one Galil that does everything they need. Both B entries, and a round winner from ZywOo. Top performer of last map as well. Definitely a good start for Vitality, because at least, Harry, in the last map, the one thing Nip did have in their pocket
was the pistol and
the conversions. It was a third round force for Vitality that won it out on Mirage, but Nip at least went up 2-0 in the half before problems arose. They won't even get that far this time. And you hate losing to force buy on CT side, especially on a map that's so reliant on having money for the utility, so you can actually take banana, so you can buy a head trick and AWP. And already those problems appearing.
All right, force around the save guns for an IP. Boost for Brolin. There are players coming his way, and he wins that first engagement, getting out of there as well. Good 5v4 for NIP. They're able to hold on to it for now. Brolin could get caught. Oh, it's a scary time to change those guns. Brolin goes up towards the apartments. Rez blind down in the pit. He's been discovered, but holds on with one. Dupree trades. A 3v3 as the A site's broken apart. There was a triple B early for the Nip boys. They're now going to have to group and try and retake this one. Nade's nice, bit of damage onto Dupree, softening him up. Hoping to make this retake a little easier. There's another nade that can look to be deployed here. Smoke ahead of the Moto as well. Creates a little corridor for these SMGs to try and work with. Dupree's content with that one kill and now just tries to stay alive. He succeeds in that mission. Vitality, they find the conversion. They break apart the force. They're up onto a second, and now there's nothing left in the tank for NIP.
Yeah, there wasn't even a kit in that 3-on-3 anyway for them to, make that round a reality. Even if they got the kills quickly, they probably would have lost to the clock. So, unfortunate stuff for Nip. A couple of well-placed trades coming out of apartments, and Vitality win the round. Dupree with a 3K as well. He was at least the quieter player back on Mirage for Vitality. Not that it was a problem by any means. But two nice entries to the A site from him. And wins the kill that denies that retake from, even transpiring for Nip. 2-1, and Nip are already on the pauses. Tack, not tech. They've got to get on top of it. And the vibes just do look very good. Not just the fact that Apex is screaming after rounds, win or loss, but just everyone with these like half smiles on their faces, whereas looks of despair on NiP.
I think there's probably a lot of pressure on Alexi as well, right, in this game. And I imagine that'll be the case throughout all the Katowice, right? Especially in this one, though, with Hedrick having such a rough start, I can imagine that he wants to put a bit of attention there, try to get him activated, try to bring him back into the game. And then on top of that, you have to deal with the fact that you've got Config standing in, right, and might require a little bit more babysitting. Feels like on T sides, they kind of just leave him to his own devices, but it's in the CT half where things might be a little more troublesome.
And that's a story of NiP, right, as a team in the last, like, 2 years, ever since the pandemic, right? Like, think about how many stand-ins this team has had, not just stand-ins and changing players, but especially academy players that NiP have tried out, right, to different degrees of success. All of them looking pretty good. You know, over the last 2 years, we've had Fuzi, ZTR, Maxter, Linus. We've had so many different players go through this NiP roster, 2 in-game leaders. I mean, they just can't really get comfortable with a roster, and so it puts a bit of an asterisk on, or a bit of a reason as to why this team has been struggling to, achieve any titles in the last couple of years. I think that much has to be considered. It feels like they can't remain consistent. How are you supposed to when you can't even field the same 5 for more than a couple of months at any time? Throw on Hampus now, back to medical leave. Ooh. Yeah, it just makes it harder and harder for the NiP core. And I mean, the one consistency behind all of this has really just been Rez. If you think about it, he's been on this team for almost 6 years now.
Oh, that's sad.
Yeah, well.
He tried to, he's dropped the other gun in spawn. He was hoping they would save them both, and now they might save neither. Alexi should be good to grab it. For ZywOo, not really worth committing to the hunt any further, and so he will let one of these guns get out of the round. A third on the board for Vitality, and now we're going to have the reinvestment coming down the pipeline for NiP. There's a couple of PT50 kills for Hedrick, a couple of frags, couple of feel-good kills as well, right? Because he does have the odds stacked against him in that fight. Sometimes it doesn't take a lot to get you reactivated again, right? And so I'm hoping, now that he's donning this AWP, he's on the CT side of Inferno, where AWPers get to do their best work on this map. I want to see him hit the ground running. I think that's going to be needed for NIP to remain competitive in this series.
They try and put some onus on Banana, but there are mollies from either side a car, so he can't face deep. And it's just going to be, again, this early apps pop. It worked so well last time with Dupree's entries. Brolin's got a nice gun for the job, though. One shot up close. Oh, he looks away. The Orc ready to rip and roar, and they jump right past him. Rez helps with a crossfire as Brolin draws them in. 2 kills from Rez. He even gets the reload off as Config covers on the site. And now Magisk going to 1v5. Vitality can't celebrate for long. This is a flawless round for NiP so far. And Magisk is not even being given a fight to get back into this round. Brolin's one way in pit, and both side players have cover, forcing Magisk to swing, so he'll reroute. Time is his only friend, but everyone else is an enemy.
Oh! Wow! I hear yelling! I hear yelling!
That's Apex!
That was 1 kill! 1 tap, 1 bullet. Magisk, still 4 more to find. And they're all holding him. The AWPs even got this from Library. Hedrick will nail it. That was so loud. That didn't even come through for you guys. We just heard that from the other room.
I think the mics were open. I think it was in our ears. I really hope. Apex coming through with the smack talk today, man. Keep it going, my guy. And good shot for Hedrick. Hey, you got given a fight, Harry, and he won it. Something to be said for that. We've not had many chances for the guy. Another buy for Vitality. Another triple B off of spawn, but the AWP starts in apartments. looking to take a piece out of this Vitality push.
This is nice though, man. Hedrick's already kind of showing a lot of initiative. He's really having an effort to be involved early, right? There was that feeling on Mirage that he just kept getting dodged.
Yeah.
Fighting for the apartments, he decides he would rather not, and so falls on out of there, playing the balcony.
Oh.
If anyone was boosted up there,
where's Olaf?
He would have serious questions, but that molly would have flushed them out. All right, motor smoke. Oh, sorry, long smoke going over. Gonna give you the ability to cross behind this and wrap CT. Curious if Dupree wants to try and realize that vision now. He's got a lot of guys with him. Back to back as Vitality take this long control. Now the question becomes, what do they want to do with it? They spot Alexi down at the speedway.
Oh.
Alexi with grace gets up.
It's a nice spot though, but it's still 50-50.
What is it, a pergola? Is that what these are?
I've never heard that word in my life, Harry. I'll believe it. Perched on the perg, ZywOo comes round to purge. And of course, he checks it. Beautiful stuff. And now this B split's on.
Yeah, still too strong here. Rez up on the boost. Nice little off angle to find Dupree. And his teammates coming on the rotate. Rez clean with the AK, clean with the headshots. And just Spinks left in at the end. 10 seconds left. He's running. He's out of there. He wants nothing to do with this B side of the map. So when IP find themselves a third. Rez with some masterful shooting. He kind of was like the one guy on Mirage that was giving you a bit of faith. I think for my money, it was actually like him and Alexi, because Alexi won like a good few couple of clutch rounds in there, right? Rez also was really the only player winning opening fights for NIP. And this is lovely, right? This is masterful. Great awareness to lob it back round, check out top banana.
The style points, 360.
Yeah.
Take that into account. The judges will hold up their scores.
Craig Revel Hallwood. That's a Strictly Come Dancing reference.
7! My mum loves that show. That's really niche. Well, it's not that niche, but I'll give it to you.
It's a little niche.
You know, Brits only. Head trick, and he's dead.
Yeah, you know, that's the nature of the beast. Sometimes you go onto an angle and ZywOo will bop you. You come to expect that.
Oh, he sees that up, man. He can taste it. He wants it. Rez, can he get it out of there? Can he? Surely ZywOo doesn't hit this flick, right?
Nah.
Oh, thank goodness. A little more assured. Rez, though, he's got to worry about apps because the smoke's just faded. He's turned back. They jump out. He sprays and he gets both. Rez holds strong as the solo A player, essentially. Brolin's now come in to cover apartments for him. And this round will be forgotten about nice and swiftly. Nip managed to contain the issue and save that AWP as well. 4-3. But even a strong start for Nip out of the gates won't have me believing too much, because the exact same thing happened on Mirage, and then we had 7 rounds in a row for Vitality, and they stomped the second half as well.
All right, want to try and contest this banana area a little more. Magisk, the man, bought in to do it.
Oh, the molly, not great.
Oh, really not great. It's given over that kill for free. Config out in no man's land, and now ZywOo, he just lets it rip.
They know.
In they come through the smoke. Alexi's run down, and Vitality, they go back to basics on that one there.
Complete disrespect, and I don't know if Config realized that molly fell short, right? That molly bouncing off the half wall should just cover all of Banana. He goes a bit wider, and they just walk right through. Not even a tick of damage. It's just free real estate, mate, and an easy entry kill. They find a double, and even though Alexi throws a smoke, meaning they know there's a third player, as he's shifting along, not sure where he was trying to go, but he falls off the little lip of the fountain, and so essentially he's mid-air when he starts shooting.
Yeah.
So it's just a free kill. And even if it's not, they're running through the smoke. They're going to trade that. So just the worst way that round could have gone, really, and it all started with one missed Molotov from Alexi. 5 alive, 4 on the board. And Vitality, another tick in the box. Look at this. It just didn't seem, I don't think Config was ready for that at all.
No, and I mean, you saw like how that threw everything off about the B-hold, right? It wasn't just the opener, it was the two other players inside of the site, right? Like caught out in kind of no man's land as well. There's this idea, there's this veneer of control over towards Banana that wasn't real. It wasn't as established as they thought it was, and so it completely threw them through a loop. Now maybe you can write that one off. You can say, okay, unfortunate bit of missed util. You've got to get straight back on the horse now that it's tried to throw you off. ZywOo flashed in towards top Banana again. He's had a lot of success here. But this time, Nip throw a safer molly to keep them at bay.
Yeah, it's even nice to know the Vitality, like sometimes it's dangerous if you get a kill on this map to just gung-ho in, especially when you're doing it B. There's very often triple B setups at the start of rounds, but, you know, Vitality, they don't doubt themselves. They don't even need to trade out. They just activate as a group. If anything does go wrong, there's numbers there to ensure trades. Head trick hits his shot now. Magisk gone, but they're wrapping the long side very quickly. Brolin needs these kills. Oh, it's messy. Not a single headshot in sight. Only Dupree who lands it. Oh. Head trick trapped by a Molotov of his own. He has to run through to give them the sight.
Yeah, set up nicely to play retake though in the 4v4. Apartment's starting to get cleared as well, so Hedrick only has to worry about the angles ahead of him. Alexi with this backstab. Spinks is going to have to check this eventually. Holding it from the balcony right now. Spinks comes out with the first frag. Hedrick dead. That's the AWP dropped over towards short. Now left a man down. NIP are going to call for the retreat. So much was weighted on that first engagement, and Hedrick was kind of the least tradable player there. With him falling over towards short, there was no one else to react. There was no one else to play off the back of that. That cements the save for NIP. And so Vitality are starting to build, starting to make something of this T side. They're in a really good spot now. These saved guns at least allow for another investment to come down the pipeline from NIP. But before that, going to be supplemented with a timeout. Chance for DJL to get involved, talk to the boys, try to figure out what's going wrong, because this is a round that even starts to the benefit of NIP. And they still come up short. It's also another one of these triple B stacks that, in this instance, gets straight up avoided. They find that softened A site. And I think what's so scary right now for me is that NIP, even when they've played triple B, it has not been a certainty. And as a result, you know, like they're feeling like they do need to dedicate this many resources there. They do need 3 players, because it's even like feeling 50-50 in those moments. And that's leaving this A site that much weaker. It's leaving it in a spot where rounds can be decided on 2 kills.
Lots of nades in spawn. Going to come back for that later, but these rounds have been very quick out of the gate. You'll notice, right, for an Inferno T side, it's not been Vitality doing this slow defaulting, going back and forth between sites. They've kind of picked their site and they've hit it. Oh my god, again, Hedrick caught. I think they boosted there. Magis just gets that kill on Hedrick's missed shot, and he can't run back in time. Inside of a Molotov. From bad to worse. They're already out mid as well. Rez is here, Config smoked off. They very close to it though. Rez just walks around the corner as Config comes through with 2. It's not enough. The trades are so good. This is the same on Mirage. It often wasn't needed, but I mentioned in the first map, like no one got multi-kills on a defense on A, which is where Vitality were frequenting on their T sides. They were trading so efficiently, grouped so tightly, and the same in mid again. NIP just throw themselves through the long smoke as Rez walks out porch. And Vitality far more favored as they come out of that one in a 3-on-1. And again, these rounds are just so quick for an Inferno game. They may have got that B pick. They could have run in off the back of it, but they just go right back to mid and shred. Alexi trying to save. There's no molly, thank goodness, but Magisk has time to run in if he wants. And why not? Oh, what?
Oh, buddy!
He pulled his knife.
You saving for next game?
Oh, no!
Why did he pull his knife? can't rationalize
Look, man,
that one.
I don't want to try and think why. All I know is that he did.
This is the entry on the head trick. It's very quick.
Dude, Hart goes out to config in that moment as well, right? Kind of did all he could, tried his best to get involved, tried his best to turn the tide.
Oh,
now it gets very
That's a tilt. We've all been there. We've all been there. Oh, dear. And the scoreline's not even that bad yet. It's going to get worse before it gets better, though, on this eco. Config.
Config, yeah, he wins these. Yeah, that's clean. 5-7. It's a gross little gun.
True.
Really is.
Oh, we heard all of it. Oh, he's calling his team back. He's just going to walk up longside, and you know that Abs player's gone back to pit, likely anyway. It's not that. Nip have just gambled. They've run everyone B. They can still go B if they want, and Dupree could just cut this off.
Dude, I really think this just comes with the territory of being like familiar with Nip, familiar with Alexi's style of calling, right? You hear that rotate, you hear the apartments player also legging it out of there, and you feel prepared enough. Like, the realization was instant from Dupree. There was not a second of hesitation on that. Immediately, he's like, yep, they're stacking. They're gamble stacking. They love doing this.
Yeah.
And so it's the perfect counter. Now, there is this wrap down through Banana that Magisk is solely responsible for, and he will give a kill away. Dupree surprises them on the rotate in, but they've got to try and keep this mid-crunch at bay. Zywoo will. They line up for him. Headtrick bests him in the head-to-head. Been a troublesome series for this guy, but in the 1v2, it's an awkward question posed. Do you want to give this a go? It's actually one of the best chances you've had it around, as awkward as that is to say. But with so much time gets the spot, gets out of there, doesn't want to recommit to that fight. And so Vitality up onto 7, continuing this streak as their T-side starts to take shape. That's now 4 in a row.
Gonna hear Vitality shouting to save again. They are definitely in Nip's head right now. There's no question about it. And yeah, I think that's why the arena, or sorry, not the arena, but the Hall of Heroes here.
The glass about to go down.
Yeah, it's
Bonk. And then they all start yelling obscene.
This is why it's so great, right? It's so great because you just have to look across. Every team, by the way, is playing their opponent opposite. So you have to look across the room and see Apex, screaming at you, and it's really annoying. I can imagine.
Oh, he's got a big grin on his face.
Yeah.
The Magisk is chiming in a little with some stuff, and you're just sat there molding.
Right. This is it, though. This is if Nip were ever going to actually save this game, because it doesn't feel like they're in it right now. It's off this round. You've got to wake up, and you've got to win a gun round here and now. Alexi with deep util down Banana. Config, I like the change. He's here now to try and take fight. He's pushed all the way down with Alexi, and he will get traded. Alexi blind, makes it out with one more. And can he escape for good? He's jumping. It's a risky move, but with the smoke down, Vitality don't want to go through. They know they started heavy B, and so they're just going to pick up the pace on this A site.
Yeah, they get ahead of that nade. Brolin responsible for a lot here, but a good timing on the balcony swing. Apex with the trade. Head trick inside of the site, all alone with the AWP. Low HP on Apex.
Hit it.
He needs to hit this, and he's been spotted from the balcony. Boxed in.
No.
Spinks will get rid of him. A 2v2. Walking the Moto smoke could be perfect. Spinks is on the balcony, but now dropping into the pit. He's going to start to consider this eventually. Playing this crossfire between the site and pit. It's a gnarly one to deal with. Rez wins that first fight. Spinks is not available for an immediate attempt at the trade. They now both cross in. Tap on the bomb. It's the commit. It's the stick. He didn't get Alexi off the bomb, Spinks. He's got to go back in. And that opportunity sails past them. Right from under their noses, NIP steal that one away.
Oh, I think he thought he was going to get insta-refragged, right? Like he was just trying to get enough damage off and then try and kill the player peeking him, but they didn't know where he was. They thought he was backside or mini pit. One more bullet would have actually done it to get the defuse stopped. And then he could have just stalled in the corner again. That's really awkward. Don't know how that spray doesn't kill Alexi. You'll take that if you're Nip, though. Such a huge round. And a nice banana take as well to set it up. Config and Alexi getting involved. And they'll do it again. It's Rez this time with a lovely spray conversion. Saves the day. Magisk almost got out. And we've already said these rounds have been quick. Vitality still laying claim to middle. And Nip rotate 4 back. Config has 2 smokes at that B site available. And he's going to need them because Vitality, while they smoke off long, they're going to be really quickly recommitting to Banana. And Config, this is an extremely dangerous position to play as a solo B player. You need to drop your smoke and get out of there, and he's done it at the right time. Ready to drop it once he hears some noise. They've boosted, and this has netted them kills before. And there's the smoke for Config, thank goodness. If he stayed at Sandbags and died, that's the way to win the round for Vitality. Meanwhile, Nip are getting curious.
Oh, sorry, Spinks. The timing on that, it's brutal. He was considering it right up until the moment they come in on that flank. Still, Vitality do get into sight, and ZywOo holds on. Nice shot from the AWP. They're up Banana. They're right here. The ZywOo comes to them. Hot with the AWP, but it's quickly extinguished. Brolin through that smoke puts a stop to ZywOo. Apex with a wide swing, can't convert the kill to res, and so the retake will take shape for NIP. It will come together. Putting a stop to ZywOo seemed like the really important part there. It felt like he was about to have one of those rounds that feels like only he can have. And that's where Brolin comes in with a bit of chance going his way.
Yeah, a lot of opportunities for that round to get robbed, but Nip back-to-back retakes, or at least keeping them in the CT side to a degree. They can still win the half. Waking up right at the very end. It's been off the back of finding opening kills at Banana, though, and I wonder if Vitality have got any adaptations there to put ZywOo with the AWP, perhaps, to start B. Because back-to-back rushes down to logs for Nip. Well, they haven't taken Banana. These have been very uncomfortable rounds, where Vitality have just often double, triple entry B with ease. Where's Headtrick spawn? Nothing interesting. Gonna start A, and again that triple B.
It was an all-right spawn for the mid-fight.
Yeah, I don't think...
One to like play this shallower angle, right?
Oh, there's the solution.
Oh, wow.
Spam the smoke. LXB still once more. Oh, he's very lucky to be alive right now.
I don't know if you're going to be expecting this. This is ballsy out of Alexi, right? That smoke's got about a quarter of the timer left on it in just a moment. Will they be ready for this? Alexi up close. There's one, but that's all it is. Top Banana player can't justify fighting for this. Rez at the sandbag, still boxed in. Magisk. Clean AK entries. B is open right now. There's no one else here for Nip. Vitality pumped the brakes in the 4v2. They can go and explore. They can go and see what else this map has to offer. But if they follow through with the B play, they will be taking this round. Once more, similar to Mirage, locking in a one-out half at bare minimum.
Look at the bullet impacts on the wall at Car. Like, that's how much spam they fired to try and kill Alexi, or rather Rez at the start of the round, whoever it was behind the car. My goodness. And yeah, they've won it. They're about to find out as well. Head trick. Oh, yeah, awkward stuff. Scoped in. And that's the round, folks. Brolin's left to save. Can try and grab that ult last second if he wants to risk it, but Spinks is still hanging around because Vitality can afford it. Well, they can't really, but they're not going to need to worry because they've got the kills anyway. And they've certainly got the rounds. Half one out by Vitality, and we've still got one more to make that even sweeter by the end of their T side. And now they've started slowing down the pace as well in these last couple. Sure, Nip had those retake rounds, but smooth shooting for Vitality. And rather unfortunate for Alexi as well. He takes Apex out of that cubby while he's here at Banana, and maybe he would have been ready for Magisk, but as soon as he gets that kill, the deep Banana smoke fades as well. And so he has to be careful of ramp and middle, so he can't even get ready for logs. This molly earlier pushed Spinks away from climbing up balcony. It will do so again. Top B smoke. That's how, and that's from Vitality. You can see that's how keen they are to stop this Banana take for Nip. And it's worth it. Nip don't have the nades in this last round.
Yeah, the lack of Molotov means that if Vitality make this as pacey as it's looking, you're not slowing this down. You've got to do it with the guns. The flashes are great. Head trick is so blind, and oh, it is just all laid out over here towards B. Vitality, it's like it was written in the scriptures. They break through that triple hold with ease, and they even lob in this deep CT smoke. One to replenish it, and a third, because there was a gap on that second one. But yeah, you can't get back in here if you're Nip. The boost is a nice idea to give you a go. They will get one out of the round. Oh, make it a double. Rez and Brolin trying to return some hope to the ranks of Nip. Coming through the smokes now, they're running into the site, but blind from the flash and mopped up by Spinks gives way to a 9-6 half in favor of Team Vitality.
Yeah, I'm faking it.
Yeah, they're coming.
No, I don't see anyone. They're multi. I'm coming.
Flash Sigma. Yeah, let's go long with her. Let's go split again. Let's go split.
I don't have smoke.
Come.
We don't have.
Okay, let's go short. Let's go short. Nice. Hey, long. Nice. Last B. Left side. Could be wood. I think it's gonna be runes. Right side or something. He's dark. Not good.
Nice.
90 mil.
You saving for next game?
Statistics, man!
Remaining for Spirit to use within this second half. Very liberal on their CT side. 3 used within what felt like a patch of 5 rounds, but now the final expended here. And to have a big discussion. The money, 3.7 on the high end, 2.7 on the low. They know that only one player survived. They can still break phase. So this is a big conversation to have right now. Boris has been doing an awful lot of damage, and Wonderful here with this plant has given them something a little extra to work with if they do want to push all in. Your other option is just take it a little bit more reserved, a couple of upgrades. You know the loss bonus into the next is going to be about that 2,400 mark. So if you leave yourself roughly 2k, you'll be sitting pretty. And that looks like the option that has been discussed. It's all right, boys. We'll let them get to 10, but we'll hold them there.
Yeah, we saw that nuke in the most recent affair, but that was so long ago, nearly 9 months since that IEM Cologne affair. Wonderful had only been in the roster for a single month, so a lot of evolution you'd expect.
A lot of experience as well.
Yeah, that too.
You had Wonderful and Patsy named as Rookies of the Year. Well, they were in the conversation. It was actually Monacy who won Rookie of the Year last year. Makes sense.
Shocked Pikachu face.
I think he was number 7 in the top 20. But Patsy and Wonderful definitely made more than a name for themselves in 2022. And let's see if he can do it with the Deagle. He's already hit a couple of big boppers.
That'll be all for now. Some info, definitely flowing though. Spirit aware, 2 towards this yard position, keeping them at arm's length, understandably so. Brokey just forgoes that line on ramp, and yeah, second guessing it now, realizes that is a gap and a very viable one for Spirit. Bait a shot, but needs help, and Brain, the one to spray. 2 down on ramp, a missed shot from Brokey, but channels them back to lobby all the same. This constant moving amoeba of defense.
And they understand that if they can just get another kill, right, a little bit of damage, it doesn't have to be the round win. I say that, it all starts to fall apart. The House of Cards tumble, and it will just be one casualty that FaZe drops in the previous round of play. That's one of the better scenarios for FaZe, right? If you want to put the shoe on the other foot and talk about things from their perspective, they need to start having more clean rounds if they want to build a strong CT economy here to help them close this map out, or at least bring it back into winning ways.
Well, they said some work had gone into this to make ZywOo feel more accommodated, more at home, and boy, does he look at home right now. Great first half out of this guy, currently undefeated in opening fights, 5-0. He's having a whale of a time, and it's a big reason as to why Vitality sit in the lead right now at 9-6. NIP having to play catch up here, and it's all going to have to begin on this T side. Now, pistol rounds have been a kind of bright spark for NIP. They need that to hold true now more than ever.
Yeah, well, all three so far in the series had something at least, but even in this map, they were unable to convert it. Going for a gamble stack after losing a pick, and Vitality's walked into B. That's what NiP are doing now. Lots of nades, so they're just going to flat out execute. The question is, ZywOo, he's had a great game so far. Can he keep it roaring? Julie's on the B site. Apex with some nades, but they're going to disrespect his smoke, no doubt about it. It's the ZywOo show. We are watching Vitality after all.
ZywOo could get mollied here. With 2 mollies in tow for NiP. Instead, it's going to be dark and backside, so ZywOo's not Molotov'd out. It's all the dual Berettas. Lock out the first 2 men that try to come through. Apex now the only defender. Good bit of damage. Brolin caught on the smoke. Config replies, and a 2v3 starts to settle in over towards his B side of the map, but not for long. Config can't wrestle with the dual Berettas. Magisk drops that bomb out in the open, and for Headtrick, the rookie, the youngster, back of the site, all alone, not long for this world. Vitality win their first pistol round in this series, and it's the one that sends them up into the lead in a very big way. A real chance at the 2-0 now to open up their run in the group.
Just they're so confident. The fact that Magisk is even taking that fight before his team are even close to being there in the 1v1 on B. Apex coming through the smoke, and what a great reposition for ZywOo. When he sees that execute's coming, he jumps up on that little lip and knows as they go through the smoke, they're looking forward, not backwards. Yeah, it's just everything's coming up for Vitality. Everyone looks so confident. They're winning ecos. They're winning forces. And the amount of missed gambles that NiP even called in that first half as well. A very difficult matchup for the majority Scandinavian team. Only Glocks here. It's going to be a nice, easy conversion. Apex keen to get involved early. Make this money with the UMPs. Lots of damage downrange, and Vitality have had enough of respecting. They've heard enough Glocks to want to take these fights. Dupree does get dinked, but there still should be no worry. 5 alive is the intention, and the destination. Spix might even ace this.
Ooh.
Psych. You thought.
I wanted to spam and then I hit you in the head.
Just the vibes are great, man.
Yeah.
Reminiscent of Honeymoon Vitality to a degree, but with some sharper setups we've seen, right? Spinks obviously getting added to this team in August last year, going on immediately to winning Pro League finals after a great group stage run and a victory over Liquid in the end of it in Malta. And then obviously a sharp drop-off and an underperformance in Rio, but I don't know, it just feels different today, Harry. I just hope they can keep it up.
Okay, I'm seeing some...
Oh, that's not the player you're meant to kill.
I was going to say, I'm seeing some vintage Apex moves with him like swinging wide at top banana, right? That's always one that used to scar me, but it works much to their favor in the opener of this round. Oh, there we go. There's always, you know, one little banana peek too many. He gets one in the series. He gets one in the series.
Yeah. That's like the first, you know, first time it's really looked a bit out. And he's 5 and 13, but you couldn't tell from the T side we just had.
Yeah, plus, you know, I don't really have any issue with Apex kind of being the first man in T side. He should be. You know, it's more in the CT engagements. That was always the problem for these guys on Inferno.
Well, at least
sometimes he would just get a little stuck in at top banana. At this round, he finds the 4v4. Sorry, Hugo, I've interrupted you 3 times now. So take it.
I don't want to talk because you're going to interrupt me again.
I'm not. It's not a bit. Right.
But that's the thing.
Config up through long. Rez gonna nail the shot. And the A-Rap is in.
Just
NIP. On to another.
But Harry.
Just the save out of Vitality.
Talk if you
I'm actually done for real this time.
Ooh.
It's like the online casting area.
Yeah, that's true. That's true, yeah. No, you talk. No, I'll talk. I feel for Alexi, man. He's had a bit of a rough go at things this game. Banana. I'm gaslit. I don't want to talk anymore.
Y'all can thank me later.
Send PayPal.
All right, 7th round for NIP, but they've got to build upon this, right? If you remember, even back on the previous map, they weren't immune to picking up rounds here and there, have ones that looked pretty clean as well, that you were like, okay, this could be a bit of a turning point, but then they never really ended up being anything more than ones and dones. Sure, they went on a couple of 2-round streaks in there, then they would have it fall down versus, 4 spies, low ecom rounds on the Vitality side, so... it's all that and more in this instance. We've got the AWP for Zywu, we've got full utility as well for Vitality. The only firepower hit is Magisk with the UMP.
Yeah, but he played on the Glaive. Glaive mastered that weapon. I've seen some moments. There are certain SMGs I assign to players. Glaive is the UMP. Simple is the MP7.
P90R?
Yeah, or the Bison. He gets the both.
Two, doesn't
he? Gets the both, yeah. Pretty suitable. And then the Mac 10 Apex. Flashed up top B now. Nip get that control.
Actually, or like maybe Alexi.
Sure.
Could be another one, and they're voting this game.
Well, we already had Apex take down the opposing captain last round. But he's going to get left to the wayside this time. B is not the object of Nip's desires. Long smoke. And Zywu. He's here. He's ready.
Are they ready to contest with the AWP? That's the big question.
Very early in the half.
Zywu going to reposition, tuck himself in at the site. It's only the leg. He needed that to be a kill. Spinks down in the pit, getting pressured, run up by Hedrick, and he will flush him out. 1 HP for Brolin, and the thing that's so heartbreaking about that is, the number at the top of your screen, not the scoreboard, but like the way if you were playing the number at the top of your screen where you would see like, oh, it's a 2v3, that kind of decides the outcome right now of this round. If this were the 2v2, I think Vitality would have been a lot more interested in giving this one a look in.
And Apex's nade, throw it over the top of the site because it was Brolin who's planting, and suddenly you have a kill and you have a reason to go for it. But they're playing the smart game, they're playing the long game, and they have a bit of money left up for later. So Nip back-to-back A hits and they connect. So even exits for Apex, he can upgrade.
Still a ways to go before NIP get back into this, but as far as like initial eye tests go, this is a nice little stumbling back to your feet, isn't it, right? These 2 saved guns will facilitate another investment to come through the pipeline for Vitality. NIP are just 1 round away, though, from breaking these CT bank accounts. And suddenly, this is a far closer game than you would have expected coming into this second half.
Pause as well before things get out of control, because, we've been framing this as Vitality in full control, and they have been. But now with a couple of gun rounds going the way of Nip and the chance to break the cache for good, this can close up very quickly. Sonic getting some words of wisdom in. Meanwhile, over on the B stream, very close game between FaZe and Spirit. FaZe dominated that first map of Ancient, but now it's getting a little bit tighter. Spirit do love some nuke, the Chopper classic. We got some banging games now, of course, as we enter the groups. And they're going to keep on rolling. OG MOUZ up next on the A stream as well. And even IHG taking on Liquid later this evening. It's good to be back in the season, Harry. Abs pop for Nip. Seems like they're just going to do it out the gates. Brolin's tasked with getting that flash over the top. Just get smoked though, so that will change everything for Nip. They don't want to go completely blind into the site. Brolin retakes Banana instead. Dupree even checks mid, sees nothing, but that's almost misinformation here for Vitality because 4 players of Nip around the corner. A resmoke is nice.
Gonna keep them at bay, right? Give Spinks the timing to get up onto the balcony as well. He's even readjusting his seat in position. Kind of a ballsy time to do it, but I like this.
Oh, there's going to be some turbulence.
This is the A play, though. That much is guaranteed, and Vitality have gone for the triple B lean, so the entirety of this round, the entirety of this defense rests on the shoulders of these two players. ZywOo loses the first fight, and Spinks can't do anything else about it. They've run down A. Nip move in, and Vitality are left saving. Once again, it's another round on the board for Nip. This comeback starting to take shape here as they find 3 in a row on the T side. And as mentioned, there were going to be economic woes eventually ticking over for Team Vitality. Even with this save, it's kind of dubious to invest again. You would have 4 rifles if you have Apex drop one over.
Yeah, no orb though, and no chock load of utility.
You almost feel like eventually, right, you kind of just have to bite the bullet, right, and stop throwing the guns out. Just see what you can accomplish with these 3 saved ones.
I wouldn't be surprised if Apex just calls for one more buy just in case while they have the lead before Nip establish that money of their own, but ultimately, I wouldn't say there's necessarily a wrong call right now. They're not in the danger zone just yet. And if Magisk wants to have no util, he can also arm the 5th player. So they can have 5 M4s, but of course there's always a concession, isn't there? Bit of target practice while Vitality save. But Nip are doing it, man. This is a couple of 3 gun rounds on A in a row. These are solid rounds out of Nip. Just nice and concise. They will take the eco. I like the call for Vitality. Not overplaying their hand. And it means they can also play their rifles together. Ooh, Apex makes his work. And now this is excellent. He's arming his team. He even gets the AK out of there. If we can get a quick rotate from ZywOo, he can grab this gun.
Back in.
I know, this is very ballsy. Take the 5v4. Give ZywOo a gun. Suddenly you're cooking.
Oh, hold up. Let him cook. Magisk going in. Oh, helped out by ZywOo. Gonna keep this in the advantage of Vitality. That was the bomb as well. Dropped out in the open. So right now, Vitality know what's happening in this round. They know the nature of it. Bit more damage out of ZywOo. Has to be careful here. Apex dead, melted at the back of the site. So ZywOo's feeling a lot of responsibility. Headtrick will get that trade. A 2v2. Bomb dropped in the open, but they're able to retrieve it. Not feeling the pressure yet, but it's about to be applied. Spinks and dupreeh are both here. dupreeh coming up banana. Spinks back in the ruins. Deagle might want to make contact first. Try and set up dupreeh to accomplish something here on this wrap round. He's got a long sight line and a player with a back turned at the coffins. Rez is on the other side, and that spam connects. Rez never to see the light of day. It's Headtrick left in this one all alone. Clean flick back to Banana, but he can't seal the deal on the round. The 1v1 comes up in favor of Vitality, and they do it with just the hero guns, a partial buy around them. They find a 12th. They put a stop to the streak of NIP.
Oh, I thought surely that was Headtrick's round, dude. That's the firepower addition of Spinks that we needed. What a 1v1 to close. He was not favored there. Even though he had Headtrick trapped, he was so low. 1 bullet would have done it. And my goodness, Spinks just crouch peeks and closes. Very nice round win out of Vitality, and again, it was Apex with the opening kill, getting that gun out of there, and then setting back up. Vitality win a round they shouldn't. Right as Nip were picking up steam. Meanwhile, while this game is undecided on the B stream, it's looking pretty donezo. FaZe are ready to end it, and they've 2-0 Team Spirit at the same time. Vitality are looking for just as much. A good start to the tournament for FaZe. Currently upset free on day 1 of the groups. Headtrick T-side AWP can afford Nip to play a bit of a slower rifle round. Comparatively, these rounds have been a lot slower for Nip than Vitality's quick rushes towards the B site often A lot of them off the back of finding an opening kill. Nip need the same. They're set up very deep right now. Config has a nice angle on apps. He's even going to get a cart smoke as well, but Vitality will respond. And they're going to go right back to B. Try and put this orb in the power position. Vitality lose info at A. They're trying desperately to keep them 3 strong, and they've done well. It's forced Dupree into the bomb site with ZywOo trading out. So rotates will be late as the execute comes in.
Yeah, just a pop flash to send them through, but a kill for both the B-site defenders. Config getting activated over in top mid, does best ZywOo, but isn't going to be in a spot to stop these rotates to play another round. Instead, he's on for a long rotate.
He's going back to mid.
15 seconds, look like it might just be the save call. Config popping heads.
Doesn't matter.
But it's not a route to a win. This one is decided. That B hold stands its ground, and that's a nice feeling for Vitality. This B lean, you know, they've been playing triple B a lot. It started to feel like a bit of a vulnerability, leaving that A site a little lackluster. And that was getting exploited from Nip in the kind of ebb and flow of this game. Then we've seen them go back into some of these B takes, occasionally even getting past triple B holds. But now Magisk and Apex, they step up, they hold the line, they put a stop to Nip in that one there. Vitality, pole position, 13 rounds to their name, and a broken economy for Nip. Not a lot to work with.
Yeah, it seems like Config has just kind of been put in a lot of Hampus' spots, playing a lot of lurky roles on T-side. He was doing the same on T-side Mirage as well. We think about those like late B attacks while his team are running AXX here as well, solo A, while they're going for a B play. But, it's always awkward when you're on that T-lurk and your team just get eviscerated. He started running back, but I think someone had already called the save call, and so they couldn't get that bomb back in time. He just goes for kills. Bit of damage, few stats to pad, but ultimately Vitality shut down the B execute. Magisk and Apex hold strong. And now we're running out of rounds, running out of funds for NIP. Ooh, they're even getting cocky on Vitality, sending it down mid, and a free kill and escape. ZywOo will miss his chance to get a second, but a 5v4 is beautiful, and ZywOo still wants more. Oh, they heard it! They called it a head trick. He just dodged death. Alexi fighting for it still, but somehow Apex takes out Res, and Spinks even goes a one step further. They are relentless on Vitality in this round, and a 4v2, even removing the AWP from middle. Spinks, oh, he will die to a Mach 10 at range, but Vitality is still sitting pretty.
That is a beautiful little aggro round out of Vitality, though. Everything about it, just kind of the trades of contact, different players fighting from different aggro angles. You never knew where to look if you were an IP, and you just got bogged down in middle, getting pressured from left and right. Everywhere, every time you adjusted, there was a new player fighting you.
And it catches them off guard, because we've seen a pretty respectful CT side, right? Like, other than like Apex going banana, getting an opening kill and falling back into B, that's really all we've seen in terms of aggro from Vitality. No apps plays, not even mid-fighting. They've given away brackets most of these rounds. So as soon as Nip come in with a play to a very important gun round, Vitality just disrupt it. And yeah, this is the disruptor on your screens. How are you supposed to stop him? 14-9. And that brief glimmer of hope for Nip with 3 A executes that worked well. But even ZywOo missing shots, and all of his rifling friends come up with the goods. Must hurt to be Nip in this game right now.
Yeah, really bringing them back down to earth.
Okay, I like the change. Why not?
ZywOo clapping cheeks, out with the swing. And I mean, much like Earth to Uranus, this is an entirely different atmosphere between these two squads right now. Spinks over on the balcony. Apex fighting from long. Everyone wanting to be involved here for Vitality. Everyone wanting their piece of the pie.
Oh, he's on a different planet, all right. Apex sky high in the clouds. And what a recovery and scoreline as well, because he had like 2 kills coming into this half. Green robs that kill, and ZywOo in the library even finds his shot low HP. They chase him down, and they stay in their heads rent-free, baby. 15-9. We all know where this one's going. Vitality have come into Katowice storming.
Yeah, and I think, you know, this is what Vitality needed. This is the kind of boost they needed, right? Having these good results at the start of the year, a big year for this squad, one where they've got some serious, you know, legwork to have had to put in. They've got to show some results. It's got to show some promise. There's also, you know, the major happening in the home country of the organization, and for two of these players, there is a lot riding on 2023, and so they wanted to have their heads held high.
And you know, how long have they been trying to not just, you know, do that, but also build a not just a French-only squad, but at one point it was Apex and ZywOo, the two remaining players from the initial Vitality roster all the way back in 2018, right? Still here, still with a dream of taking trophies and titles. Spinks finds config on the A site, and there's re-aggression at B. Vitality do not respect Nip, and knife out. Caught is Brolin. He just pulled his gun, but too little and too late in this map and in this series for NIP. Vitality have come to play today, and it has been a joy watching them on the server.
Yeah, you really hope that these sorts of performances can be kept up, right? This is the Vitality we're going to get to see for a long while. Rez with the dig! He had me believing for a moment, but shut down, locked out. It's a Vitality win in their opener. They're looking to make a run happen through this upper bracket, and man, that was one hell of a debut for the Vitality squad.
Yeah, they're in a great group as well to do it. The next game will be the winner of Outsiders Fnatic. They have a chance to maybe make a run straight to the playoffs in just a couple of BO3s. For Nip, down to the lower side and a lot more fighting to do.
Well, there we go. Vitality didn't drop a beat in this one, a 2-0. A comfortable victory against NIP. We're going to get Apex in just a second also to talk about it. But, you know, I think that's as good as you want it from a first day. I can't hear you.
I cannot, I have to come here if you want to hear me.
Wait, you can use this one. No. Vincere is...
I won't be silent.
I won't be silenced. Oh, did it work?
I'm in with Apex's microphone here.
Yeah, here he is.
Ready, Danny? That's for you.
Hello. Hello. You can you can carry the mic. Congrats, man.
Thanks.
So, since he's fiddling with his mic, so actually he won't be able to flame you or anything. This is why we turned off his mic. Is that okay? Okay, Apex, tell me about this match then. We were eager to see what your form would be because it was so good at Blast, right? So how do you as the IGL look back on the team's performance today?
And I'm back.
Well, that was good, I would say. We played some decent CS. I think that Mirage was a slow starter. We got a bit unlucky at the first battle round, and then we kept rolling, and I think we played well overall. So that's just a good feeling to start the tournament on the right note. Just, I think, 16-11, 16-9 is a good game, I would say.
Yeah, it was definitely a good start for you guys. It was a good start of the year, it seems like. So I just wanted to ask you, what has been the focus from the end of last season to now coming into 23? Because the results seem interesting.
A lot of things. I would say that we were not really proud of 2022. We wanted to do a lot more, all of us. And we have a lot of... we want to prove a lot now that what we're capable and why this team got created. So for us, it's really important to change a lot of things. First of all, last year we got like a bit... not burnout, but we got really tired at some important tournaments because we wanted to do too well at too many tournaments. We changed that. We changed also some work ethic difference. We changed. We knew that our weakness were most likely the city sides last year, so we tried to work a lot on that. A lot of things, because when you went, I think, on top Asia TV, we were in top 10 in the world, which is the worst I had for a long time. You want to do way more, so we tried to find solution to get there.
Mathieu and I were talking in the green room about Inferno specifically and Sphinx's position, and that something seemed to have turned around or switched around for him. Could you elaborate?
Well, we tried for 6 months to have Spinks on B as an anchor, and I think that's not a position for him, to be honest. We try to put him in more in the star role. I think he's not like an anchor most of the time, but Pit is a really good, the best anchor position you could ever have on CS, and I think it can fit him well. Even though Magisk was a really like solid rock on Pit, and he's known for that, but we try to say, okay, I think Lotan can be as good as Emil in Pit, but Emil can be better than Lotan on B. So we try to swap it up. It's just the beginning. I think in practice it worked well. Against EG, we didn't play that much CT on Blast, so we didn't show it up. We didn't show it. We tried to stay with the old position just to have a bit of a counter. But yeah, I mean, Inferno has been CT side have been a lot of talk points for us because it has been not really pretty during 2022.
Now, speaking of these adjustments, you talk about Spinks. How much sacrifices have other players have to do for him? Did you feel like you had a whole lot of changes to be done?
Not really. I mean, it's two things. Obviously, I think in 2022 on our T side, sometimes we didn't take enough space for him to shine on some point. I think he had a good example with Ents. But we will never have an Ents play style, let's be honest. It's not what we will be good at. So we needed to change a little bit, but still have good spacing just for him to shine. And also, it's also because of him at some point, because he wanted to do too well for the team and he didn't think enough to himself. So I remember after the major we had a big talk about how he should play with us and what I want from him as a lurker on T side, and I think he does way better. Also, you know, obviously I have a lot of respect for Hades, which who was his ultimates, but Hades played a lot for him, for example on Overpass. But now as he plays with Zawu on Overpass City, he didn't want to say flash for me or do setup for me. He wanted to play for Zawu, but I told him it's also one of the best City position you could ever have. So you need to play for yourself. You need to ask me 2 flashes. You also start playing the team, and we need you to perform. Otherwise, it's not gonna. I mean, we will not perform if he doesn't perform. I mean, on the long run, obviously. And we try to change all the things. I think it gets better. I think he's showing a really good stats and really good showing overall. And I'm proud of that. And I really want him to continue in that way because he's just a monster. And when you have such a player in the team, it can help a lot to win.
Absolutely. Speaking of Zawu as well, definitely an uptick. And there is something on the horizon this year, which the casters have also talked about, which in our heads is like super, super big for you, obviously. But the major coming up in France.
Yes.
But you have this huge tournament now as well. Talk to me about motivation coming into this year specifically with that in a few months.
Well, obviously, major is the big goal for us. Everyone knows it's in France. Zawu and me will be probably the 2 biggest players there from France. I hope some other player will qualify, but I think, let's be honest, they have maybe a bit less chance than us to qualify. So we'll be the big player there that everyone wants to see perform. And obviously, it's the biggest goal for us. But obviously, also Katowice is a big tournament, and we put Katowice on the high note to perform well here. So since the start of the year, we're just grinding a lot. But obviously, the big goal, the big achievement we want to do is Paris, Blast Paris. And
why not both?
Why not both?
Yeah, I mean, I'm fine with that. I can sign. Do you have a paper somewhere? I can sign somewhere. I'm fine with that. But obviously, it's really different periods. One is now in the beginning of February. One is in May. So obviously, between tournaments, we will get some rest and try to put our heads off of those things. But yeah, obviously, major in Paris. For me, obviously, I'm 30 soon, so it's probably the last major I will play in France, obviously. And for Zawu, you don't know. You never know. It's the first major out of 18, 19.
Yeah, that's long.
So let's be honest, maybe it will be the only one for him. So it's everyone knows in the team that it's important for us. Most likely to play in the arena first because we want to play in front of French crowd. I think it's going to be amazing. And yeah, that's the goal.
Okay, super exciting. Any final thoughts?
Yeah, listen, now that I have you, you talk about the start of the year here in IEM Katowice. From an outside perspective, it feels like it's unclear who's dominating in the scene.
Sure,
I would like to have your opinion. How is the Counter-Strike top scene doing right now? Who do you see in forces?
Anyway, it's always tough at the beginning of. I think I feel at every Katowice we're a bit like that. We're a bit like, oh, who's going to be the best? Who's going to perform here? We always know that big name like Navi, FaZe, G2, they're always here to perform as well. But you never know who's going to come like really strong at this event because it's a really beginning. So actually, I have not much idea except obviously the big name. As I said, the 3 of them, Navi, G2, and FaZe, and hope we close with them because. That's the goal. That's the goal to perform at these big events and to show what we're capable of. Sorry.
No, that's okay. Thank you very much for that, Apex. Good luck, of course. And we're going to head over because we have a couple of words with the NIP side as well.
Hello.
So, Braun, unfortunately, this is the first loss here in the groups, but like we want to focus on that. We want to maybe focus a little bit on what is happening in the server and what was happening in the video, because actually in the play-ins you had pretty successful nukes. Why did you decide like not to go for this, even though like we kind of know that maybe Vitality's nuke is not the best?
I mean, obviously, I think it's more easy to actually play Mirage than nuke in this the situation we are in, because we haven't. I mean, we had a little maybe zero practice on some maps and some more of others, but I think it's just overall like nuke. I mean, Vitality was a really good nuke team, and I think they, I mean, it's just the team just came up that we're gonna pick Mirage, and it's just, I mean, we feel more comfortable in it, I guess, because we haven't had that much practice on nuke, for example.
Commiserations. I mean, you lost a day, but there is a lot of CS to be played in the next days. Looking back at this match, you guys started off very well on Mirage, then they took the control of the whole match and the second map as well. What do you think went wrong in the whole game?
I mean, I think we had economy problems on in the end of the T side, and I mean, I think to be honest, I think we threw 2 rounds that we should have. For example, the 3 before after plant when Apex killed me and Hedrick from CT. And I think that was just a momentum breaking overall. And I mean, yeah, overall, I think on Mirage, especially on the CT, I think, for example, Sivo went out mid and killed 2 people, right, with the Deagle, and it's really hard to play that type of thing, that type of round sometimes. So.
Just one more question directed, especially for you. All this turbulence, you guys have to make the changes in the IGLs and all these things that are happening. Is that affecting too much your personal roles and, performances, or how do you handle it?
No, I mean, I think I can do much better, of course. I mean, obviously I'm not playing the best maybe, but it's gonna, I mean, obviously I think no one is 100% comfortable in everything they are doing at the moment, because like for example, Christian is just a new player, and we need to speak with him, and especially Dania haven't played that much Tier 1 CS before, so it's really hard to actually be 100% comfortable in some situations for everyone. But I mean, yeah, it's coming to time, I think, and that's gonna be really good.
Yeah, well, good luck in the next games. I mean, you guys did well in the planes. There's no reason to not do it again.
I just want a real quick reference to what you said about Danny, that he doesn't have much Tier 1 experience. And do you think when it comes to a team like Vitality that has Apex just yelling all the time, was he maybe in a way kind of living rent-free in Danny's head?
No, I don't think I to be honest, the headphones are kind of noise cancelling, or how I pronounce it, and I mean, I can't even hear, so I don't think Tanya did it either, so I don't know.
All right, then. Thank you very much, and good luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
Really nice of Braun to give some insight into what maybe didn't exactly work for NIP, as Kassad is, I think, pulling the 20-meter sprint or the 100-meter sprint.
He'll be there soon.
He'll be there soon, indeed. But Maniac, yeah, for NIP, work in progress very clearly. I do think they had building blocks coming out of the planes, but it's a completely different beast when you face a Vitality that's playing so well.
I know you say building blocks. I don't think there is much building to be done for NIP. I feel like it's more about this is what you have. These are the resources that you have on short term, and you try to do your best. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for working a little bit with us.
I mean, I'm in shape, as everybody can see.
All right, then.
Yeah. It was a good interview, wasn't it?
It was great.
It was an awesome interview, Kassad.
He usually doesn't talk too much or doesn't let on.
Yeah, well, that's when you have the authority, as a figure, then, you get the best out of people and the most. Maniac.
I'm already bored of you. It's been 8 seconds. No, it's good to have you back.
Yeah,
good to get some information.
Thought.
And I was just saying, yeah, if you're Alexi B, I don't think you're looking at this tournament in terms of what can I improve, where can we go. You're just thinking, what can I do with my players now?
Yeah.
Obviously, there are issues, and we know they impressed in the plane when they passed by Spirit, but there are teams who will put their map pool in shambles, who will put issues in what they currently have to play with. So it's just hoping for the best, hoping Config brings a little bit of individual value, hoping Hetrick doesn't go missing the way it happened in this series. And I think if this lineup is to stay together, which I'm not really even clear or sure about where they're going in the next future exactly, then this is where you start kind of truly building. But there is no time to be building here.
We kind of know, but we never know.
You know what's shame? What's shame about it is it's a big event, and it happens to you multiple times that you don't have a fully prepared, ready lineup to be competing on one of the best tournaments of the year, right? And it's such a shame for these young players. Look at Hattrick, even Brolan, even though he's like for multiple years on the scene, and it's shame that you don't get to be prepared. You just have to, pick up the pieces and do what you can. So I don't really expect much from NIP on this event. They did already, enough, even if they lose tomorrow. But I don't want to see the stable lineup with 5 players for more than a month.
Yeah, I mean, there is nothing much we can do. Like Hampus needed to leave. That's something that we have to respect and accept, right? And it can be frustrating, because you feel like you're giving so much energy into this, and then suddenly as the tournament progresses, you have to make a change. There's not much we can empathize with the situation. That's what we can do.
And hope, for sure, because we have seen flashes of brilliance from the players. But for Vitality, then, we talked to Apex. You probably didn't hear this because you were talking to Brolan, asking about kind of the year that this can be for Vitality, the fact that they've changed around a couple of things to make Spinks particularly more confident and more in the places that he wants to be, let's say, specifically on Inferno and on the other maps. Did you see that?
Shocks. This has to be the year that must be for Vitality, right? There is no more, like you said, Maniac, language barriers or excuses or anything like that. They have to accomplish more than they did last year. They won Pro League, which is respectable, let's say it like that. But the rest of the year was underwhelming. They need to be in 2023 having more titles or like being contenders for the titles, finals, semi-finals, all these things that are coming with. Obviously, we cannot expect them to win like 5 big events, but at least 2 and a couple of more finals to actually consider them as, okay, we are like now top 3 team right now.
It's kind of a paradox because Apex in the interview says, you know what, last year we wanted to do too well, and since we didn't, we kind of fell into a well. But I'm with you. I know the expectations are high, but I could feel it watching them. I could feel that they were not happy with where they were, and so they were more frustrated. They were more tense. I think they have to be in a place of quiet, way more than they were in 2022. This is better looking Vitality we have so far, but the true tests are yet to come.
Apex and quiet. I don't know if that...
That can happen. That's it.
We'll see. We do have MOUZ standing by, and I believe he's going to give us an update of the B stream, so come in.
Oh,
Forza crowd.
Now,
I thought you were giving me a high five, but it was like a Pope wave.
What's up?
So what happened over there? FaZe Spirit.
Yeah, FaZe Spirit. Pretty high energy game for the FaZe side of things. It's what you want to see from a team that should be contending for a championship here at Katowice to try to complete the Grand Slam. But for Spirit believers, at least they look better, I'd say. Because that NIP loss they had on Nuke in the play-in, kind of ugly stuff. But this time they really gave the fight right to FaZe. And if it weren't for people like Rain claiming that he doesn't just have 1 new son, but he has 5 on top of that, then I think actually Spirit could have easily won that and we could have had a 3rd map.
I've heard that Wonderful isn't exactly having the best of time. Was that the case in this series as well? Because he was definitely a win factor for them, for Spirit at least in the major, for example.
Yeah, I would say that what's problematic for Wonderful is that some of their T-side plans are just not really actually getting him into those late post-plant positions where he was delivering at the major. And when the game plan's not working out and you're the opper, sometimes you're just, you're just holding a flash and you're just like, okay, how do I win this round? So
I do have a question for you because you were over on the other stream. FaZe or G2, who looked better today?
Ooh, definitely G2, actually.
Why?
I think that the game they played against Big was just way more comprehensive in the victory, and I think that's probably maybe the map choice. Like Big's pretty bad on Inferno, so maybe it's not that hard for G2 to look really good on it. But I think that I guess you have one good map from each team, right?
That's
FaZe looked really good on Ancient, G2 looked really good on Inferno, and so I'm not sure who I really would take tomorrow based off of the format.
We're gonna have a banger.
That's all I can say too. Yeah.
And speaking of, let's take a look at the tournament and how it is looking. We're going to start by looking at the lay of the land for Group A, and we have Navi, of course, edging out earlier today, and as said, tomorrow G2 versus FaZe.
You know what might look very obvious, but isn't? The fact that IHC is playing Liquid for a spot against Navi. I guarantee you 48 hours ago, nobody would have even imagined, opened that box, peek behind that curtain. But now, with the Liquid that was very fragile in Copenhagen, IHC just pushed outside Furia. I'm a dreamer for a second.
Smirk on your face
I'm a dreamer now.
Either that or it's going to be like a confidence boost for Liquid coming into the game against
Well, you think beating IHC is a confidence boost?
Well, a little bit, like tiny bit.
Great. I like when you're being optimist. I like that. This is my favorite kind of cassette.
Especially now, we should give them the benefit of the doubt, right? Let's take a look at Group B then, where we just saw Vitality, of course, emerge victorious over NIP.
I mean, they're in a very prime position right now because they'll face the winner of Fnatic Outsiders. Fnatic made it relatively comfortably to the through the play-in rather, but Outsiders, what they shown in out, that was real complicated. If you say banana tournament, I'm saying I will throw you out the set.
No. The thing is like the way we were spinning like this, like Vitality, like so proudly, like showing, you know, the winners,
untrue.
the Zybu, the everything, Apex. You're so happy, and I'm happy for you.
One day I'll show up in a beret. Here, just maybe just doing my French.
Maybe.
Just imagine if they win actually the whole
We're
event.
going to go find a beret and take a break. How about that?
Okay.
Is that okay?
If Vitality win this event, you'll never want to be next to me.
You just talked to me like I was a child. Like, yeah, yeah, we're going to get there.
I didn't, but if that's what you want. In any case, we're going to take a relatively long break, I should say. OG and MOUZ are setting up right now. And we'll see you in a bit for that last best of 3 on the A stream. Bye-bye. Oh, gucci kasad.
The bell tolls for Cologne. This cathedral, a cathedral that is stacked from the earth to the heavens with the greatest of all the fans, the most passionate.
Dallas, we're back. Counter-Strike is in our DNA. It always has been, and it always will be. And now we are once more returning to where it all began.
quarterfinals, and it's Immortals versus North.
The wall starts to raise in the middle, Matthew. It's going to be an excellent game, and we talked about the clash of styles.
Neon lights glisten off the streets. The moonlight swallowed up by breathing electricity. Salvation hovers in the sky. Dream of life inside while we escape just to survive. Take flight, dreams begin to reignite. So clear, so bright, we're glowing in the dead of night. Online, the data stream linking our minds. Circuits entwined, the dream of me goes
And Immortals make it further than last year. They went 3 maps with Na'Vi. They go 3 and they outlast North.
We're made of flesh, circuit, and bone. The only world we've known. These empty streets, we walk alone. Salvation blocking out the sun. Beneath its shadow cast, I dream with my affiliation. Let go, take flight, dreams begin to reignite. So clear, so bright, we're glowing in the dead of night. Plug in, online, the data stream linking our minds. Circuits entwined, the dream of me goes
Na'Vi's tournament life resting on these next couple of seconds. The bullets fly, and there it is. Astralis make their way to the semi-finals, and with this win, have the pen in hand to write the next chapter of their history.
Five different nationalities. They went unfazed in their group and now in the semi-final. And Immortals. Can they continue to surprise is the question.
They've got a pretty decent defense set up for this.
Yeah, Alu's going to be the one to pinpoint this one down. No, FNX is going to do it. And so far, Immortals dominate B, and it is theirs. Bomb's going to go down any second now. Keo, you have not got a hope in hell. Nico is there instantly in support. Henny, 1v2.
This would be a huge round for Immortals to win. The Molotov spreads.
And Kerrigan, you got to be frustrated.
Spots him, there's one kill.
FaZe are unrelenting, and as is Nico.
Gonna try and catch him off guard with this off angle, and he does. 4 for him. Beautiful round. All of a sudden, this is a 1-on-2. There's 1 minute left, and he's got the bomb as well.
Where will he be? Keo! He has nothing, he only picked up the rifle, and
Kerrigan shuts down Lucas. These Deagles have done so much work. Nico's a one-man army. No one looking his way. The bomb's going down. There's 1. There's 2. He's got it. The spin around from Henny.
FNX will get out. He does get Kerrigan down, but it should be kept in check. And here we go. Keo putting on a show again.
4 kills. He's playing supremely confident.
He can do this now for his side to secure his team into the finals. Chasing down Lucas, and he does it! FaZe make make it to the finals here at IEM Katowice. A huge performance from them, looking exceptional.
We get ready to roll in what is our second semi-final.
Here we go then, ladies and gentlemen. Heroic versus Astralis. He'll be going towards that lower ramp trying to find his first pick, and Bowder will be waiting for him.
What a shot, immediate response from Device. Jump down right away to find the angle towards the connector, and Nico stays alive above. Nico rains down from above. Device wants it, jumps across, nice, no scope, looks for the other. Device! How sick is that? Yuki's still up and now down, and Zipix again finds all three.
Zipix trying to get the first frag, and he opens things up in style as well. Takes down Modi.
Now knows he's behind him, he's gonna swing around. Snappy's been tagged as well. All in the hands of Zipix. Door shut, they know he's close. No scope, nails one! Yuki does respond, no chance for two.
Somehow Heroic are keeping themselves alive here in the semi-final.
As they push through radio, it's Kirby, they're ready and waiting for one kill of the two they have. Device has the other. Nico, though, does try to push back through. That should be the game, that should be the series. Dupree closes it, Boulder goes down.
The aggressive reaction from the CTs there, not meant to be.
And Astralis will book a date with their former in-game leader, Kerrigan. FaZe waits, and I'm sure they'll be licking their lips.
This, one of the biggest esports events in the world, has toured the planet.
These are those moments I don't think anybody on that stage is going to forget.
Ladies and gentlemen, one more time, the Intel Extreme Masters Grand Final.
It's going to be Kiabi that pushes up inside of middle. Smoke to go down inside of Z, gives him the wraparound. He's going to go aggressive, so it keeps Rain's attention this direction. They set for a crossfire, but Alu going down and pulls Bayrain back. Alu manages two as he gets through the smoke, but he's found by Zipix, who gets two in return himself, and it leaves it to just Kerrigan in a 1 versus 3.
He still fancies this. He's managed to pick up a kid as well. This is possible for him. 2 players to find.
He's got to be very fast at this point. Spots the first. He's going to hold this. Absolutely. He's going to hold 2 seconds. Oh, he gets off it. And he knows his old teammates. He knows them well. Zipix with the Tech 9, pulling back to a 3 versus 3, but Kio's getting closer. Molotov's going to make sure they can't push through the smoke, and Glaive wants to take the fight. 1 versus 3, bomb still down, jumps through! Oh, Glaive! So close, but FaZe go up 1-0 to start off the best of 5 finals on their map. Now the attack is on to B, and Zipix will fall back inside a pit instead, but Flash comes through and Kio's able to get one before blinded off, spots another, Device goes down, bombs dropped on the ramp, he'll swing wide, and it's Zipix to drop.
Kiyoshima with no kit, he has to go for it. He starts to walk towards the bomb site, the Device is not aware.
Good shot. Kio slips in! And he gets both! Silence is everything, and every single clutch is going the way of FaZe. Dupree could swing back in that direction, flashed off. Works though. Limited vision, limited weapons. Doesn't even matter, Dupree! Oh, the 4th as well! He's looking for the ace, the first ace from anyone on Astralis, and now they're getting pumped. Has to change all of this. Is leaving Dupree entirely 1 versus 3.
What a shot that is.
That is so amazing, Dupree! He sells it, he's gone to decon, goes back in. He's got 2 and he knows exactly where Nico is, and he nails it! Holy Holy hell, Dupree! That clutch is so unlikely, yet he pulls it off.
So sick. Such an intense moment here. If Astralis pick this map up, they've done it. They take the series 3-1. Oh my god, Kiyoshima gets his head blown off. It's Glaive to open up the bomb site here. And he gets the double as well, make it a triple. That's going to be round done and dusted. FaZe backs to the wall.
What a shot out. He continues to get aggressive inside of middle, makes it pay off very fast. He's coming alive.
Smoke will be deployed as well. That's going to be a thorn in that side. And another great shot from Alu. Hits the fourth as well, looking for the ace. Alu delivers in round number 15.
The skill that these guys have, and there you go. Kerrigan pulls back. He might be the difference maker. He's looking for his third, and he's got that as well. Very impressive.
Device to strike first. Doesn't pull the trigger yet, but there it is. Takes out Kiyoshima.
So good from Device. Everyone in the world would have attempted to take that shot.
One round will do it for Astralis.
Backs off. That brings Glaive in. Perfect bait. Switchy finds two. They've held him off, but Dupree gets Kiyoshima down. Nico's got to go on his own. He's got Zippix. It's going to get planted. Glaive and Dupree pushing up for Banana. All on the newest acquisition, and it's all done. Astralis win it. IEM champions, it's Astralis.
Hello everyone and welcome back to IEM Katowice, where we are in the group stage. We've already seen 2 best of 3s today, and the next one is MOUZ versus OG. My name is Shax and I'm here at the desk with my analysts, Peacemaker and Maniac. Maniac has been here all day. They don't let you rest.
I mean, when you love Counter-Strike, you don't count the hours, right?
That's true, but he's just coming for one though.
Yeah. So, why are you only coming here now? What's the story?
I've been resting a little bit, but excited for this one. Yeah, excited for this one. Could be a tight series, hopefully, because the other 2 has been relatively fast.
Yeah.
So we're hoping for a great one.
We had good series. I wouldn't complain.
It was okay.
Yeah,
it was okay.
I think it's a tight series. That's what we have on our
Yeah.
A very undecided game. Hard to be clear on the favorite. We'll see what unfolds.
And we don't have that much information on MOUZ, for instance, because the last time we saw them, in fact, was back in Rio. So let's take a look at how they did there.
Shiro. Oh, wait! Okay. Exertion, cold as ice. And middle goes quiet, but forward cave presence yet again. Exertion, he wants it! Oh, he wants it bad! And Hobbit, well, you better check your corners. Dexter, yet again, survives! He does it every time! When push comes to shove, Dexter finds another! It's at least a return back from Exile, but Frozen will finish it all! No more comebacks! No more CT sides! No more Cloud9!
Who wouldn't be scared at this point in time? The whole semi-finals is on this, and Dexter goes down frozen. And now he's inside of the smoke on his own. 1 versus 2, and there's the headshot. Outsiders tested again and again by Mouseport, but they have proven indestructible. They are in the grand finals. Oh my God, what a performance.
Well, in Rio, only the eventual major champions Outsiders were too strong for MOUZ, who had a fantastic run, right, Luis?
Yeah, they had a very good run, especially at the Challenger stage. I think they were very, very impressive. And then one of my concerns back then was exactly the Legend stage and then the Champion stage, because then you play against much stronger opponents for a relatively young team. And I mean, I think they did all right considering all the circumstances and the expectations. I don't think maybe they didn't even expect to make it that far.
Semi-finals,
They did
right?
fantastic. That's my point.
What?
They did fantastic. I mean, you talk about the nerves and the questions that we would have had for this young roster to step on the stage. They destroyed Cloud9's dream.
Yeah.
Cloud9 bracket was right there for the taking. We saw Navi on the other side, hell, even losing to Furia. Cloud9 was coming in hot with a bunch of comebacks in Rio.
Yeah.
We thought this is it. Cloud9 have the highway to the grand final. Actually stopped by by MOUZ as rookies, where Xerxion's coming tail. That to me was a semi-final at the major. I'll take it. I'll take it.
I think you're being critical of them because you want to see where else they can go, right? So
yeah. That one of my things is especially Xerxion as a player. I think we saw a couple highlights from him on the video before, and if we take a look on his performances prior to the Legend stage, right? It's been like you can see the rating, right?
That's
insanely, insanely impact. He is in that position to get those amount of impact and ADR and all that kind of stuff. But coming to the Legend stage and then the Champion stage further, wow, that's a significantly drop of performance from him, and he is, in my books, the star player of this team, right? And I'm not saying he didn't play well, but he is in position on a lot of maps, and he's crucial for especially their city sides because of the roles that he played, the spots that he plays. So it's understandable, one of his first big major events of his career, but I'm just looking to see if he's able to keep up that form, if he's able to improve, because I think he's very important for this roster.
Yeah, you say he's a superstar of MOUZ. I slightly disagree. I think Frozen had that position, but he is an X factor. I mean, you're looking at Frozen, Xerxion, and Torji. These are your three players. This is who is supposed to deliver on the server, and it is true. Xerxion took everybody by surprise in the Challenger stage. Myself first. I had no idea what to expect. Crazy numbers, good attitude, risk-taking, provocative on the server. Then he regressed a little bit into silence in the Legend stage, but the sample size is so small, we actually don't know where is the norm. Which is it?
It is about possibility, right, for this MOUZ roster. Also, we can't forget that they have an awesome project in that they have the academy system. They have 3 players currently in the roster and the coach coming from MOUZ NXT. So it might take a little bit of time. But you mentioned Frozen, and I think this is very interesting as well because he had times where he was brilliant last year as well, right? He had huge impact for MOUZ. Sometimes maybe not as much, but overall, he really defrosted.
Yeah, I'll let you have that. Okay. He defrosted, put him in the microwave. 17th best player of 2022. Frozen turned into what we were hoping he would. I think that is my take on Frozen. When he was in MOUZ with the previous lineup and he was surrounded by a greater roster, I would say at the time, I had my disappointments.
Pretty crazy that he's one of the most experienced guys in this.
He actually is right now, and that's what is crazy, right? He's stepping up to the occasion. He's definitely leading, not in terms of tactics, in terms of fragging. Look at this.
Hello.
Dead-eye killer.
The confidence look.
Straight into your heart, right?
Yeah.
Your soul, whichever it is.
Yeah. He knows we're talking about him. Yeah, but I mean, for MOUZ Sports, one of the things that impressed me the most as well in Rio was their T-sides. And I think in Rio, we saw a lot of the teams struggling with their T-sides because, you know, the M4, A1 S, everybody talking about it, the meta change and all that kind of stuff. And I think MOUZ showed me very good T-sides on that event in particular, and that has been the last event from them, so I can only take things away from that one. But I mean, if they're able to perform like they did in the IEM Rio Major and come with the good T-sides and the that
would absolutely be sick if they maintain. I think one of the issues that we not an issue, but one of the I guess context that we have to set here. So we haven't seen them play an official since.
No.
I don't know what kind of MOUZ we'll see. I have no idea. You compare that to OG, they've played a bunch of tournaments ever since. We're talking World Finals, we're talking the Blast Spring Groups, we're talking even the play-in here. So in terms of being rusty out of a break, this could just be MOUZ. This is their first official game. If we just take for granted that the Rio MOUZ is going to show up, then obviously they'll be favorites. But I don't think that's how it works.
We did that with Furia.
Yeah, how did that work out?
Not.
Exactly. Yeah, and the funny story that they actually, the last time they played was on the 12th of November, same date as Furia. And we know what happened with
So you're saying they're jinxed forever?
I don't know.
That's it, you done.
I hope not.
I don't know if MOUZ also had like a bootcamp of a month. I'm sure they have had a bootcamp and they've been working very hard. But yeah, I think for me, when you look at MOUZ to the entire year of last year, for me, there was steady growth, right? Okay, there were some inflection points, I want to say. EPL 16, Rio Major, which a semi-final. And we were talking about it in the green room, Maniac, the fact that where do you go from there? Up? That seems like a difficult task.
Yes, and I also think that because it's a roster that, as we alluded to, is a lot of rookies. We're talking the JDCs, the Torzi, the Xerxion. How do you help these players deal with the almost unavoidable disappointment that's to come? And that is a huge, I guess, challenge for the coaching staff, for the leader as well. Guys, we're not going to make top 4 in every single tournament from now on. We're going to have to manage our expectations and keep working.
And we can ask them, actually, because we have a Frozen interview.
Hey, it's none other than Frozen from MOUZ. Frozen, great to see you again in Katowice. The last time we saw you was at the major, and you guys managed to reach the semi-final. Does this set like a high expectation and kind of puts pressure for this tournament?
Hello, first of all. That's a good question. I mean, as I said a few seconds ago, it's like coming back to school after a long summer break, you know, seeing everybody again. And yeah, just getting back to groove. And I don't think it puts pressure on us. I mean, obviously we ended kind of on a high note last year, but yeah, we're just going to see how it goes, you know, just trying to get some good vibes. And yeah, we'll see.
But that was actually like 2 months ago. How could you actually keep yourself in shape during this whole time?
I mean, we obviously had a break a bit, and I mean, since other teams were playing Blast and we didn't, so we were practicing a lot. So, I mean, that's a kind of way to stay in shape in a way, you know, individual play and just a lot of practice.
All right, then we'll see how is the shape on the server. Thank you very much.
Thank you as well.
Thank you for that, Heku. Back to school, what does that make us? Teachers?
I'll take that.
I have a teacher's degree, actually.
Oh, you have it?
Yeah,
there
I
we
do.
go. I always thought maybe I could do that.
Better stay in line. Regardless, though, nice to hear from Frozen. But let's talk about their opponents as well. In OG, who, as you guys said, we have seen quite a lot of tape from this year already. And there's a couple of people I think we can talk about. Flames is coming to the top of mind immediately as to really impressing in the play-in stage.
Yeah, especially Fico and Flames for me are the highlights of this previous days. I think that it's very impressive, especially considering the roles, especially Fico, right? Like Fico is not really in a position to be getting a lot of, you know, entries, or he's the anchor of the team. Like he's taking all those dirty roles that nobody wants to take in the team, basically. And yeah, he's performing really well. Flames, in particular, 1.909 rating. I mean, his impact as well. I think it's very impressive as well. Again, Nexa is going to be put always in a position where he's controlling the team. So he's going to be in spots where he can have impact. Same goes for the Upper, right? Same goes for Neofrag. Neofrag as well. But for individuals like Flames and Fico, they often take some of those roles that nobody wants to take. And I mean, we also see like the...
Yeah, we see that their preparation. Yeah, there's a pep talk for sure.
There's a prep talk, yeah.
Camera is on Flames, and for rightfully so. I think he's a player that has, at times, created frustration in the eye of the viewers, because he would have peaks in games where he would reach a level that was fantastic and then he would disappear after that.
Yeah.
And I always thought that this would be a curse that would be eternal and he would never really leave that. And it seems like from the information we've gathered talking to OG, he's been taking a more participative role in what is it they're doing during the round, having a bit more of a voice rather. And it's helping him apparently. I think maybe being a bit more involved and responsible of what's happening has helped him be in a position where he can contribute more. And that in itself could be a way to elevate the ceiling of OG, because this is the conversation, the ceiling that seems to be titanium.
Yeah, and a very young player, of course, who then is getting more things in his toolbox when he's taking on these other, I don't want to say roles, but responsibilities in the team, calling a bit more here and there. Of course, it was also a bit of an interesting time for the OG project, I think, throughout last year, and we were wondering what the peaks were going to be. Now they've incorporated Dexter as well. I feel like it was a little bit quiet in the play-ins, but if he is firing on all cylinders, what does this OG look like?
Well, I have high expectations on Dexter. I was highlighting him in a previous series as well. Unfortunately, he didn't deliver as much as I expected, and we all expect. And the numbers from Dexter are extremely high because, like, he's been tremendously impactful, especially on the City side from them, pretty much carrying them over in a lot of games. So it is great that we see other individuals stepping up. We see Nexa calling really well. And I'm starting to see a light at the end of the dark tunnel that they're being, because, like, they've been inconsistent, right? We spoke about this in the desk. The inconsistency has been there. They finished the year in a good note. They start the year in a good note as well. They made it here. Now they play against a strong opponent. But if they're able to keep proving and the individuals keep performing, I think that's good.
Yeah, it just cannot only be Dexter. And this is the one-liner we go back to when it comes to OG. Sure, he's an exceptional individual. He's very blessed when it comes to CS, but he also takes a whole lot of space and he takes a lot of freedom, and that comes at a cost. If you have Dexter coming in, currently Dexter is no Simple. He's no Zaiwu, he's no Shiro. He's not in a category where he can just take over. The rest of the teams have taken a hit. Now they have to claw back. We have the video coming over. It's an Inferno pick from OG and Overpass from MOUZ. Now, very interesting that OG passed on the Ancient possibility. That's an immediate second ban from MOUZ.
Yeah, I mean, I think they, especially for OG, I think they are very interesting in those particular maps like Ancient, Anubis. I think they're one of the teams that are most comfortable with those maps. I had an opportunity to talk a little bit with Dexter earlier today in the hotel with Dexter.
The Opera?
Yeah, the Opera,
Okay.
Dexter, yeah. And he was telling me about how comfortable they feel on those maps, and he actually thinks that some of the teams actually don't know how to play the map yet, and he's right. He's right. The map is relatively new with Anubis, Ancient as well, with the update, with this new spawns. It's very hard for the teams to catch up and get used to it in a short period of time.
You know what? We're talking a little bit about Dexter, and I think it's only fit that we talk about his counterpart, Torji, on the side of MOUZ, honestly.
I thought you were going to say the IGL.
No, I could have done that. You're
Yeah.
right. I was more talking
this
role-wise, not this. No, just about Torji. I was because I had a feeling that whenever it comes to big events and very high-pressure situations, Torji has a tendency to regress a little bit into darkness, right? When we know he can be lights out at moments, and I just digged into the number, and it actually is a fact. I've been looking at his big events rating on HLTV. The highest one is 1.08, and that's an all-time filter, right? Okay. So if you're looking for MOUZ's way to push forward and punch upwards, rather, I think Torji getting comfortable in these moments, not in whatever tournament here and there, but we're talking the IEM, the Colognes of the world, the Katowices of the world, the majors. To me, this is the next step. Whether or not he's able to take it, that's a conversation. Yeah. But this is where he has to do more than he has before.
If there is a positive for this MOUZ roster coming, in particular for this matchup, we saw them at the IEM Rio Major. Who did they struggle with? They struggle against outsiders, a very methodical, a very slow-paced team, James style. We all know them. And these OG roster, like, they don't really have
that's
that
different
fire,
kind of Counter-Strike.
right? Yeah, that's a completely different kind of Counter-Strike, and I think they're used to playing against teams like this. So, as you're speaking about Torji, I think there's a lot of expectations from this MOUZ roster coming to this one. I think they have to show us at least the performance they were able to show us at the IEM Rio Major, because this is not a
Rio Major.
At least, yeah.
Well,
yeah,
I mean, I expectations.
It's
crazy.
I have these expectations from them.
It's like the HLTV
against a team that has been a little bit inconsistent, you know.
We're 30 seconds away from the game, so I'd love to get a little prediction, which I think is going to be quite impossible if I hear you talking about it, because of the lack of tape from MOUZ recently, and also just a difficulty in predicting how they're going to play.
That's the angle I'm going to attack.
Right.
I think MOUZ will probably be rusty coming in. I think OG has had many opportunities to kind of calibrate a little bit their game. I'm going to give the favor to OG in that one.
I'm going OG 2-1 in a close series. But yeah, anything could happen if the MOUZ roster, if Torji of the world steps up, and yeah, the individuals step up, they can have a chance. But I believe in the moment OG has.
Okay, does OG have the edge here? We'll see if they can win versus MOUZ in our first map with our casters.
MOUZ taking on OG. And this is going to be a good one, yes. OG, of course, coming into this, they've already played this year. They kind of had like a middle-of-the-pack result back at Blast, but obviously it was FaZe that they faced off against there in that deciding game. So, you know, you can kind of say fair enough. Yeah. Fair enough on that one. For MOUZ, we've not seen them since Rio. And boy, are we excited to see him again. Dual Berettas for Torshi. I like that to open up. For OG, it's just a little bit of utility on Nexa and armor across the rest of the pack. Already, Banana's been corrupted. It's been taken. MOUZ are moving in. They've opened up, but there's the reply for Dexter. Torshi dead. Up in the apartments. JDC's got to do it alone. He's making it work, making it happen. Can't get the reload off, but he's somehow pulled this back to a 1v1.
Oh my goodness, the fact that they're even still in this one after that double from Dexter. Frozen's got a lot of ground to cover though, and he's not got a kit yet. The reroute for Fiku is ballsy. He's going to go all the way around the long side. He will have a bit of timing in his favor, and with that fairly open plant, it's not behind the old default box. He will be able to stop the defuse, and Frozen's not in a hurry to get on it. He's just going to get shot in the back of the head. Fiku, 3 kills with those Julies to close, and a nice little pistol for OG. It almost gets very awkward there with that apps peak. You think, oh, maybe we could go back to B with that double from Dexter, but when you get fed an A kill like that, of course you're going to leap out. MOUZ make it very close thanks to JDC, but it's not enough to win the pistol.
Right, we got the force back in from MOUZ. Throwing in a couple of deags. I say a couple. Literally everyone's on a deagle with the exception of Torshi.
So not everyone.
Donin, yeah, you know. I said it weirdly twice.
Not a couple and not everyone, but almost.
But somewhere in between.
Most of MOUZ.
JDC. He's got one of those deagles, and he's posted. This angle from Fiku is so ballsy.
Fico, are you kidding me?
Fico, are you kidding me?
Triple kill on the pistol though, so the 1 AK, feeling good. And OG been talking about trying to set this guy up to be more of a closer, to be more of a star player. We did see that back at the end of last year, when OG had some great results. You'll know a little bit more about that. Extra.
Yeah, I wanted to talk about it coming into this round, but then I thought, you know, this was going to be a little bit up-tempo with the 3 MAC-10s, and then it hasn't been up-tempo. It's been
about
very measured. Here's the push. Explosive out into the top of mid, but Dexter's dropped that smoke, now looks to play behind it. Uh-oh, he's doing a good job of wasting time, but there's some kills coming through the smokes. Nexus wrapping long, and Torshi is locked out, so MOUZ are saving. OG, they're going to find this conversion. So yeah, let's kind of talk about the teams a little bit, right? In some sense of the word, both these guys actually had a nice ending to the year for very different reasons, right? For MOUZ, their year ended with Rio. They went on to finish top 4. There was a great performance from the squad, right? You know, kind of set a new standard for what this MOUZ team is capable of. For OG, their Rio was actually bad as far as it goes, eliminated in the challenger stage, but then they ended up playing in the Blast World Finals. There they finished top 4. Things were looking up for a moment, right? And I do think a big part of that obviously is going to be Dexter when you're talking about guys in this team to keep an eye on, but even more so, someone who I found myself kind of enamored with over the course of the event was Fiku. His ability to clutch out rounds, to win in clutch scenarios, in high pressure moments was very commendable, to say the least. Like, he was a real closer to the game, and so I want to see that keep up, and it already has to open up this series, right? Winning that clutch to find OG the pistol. He's kind of the guy who's laid out this foundation for this start for OG on Inferno.
Yeah, he's also the only Polish player left in the tournament as well, with Diha's elimination yesterday, and Ed's going out in the play-in. Fiku being that one representation on home soil, definitely wants to make it to the Spodek as well. But we're very early. We are a ways away. However, the warmed-up OG coming in from that previous stage against the ring-rusty MOUZ. It was good to hear from Frozen when Heku talked to him pre-game about how they've been prepping and doing a lot of prac over the break. It is quite a break, a couple of months, 2.5 months. But still, shaking off that ring rust, not always the easiest. Gonna need some oil in the gears. Or will it just be a squeaky mouse?
That's good.
Thanks.
It's a good one.
Yeah.
I tried to give more of a reaction, and then no noise came out. It just went...
No, I know it was a good one.
That was good.
I know it was.
Oh, you're so funny. You're so
Look at this stat carry. I'm hilarious. There's 4 MOUZ players on the site.
Yeah, here's the push up in the top mid. Nexa, Neofrag, Dexter and Flames all up through the short side. Nexa tagged from this scout. Whoa. The MAC-10s will run him down, and they've seen Frozen at the back of the site. Still, players here to deal with. They didn't know about JDC down in Mini Pit, and he softens up a couple with the P250, but can't quite take him over the line. So there's that 3-0 start for OG, and considering everyone's tag, considering everyone low, and they're walking into an A-side stack, they do very well to get out of that with 4 players still alive when all is said and done. But this round, Hugo, this is the one where it's going to get a hell of a lot more exciting. We've even got an ult purchased up immediately for Torshi, wasting no time bringing that out.
That is a trolly kill from Nexa, but it works. And yeah, Torshi, quite a talent. The first acquisition from NXT to the main squad on MOUZ. And High's coming out of the gate. I mean, the fact that this is a top 4 major team is very impressive when you consider the lack of, you know, I don't want to say, you know, I guess experienced leader would be the point, right? Obviously you got Dexter, but he got pulled over from Australia, and as we've seen with Greyhound's very early exit from this event, you know, it was quite a jump, it felt, to go from, you know, a top Australian team to go to a European team, and the skyrocket MOUZ have had ever since. And then Frozen, of course, who's been a part of this organization for a long, long time. Definitely one of the calmer players, one of the more reliable players. But still, no legends in this team, not yet, but they're forming their story, and Torshi's a big part of it, finding flames in middle as OG get ready to pop.
JDC and Dexter hold the line. That's the bomb tumbling out of the apartments. It's wrapping long. That's a nice kill to have found. Going to give him a lot more room. With a smoke down in library, he doesn't have to worry about this second player that's rotated over. But they will have to flush Dexter out of the pit. Exertion's even taken an angle in top mid.
Love it.
Both players here, but he's not jumping the gun on this wrap round. Oh, he will swing out and he will win it. Dexter's now got his attention divided, and there's the shutdown from Frozen. That library smoke has long since faded, and so MOUZ will pick up their first when the rifles come out.
Yeah, bomb drop was super awkward. They tried to regroup, pull back from long to find that banana flank that they knew was coming in, but Exertion just hiding long enough in middle to even get himself a 1v1. Nothing worse than the feeling of hitting the perfect flash on an AWPer, but what do? They immediately fire into the blindness and they kill you. You feel like you didn't even make the mistake. Just trying to play off your teammate's util. OG send it back up B. 3 here. Torshi, that's a very big kill. Defends his 2 teammates that were in the open, one even with nades out. Strong start. Another 5v4 taken by this AWP. And I guess going back to that conversation of there being no legends, I think part of that is just the fact that we have so many academy players or ex-academy players in this team, right? The whole core of it, for crying out loud. And man, some say kids of the future. This roster is proof of that. Fiku moves up short. Double long as MOUZ have again made the right gamble. 4 players here. And OG are walking into the unknown.
I build Fiku as a hell of a closer in this round. He's the guy looking to get that ball rolling, right? With him deep on this entrenched angle at the car, he's kind of hoping that someone rotates over and he can catch them in that transition. Yeah. Now he's going to get activated. Won't clear Dexter at the back of the site, so he holds on for now, but a lot more where that came from. Neo Frag is up to the task of the trade. Site falls into the hands of OG. MOUZ. This next fight is weighted very, very heavily, right? Low HP on Flames, but that's not info that MOUZ are privy to. They need something to entice them in for this retake.
Oh.
And with Dexter securing it from the pit, the fate of the round has just been decided on that one gunfight there.
Yeah, that's really unlucky for Dexter. It almost felt like the trade was nearly too late for Neofrag, but Dexter peeked into peeked into it, and then he gets peeked a second after just here, and more than favors Neofrag, catches him out in the open with no cover.
We're gonna have to really pronounce the
Dexter,
egg
Dexter.
In Dexter, right?
Egg.
Like that's the easiest way.
Old Deggy, mate.
But yeah, no, I think MOUZ are kind of. You know, because you were just talking about like the academy players or the ex-academy players within this team. They're kind of a very, very cool squad when you look at the team that's here versus the one that was in Katowice last year, right? It is a nearly nearly unrecognizable. Not true, right? There was Torshi, there was JDC, you had Dexter here as well, you had Frozen. So actually, a lot of them. But the one thing I'll say is that was JDC standing in for BMAS, right? Yeah. He wasn't even confirmed to be moving up yet from MOUZ NXT. Torshi was the only one who had that promotion. And then obviously his kind of impression at that event, and by the way, that's the MOUZ with MBK still in the squad. His impression that he left at that event very much kind of earned him that call up. And then we had the transition start to happen slowly but surely, and the results for MOUZ have been this steady incline. Really, if you wanted to trace it back, you could say ever since Katowice of last year, since these changes started occurring, and we had the academy players come in to replace the old guard.
MBK having even played on both of these rosters, or both of these orgs at least as well, which is, you know, funny crossover. Out on the Deg and Dex. Certainly you've got lots of links between these 2 European squads. And I feel like the conversation of international teams and communication problems has never really existed with either of these teams to the same degree. I think it's more understandable for MOUZ in that so many of these players came up and their first pro teams were not national teams anyway. Torshi had played in Hungarian rosters before. Not the deepest talent pool there. Nice pick for Fiku. He's gonna get out maybe. That nade goes in but won't reach him. Another 5v4, this time for OG though. It's often been Torshi cracking these rounds open. He tried in apartments but denied. And now in a 5v4, OG know they have the room to just execute this B site. Bye-bye. The nade late from Dexter hits the target, and now OG are certainly gonna go.
Yeah, Frozen and Tertian, they've got this little double layered setup, right? And that smoke going down at the perfect time. OG might feel the pressure to come through that. They will now. Up top, the boost. Frozen good for 2, and Exertion responds with another, sending that bomb flying and locking Dexter out of the round. That is a non-starter for OG.
Did they not have a flash there? I just presumed that one would go over. I didn't catch if they did. If they did have a flash, it certainly should have been thrown because that was a bit weird. They were about to execute and go in. They get smoked off. Obviously, the time is a huge factor there. And they try and boost. They find nothing. And then they all just decide to run through together. But not easy without just one well-placed flash can completely ruin that site player, and that's a very different round. Unfortunate for OG, but nice shutdown on the B site. MOUZ make no mistake. Despite being down a man, they flip it on its head. In fact, the last 3 rounds, whoever's taken that opening kill has lost it. Yeah, it didn't look like a flash was there. Unlucky, I guess. Still able to keep this AWP rolling and a few rifles behind it, but you want to talk lack of utility. This round is a perfect example.
A flash, a pretend flash, a smoke and a molly.
Underused decoys. They really do make players turn. Players of all skill levels. Well, actually, no. Only the best players turn from decoys.
Yeah, because the worst players don't turn from flashes anyway.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So, you know, in pistol rounds, there is a value to having a decoy until you have 4,700 and you want to buy an AWP 4 rounds later and you go, why did I buy that decoy? But there's that one flash, the only one they had in the round, used to take apartments. MOUZ risky moved across back into the pit, but no pressure being put on by OG just yet. They haven't taken mid. Exertion's ready with Frozen in a 1-2 punch on long. There's the decoy.
Something that's a little awkward here is that MOUZ actually had like one more smoke inside of this A site, but then they've ended up dropping it over on default for the one-way, like way too early in terms of when this push is coming in.
Yeah.
You would have loved to have had that smoke now. Still, they're going to do it with numbers alone, or at least that's the idea. Dexter, this is quite the lineup over on short. Frozen swings out from long, and it is a lovely quad mid setup from MOUZ. They kind of spring into action together. I say quad, 3 players there. And then JDC anchoring from within the site, responsible for the apartments. MOUZ with a third lovely layup. You could see that one coming together. It felt destined that Dexter was going to ruin their lives over on short. You could see that lineup happening.
Talking decoy theory crafting, because, you know, in the spirit of Anders, who has been putting some theory craft videos on his Twitter this week, you know, one way that we've seen decoys used efficiently on this map specifically is teams going in banana and throwing the coffin CT smokes, but with decoys. And often, if you see them come over as a CT, you just see the nades go over in the perfect arc to land coffin CT. You throw your molly, you throw your smoke, you panic. We've seen teams bait it out and use utility. I think, obviously, the biggest reason you don't want decoys, it takes up one of your 4 grenade spots. But in terms of, you know, throwing them like that, that's a very cheap way to force out CT utility. Something we don't see very often, just a small detail, but underused for $50, I gotta say. Neofrag blowing.
How much money have you put into big decoy, man?
I've got decoy stocks coming out the wazoo.
Yeah, I'm not trying. Like, what's next? You're gonna start trying to upsell me on a revolver or what? Like,
No. But I will say the PP buys in quite cheap and a lot of bullets. That's a lot of bullets.
That's an objective fact, isn't it?
Yeah. I just saw Neofrag blowing into the bottom of his mouse hole. Maybe there's some dust in there. Maybe take the ball out, give it a spin, clean it, put it back in.
Oh, that's a lot of Glocks. Oh, Torshi there to mop it up. And so it doesn't get out of hand, which is good, because when Glock rounds get out of hand, you kind of wince.
It's good fun though, isn't it? Apex had some Glock moments early on in gun rounds today. OG calling the timeout here after the Rico. Torshi's been very keen to get involved in these CT rounds. Very mobile. OG won't have an AWP on Dexter. But of course, not the end of the world on T-side. Inferno perfectly able to do it with a rifle. Meanwhile, oh, it's happening, folks. Oh, the game of the day. Yeah, I'm so down for the IHC winning Katowice. You know, I think we're all kind of expecting it at this point. They killed Brazil 3 times over, back at the major, twice here in Poland. And now they're taking on Liquid on the B stream. Exciting times. Very cool storyline for those boys. Down Banana.
Yeah, quick play. Dexter trying to respond. Does bring us back into a 4v4, only for a moment. Flames extends the lead to OG now. And they've got a serious foothold here. A lot of options open to OG in a round like this. MOUZ make the decision to leave Torshi anchoring this B side of the map alone. He's going to get up on top of the half wall, posted there like some sort of rail gun, just holding down the banana. That frees up a second man to go back and supplement this A hold. Exertion tucked in at the graveyard. And the other point of contact going to come from JDC on the long angle. OG grind to a full halt here. They want to try and feel out, you know, what's the adjustment? Are we going to get given any aggression? When that doesn't happen, they will have to group and make a play. And it looks like they're tempted by Banana. Now, the ideal thing for Torshi here would be get one, drop down, get the hell out of there. He does have a molly to slow the push as well and buy that much more time for these rotates. He was really feeling the pressure to get that one kill. We'll have to back up now. Things are heating up. The mollies come through, and so OG have got to smoke that and move through it. Torshi nails the first, but there's more where that came from. They're going up and over the top. They do deal with him. JDC, meanwhile, from CT Spawn, thins the herd and leaves it all on Fiku, but I've said before, closing is this guy's specialty. Don't count him out of this round. 1v2, they swing him together, out from CT, and Fiku is clean! Clutch King of OG puts another one on the board, and it's going to keep them in the lead.
Gnarly shooting from Fiku. That is exactly what we wanted, and that's exactly what OG have been saying. They are setting him up for these rounds. Even the fact that he sticks that bomb plant on blue when there's a huge gap in CT, and JDC has just killed 2 of his teammates. That's a ballsy play in and of itself, but he expects the respect. MOUZ give it to him, and then he takes it all away. Sick shooting from Fiku. Wow.
Seriously, man, he just gets like a clutch buff. In those moments, he's like worth 2 players. Dexter. Oh, okay. Full blind, but still delivers. Trade is there for Exertion, and he takes it one step further. He will decide eventually, all right, enough's enough. I'll take the 4v3.
They don't know the AWP is even here.
They're about to learn.
Are they about to boost, though?
Want to try and fight this. Don't get skewered. Torshi knocks another out of the round. It's Fiku on the receiving end. Now for Flames and Nexa. Wounded as they make their way up the top of Banana. They've lost second mid, so there's even a third man rotated over for MOUZ. They've got everyone in the right place, and Torshi's not missing a beat. Give this guy a peek and he'll win it.
Reloading in the pool? I'll give it to you. It's ballsy. But they're ready to close, and Flames need some 1v1s here. They're not giving it to him. Just the AWP facing. Boosted up for Exertion. Back in CT for Dexter. Flames, I think he's combat saving right now with 20 seconds to go. Dexter needs a gun though, so he will be moving somewhere in. grab a couple of rifles. And MOUZ, I mean, they may as well build their money. They don't have to chase this kill, and I like how they actually just pull back there and go to really safe positions. They let Flames save. They know his money will be lopsided as well. It's not in line with his team. He even grabs Yorp right at the very end. So Flames is happy, but has to give that to Dexter with 2K, so it's still a very weird round. Nice shooting for Torshi at B, man. He has not missed a shot yet, it feels like, and he's been very quick on these dry peaks. Even when we saw him flashed over at A, able to hit those timing shots, so it's a good sign.
Bro, Flames has been robbed. I'm just going to say,
yeah.
If he could give him the deagle, come on, man. Come on, man.
Come on, man. Give me the deagle.
Okay, okay. I like this. He really wants to be involved, and there's other guys who this AWP can get juggled onto. Burning alive, and then finished off by the rotate in. That AWP not retrieved. Neofrag just able to get it back into the hands of Nexa. Up close to the wall, they're all around him. They are all around him, but he's got the big green.
He kills one and they trade him every time. Even if he only gets a shot at one, he won't be able to hit it. And that should be the round. They're even chasing down Banana to finish Fiku off. Nice stuff. Suppressive. Oh, MOUZ. 5 alive.
That's the ace for Exertion as well.
I didn't see that. Incredible.
Nailed it. Love a little anti-eco, don't you?
Mostly Glocks. Just that one orb that got shuffled over. But a nice confidence booster nonetheless. MOUZ not taking Banana in these rounds, just fighting for Car, but they're fighting it with 3 players. It's almost welcoming OG in. And every time they've gotten a couple of kills, they get surprised by that third man, who's typically Torshi's AWP.
This is nice from MOUZ, though, right? Right now, they're not letting OG string anything together, right? Ever since the pistol and the conversions, that was the last time OG went on any sort of streak. So MOUZ are feeling pretty comfortable here, right? They're starting to amass a bit of money. Torshi, never willing to step down from these fights. Another opener found from his AWP. Now Nexa has to lead from beyond the grave. OG decide to up and leave Banana. They want nothing to do with it, and that's problematic in and of itself, right? It must feel very restricted right now. MOUZ have been very willing to fight you for this Banana control, and oh yeah, the guy who opened the round, yeah, now he's over here on A, holding you at the short side.
Oh, that should not be Neofrag's kill, but very fast flick back. It's given away back in for OG, but Frozen doesn't want to allow that problem to get worse. Falls back to be with his util, and Dexter's even here with a flash to supplement. Torshi's gone further aggressive, and Dexter has the bomb. So can't commit without support. It's coming in the form of Flames. Torshi, one more shot, one more chance here. And he's gonna hit it.
Lovely. Lovely from the Torshi AWP. Neofrag just out of the round, just saving this AK armor. And so that's 7 on the board for MOUZ. The CT side is starting to swell out of control at this point. Right, they've done well considering this started 4-1 to OG's favor. They've been locking them out since these guns have come into play.
Counter-terrorists win.
Back to the drawing board for OG.
That's crazy, man.
It does just look wild, doesn't it?
He's been so influential. You know, it's when he faces the best of the best that Torshi can have very quiet games and can be silenced very, well, not very easily, but very often. But in these kind of fair matchups where this game is super equal, super even in terms of the odds, it's not very clear who the favorite is, even though MOUZ coming in arguably with better form from definitely from last year, but OG having that more recency bias, and of course having warm-up here at Katowice as well, whereas MOUZ haven't played an official since Rio. So it's hard to know, but that's the exact kind of match where Torshi's going to go balls to the wall.
Yeah, I mean, I just really love how mobile he's been on this CT side, right? Like, it is kind of crazy how, literally in that last round, he opens it up over towards B, and then within, 15 seconds, he's AWPing down short and wrecking people there on the A side of the map. There's a lot of intent behind these repositions with the AWP, right? He's always looking to make a play, it feels like, and I do like this. You're getting a lot of mileage out of him for it. Even this round, he's kind of the guy who's volunteered himself into this rotate position.
Oh,
that's a
good catch.
That's a little rough. They would have loved that smoke.
Yeah, I mean, they literally don't have one now for B. Not ideal. They've just got to hit it with this one flash from Fiku, and I don't know if he's even throwing it right now. Deeks are out. They're just contacting in. Now, they will get a chance at a 1v1 just straight off the top, but then talking of top, Exertion's on boost. Frozen gets out a nade at the right time. Exertion pulls two apart. Good Deeks, though, in response, and we've already seen Fiku in this exact position. However, 10 health. Pressure's more so on Flames to finish this round. Bomb's going to get planted. Fiku goes really deep.
Dodges the flash, stays tucked in, but JDC doesn't commit to the clear, not yet anyhow. I don't even think he believes anyone's in this corner. I think he thinks he's cleared it.
Oh, good
smoke down. That will make life hard for Fiku.
Might have to go through it.
Him and Flames are boxed in, trapped, right? Both sides of Coffin smoked, and the nade connects. Fiku's got to get them off this bomb with the spam, and he can't find it. Nice util there from MOUZ to alleviate and remove any threat that 2v3 presented. Both players were locked out in an instant.
Yeah, they had no idea as well. MOUZ weren't to know. They could have been back at dark and maybe even caught the timing to quad. There was no guarantee for MOUZ, so very good read to box them in, both to ruins. And yeah, if JDC goes one step too far on his own into a position that he should certainly think is clear, he's a dead man, and that's how that round unravels. But no, MOUZ don't allow it to happen. They take their time, they smoke both chokes, and they box in OG in the post plant. So it never should have really even been that close. There were two very well placed Deeks after Exertion comes away with 3 kills in that round. But even so, MOUZ won't let it get any further. 8-5, a solid defense here, but OG can make this an even half with this next gun round. Had a couple of low econs go the other way.
All right, I'm gonna drop a spoiler alert here for the B stream game, Liquid versus IHC. That's raging on over there. If you don't want to hear it, mute now. It's 9-2 currently to IHC, so keeping the good times coming in. Oh, that's just the leg. Man, advantage resides with OG. A little while since they had one of these go untraded, and so they've got to take full use of it. Oh, that could have been the end for Torshi there. Thank God they did not commit to the peak, so this AWP will have another go at it. Frag starting to pressure Banana.
Oh, are they going to gamble? It might be the right round for it because the util's already pretty lacking. And a 4v5, Torshi tagged. This isn't a bad call for MOUZ. It's also not a common call to see MOUZ do, so it's not necessarily going to be something OG expect. Exertion's still hanging around, so he has Archway, he has the info on long, but he will be able to hear top B Nuisance. And this is, in fact, the right call for MOUZ at the moment. Even though Exertion's leaning back, he won't forever because OG are about to announce this attack.
Yeah, flash goes over the top. JDC not blind to it. Down in the pit, he's able to be a nuisance. He's got his teammates back, and even though the short side wrap from Neofrag does find one onto Torshi, both players are here for MOUZ. They're not going to give him the fight either. They're going to make him work for this. Bomb looks like it's up in the apartments as well, so needs a kill, and it's not going to happen. JDC wonderfully played from the pit angle. Yeah. That flash that goes over the top doesn't blind him. He's playing that little, tucked in angle. And he's able to dodge the flashbang and then lights them up, even dropping the one-way smoke. alleviating any pressure that a Molly might have had coming in from the short side.
And I was going to say, other than one round that he dropped it on default, right? He's been holding that smoke a lot. I've seen him almost drop it, but not quite, and wait for the guaranteed commitment into A before he does. It gives you so much room. And I mean, we even had an Apex earlier after that Vitality Nip game talking about Pit and Spinks' role change on this map. Like, it's probably the best anchor position in Counter-Strike right now. So yeah, JDC, very important spot, makes it look easy. And MOUZ looking for a double-digit CT side on OG's map pick. This would be a damn good start to the series. And reassuring to, I think there's some questions on teams like MOUZ, teams like Outsiders. Can they keep up what we saw at the end of the last year? This is already giving us some good info, some good data. B hit off the bat. Bomb is late and they need this entry. Team Dink won't help, but Nexter now knows that Exertion's stuck at the back of the site. Great flash from Dexter though, and Frozen even swings through coffins as well. This is how all these B holds are gone. They get 3 kills and then a couple of trades back, give you hope again for OG. Oh, the molly.
Oh, Nexus walked through it. He's all well and good. Gets the bomb planted. Fiku gonna go back, try fight for Banana. This guy, in these moments where you really need him to step up, always want to deliver. Now playing ahead of the Banana smoke. He's right here. They're both looking away. Torchy has to flick for it. Just next to left to beat, and he can't quite find him. OG pull off a 2v5 to find 6 at the end of that first half.
Running away. First box. Extinguish. I smoke CT. Oh, I didn't smoke. Fifth. Run together on the left. One CT. Should be new box. Second box. That. Nice CT. Yeah. CT. Take off if you have time.
On his face, it's definitely a good sign of Liquid's life if Elysian Nath are at the top of the scoreboard.
Oh, for sure. And IHC letting the scrim flow through them right there with that type of maneuver, really taking it out of the box, rolling us back to the 2015 times of just hold W. You see just the flames, the nades, everything just slowing down IHC. Sure, the opening was great, but Elysian playing a bit of crossfire here in the site, promoting his own product, and loving that one. Yakinda trying to fire the boys up. Really does have to play that role for this team, regardless of being under the weather.
True, Yakinda as well puts his name in the feed. His 8th frag. An early control of Banana. Techno just pushes! That will get the desk a little bit slammed. Yakinda just gets run at.
Kind of getting a taste of his own medicine in some of these occasions. Like, yeah, dude, we watched you play. It seems to work. We thought we were going to give it a crack. And again, they've just forced such a heavy response here from Liquid. 3 players.
Now is that Bartek's a bit more forward. Typically, he was holding it from the back. He's actually receding.
There's a fight here.
Have action on Banana. Nitro just goes looking off the flash, and OC good.
They know there's 2 here. Flash assist and OC with a kill. Do they really want to commit?
They don't. Annihilation starts to back up.
Naf's been such a thorn in the side of this A defense, though.
He's opted for Moto. It's an interesting one. Might want to consider getting himself into the site, or he's playing a little more passive.
Again, the same bottleneck. Forced the rotation back, though. Job done.
Yeah, it's mission accomplished. Naf sweeps through. Doesn't know if he's missed them. Didn't miss that one. OC, his 2nd frag and a big one. Onto the forward position of Techno. Back to B. OC with a good shot onto Bartek. Annihilation low as well. Runs him down. Gets the headshot to at least perhaps.
over on the B stream, Liquid got off to an incredibly slow start, but IHC, they've been warmed up, they've been ready. It's 9-6 at a half to IHC on Inferno, T side, going onto the CT side. Could they be making another upset? We're gonna have to wait and see.
Ah, yes. 9-6/6-9. It's the funny numbers, and it's on both streams. Here on ours, MOUZ lead the way. That's in spite of a kind of nice start for OG, finding the pistol, finding a rifle round in there early. The bulk of it goes the way of MOUZ. Now OG on their map pick. They've got to show they've got a CT side worth fighting for. The mid-skirmish doesn't pan out well for them. They're wounded, they're injured, and this A stack has been dismantled. My goodness, Flames didn't even see who killed him. And Torshi ran straight past Nexa. But Dexter had him the whole time. That's Dexter with an X.
Brutal pistol. I mean, doesn't get much more one-sided than that. OG throw themselves into middle, and they get sent back to spawn. 10 rounds for MOUZ. They're looking like the real deal right now, especially with that, you know, as I said, recency bias, that knowledge of what OG have just gotten up to in the last couple of months. Downtime for MOUZ, but they've pulled up to Katowice with a passion. Neofrag's running away. They'll allow it. And now they're in a very awkward spot on CT. Probably going to see 4 spies here. This is going to leave us likely at 12-6 unless OG have some great success in this next round. And it's their map pick as well. They're going to have to dig deep. Neofrag's already bought up a FAMAS, so you know they're sending it. And typically, if we go off of the numbers from what we saw last year from MOUZ, this was not a good map for them. This is not a map that they did too well at the Major, despite them having some really big wins back at the Major on other maps. They took down Liquid on Inferno, to be fair, but they also took down ENCE. They took down Cloud9. Even Vitality in a BO1 on Mirage, but they lost this map 3 out of 4 times that they played it at Rio against Cloud9 and Outsiders. So this is a vast improvement. Practice paying off for MOUZ, but the harder side ahead of us. Nades and Deegs out, OG making a gamble, throw a bunch of HEs and then rotate round for a 4-man A stack. It's baited MOUZ at least. They are going into the Lion's Den. Do they have their tranquilizers?
The fights might actually come to them first. Fiku, that's a lovely little swing out from short. However, that 1 kill looks like it's made MOUZ change their tune. They've gone back with the bomb, now looking for a B hit. Exertion's trapped behind this long smoke, but it's about to fade. Same could be said for this smoke that's down over towards B. Right now, they've got Exertion stuck here out in the open. They will dispatch of him, Neofrag, with that hero FAMAS. Gonna get rid of the lurker. Flames alone inside of the B site, but 1 kill. He's done his job in the round. Now it's down to the rest of the gang to try take it over the line. Neofrag doesn't want to jump the gun on this retake. He's got 2 teammates coming up Banana, right? So it's got to come together. It's got to come together at the same time.
JDC's got to move. He was almost open to Banana there. They don't have a kit, Harry. Time could be the biggest problem for OG, and they're still walking in. MOUZ know that they're probably right up in the entrance at the moment, and there's almost half the time gone off this bomb. Torshi now tucked in, misses that timing, but he's just buying as many seconds as he can. JDC slams the hammer down with 2 headshots, and Nexa, it's a done deal. Get all the kills you want. You can't beat the clock. Time will take us all eventually, and JDC falls as well, but MOUZ will run out happy. A 3-on-5 turned around to pick that one up. OG did a 2v5 in the same scenario, but that was a far more important round for MOUZ to guarantee their pistol conversion. And if anything, I think OG could get baited in this position to buy again. In T-sides with a bomb plant with 4 kills, I'd say that's worth it. I don't want to see them buy in this round. It's going to leave them with far less room for error, far less gun rounds in their CT side on their map pick. And thank goodness rather, they do go for the eco here. That would be a very dangerous call that 4 kills could tempt a lot of teams into.
Yeah, you know, because coming into this, you said, like, yeah, MOUZ are on, like, the trickier side now, which is true. But I think the one kind of... The one scary thing is T-side is the more snowbally, right?
Yeah.
And so it's going to put a lot of emphasis on this initial buy round for OG. You really cannot afford to misstep in the opener in your first rifle round of this CT side, right? Not at this scoreline. At 12-6, you imagine, right? They're going to be investing next round. They're going to have the AWP. It's going to have all the little bells and whistles, everything they could possibly need. No limitations there. But if they come up short... Hang on a second. This one's... No, yeah, okay, no, they're not good. Sorry, the only reason I got excited was because they're yeah, you know.
Yeah,
where was I? Yeah, right, here we go. This is what I was saying. It's about to be 12-6. OG are going to have everything they could possibly need, but if they come up short, if they lose that and they go 13-6 down, they're ecoing, and so their next buy isn't till MOUZ are essentially on the finish line.
Yeah.
This rifle round has got to hit the right notes right away for OG, or else this CT side, this map, can feel like a non-starter.
Yeah, it would have never really begun, and that's a shame considering, you know, the start of this game was super competitive out of the gate. It was like 5-5 right at the very beginning, and then MOUZ just took handle of it and ran away. OG were up 4-1 at the beginning of this map, for crying out loud. Just gives more credit to MOUZ, really. Staying cool and frozen certainly is. Ice's Neo frag, and they just want to go, man. They've still got the Mac 10s, but 2 players at A. The double swing, dangerous. Flames almost gets killed, but the nade is beautiful, and it will keep things pretty for OG. Keeps his B site alive, and as a result, the round. Flames doesn't let things get too out of control.
Oh, Nexus found this timing.
Ooh.
JDC with the trade, but not ready for Dexter's AWP in that same position. The route into this A site closed up somewhat. There's a bit to be said about knowing the AWP's over here at long. Torshi deciding to commit to this is kind of wild.
Yeah.
He should know he has a route up through short into the A site, and it feels like that's been commed across right now. He's going to start to move back.
I hear him run.
Going to start to take up this short position. Bomb going down. Flames and Dexter to beat. Torshi doesn't have his trusty AWP by his side, but will do it with the AK. 1 and 2. He finds them both. Torshi delivers in the clutch. Head on a swivel to make it happen. And he steps up. 13 for MOUZ. We said OG could not have that first buy round fall on deaf ears. But it's done exactly that. And now their fate on Inferno is all up in the air. They've either got to do it with a partial buy or with their last rifle round that they're going to have up against 14.
Just such a confident clutch from what you're saying to go to fight Dexter at long, to just take every fight he can, swing him. He's got full nade, swings him in the post plant, taking down the AWP as well. That's unbelievable. Was not giving them a chance there. Dexter has a shotgun. He is going to make it work. He's got himself an AK.
Kind of like an AWP if you think about it, at the right range.
Yeah, it's perfect for that position at least. Gets an AK, gets out. Was even trying to spam back for some reason. That feels like, you know, a bit crazy. Way easier for the T's to hit that shot. But my God, I think MOUZ are still reeling a little bit from that previous clutch out from Torshi. He's doing it all with the AWP in the first half. Puts the rifle in place as well, and OG are on pistols, but we already saw MOUZ win a 3v5 from the same position. They've got nothing but this AK on Dexter. He has a kit though, so if things do get weird late round with the right stack, OG can still win this one. They've got 4 on A. And if anything, the AWP might be holding MOUZ back in a round like this where they have to clear this awful crossfire on A. Nice shot from Flames. That's the bomb as well. That's only going to guarantee what OG already know, and they even molly themselves off. Might have to push them into this stack on short.
This is super awkward, and here's the problem. There's like not time to change your mind on this decision, right? Once you learn that it's the stack, You're committed whether you like it or not. 15 seconds as they come up through short. They've left it down to the wire, and it's to their detriment. Fiku's Deagle adds another to the tally for OG, and MOUZ is saving. This one just gets written off.
They're chasing, look at them. The hounds.
They're right behind them. Oh, man. They won't be able to take these guns out by the looks. Nexa gives it his best,
no, that's
and
the AWP.
Fiku drops the AWP. The door was left open. Were you born in a barn?
Is there a draft in here? That's such an awkward round ender for MOUZ. And it comes off of that molly. They wanted to long wrap. Long wrap would have been the way in with that setup, right? How heavy was the short side setup for OG? They had default player, they had pit player. If MOUZ get long control on that split, it's a way better round. They have OG are way more uncomfortable with their stack, but a self molly at 20 seconds forces MOUZ into their own death.
I like that they've called in the immediate pause, right? Because a part of me wonders, like you said, you know, where you kind of, you get a certain adrenaline, you get a certain coursing through you when you win a clutch, like Torshi did in that 1v2, and maybe they tried a little too hard to just ride it out, right, and keep approaching it with that level of confidence. It's cost them greatly, and so they immediately try to remedy it, like, okay, let's not go from like the really high highs to the crushing low of anti-eco and have that get in our head, right? They want to try and make sure they're all on the same page here. Now, they don't have a lot to work with. That's no secret. You have that gun that Frozen brought with him into this round. And you've got a collection of pistols, a flash and a smoke as well on Dexter. That flash looking like it's going to be the window flash to get them up banana. Molly to clear close. Dexter wants his say, and he will get involved with this CT orb.
And now he's just on the corner. He has some nice fallback protocols in place.
Yeah, I think
repeat.
If you wanted to identify the big scary, it was meant to be that orb. It was meant to be Dexter and the promise that more was coming from him individually in this second half. But that decision to go and face, that decision to go and fight, it's not only given over a 4v4, but it's put an AWP in the hands of MOUZ. They've thrown the wall smoke to go and get the AWP.
You're crazy.
Now they're fighting, and they found a route into the site. Fiku tried so hard to deny that AWP pickup that he throws his life away.
Yeah, Neofrag. He is in position to try and stop a plant, but JDC needs to be blinded by this flash, and he is. It's perfect, but still no kill comes out. They're going to need more util. Flames has got it over the top. They line up. Neofrag falls off, but he takes two with him. Down to the depths of hell himself, and Nexa finishes the round. I've got to say, Fiku needed to use that smoke there. You say he wanted to deny the AWP pickup, and sure, that might have been a, you know, dropping your smoke meant that MOUZ might have been able to go grab it, but that's the only way you stop the hit. He just calls for a flash to fly into the choke point to 1v3 him. It's a very ballsy play. OG just cycle flashes over the top of B in that round, but it does win them the round at the end of the day, despite Torshi's best efforts with the Deeg. Still some very scary decisions for OG that could have cost them an anti-eco. One that they can't afford to lose this late in the game. And now another one of the same, just pistols with Frozen's hero Galil.
New round, new spot for this AWP. Dexter staying mobile, trying to keep them guessing. Don't have the util to take him off this angle, really. Dexter does have a flash, but that's likely going to be used to assist in taking mid. Going to be hard-pressed to get this AWP off the angle.
It will probably go behind him over the pit.
This is a nice bit of control. This could get a little weird. If Flames can't hold the line, now they're wrapping long. Suddenly, these players inside of A are responsible for just so many angles, so much ground to cover from this A hold. The nade is nice. at least brings you back into the 4v4. And Nexa is still delivering from the pit, but Dexter's got to keep his head on a swivel, and he will. Nails both the long players. And so what should have been a tricky round, what should have actually been quite hard for that AA hold, ends up looking very easy. Let's tune in for a bit of a B-stream update. Ooh, how it's closed up, eh? IHC felt like they were running away with it for a while there at 9-2.
Even at 9-4, I saw Yakinda like really shouting and kicking up a storm, so you know he's fully believing trying to pull it back. Can't count Liquid out. Still favourites in that game ultimately, even if they came in slow. It can happen. Oh, awkward molly. Oh no, that actually is, I think that's purpose to put out their smoke. That's actually sick if that's the case. It goes in close, and then the smoke, it's meant to bounce off the wall and go deep and cut out MOUZ from Banana. Blooms on logs. That does certainly look purpose for MOUZ. That's a really nice change. Means they just have Banana, and OG's deep smoke is completely useless. Very cool to see. MOUZ have full B, and OG have to sit back in the bomb site. Orb is still on short for Dexter. Just this chess game of trading pieces up the top of B. Molly for molly, flash for flash, pawn for pawn. And eventually MOUZ, they feel like they've gotten enough util out of OG that they're going to go back into this A site. Dexter though, first point of contact, they need a flash.
Well, they don't want to go prawn for prawn over at top Banana anymore. There's plenty more fish in the sea, right? They're going to go back over towards this A side of the map. Flames. Now Long tries to fight ahead of the smoke.
Oh, no,
Dexter's getting run at, and he's very wide on the angle. If it was just one or two, maybe he's in with a chance, but the whole team erupts around that short angle. Oh, exertion! Domes Nexa down in the pit and locks them out of the round. MOUZ are onto 14, and OG are left saving. Exertion even looking tempted to go on the hunt here to remove some of these guns from play. And if he could take them out, going to make that next round very expensive. But honestly, I think for MOUZ, it's more of a risk than it's worth at this point. They will just elect to keep 4 alive. They're very happy with how that one pans out. And I've got to say, that's actually, you know, that's twice now that we've had Flames over here towards the arch side, trying to fight ahead of this smoke, trying to keep very active on the angle, and getting shut down, and it just leaves such a big hole at this A site.
And thanks to production for that replay, because it showed that not just the molly MOUZ threw put out the smoke earlier than it should have gone, but then OG's molly that was meant to land in front of the smoke bloomed in their own smoke.
Yeah.
So they actually put out their own molly thanks to MOUZ's smoke. It's like the talk of the util trade. That really is just well, that's a great trade for MOUZ. They'll take it.
That really is the util trade.
Yeah, that is easy. It's part of it. So very nice stuff. MOUZ, big brains. And great aims, because Exertion's round there was crispy. Torshi certainly been stealing the show with the AWP in the first half, but that entry on Flamesy on Long, and then the pit player, bop, bop. And that's a round on Inferno. 14-9. OG have everything, at least thanks to the save, but they've got to do something with it. Lose it here, and it might just be GG.
Yeah, like I said, for my money, Dexter has to be like that point man, because Torshi was so influential with the CT side AWP, it was crazy. He was so involved, he was so harassing of the OG ranks. And Dexter, he's had a couple of moments, he's had a couple of kills, but it has been kind of shy of the impact that Torshi found in that first half, and I think he's the guy that's got to get unlocked. He's the guy that's got to get really switched on if this wants to remain competitive. MOUZ, they're at that tipping point where they could make this very easy for themselves if they win this round here and now. They're spamming. They're spamming.
Yeah.
Trapped in that smoke. There's a lot of bodies.
Dude, this is so nice for OG. They just saved the util a few seconds later this round, and MOUZ got too comfortable in Banana, and OG have not just retaken Car, but they've retaken the whole Banana. MOUZ now know there's 3 there, though. Dexter hangs in the molly to try and take a shot, but no one gives him the satisfaction. And now MOUZ, sure, they're ahead of the stack. They are going into the right site, but they have run low on nades, and they are battered and bruised. Still Frozen holds his flank. It's yet to come through yet. I think one kill wins you the round here. Dexter's moto smoked. It's basically Nexa or bust, multi-kill or go next.
Oh, this is so weird.
Dexter's come through.
Nexa gone. Oh, it's just, it's crazy in the blink of an eye. That kill feed illuminated with MOUZ players picking up the entries, picking up bomb sites and locking in 15. Map point on OG's map pick. And after that little 3-round streak that OG embarked upon, it felt like there was going to be some saving graces. There was going to be a chance in this second half. Well, those chances are a thing of the past now. The money's run out for OG, right? These saved guns, this is really it up against 15. Neofrag's got an extra K line around, but it's barely even worth talking about. You just lack the resources. You lack the firepower up against MOUZ in this spot now. They've made it very easy for themselves to take this game over the line without even having to break a sweat.
And especially with, you know, how good of a round that looked for OG at the start. They just didn't rotate that third player out of Banana after they took it. And now it's just go, oh, you want to show all your cards? You want to tell us what you got? We're just going to go elsewhere. We're going to call your bluff. And OG had clearly no intention of rotating because they just wanted to rely on the flank. But Frozen stayed on it the whole round in that pit in mid. So yeah, I don't think MOUZ could have called that round better, just getting ahead of the stack and you know, locking out the flank as well. So 15-9, we've seen a very well-called game from Dexter on this T side, and MOUZ are ready to end it now. OG forcing together every penny they've pilfered. MOUZ throw that same molly in the entrance of Banana, but this time it doesn't get deep smoked. OG saved their smokes for the site. They've decided Banana is not worth it. They'll give it up fully. Dex is going back for every little bit more utility he can muster. Finds an HE.
You know, I think one of the coolest things about Dexter, because you say he's called a great game, and he definitely has, is just that the whole story for the Australian region for the longest time was, you know, no one was arguing that the players weren't good mechanically. They would always get bested on like a tactical level, right? When it came to coming over to Europe. So not only in like a very short space of time with this MOUZ project was he able to lay some solid foundations, right? But even more so than that, when you actually look at the individuals that he has on his team, he doesn't have like these huge stars. These were brand spanking new players when they joined this ranks that he had to mold into something great. So that's what really makes this MOUZ upwards trajectory so impressive. And, you know, for these guys coming into this year, they had to show that Rio wasn't a fluke, that this is the trend of this team, that the trend is upwards. And they've at least delivered on that in this opening map. Dexter wrapping the shot, man, but the Deagle sails past him. Thankfully, Flames was there to pick it all up, but that was just a ruse. The real nature of this play was at B, and JDC's opened up the bomb site.
Yeah, and they've even got a re-smoke for CT as well. Flank is coming from Banana with 2, but Torshi, he's been so good for 1 in these spots. He'll find it. It's like CT side all over again. Dexter gets wider, but knife out, he's gone. And Flames is left alone to finish this off, to try and save the map from falling apart at the seams. 1v2, they're both here in the site, ready to fight. Frozen in the pool, and he's going to ice it out. 15 goes 16, and MOUZ take the map. OG's pick in the series, and MOUZ are feeling very good.
Yeah, I mean, they've got to be right. With performances like this, it's a very even spread across the board. Everyone's showing up today, and it leaves them in such a good spot in this series now. With Overpass coming down the pipeline next, is this a MOUZ 2-0 teed up?
Yeah, going to have to chase NAF. 26, closing in on the 30 in regulation.
Entertaining game of Counter-Strike nonetheless here. It's not the blowout that I think was in the weather report coming into today's opening game. Here's that full buy. All the bells and whistles available here for IHC. But is this going to be them rolling over? Only 3 rounds so far on their CT side.
My one request would be to see the fight on B not determine the round.
Okay.
That's
well,
all.
you might not get that.
Yeah, I know. Because your Kinder's coming again. And
It's like late checkout. You can't always get it.
Yeah, it would be nice though, wouldn't it? And as I say that, Score and Techno do fall into a more passive setup.
It is an issue, however, that all 5 members of Team Liquid are at the base of Banana. So with full Banana control, no real resistance and slight pressure, you could probably force out a whole lot of util here.
Yeah, he's got the retake smoke for top Banana control. If he times it right, maybe they'll have to respect it. Pretty firm maybe, though, as, yeah, they're already up.
Notice how they've taken this without too much util this time around, and last round there was just a bucket load of flashes. They're going to push.
Yeah, ahead of the util. This is awkward now. Good push. Oh my goodness, Techno could have had more. It's Score with 2.
Well, here on the A stream, it was MOUZ that defeats OG on Inferno, and I know we're also really curious to see what's happening in IHC versus Liquid. We're going to have a B stream update in just a little bit, but of course I would like to talk about this one as well, as MOUZ had the start that we weren't sure if they would have, but I feel like as the game went on Inferno, they really found their footing.
Yeah, I think they found it pretty well, and we're talking about Exertion, right? And I think we're going to be talking about him. Wow, what a performance from that guy, getting a lot of entries. And on the City side, he was the Banana guy, and also found a couple easy frags as well, some eco frags and stuff, but still was impressive.
Yeah, I don't think these eco frags should dampen our appreciation of Exertion in this game. We didn't really know if MOUZ would appear rusty, and the least we can do is that it's not the case. They were very much activated, dialed in from the very beginning, not only individually, but just the rotations they had on their CT side. I thought that they were on top of things more often than not. We have here a couple of highlights from Exertion. He was a beast, absolute beast. You saw the entries towards the T side towards the end. He won 6 out of 7 opening duels.
Yeah.
He was a dynamite, literal dynamite. OG couldn't handle him.
Yeah, cannonball.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what I expect from... You know, when I was talking about him being the star play, it was more towards the angle that he plays a lot of the star roles of the team. So Banana, for example, and he's the guy taking map control on the T side. He has these opportunities to be impactful, and that's kind of what you expect when you have the guy playing these roles. This is what he needs to deliver.
Look, I agree with you, but maybe we'll get a couple of highlights from the T side as well towards the very end, but he's not having easy roles. He was just extremely successful at a difficult job. That's how I would frame it towards the very end. We've had a few moments where OG had the defense where they needed to be, and then he just pushed in through long, through short, just find immediate instant kill. There is not even a trade possibility. You're basically dead in 2 seconds. And these are the kills that are worth their weight of gold. If you're Torzi, if you're a teammate, like, all right, I guess we can go on the site. It's open, guys. Just come on in.
Yeah.
Yeah, just like the opening games in Rio, right? That sort of same feeling of awe and watching him play. Now we're going to see if that continues. So I do want to talk about the oppers as well, and we can take a look at it at our Air Force Aim High head-to-head in just a second. But Dexter was touted, of course, as the one to watch. You had some questions, I want to say, towards Torzi and what performance he could bring, especially versus the style of Dexter. But it is Torzi that we have to commend in this one.
Yeah, he did a lot more work than Dexter. I just wanted to quickly touch on Dexter because there was something in this game that didn't sit quite well with me.
Okay.
I thought that Dexter was overcompensating, trying to come back into the game. He had a relatively slow start. He was struggling a bit, and then he took a whole lot of big risky plays on the CT side, which allowed MOUZ and Torzi, for that matter, to come back into it. Torzi, he was very much more measured in his approach. He was more correct in his decisions. He didn't force the game. He was just very reliable, very stable. You see a couple of these shots. That's a good example right here. After the shot, he's taking his time. He's slow repicking into this. And this clutch right here, that's almost gun-winning. Game-winning. Gun-winning?
Gun-winning?
Gun-winning.
Yeah, fantastic from Torzi. Also just use of utility overall, when to move. And from the side of Dexter, is it the case that because we know he can be very aggressive also on CT side especially, does he not have like does he only have the highest kind of acceleration? Does he not lay back when he should in these situations? Is it like what you see is what you get?
It's tough to say. I just think he overstayed his welcome in a couple of situations.
Okay.
And this might be a syndrome of, oh man, I have to do more than I'm doing. Like, I should really do more. I'm going to get this kill and I'm going to repeat. We had a couple of examples on Banana as well. Finds the first, stays on car, gets traded. But that trade kind of nullified the first kill you've gotten because it's a 4v4. The T's can do whatever they want with it. So I don't know about you, Luis, but I'm kind of surprised. I haven't really seen Dexter with that kind of issues too much in the past.
No, not really. And I think that that's a little bit of the conversation I had with him earlier. I could feel that he feels he needs to deliver more. And
That's
exactly
dangerous.
what you brought to the desk now, I think it's a little bit of what he's feeling, that he needs to deliver. And when you have that mentality, it is good for an opper, right? The opper needs to be proactive. He needs to create space for his team. But it gets dangerous when he starts committing mistakes while doing it. There's a very particular round that I remember now towards the end of the game where he's short on Inferno and like Flames is on long, he gets killed, and then he wants to overcompensate the kill from Flames, goes wide outside short, gets killed by Dexter. I mean, then leaves his teammate and Pit alone, all alone by himself. That's also the highlight we saw from Exertion, that he just one-shots the guy Pit, end of the round. So not the best way to overcompensate, yeah.
No, indeed. There might be opportunity. It fell out of your ear. Might be opportunity for Dexter, though, and for the operators in general on Overpass. And Heku has an update for us on the team's plans for the next map.
MOUZ won the first map. I had a moment to talk to Cyclone, and he said that both teams have an advantage in their own way. When it comes to OG, they already played in this tournament, they already played also during this year, and they kind of expected there's going to be Inferno. Now, on the other side, when it comes to MOUZ, they did not show their Inferno for a really long time because the last time they actually played on the LAN and they played at official was more than 2 months ago, which means they had quite a lot of time to change a lot of things and actually surprise their opponents.
Well, that's great to hear, and let's see. We'll see how OG can bounce back then. What should be the plan for the initial rounds to not get stuck in a hole that you can't get out of, because MOUZ definitely seemed like the best warmed up team right now on the server?
Well, I think that they have to try and when you lose a map like that, which in my eyes at least, it wasn't like they get destroyed or anything like that. Actually, this game, there was a lot of situations. There was a 1-on-2 clutch from Fico, who, by the way, has been playing really well as well, right? And again, delivering as a player that doesn't have necessarily the best roles, has been delivering really well. For OG, I think it's a matter of them trying to dictate the pace of the game early. It's so important for them to get the pistols going as well, dictate the pace of the game a little bit, and don't fall into the hole that you mentioned about them trying to overreact and trying to be overly aggressive, because MOUZ seems to be really on point, not only individually, but as a team, to be able to punish that.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think they were on point in their reactions, which kind of surprised me. I thought coming off the break, you might maybe take an extra second to realize what's happening, an extra second in communication. That really wasn't the case. So if you're OG, you be disruptive. You be a little bit in their faces. You push them out of the comfort zone. Flames is the first one that comes to mind. In that connected position, we know he can have moments where he pops off and he becomes impossible to play. If you are OG, you need to claim this piece of territory. You need to claim it immediately, because we've seen what MOUZ can do when they have the map control and they can execute. Yeah. And this is where the power of penetration from the entry kills really come into play. Exertion did it on Inferno. It might be the same on Overpass, and of course a little bit of a pat on the back for Dexter. Yeah. One map fail is all right. We move on to Overpass. You have to react.
Especially versus an opponent that is, of course, was favored by you guys as well, but is not in the stratosphere of some of the others that you may meet, right?
Yes, I think it's, by the results, you look at the end of 22 and MOUZ was upwards trajectory. You mentioned it. There was a semi-final at the major, which is crazy, but I don't think they've had that for a long time enough for us to install them as an elite team that should never ever lose to OG. I don't think this is where they are. They still have to fight to get that status. I think 1 or 2 tournaments in Counter-Strike isn't enough. Yeah. So for OG, I don't think you can roll into this game with no pressure. I think if you're OG, you're looking to punch against that type of teams. This is where you make a mark. This is where you break the ceiling.
Yeah, I think that especially coming to this particular map, I don't think it's necessarily a map that OG also feels comfortable, right? So I think for them, more than ever, they should be trying to set up the pace. They have to go for plays. I mean, especially CT side Overpass, right? There's so much stuff you can do with the players you have, with Flames. They have to step up. They have to play proactive. They have to be in their faces. don't let them breathe, otherwise they can be very scary.
Yeah, Dexter, he did some real damage sometimes on Overpass when he was playing on Spirit, so we need to channel that, see that from OG. We'll see them on Overpass versus MOUZ after the break.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
The bell tolls for Cologne. This cathedral, a cathedral that is stacked from the earth to the heavens with the greatest of all the fans, the most passionate.
Yeah, I think we will win the event. I just feel like we are prepared and we are ready to take it to the next level.
I think judging by the recent form, I would say G2. That's my favorite to win it.
I don't want to put us as favorite who will win Katowice, but I'm confident about my team, and I think we have good chances to show ourselves on this tournament, and maybe us, but if we don't include us, maybe it's Vitality or FaZe.
Having to pick a favorite is actually going to be really tough. I think you have multiple teams that could go on surprise. I think you can never count out FaZe Clan and Navi. They're always there to go.
I would say the teams that performed good at Blast. So probably us and G2 would probably be considered favorites in this event. Vitality also played well. So teams like us, FaZe, G2, Vitality could be favorites.
I think that all the teams that are in our group are really strong. I think that FaZe is looking really strong. I think C9 could always just pull out of nowhere, but I'm a C9 fan. I like all those guys, and I think they're really good players. Outsiders, we haven't seen them for a little bit, so I'm expecting them to come into the event really strong as well. So I think that there's a lot of really good teams right now that could show up really big for the event.
I don't think we only have one underdog. I think everyone is pretty much an underdog. I think everyone has a chance to fight for the title, but from what we've seen from Blast for the first event of the year, G2 looked like the most solid team.
It's kind of weird calling Cloud9 an underdog because they are an established team that has proven themselves in a lot of ways, but they just picked up Buster for the team, and hopefully I think for them they are looking to set the roles a little bit more in stone and having to prove that they made the right decision by changing interests. They are still the team that needs to, I think, for themselves, prove that they can win the big titles.
I think it's hard to really engage on what teams could be underdogs because there isn't much to see really, and it's not like those teams have had much time to practice online or even play tier 2 events, tier 3 events. So I don't think there's really any underdogs that I'm worried about.
Vitality, MOUZ, and Spirit. I think that those teams are kind of underrated right now, probably just because the year just started. They can have some really deep runs that most people aren't expecting. Obviously Vitality is a super good team, so you might be wondering why I put them in there. But just compared to all the other top teams, I feel like they're mentioned less.
I will always remember Katowice 2022 because it was my first year when I went. We were playing from play-in and we made it to the group stage, right? And it was just a really fun, the world tournament. I will just remember it for my life,
2020, I think it was, when I played with G2 and when we beat Fnatic in the semifinals. That was my favorite memory.
The best memory of IEM Katowice, I think is that just I arrived here, and in 2022 it felt amazing. And after when I sat behind the PC and played my first game, it was just also amazing to just feel the good vibes.
After a rat-tastic first map, MOUZ sit in the lead, 1-0 in this series, heading to their map pick now of Overpass. This is one that this squad is very well versed on. Back at Rio, even in the semi-final versus Outsiders, besting them there. It was Outsiders map pick, and it's one that that team has always had a great track record on. I think that should speak volumes for how comfortable MOUZ feel here. OG, they're gonna have their work cut out for them. Staring at O2 dead in the face if this one doesn't go their way.
Yeah, and it was a very winnable opening match for OG as well, right? In terms of being, level pegging against their opponent with some of the tier 1 teams we have in this tournament coming straight through into the groups. I don't think OG could have got a better matchup. They've got to make right by their opportunity. On the flip side, these mice aren't timid anymore. An explosive opening map. And on their pick, it will start the same. Frozen with a quick tap down.
Do it again.
There's more to do.
Do it again.
They're just running a blong.
Hell yeah, of course they are. Look at this.
It's over. The round's over, Harry. The round is literally over.
The round is literally over. You can quote him on that. There's no way. There's no way back into this for OG.
Now I'm really confident.
Now you're really...
Now I'm really confident.
What a smart...
They're hunting Frozen. They can't even win the round. They're hunting Frozen. Okay, they can win the round. Let's see what they can do. There's a kit on Flames, but it's down in CT, and that's exactly what MOUZ are playing. So OG need to cover mad ground to get back in this round. Nexa leading the fray. Good flash. Gonna buy a couple of seconds, if not get a kill. Dex is swapping off to the Glock. Up close in their face. There's a nice trade. Porshi buys 2, and Fiku was not even close to winning that round. I said there was no chance, Harry. And it almost got close. 1-0 for MOUZ. Very nice try for OG, because they were absolutely rumbled from positions alone in a 3-on-5, hunting ghosts at long. But still they make that interesting, however, not interesting enough. And, one of my angles on the last map was, oh, hey, MOUZ, back at the Major, they had trouble on Inferno. They lost it to Cloud9. They lost it to Outsiders, despite some great results. Well, back at the Major on Overpass, they won this map to Cloud9. They won this map against the Outsiders. So worries are going to get even bigger now for OG, who don't have that same pedigree. Oh! God damn. No escaping Exertion's clutches. Flames fingers on the trigger, and he'll fall after 1. MOUZ handing out L's, as they can even group down into B if they want. Just connector in the way. Frozen's already lurking outside a monster.
Dude, and this is where the fact that you don't actually have Dexter's scout in the A site, it would have been very easy to put together that util volley going over was a fake if you had someone there. They didn't have that for OG, so they were starting to shuffle these B players out. As a result, they're not super entrenched here. Good kill from Nexus Deagle. They start to cross into the site now. They lose Fiku. Nexa can't have much of a say. Swinging out, damage done, but they all face him together. And so it's just Dexter left up in heaven with this scout. And everyone from MOUZ tucked in Monster side. They're not giving him this fight. They actually did immediately swing it as he left the angle. Ooh. But now they've spotted him. They know he's here. They don't have to give him this. They've got no reason to go fighting. They have so much more to lose than to gain.
Look how sure they are.
They're all leaving. They're like, brah, he's saving. Dexter thought about it for a moment. He's like, I don't actually want to be the guy that gets 10-second defused. And so he won't be. MOUZ with a second. They find that conversion. And considering how hard we've seen, some teams find the T side of Overpass, getting the pistol, getting the conversions is super valuable.
That can be half of your half, right? Like, off the bat, a 6-round half, don't say a quarter. A 6-round half is good on this map right now. So, yeah, getting a 3-0 off the top. And I don't have any expectation that MOUZ are going to go 3-0 and then suddenly get swept.
Yeah.
So...
All right, so half a half, but what's half a quarter?
An 8.
Hey, quick maths. Nailed it.
Very difficult.
But what's an 1/8 of 1/64?
Tiny.
Frozen with the Mac 10 making money. This guy don't know fractions. He only deals in big checks. $1,200 in his back pocket after that Mac 10 pops off.
Call that a big check. Frozen's in it for more. He's in it for glory, Harry. Oh, and you can't go back up. Next is like, oh, I was just jump spotting, not boosting. And MOUZ, they're on top right now. Top site with that molly. Disappears into thin air. And Dexter, Scout won't play a factor, it seems. Jump Scout, I love it, but it's not what it once was. Do you think they should bring that back? Make the Jump Scout as disgusting as it was back in the day? I love those clips.
Yeah, I mean, a part of me also just doesn't trust, because of the level that we're at, right, and how the game's changed. I think people would just like, really overdo it, and it would be like, oh, this can't be like this anymore.
Yeah, you got a point. It was fun while it lasted. Gone, but not forgotten. Nexa, he might be gone and forgotten. No AK to save today. 3-0 for MOUZ, as the doctor ordered. Well, I like the slow-mo Mac 10 sound. It sounds meaty, punchy. Frozen made 1,800 bucks.
All right, AWP's bought out on either side of the field. Torshi versus Dexter. Not a head-to-head in terms of the AWPs that we actually got to really see on Inferno, right? Just sort of the nature of the map that you lean away from it on the T sides. But here on Overpass, you can feel right at home with that AWP. So this is probably the best kind of direct comparison that we've had yet in this series as to how it's going to go. Now spread out, taking a bit of a default to open up his first proper rifle round. They've got con control, they've got mid, still waiting outside of Monster as well. So a lot of options open here, right? You're throwing out a bit of a feeler, you're seeing if you catch anything on your line. It's a fishing reference. Nexa. The big carp over towards shore.
He could escape, he could get out like a trout, but hanging around in water for a little bit more.
They call him Carpe Diem. Seize the day. Neo frags push through long. Coming in with a wraparound from behind. No one's considering this right now. No one's keeping an eye on it. No one's even thinking about it. And so Neo Frag could be in a great spot, but oh, Torshi will turn around and deal with him. In the meantime, Exertion's opened up into this A site. Plant coming in. Dexter here with the AWP, but it's shut out of the round. And with it, OG might follow 2 versus 3 if they don't get a kill quick. This will be the save, but that's enticed them. Nexa gives them a reason to believe, but Dexter's trying to take it away. And now they've traded places with this bank control. Fiku's job just got that much harder. 2 angles that are worlds apart in this 1v2. He's trying to sniff out that second man. Only knows about the bank player, and Torshi now plays his hand. It's a 4-0 for MOUZ. They win that first rifle, and hell, man, we were saying, like, the pistol, that can sometimes be like 50% of your rounds on the T side of Overpass for MOUZ. They're now in a spot where they can get up to this 5-0 start. That is just crazy for a T side to have this kind of attraction, you know, early on in a game.
This can get out of control very quickly, and I love that reroute from Torshi to go back to long as well. You could see just from how Fiku was playing the 1v2, he had Dexter trapped in a corner who gave him nothing, and he's just hunting for that second player, checking everywhere but the long side. Completely unexpected. Frozen getting hunted right now. He hears them though. Put some distance. Pulls out. Oh, the wallbang. Oh, Fiku just, they're walking into it. Dangerous. Almost paid the price with their life. And meanwhile, MOUZ are out Monster. They might have even heard the damage done. Next is a dead man. There's still a second in the pit who will catch them off guard. 5-7, chews up, but it won't finish the job. 4-on-3 with the site under MOUZ control. It's a nice grenade, but they've got to get space. That smoke might give them a bit of room as Xerxon goes up and over the top to find that kill. And this is looking like another MOUZ round on the anti-eco. Xerxon's just hungry. 3 already. And he was a huge piece of the pie back in the last map. That's a very awkward smoke. Don't know how that happens, but Xertion didn't mind. Shot all those kills through heaven. And this is a game where Dexter, someone who is highly touted, was the highest rated player of Team Spirit back at Antwerp that got them to a semi-final. He needs to come in strong into this next gun round with an AWP as well. Barely got a shot off in the previous rifle round. Orbs aboard. Neofrag 0-4 in connector. He's going to get insta-mollied. Does win that fight through it though, and if he wants, he can escape and go back to the A site. He's got room with a mid-molly and a smoke in the way. Oh, but Torshi's waiting for the re-aggress. Missed shot rare for Torshi. And even though Dexter misses his as well, he can go all the way back to the bomb site. And this round is uprooted a bit now for MOUZ. They haven't even cleared out Neofrag, and he escapes through B short with the assistance of his team. So OG's routing right now looking very good. And they're freed up to rotate 3 to that top site.
Yeah, this is going to be a real uphill battle for MOUZ. Other issue they're going to have is, you know, last thing they knew, they lost the short control, so they don't really even have that ability to duck back down here. They're all in, they're committed into this stack. Dexter with the trade and Frozen trapped down in the connector. 1 versus 4 on his plate. Bomb on his back and a 1v2 wherever he goes. Looks like he will just elect to save on this one. Doesn't want to give it a try, doesn't want to give it a go. Gets out of the round with the AWP and brings it into the next. Lovely round out of Neofrag.
Yeah.
Perfect time to have him stand and deliver with a performance like that. One of the things that felt like it maybe went amiss on Inferno. Oftentimes a real beast when it comes to getting entries up through Banana. He had a bit of a strugglesome time, I think it's fair to say. But if that's a sign of things to come, OG have still got some fight left in them.
Yeah, first control we've seen on CT side as well since Pistol, so goes a long way. You can see how much MOUZ wanted it, just the fact that they sent Torshi through solo with the orb after the first player dies.
Torshi's
great util, yeah. Bullied in middle. They just ran through the molly. They didn't even smoke it, but every footstep's being heard right now. Neofrag might just have 2 kills on a platter. They think they've gamed OG. Nothing of the sort. The orb's on the angle, though. Neofrag tries to... Oh, beautiful! He baits the shot out. He takes the shot, and he moves on with the kill. Through the smoke, denied. And that's all part of the master plan for MOUZ, trying to fake out that they had no one mid by not smoking that molly and just running through. But it doesn't work when OG hit every footstep. And Neofrag, it wasn't just one lucky round. He's done it twice now. And put MOUZ in quite the predicament.
Dude, on just like raw Counter-Strike theory, that's a very cool idea for MOUZ. But yeah, just entirely uprooted.
Cheeky.
By the long toilet player.
But if no one's there, they get an immense amount of room. They probably get to the bomb site before they even get spotted. I imagine they walk once they get past long toilets, so a short player doesn't hear them.
Not much going right for MOUZ in this one. OG a chance to keep it nice and clean.
Well, he could nade out Fiku right now. That would be a guaranteed kill if he just lobbed it to pop out Monster. Will not opt to do so. It's a shame. Teammate probably called he was low.
Well, all right, look, you kind of throwing in, that one there was MOUZ trying to be tricky around the mid-util setup, right? Trying to play the mind game with OG. They come up short, so I assume we don't see them take risks like that again, right? That was kind of your feel around for throwing something a little wilder out there. Trying to keep it faster by surprise.
This. Takes the leg. But you can brush it off if you're MOUZ. It's not really a big worry. This smoke will go on the molly this time. Took a lot of damage previous.
Toshi's been left posted up long. On mid now. He just repositioned. Waiting to see if any aggression comes through, but it's not screaming that MOUZ actually want to go and take mid. So we're going to see them start to fall back now, right? They've got connector. That leaves some options open to you. And you at least know that you've pushed OG off of mid. They didn't do anything with that molly that they lobbed in earlier. They're not trying to fight for this control. Now MOUZ go back and they group outside a monster, looking like they want to come through with that flashbang. Only one kill from it. Frozen goes on a double up, but it's Flames with the reply. Low on ammo, just gets the third. Chased down by JDC, but he gets out of there. And now JDC's trapped in the middle of the site. The one player who had to take a firepower hit left in that clutch, and the Deagle does not serve him well. OG, they can thank Flames for that round. A lovely 3K there. Easier said than done with the A1S outside a monster as well. He had to make every bullet count in that position.
Yeah, even that flash doesn't go deep enough because it's meant to just be for close monster or even far monster, but Fiku's up on top of that railing, so need the flash to just go a little bit further, and Fiku probably doesn't get away with one, and MOUZ trade out better in that execute. Say execute, it was literally a flash play, that's all they used. And, you know, it can be difficult to get rounds going on T-side overpass. That's why this 5-0 was so impressive. Reality's more so setting in now, but it's why MOUZ are trying cheeky little plays to, you know, just pop out and win a round off the back of the opener. Steamrolling is one way to do it, but currently nothing's getting flattened. OG are holding strong. Stop. Nice flick for Dexter. And he actually goes back for more, but a player's already out. He's taking two with him. Torshi makes steps. That's called over. Neofrag jumps the gun, and the flash just lands, but Dexter already fired. 2v4. MOUZ looking to break some money out, but winning this round is a tough ask. Dexter still has the bomb.
Oh, Nexa on this rotate up. That one shot has actually given away his positioning, Con. Oh, that could have been it for exertion. Instead, it's an opportunity that sails on past them, so the Eags don't make it interesting. But now MOUZ have got another chance to run this back. Right now, you know, this kind of little dynamic duo over towards the upper side of the map. Neofrag and Dexter are doing a hell of a lot to make life miserable over here. And then to make matters worse, down on the B side, we've had some great holds out of guys like Flames and Fiku. So alarm bells starting to go off, right? We've kind of got these hero players that were missing for OG back on Inferno starting to arrive. There's a real, you know, core to the firepower here. There's some dependable voices that we're able to rely on. Not a challenge that I think MOUZ were expecting, not in this way after how that first map went down.
Yeah, Neofrag was the bottom performer in the server last game. Didn't even get 10 kills. He's doing a lot better in terms of impact. He's only on 6, but he's had that big 3K and 2K that won a round single-handedly for OG. MOUZ mollied in mid, but they have a gap behind it for that AWP, and Torshi tries to fight for it. Nice grenade. Heavy at B. OG were expecting a quicker round towards this lower site. And they might be right about the intention, even if the pace isn't there. Although, as I say that, MOUZ leave B just entirely frozen on that lower lurk. And very slowly take mid. Neofrag's got a lot to do on his own right now, so Flames eventually will move up and join him. But just from the setup and the spawn, it still looks like MOUZ want to go B. They're taking so long to get out middle.
Oh, while all this is happening, short water's getting taken by OG, right? They're starting to kind of flex this control a little bit, and that's because they have a lot of resources get dedicated down towards lower. So they kind of want something to show for it. They want that info. They want an idea as to how this round's shaping up. And now that they feel they've collected that, we might see a rotate of a third player over towards this upper side of the map looking to come through. Even though that's starting to happen with Dexter sneaking up, it does hinge on OG holding the line. Neofrag with one. Why not make it the double? He's causing trouble for MOUZ. Bond gets away from them here. Neofrag doing it single-handedly. There's number 4. He's on for the ace. And as a lot of these rounds have ended, it's just Frozen left alive. Insurmountable odds, no bomb, and a save called. OG tie this game up with 5 in a row of their own.
Yeah, it'd be one thing to be seeing Dexter, you know, just styling with the AWP and Toilets, doing what AWPers do on the city side, getting a shot, falling back, new angle, falling back. But right now, it's really just the rifle wreaking havoc on this top site. Let's recap the rounds. Triple killing Connector, where he gets 2 1v1s, exits back up to A through B short, gets another kill on that top site. Then that long cross play that MOUZ went for, where he dodges the AWP shot and gets 2 kills, shutting out MOUZ. Now he's put up 4 frags while Dexter just chills in the site behind him. They just let Neofrag unleash, and he's got 30 rounds of pain to dish out. Excellent round from the guy. And he's doing all these 3 sick rounds on gun rounds. The other 2 they won are ecos, and that's when everyone else swoops in. Happy to take the
Always
kills.
the way.
Yeah. But hey.
Everyone's an entry when the enemy's on eco.
True. They're just so much easier, so much more fun. Now he's trapped in con this round. Will MOUZ put focus on this? He's not throwing any nades. He's not giving this away for a change. They don't know. And they're going to find out the hard way. Knife out running through. And he can just exit B short again if he wants. He's got teammates there. But MOUZ need to focus on getting con control, because the rounds they're clearing it, he's not there. The rounds they're not clearing it, hello, pops his head out, drops the bomb. Dexter finds another. Neofrag does hunt the kills, and that's given Frozen a frag.
Yeah, but at that moment, at this moment at least, that swing fight doesn't feel like it's going to have the biggest impact. Now, if it all gets out of control and it gets a bit weird in the 2v4, and we'll have a bit more to say about it, but it doesn't look like that's going to happen. Frozen taking another head off, has to get past this AWP now, has to try and succeed where many others have failed before him, and Dexter refuses to give up this A site. 3 in the round for him, 2 for Neofrag, and yeah, it is this dynamic duo, the 2 of them really stepping up here. 23 kills deep between these 2 top site players. And you know, coming into this, we said, oh, MOUZ winning the pistol and getting the conversions is great, because that can be 50% of your T-side rounds.
At the end of the day, they can go 5-10, they're still fine, but with how this game started, you kind of would expect more from MOUZ. They need to, you know, the reason they're playing super... Oh my god, it's happening again. I was going to say, finally snuffed out. Neofrag is gone. He gets flashed in. Flames is still in connector, but they're ready for it this time. And there's the AWP peeking 1 step too far. Dexter felt the pressure for them coming up behind him, and he tries to move forward. OG get a little more than what they bargained for, but Dexter, a discount with the bomb.
What?
And they'll redeem their coupon code.
Okay, Nex is now dead, but Fiku, it's this guy. It's the clutch player in the 1v3 with the bomb by his feet.
They can't
the AWP's on him. Yeah. The AWP's holding him, and as he swings into that angle, Torshi locks him out of that clutch attempt. MOUZ tie us up at 6-all.
I'm not against OG, you know, playing a little more hyperactive in that round, is sending in Neofrag, going for it. It's the Dexter repeat with the AWP. He knows Torchy's there. He's just killed his teammate, and he's holding with the AWP. Dexter just walks into the angle, and yeah, maybe he doesn't feel like he has the time to go backwards. He has to force the fight forward to take one more kill, but that's the swing kill that gets MOUZ back in control of that round, even despite the bomb getting lost. Some very scary rounds. Please, MOUZ, clear connector. They have put a lot more focus on it here. With the smoke at door, they're going to go through it. Cheeky boys. JDC, I love that routing.
Yeah, right?
Out wide. And that's typically just a smoke on the blown up door to get you up the stairs.
Yeah, a cool way to manipulate that, right? Because when you see that smoke come down, it's a super standard bit of util, as you say, just normally serving the purpose to get out top con. Instead, he uses it to flex a bit of short control, now getting boosted as well. Shouldn't be anyone open to this, but there is.
Yeah.
Ooh, Fiku backing up into it. Just left the safety behind the pillar and found himself on the receiving end of the boost.
Oh, they know. Neofrag's in T-spawn. He doesn't need to jump the gun here, but he doesn't know if it's clear or not. He's going to start making moves. They're stacked to B right now. Great flashbang this time for the Monster player. And JDC doubles up in the sight. If Dexter fired, that would have been a kill, but he didn't want to give it away, and they find him easy. 4-on-1, and this flank was excellent, but it will matter not. It just gave MOUZ more kills in the bomb site. Damn. I like that boost as well. They comboed it with a wood molly in front of Monster just to try and push a player back behind pillar. It wasn't what made Fiku move in that moment. He just shuffled a couple of steps back, but that's the intention there for MOUZ. And it feels like they do have, you know, a lot of them haven't worked in this game, but they do have a lot of tricks, a lot of little cheeky plays to try and get opening kills. And when you get an opening kill on the B site there, you just send it. 7
Also,
up.
I gotta say, you know, JDC's little movement piece to get out, that was so clean. Like, I always love watching that, you know, the surf of the top of the tunnel in Monster.
It's super hard to hit as a CT because you're aiming at one place and suddenly,
yeah, right. And, you know, coupled with the flashes that they throw, great flashes, by the way. It's that short one that pops over the top for the close player, that close left angle you saw was left full blind, couldn't see a thing. But normally, that position's still good for something, right? Because they're coming through such a narrow choke just by holding left click, you kind of get rewarded, and that's where the little movement piece from JDC really was like just a chef's kiss moment in that round.
All right, Neofrag, he's going for it again. Flash through. Xerxon was anti, it looked like, but he will get taken down. Torchy, he's been the king of trades in middle, and honestly, going 1-for-1 against Neofrag with the game he's having right now, MOUZ will take that. Gives him a lot more room. Dexter reroutes. Is this AWP ready? Torchy still walking, and Dexter very quick to find that kill. They're still leaning B, but there's no bomb. Oh, now there's definitely no bomb.
Yeah, both these players coming out short, and that molly's forced them into the fight. A fight that they, you know, were trying to take, but not in that fashion. OG tie us up at 7-all, and that is a huge round for them to have picked up, because where this whole streak, the fact that, you know, OG had put all these rounds on the board consecutively, we're on the way to like a really strong CT side after a slow start. Where it could have fallen down is if they'd lost this round. They still would have been able to put a bit of an investment on the board, but it would have been lacking that AWP, most notably. And with how influential Dexter's been alongside, you know, his partner in crime, Neofrag, on the upper side, it's essential. And now they've got that. Now they've got a chance for an 8-7 half. Dexter's getting involved with the AWP, this time from long. They've been so used to facing him in middle. This might come as a bit of a surprise. They bait the shot, legged by the AWP. But they've taken a swing for Dexter. They don't finish the job, and so he's the one that gets away. Neofrag is gifted a kill in mid. The nade pull mid gunfight. It's an interesting move, not one we've seen before.
I can't believe Dexter's still alive in this round. He has absolutely snuck past them by going back into long toilets. And they don't even want to try and trifle with him now. They're hoping he comes to them. He will not. Back to the bomb site with you. And MOUZ, they've been having a lot of trouble getting through Neofrag and Dexter on this top site. So they're going to go back into the doldrums below. Nice setup for OG. They're playing a retake round on B. They did initially think things were coming in quicker on that A attack. But their mid-round aggression has been really nice, and Flames is making another proactive move to flank Connector. Is he going to go too soon, though? JDC's checking it. Oh, he saw him. Back for more. Flames is committed. Can he get out? No. That's a 3-on-3. And now MOUZ know they're probably walking into a stack, but they don't have any other choice. 20 seconds. The bomb's out.
Fiku full blind, his teammate dead. This one started to change in the mid-round. Fiku's doing all he can, but JDC's wrapped him. And now it's just Dexter, the man that was legged right at the start of this round, left in the clutch. A 1v1. JDC on the other end of it. They tagged this guy for 84 damage when the round opened, but he might still be here to steal it away. JDC's up close. Is Dexter ready for this? A no-scope and a dream, but JDC puts a stop to him, and MOUZ have won out the first half of play.
They convert that one. Another partial buy from Liquid. We're 6-6. Aggression again. Annihilation long this time. Score at least showing his presence over towards Party. Annihilation will get a chance to find a pick against Elige.
This is an interesting head-to-head. Yakinda and Blitz. The best of the bunches. Blitz. Ooh, he's been baited out. This EU jiggle. Too good. Still gets the bows as Nitro cannot trade. Perfection from Blitz in the underpass. Techno tagged up on the wall bang. OC trying to poke his nose into the site, and a chance goes awry. OC down. Blitz. All of the frags. Maybe a fourth. Nope. Ask too much of that. Score goes down. It's Elige on the Tech 9, and so Annihilation's got his exit. He has to go all the way around the world to join NAF.
I think a little bit earlier in the piece, though, NAF had actually softened up Techno to 14 points of health here. So the B bomb site is actually pretty susceptible. You can see Techno now slinking back into a very passive setup. Bartak's going to keep his head down towards Barrel. Bartak's really the key here.
Yeah, this is the fight. He can't let this one go, and then no slouch. America's finest. Gunning for you. Oh, and Flash doesn't help either. Bartak's let it go. Techno down. And this felt like a round with a double opening from Blitz. Now falls to Annihilation. Certainly no slouch in the clutch.
Has a smoke.
And everyone's looking at Heaven's side. He's covered some good ground here. Naf's going to be checking it on the ring around a Rosie. Spotted and deleted. Damn, sharp as ever. 7 already, and as you discussed, heading towards those double digits rapidly.
That was a 2v5. Blitz got 3 kills there from that connected position, dealt with the 2 individuals very early of Nitro and Yakinda. Then able to take down OC in the back as he was trying to find a pick over towards B. And then they still dropped the round here. Here it is again in the highlight. So Blitz, fantastic. We know he can be sharp. Silence them for up close and personal. Then Elige in the back with the Tech 9 at range. The second is fantastic. And this one here, waiting for the flash, it cost Bartak, and that one's going to feel real good for Liquid.
It's going to feel real good for Elige. Bailing his squad out.
Well, an 8-7 half sees MOUZ in the lead, but this guy in this clutch, Dexter, might have fallen down in this moment, but he has been delivering throughout this map. Can he be the difference maker? Can him and Neofrag, as this tag team, keep up these performances to keep OG in this one? MOUZ now move on to the much preferred, the much favored CT side of their map pick. They're gonna have a lot of ideas here. Let's see what they got cooked up for us. Fast speed play on the cards for OG.
Yeah, they're straight out and about. We got Julies at short side, 3 CTs here, but OG own the entire site and then some more. They pushed up into CT already, and Torchy's trapped. He's fighting out like an animal, firing off, finding every shot, 2 kills, and his teammates come through the heaven smoke to help out. What a flank. He didn't even get all those kills. Frozen helped out as well, but that is a massacre.
Can we get a replay of that Torchy round? That was insane. That was crazy.
Yeah, MOUZ was set up really early for that play. As soon as they realized that no one was in mid, they were already running down connector.
Like, this is like 2 wild drive-by peaks into like the most sus 180 turn you've ever seen.
He didn't even get that one.
No, it looked like he did.
Yeah.
But my word,
No,
he just does such a good job of like causing complete and utter chaos as well. That's a B site that's fallen where the kills came in cleanly and right away. And he had to buy time now, luckily enough.
He jumped. He would have had a knife available there, but the turnaround. And yeah, you know, we're hyping this up for Dexter and for Neofrag especially, who have had a really good game. But at the end of the day, Harry, it was an 8-round T side. That is phenomenal. I think the 6 in a row on CT for OG really made us worry for a moment. But MOUZ's T side was immense. And Torchy, he's been dinked twice in this round and they still can't kill him. Ring around the rosy with flames, but not for long. Flowers picked. And the round as well, 10-7, and the bye for OG. But yeah, I think MOUZ feel like they're ready to 2-0 them tonight. 8 T rounds on Overpass is not normally. Now, OG are going to need to come in very strong in their first bye, here and now. At least they have MOUZ on a bonus.
No attention towards B at the start of this round for OG. That means they're either going to have to take connector, try to go for that control a little bit later, or that the intent was never to even worry about that side of the map and that this was always destined to be an A play. Nexa not wanting to overcomplicate things to open up this T side, and they've slipped right past Torchy and Dexter. These 2 players responsible for A. Frozen starting to make his way up, and Dexter's now moving back, but they are far closer than he's ready for. They're already up through the short angle. Torchy dead over at long. If Frozen doesn't get a bunch of kills quick, this might just be the save, but the weaponry, makes you hesitant to want to call it, but it's really your only option here. The little drive walk up the short side, the gap found for OG is enough to cement an 8th. The first rifle round pans out brilliantly for this squad, and it is kind of wild to think that Dexter and MOUZ in that first half, they tried a couple of these kind of timing-based plays, right? Trying to find gaps, trying to exploit, you know, an element of surprise running through the mid Molotovs. Never panned out for him. And OG are able to find that gap in the first rifle round they play.
Yeah, that's an unreal call to make into your first buy. What a play from Nexa to make that happen. And yeah, of course, probably didn't know it would definitely be that open, but they find the gap and they make do with it. They don't doubt it. They don't start running, they don't execute. And they catch MOUZ completely unaware, even with Dexter's slight consideration. Was not enough. 2 easy kills wins the round, and yeah, save that you don't want to make, like you said, but one that you literally cannot win. So MOUZ keep the bonus going a little bit longer, with a little bit more behind it, but That's a good start for OG. Keeping 5 alive means they're not susceptible to immediately being put to pistols. And MOUZ can't celebrate too early.
It's a complete change of pace here for OG. Right, while that last round kind of resided with a bit of speed, a bit of stealth about it, this is a much more standard spread out across the map. They have one man kind of responsible, holding for a B push. Flames even in a position where he can lob Util over towards that B side of the map. You can throw a lurk smoke from where he is right now. Could be used to put the fear in MOUZ about lower, while the rest of the gang are fixated with taking middle. It's a good trade on the con man. Dexter dead. Short water has been taken away, and Exertion is now posted with his MP9 up close.
Oh, no way he can get out. They're right behind him. They hear him running away. They need to trade this kill. Torshi's given a chance to escape. They're going to fight him from short. He's taken a new angle. He can even peek with his teammate, Frozen. Molly's his back. So Torshi's just buying more time. 30 seconds. Time OG don't have to waste. That's a good grenade. He's going to swing with it, and it will finish what he started. Dink, and then blown up is Fiku. Dexter needed that entry, but Frozen's holding strong on the site, and Dexter now needs a clutch. The bottom performer in the game right now, and he's already getting shot from behind. MOUZ find that rifle round OG and try and waltz right up middle yet again. But far more eyes on the prize this time. And no surprises for MOUZ. Put them onto 11. That was with a bad buy as well, right? Famai, MP9. Now MOUZ have got everything they need and more, including Torshi's big green. He's taking it right into middle.
Yeah, he wants to try and strike up this conversation with Dexter again.
Smoked, flashed immediately though.
Things between these two was getting pretty heated in that first half. And he's keen to pick up where they left off.
Dexter knows if he wants to fight him, he knows exactly where to go. But these flashes have been really good for OG.
Oh, jumping this versus Dexter is dead. No, that's not going to work.
How many jumps did he want there? Kept going back for it. And OG. I love the grouping on this T side, right? Because MOUZ is 3-1-1. It was often a 4-1 as well. OG have 5 players working mid and long A right now. They don't care about map control, but still MOUZ have to be paranoid. You never know about lurks. And instead OG are just going to pop out along with a smoke flash, and there's no one even here to stop them.
Oh, Dexter tries to get up Con, but ends up feeding the beast. And with the Util having reigned over, MOUZ are already saving. They duck out, they leave, they give this one to OG. Yeah, you know, at this point, I think the onus is very much on MOUZ to try and uproot this, to try and get this info a little faster, right? Because they don't really... It's kind of a weird one, right? Because it's all been super grouped. You're hoping that Dexter's been able to piece this together, that they are just running these 5-man unit takes. And so what I'm hoping is that we're going to see MOUZ try to get a bit more involved over towards B, try to take away some of that short control. Try to have that area on lockdown, so at bare minimum you have like an early warning system, and then that will free up that third player that's been down towards B to rotate over towards A, get a bit more involved there. Right now they're not really knowing what's happening till the take's happening, and it's with 5 running at them.
Yeah, just doing double setups in toilets is nice as well. Having one short toilet, one long toilet. That round, it's solo deep long and solo con. So if either of them fall, you lose so much info on either side of the map. So no time for that. We got the same map pool.
Yeah, so what's kind of nice is because these are like mirrored map pools, we get like a weird, every map when we cut to these AR link-ins, it's like that mapception. Not a very good branding, I guess, but...
Let's see what MOUZ come up with here. They are playing together on A, both CTs side by side, and a more standard round where they can actually defend the bomb site. Torshi will just take a shot, smoke off short, go back. And OG, it ain't broke, don't fix it. They just walk out mid together as 5. And again, contact the whole way. This is so ballsy. They might not be expecting the AWP. They just got rid of it. Torshi's just about afforded this weapon, but he has again missed the timings. Gonna reroute inside, and he will catch this one, but a missed shot. Uh-oh, Torshi, they're gonna run you down while they know they have you. That's the bomb, in fact. They need that trade kill. Torshi up close. Quick shot through the smoke. Dexter responds. This head-to-head duel rages on. 4-on-2, though, and there's so many CTs on this top site. Finally, with a double assisted by Torshi, MOUZ are ready to win this A round.
Dexter right behind Exertion.
Ow.
Hang on.
That's not 4x3, folks. We didn't see him on 16-9. Good check.
Let's go.
Good thing that Exertion did that, because if he'd gotten all the way into A, firstly, that probably would have triggered him to turn around and go like, okay, so I walked past someone at some point. And secondly, he could have even dropped down towards B and made it really weird in that moment there. This from Torshi was great, right? Because he knows what the response is going to be. He knows they're going to try and crunch him from both the bathrooms itself and through that short smoke. And so he goes and he just elects to really play close to that smoke, knowing someone's going to come through it, knowing otherwise he's going to get pincered from 2 different angles. Great decision-making in a high-pressure moment where Torshi had to deliver.
OG have done well on these rounds, but now they need to show depth on this T side, and it can be so hard on Overpass to show depth. If one player dies, if one thing goes wrong, if you lose your B lurker, suddenly you're just kind of forced into uncomfortable rounds. And that's why they've been playing very grouped and just very straightforward. But they're going to have to show something more here, because MOUZ have finally locked out an A attack. There we go, a bit more split this time. Dexter climbs up. Flashed off though. OG force a bit of respect. They are heavy outside of B in this round. MOUZ start 4B though, don't they? They've got a bit of an inkling, bit of a read. Torshi eventually rotates out because it's not a B rush. However, it is just a little delayed pop for OG. And again, contact. They've just been loving it. Wow.
Oh, lovely opener. Lovely way to get it. The B site rests on Exertion's shoulders. And only 1 kill from the man. Torshi might be here quickly, but with everyone else already gone, he's saving. The weirdness is there's actually only 2 players in B.
Yeah.
As he leaves, he's going to somewhere just as dangerous as the place that he's departing from. Neo Frag's ready to remove the AWP, but Torshi doesn't want to part ways with it. No scope lands, and so that AWP will be kept into the following round. Regardless, OG, they are impressing me with their ability to remain competitive in this.
Yeah.
Trading rounds back and forth. Although if that keeps up, that's still good for MOUZ. They're still going to close this out. That's where you've really got to start capitalizing eventually, right? You want to start streaking something together if you're OG.
I'm just shocked at how basic these rounds have been, but how effective they've been, right? Like, they've just been going not only contact, but that round is 1 flashbang. That's really all it is. They nail JDC on barrel as they walk all the way through Monster, and then they just explode. Double entry, Flames and Dexter take down the CT player, they trade onto Exertion. Like, there's not really much to it there for OG, but it's beautiful.
Yeah, so, you even talked about it coming into that round there, and I really feel like this is Nexa realizing that MOUZ aren't actually fighting anywhere early. That's all he started to learn here, right? Over towards A, they've gone for these creeps up through mid as 5. That round, it's just a contact play out through Monster. And it's because MOUZ are trying to kind of have their cake and eat it too, right? They haven't been hyper involved in the early rounds. It's been passive on both sides of the map. Finally, there's a bit of a change to that in this round here and now. And so this is where OG could get burned by this grouped 5-man gameplay. because MOUZ have already taken short away, and so what that means is they know that no one was leaning B early. That frees up a third player to start to reinforce this A side of the map where OG are creeping in again.
Yeah, Torshi won't miss this twice, but he's just lost the timing. It's the paranoia of these contact plays. They're coming back to bite him. His teammate contact. They don't know, but they're running right by him in the toilet. Someone will surely check this. You'd like to think. Is it going to be Flames? Torshi did make a step there. He's caught them. He's scoped up. A missed shot. There's too many targets. What's going on? Everyone at the A site is dead. And Torshi almost gets that bomb off the site. I cannot believe Fiku just sticks it in the middle of the madness. Full faith in his team. And I guess for good reason. It's the paranoia there, because Torshi has so many timings to catch them on short, but he keeps looking away, and that's because OG have been just walking into this A site. These are such weird rounds.
Yeah, it doesn't often play like this, because normally when you have a CT AWP on overpass, he's very keen to go through the motions of AWPing, right? He wants to take an early fight mid, then fall back to the next angle, which is usually around divider, take another fight, fall back to toilet, take another fight there, get into the site if you can, take another fight there. You know, you kind of go through it in stages, but we're not getting that right now.
Well, in fairness, it's not like he can peek deep mid to actually know how many they're starting mid, because the one flash OG use at the start of every round is they flash over mid and they flash over party, one of either. And so whenever he goes for an early mid info peek, he does get flashed off. But yeah, not playing front toilet, not playing wide divider, just playing inside toilet. And OG kind of have the read on it right now. They know what's going on, and they're just trading into A. These are really weird rounds, to be honest. And I don't know if MOUZ know what to do about it. It's not looking like it. They have now been broken. And now it goes past trading rounds. OG 2 in a row, and a third almost inevitable. It's a cool boost on B, but it will find nothing, because what are OG doing? They're 4-man sneaking long. Dude, I've never seen a game of Overpass quite like this.
But like, this is literally just next to going like, well, if they're never gonna check, if they're never gonna investigate, if they're gonna give us all this room, like hell, what else are we gonna do but use it? I really like how our Nex is just kind of taken this in his stride. Now,
where's the smoke? Oh, it's way too late. It's just way too late. And Neofrag, he was already out before it bloomed. They won't commit. They don't need to. Still got a minute on the clock. And hey, smoke spam might find the next kill. You never know. Oh, there's the assistance up from shorts. Torshi spams out one, but it's just frozen, and they're fine to fight him. They've got the numbers and the confidence to do it. OG are making this a 3-map series, whether MOUZ like it or not. 4 rounds away from Mirage, or 4 rounds away from a 2-0. But right now, MOUZ do not have the solutions.
Yeah, really, for me, it just kind of boils down to this. In 5v5s at the start of a round, you can't have both bomb sites playing passive, especially not when OG have been doing rounds like this, where it's not even like they're rushing you. I would almost understand being passive if you're getting rushed in these rounds, but you're not. It's slow contact. No util to telegraph it, and they're not going quick till they're right there knocking on your front door.
Ouch.
Flames spams out exertion to open this one up. Dexter adds another to the tally. Torshi finally decides to try and get involved on this mid-fight, but Dexter does get the better of him.
Con play is nice, but it's a 5v3. Oh, Dexter flashed up, but now they know he's almost certainly there with that flash coming from the B site. They've got to be more cautious towards Con, and he's still scared of his back as well. OG just going to group now. They did start a little more defaulty in this round, but kills on both sites. They know they have MOUZ right where they want them, in the trap. Dexter. Oh dear, they're everywhere. They're all over you. And now OG, for the first time in this game, make footsteps on A short. And they're still going to go back down lower. Oh, that might change their mind. Flames loses control. JDC will stay anchored. Committed. But he's done a lot of damage, and it's a 4v2.
It's 4v2. Frozen over at CT.
They haven't checked.
They don't know about JDC. They haven't checked for him. They think he's the CT guy. They think he's the graffiti guy. Oh, there could have been so much more. JDC does all he can.
It's the planter who sees him, right? It's the planter. And that
their eyes lock.
Yeah, Nexa probably like saw the radar, the blip on the radar when Fiku looked right at him. JDC wanted at least 2 kills from that. At least, and still, you'd hope for more, but he has to take the shot when he gets spotted. God damn. Good save from Nexa. Not an easy kill to get that quickly. But he stops that round from getting out of control at all. And this game is so close, but unlike our B streamer, IHC, who did start Inferno very strong, have met their maker. And Liquid look to push them into the lower bracket. That's what this game felt like it was going to be as well, Harry. But OG had pulled together an immense T-side with 4 rounds in a row, with 6 out of the last 8. And MOUZ are on pistols. Did not think this game was going to go so close. And OG now, they're going to start lobbing nade sets. But there's no one here at least.
It's like the first time we've had to see it even get that elevated for OG.
And now MOUZ know they started 3B, sure, but OG are just going to reset. It's a very aggressive round. I like it for MOUZ. Nothing to lose. If Dexter can get here quick, he could even flash them round the long corner. Oopsie. 3 long, 4 long, really. But what are OG going to do? They're probably going to walk right by them, Harry, like ships in the night.
Well, yeah, because, hey, I wonder if that thing we've done every round that they still haven't adjusted to is going to work. Ooh. This time, Torshi's here. And we're to keep an eye on it.
He should just like bait his team and run back to the side. Oh, they've aggressed.
They've coupled it with the long push.
The knife out.
Nexa with the trade. But this is the bomb. This is the bomb, and it's nearly surrounded. If he just tries to slink away, deals with Dexter. Frozen still lost to the hands of time over towards long. They're already up and past him. They're already in the toilets, and he's not reacting. He's just having to sit here and wait.
Threw the gun out. That's a very big detail.
Went the backstab. Maybe there's a timing. Maybe there's a timing of Flames here. Oh, he just turns. There is a timing, all right, and Flames finds it. Torshi with this scavenged gun. He's been the one light at the end of the tunnel for MOUZ here. He's got to deliver. 2 in the round right now, and JDC wrapping. Not able to stop the plant, but is good for the kill. The Deagle with 1. Fiku able to find his fortune in bank. Drops out at the dumpster, but doesn't commit to the drop down. The bomb. Watchable, observable from Truck, but he wants to fight. He wants the kill, and Fiku lives and breathes in the clutches. OG on to 14. This T-side, something to be marveled at for MOUZ. It's a good attempt in a round that they didn't have a lot to go off of, but now they need success, or else this one is going to Mirage as the 3rd.
And look at that. That is the most stressful round OG have had to play, and like, they play it excellently. What a check for Flames, what a clutch for Fiku. But it's the one where MOUZ actually takes some real estate, Harry. They try and force some fights. They play proactive. They flash some corners. They don't just let OG have the entire map. And it makes all the difference, but still, they don't win it, do they? Now there's an AWP at B short. This is a big change for OG. Not really see much of the T-side AWP be needed. But Dexter, if he can get this opening kill, you know they're ready to pop out Monster. The kill's coming to them, and blind shot for Dexter. Condor open, Dexter kills Dexter and follows up to Flames. So now MOUZ back in control. They were already running out Monster. They were ready to commit off the pick, but MOUZ are throwing a spanner in the works. JDC playing very safe, not wanting to give them that entry. It's Neofrag who finds it on the flank instead, and OG goes, screw it. You've equalized the numbers. Let's reset. Let's make him sweat.
Oh, you might have seen feet.
Yeah.
Committing to that fight as the smoke comes in. It's ballsy for JDC. Not a good angle for him, but he just wanted the info. He's bought down low. And OG, they made it look like they were going back. They made it look like they were leaving. But in reality, they want to play into this B site after all. Oh, plenty of util still to go off of as well, right? It's plenty of mollies, 3 in fact. Smoke for Heaven, double flash to help commit to this push. Gonna make life miserable for the 2 B site defenders. Molly goes in, but JDC at the pillar is safe. He'll be unscathed. No one else lobbing in this util. They don't want to telegraph it any more than this. But now with that spot, MOUZ know what's up. They know the game's afoot here. Frozen dropping down. Molly keeps him pinned in. Torshi arrives on the scene now as well. But if they go for this and come up short, this one is going to a third. Torshi with that AWP brings us back into the 2v2. Nexa, one side of the monster tunnel. Neo Frag on the other. Out behind the gel. Nexa's looking to put him away for a long time. Frozen left in this one all alone. And Nexa nails him on the swing. Map point to OG. And Mirage is just one round away.
This is one of the most unbelievable T-sides on Overpass I've ever seen. And what a well-called game out of Nexa. What, you know, Neofrag, who was going crazy first half, it felt like it didn't even matter. And now it's really coming up top trumps. Dex is right behind him, even getting those entry kills in the first place. I cannot believe it. This is a heartbreaker for MOUZ, who on their map pick after an 8-round T-side, 10-7. They were ready, but not ready enough. And a few what-if rounds, a few what-if moments, kills, that is the deciding factor for OG. And this game should surely be theirs, just with the way it's been going. 6 in a row right now. Neofrag 9-5 in opening duels. Dexter 4-0. Fiku pulling out 1v2s like map 1. One more to find. This flash play is nice, and it actually might work. Frozen needs to go now.
Okay. Now that's the signal. And well,
Molly didn't help.
Molly to displace him and make life miserable, and then forces him into an awkward angle to take that fight and turn from the flash.
Even let Nexa live.
That is a big pickup. Torshi really has been the one guy trying to make a difference, the one guy trying to keep MOUZ in this. At 25 kills, he's top of the server right now. Still yet to have found a round to show for it.
But even then, like, you're right, he is the biggest player right now, but at the same time, he was also a huge problem for how OG netted this streak on the top side. Again, a contact B play, they're just going to go.
Exertion having a drop down. There's a lot of control out through Monster, but he will respond with the opener. Why not make it two?
Blimey.
Fiku and Nexa have got their work cut out for them here, and they're nowhere near each other. Fiku's only got 30 seconds, and he's left fighting alone down on the lower side of the map. Nexa arriving just a little too late to the scene, and so MOUZ offered up a 13th. They've just got to kind of finish this. They've just got to finish this last man, and they will. Torshi swings out to find him. So that's 13. MOUZ are not out of this one just yet. They've still got some fight left in them.
I'd not want to be in the MOUZ team right now. You still feel like anything can come your way from OG. You can't let your guard down for a second. You can't think an angle's clear. There could be 5 players around the corner. Very solid B-hole from Exertion. Had a quieter game in this one after he was the top performer back on Inferno. But comes in with a big 3K on the defense. Still, 2 rounds separate, and OG just came off the back of a 6-round streak, so they are more than ready. They've got more in the tank. That being said, not more in the bank, Harry. OG with now no loss bonus are all inning, full sending. If they lose this without a plant, that could be a problem. And overtime could be a factor. And at that point, who knows what the hell's going to happen. How aggressive do MOUZ want to be? They fight for party. It's a nice change. OG are very much delayed by that second Molotov, and Torshi gets an aid in but won't hang around. Dexter in connector leaves as well. And this is what we wanted. We wanted the 1-2 punch. We wanted players playing with their teammates instead of just missing these timings on their own.
Yeah, I mean, something else that's even nice here, right, is like we had that double takeover towards mid of like, you know, giving that a bit of a look in early, but also down on the B side of the map,
oh god,
Xertion just took a little swing out towards short.
Oh,
Dexter.
He's dead. There's no way he's getting back here. They don't need to let him run.
Yeah, they go swinging him, they go fighting him. Torshi even followed up onto, and that is the red carpet rolled out for an A-take.
Go, go.
The rotates have already completed here. They've already got 2 players up in the site, and that's thanks to that earlier short control getting taken. Frozen holds on with a double. Fiku out through the bathrooms is looking for a way back in. Normally the closer, he's got to open a route into this round, and with Flames alongside him, they're making it happen. JDC dead to Fiku. OG closed this one out, and we're going to Mirage.
Unbelievable T-side. You got to give it to OG. Nexus called a great game here. He had almost no kills in that first half. He comes out with 15 at the end and so much impact in the cooling department. I loved some of those dry pops into the B-bomb site and some of those A-walks. We got Banks down on the sideline now to break it down.
Liquid did manage to get the win when it comes to overpass and do it in a convincing fashion against IHC. But on Inferno, it definitely could have been a win for IHC. They're going to be hurt by that one, but things are moving on forward. And I think IHC can be impressed with their performance, but they've got to see if they can keep it going when it comes to the next games. Because next up, they're facing Cloud9.
I'm planting. Only ABC. Water. Water and city. I flash city.
Okay, he cannot.
I'm flashing water, I'm going monster. I'm going back. Yeah. He's breach, out breach. Fully out breach.
I'm fucked. I'm holding left side.
Stuck.
He could be right side. Right side one, going barrels. Side.
Nice.
I'm playing Insta. I'm playing.
He's fat. Water.
Nice! Sick boy!
If you can jump!
We are going the distance. We're just about the last people here with the production crew for the A stream and the 2 teams. And it's incredible what we saw from OG, I think, specifically on that T side. I don't think we were believing, right? Especially in the beginning of that game. But then Nexus calling just that, Neofrag, Fiku, everyone just showing up, just making it happen for OG.
Yeah, the second half was world class from OG, and I speak in terms of IGLing, in terms of leader. This is the greatest insult that Nexa could throw his opponent in face. The calls he was making on the T side made MOUZ completely lost. And you could see it, you could feel it, you could sense it how they were playing. They started doubting themselves, even in situations in which they had an advantage, because they had been mind-brained so many times. It's like you kind of lose touch with reality. Like, is that a dream?
Is this happening?
Are they really on A? They faked me so many times. These calls were fantastic from Nexa.
Yeah, what we asked from OG to be able to do on the city side is kind of what MOUZ missed on their city side.
Oh.
You know, they're not really proactive. The very few times that we saw them being proactive, they got punished for it. And then Nexa, on top of that, as Maniac very well said, yeah, he was outsmarting, outcalling, and everything. Yeah, it was mind-blowing.
I'm laughing, but it's nervous. I'm just imagining what it must have been to be Dexter and to be that A defense and trying to piece it together what the hell is going on in this game.
Yes.
You do the first gun round, and your opponent literally walk through banana with no utility. You have a double long setup, and you get complete... The first time you get an information, they're already on site. So it's over. If you don't kill them, the rotation is out. You change your setup, they do an actual long walk. You don't see them before the house. What the hell is going on? You feel like they're invisible. They're not. Obviously, there is a lack of information on the side of MOUZ, but effectively, they were invisible.
This on CT side was also pretty nuts, actually, from Neofrag.
Yeah, I mean, this is Neofrag, right?
That is him.
We're in the green room, and I was like, this guy is going to die. But yeah, MOUZ was a little bit sloppy right there with not being able to trade off each other.
Yeah, it tells another side of the story that we haven't touched on yet. Of course, Nexa is the hero of the second half, but the individuals of OG stepped up to stop the momentum from MOUZ. It was a 5-0 start. Everything was kind of clicking. It felt like we were casually going towards the end of that series, but both Neofrag, and here we have his stunning numbers, which I don't think pay actual tribute to his impact. I think on the first half, he was the main reason why this stopped. But Dexter as well. We were very critical of Dexter on Inferno. We said he made mistakes, he overpeaked. I thought he was right on the money in here. He was very stable. He didn't get caught off guard that many times. On the CT side, he and Neofrag combined beautifully. And on the T side, always punishing.
Yeah, and I think that it got so comfortable for them, especially on the beginning on the CT side, that towards the end, they start getting a little bit overly aggressive with committing a few mistakes individually, especially Dexter and Neofrag. But yeah, they got away with it. Let's just put it like that. But also, like the MOUZ roster on their T side, I did feel like they're a little bit nervous, like with the executions, a bit sloppy,
Yeah, we can talk about that more in just a second. We do have Heku standing by with a report on how OG made this win happen.
Rugged, the coach of OG, said that they feel incredibly comfortable on overpass, and the reason why MOUZ managed to get so many T rounds was actually because OG just lost a few crucial rounds in the first half, but until the end, they were really sure that they are going to take this map, and then it's going to go all the distance, and we're going to have all 3 maps. I wonder what is going to actually happen on the 3rd map, so back to you, Desk.
We wonder as well. I hope that both Dexter then on MOUZ and Nexa are able to call a fantastic game. That's what we want. But let's pick it back up maybe for MOUZ then. Some protocols were missed, a bit sloppy at times, right?
Honestly, the end of that game, the last 3 or 4 rounds, looked to me like MOUZ crumbling. This is what it was. I think the damage that was done throughout the second half kind of didn't give them the weapons to answer when they needed to. It's not like every single round was clear-cut from OG. We had a bunch of moments where had MOUZ been a little bit more lucid and clear-minded, they could have won it. There was a 5v3 with upgraded pistol round, there's a 4v3 the round right behind it, and then it's a 3v2 on 16 for OG. So this is why I like to call a crumble, because you had all you needed, but you just mentally, you didn't have the energy anymore, didn't have the confidence, and this is where Dexter needs to step up as a leader now.
Yeah, and I also think that for MOUZ, we saw them committing a little bit of mistakes that often they don't do, missing grenades and not being able to trade off each other. We just saw the highlight from Neofrag. That was allowed because they're not compact. They're not playing as a team. Neofrag, like, he was all alone. He had no support, no flashes, nobody holding anything for him. And he's allowed to get those 4 kills because they're not compact as a team. They're not trading each other. So this is a little bit of the story of this game from both teams. It wasn't like only MOUZ. OG also did some mistakes. Coming into Mirage, I think for MOUZ, since they lost the map, I think it's just a matter of being able to mentally reset and make sure that they are comfortable while playing and they don't miss these things. It's very rare to see a team like MOUZ, from me watching demos from them and watching them playing, they don't often miss the amount of stuff that they did on this map. So as Maniac said, I think that they crumbled and they felt pressure in this particular map, so let's see what they bring to the table on Mirage.
Let's take a look at some of the map stats for both teams on Mirage. I was told there's a lot. There's in fact 3 pages of them, so let's see.
Well, we have here map stats.
Nice.
Tells us that
The coaches.
ranking. The coaches, that's
Love it.
Riverside, CT, there we go. I played 8 times for OG. So I would just want to say the win rate is relatively low on the side of OG, but the last few times I've seen them, I thought Nexa could call a beautiful T side as well. Honestly, what just happened on Overpass, maybe not exactly the same fashion, but Mirage is Easy map to call in first intention.
Yes.
B contact, A pop, fake B, A pop again, mid rush. You could see whenever OG feels like they have momentum and they pick up the pace, it's a map that plays into that really easily. So MOUZ need to stop that early. I don't know who's going to start on what side. That information we'll have later, but that could be an issue.
Yeah, the more times you play the map, obviously the more chances you have to lose. And the more chances you have to learn as well. And OG played it 8 times. Yes, the win rate doesn't look good, but they did play Mirage in this particular event, and it was pretty good.
See the huddle there, we do have a little bit more time, and it's quite interesting when we kind of zoom out to the perspective of being here at IEM Katowice. As we said already, the context of MOUZ with the end of the year that was so incredibly glorious and seeing where they can go for there. And then an OG team that I feel like has been undervalued at every step they've taken and every corner they've turned. Also because at times they couldn't get the results there, but that wasn't necessarily expected with some of the members that were finding their footing on that team. With the addition of Dexter, though, it created that extra dimension and the question of, is this going to be enough? And I think in that regard, this could be such an important victory for this roster.
Yes, for sure. And I think that, coming into Mirage and being able to win this game, in general, it's huge for them. Being a team that we spoke about, a little bit inconsistent. Yes, they finished the year in a good note. They started in a good note in this event, but they're playing against a team, a much stronger opponent, a team that has been performing really well at the IEM Euro Major. So.
Do you think it's a much stronger opponent?
I think compared compared to the teams they played, and considering MOUZ has been a very strong team in IEM Euro Major, and I have high expectations from them because of that. In theory,
okay, fair enough. I wanted to step in on that one because I saw different faces of OG in Copenhagen last week when they faced Liquid twice and also FaZe. And it's a bit of a metaphor, but the lions they were against Liquid kind of turns into kitties against FaZe Clan because they were maybe respecting them a little too much, slightly afraid, consciously or not, like, oh my God, we're playing Twist, Robs, Brokey, they're clutching us, we don't know what to do. I don't think MOUZ has that capital, that fear capital. In fact, I don't think you have to be afraid when you play against MOUZ. None of these players have this kind of superstar statue to them. So for OG, I think it's a team that they can definitely beat. Another topic that we can address as well is that it's close to 10 p.m. here now. It's a very long day. We're talking about stamina. We're talking about maybe, cognitively speaking, a little bit slower. You make more mistakes. This is where teams like this really dig into the reserves. And how do you handle these moments where you might not be at your top performance-wise?
Excellent point. The energy is still up for sure for OG out of the huddle. We're going to take a quick break, but we'll be right back with Mirage as they keep going. Woo! Woo!
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Dallas, we're back. Counter-Strike is in our DNA. It always has been, and it always will be. And now we are once more returning to where it all began.
AI tweets with Magix and Chopper. We've got tweets. 2 of them are written by artificial intelligence. 1 of them is a real tweet. Dexter and Flames are going to solve the mystery of which one is the real one. Up first, we have Nico.
I saw this tweet.
Yeah.
Which one? In the middle one.
Do you think Nico would tweet that?
I think he could.
No chance he would tweet.
I know. I think I know. I think it's Oak is such a noob weapon. Don't tag me.
Yeah.
I think it's real Nico. I think it's you. Because I remember the changes with Creek and Oak, and he was speaking about it.
Correct.
Yes?
Oh, man.
Nicely done, boy.
You should slap me like you did in the games, man.
Yeah. Dude, you hit so hard. Like, is that... do you have to have a conversation about that? You're spanking everyone.
I'm happy that I find my bro.
Which one is the real tweet?
I don't...
I think we both agree that this third one is a real one.
Yeah. You think so? Final answer?
Yeah.
That's correct. Well done. 1 point to Gryffindor. Up next, Carrigan. Yeah, nobody said it's going to be easy.
Well, the first one fits really well, right?
Yes,
When you try to
it
call
fits
tactics in
really
FPL,
well.
It's like, you try to call tactics in FPL, it's actually
Yes,
it's a
like
good
that.
accurate face, yeah.
Хорош. Da?
Okay, we will go with the first one being real.
Correct. Yeah. Oh my god, you nailed it. Nice! Yes! Хорош!
Bro, let's go with simple one.
Flick shot? Yeah, on the first one?
Yeah.
The FPL?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's go FPL one.
Ding, ding, ding. You guys are 2 for 2.
Oh my,
Oh my god.
Okay, okay. Can
Nice,
they
bro.
find it 3 for 3? 100%. JDC is your final one. Which one is the
Second
real
one.
Second one? From
First? No.
Why not first?
Do you have phone?
I have a phone.
Yes.
I do.
Can you give it to me for 5 minutes?
Absolutely not.
Okay. They cannot cheat.
No, no cheating here.
Okay, well, JDC is a trolly character. Like, he's a good guy. So it might go, like, the noobs one actually fits him some, like, you know, we're fucking noobs.
Yeah.
Could be the thing. We're fucking legends also could be the thing. MOUZ is the next Navi. Why would it tweet that? They beat Cloud9, right?
Yes, I think.
Hopefully it's not that one. I hope not.
Okay, we'll go with the second one.
Correct. Very nicely done. Okay, well, 100%. Just like your headshot ratio. Very nice.
I think.
Let's go NPC. We're fucking legends.
Yeah.
It could be John. We're fucking legends. Let's go.
Let's go.
3 for 3, ladies and gentlemen. OG.
We got it.
getting
We got it.
Okay, 100%. Well done. And that was AI Tweets with Smarty Pants over here, Dexter and Flames.
Well, they say all good things must come to an end. The first day of the Katowice group stage is just one map away from exactly that. And right now we have OG and MOUZ, who over the last couple of hours have been battling back and forth. Well, the fruits of their labor are about to become clear. One of these teams will be progressing through that upper bracket, while the other drops on down. MOUZ with a T side start. OG over on the CT side of things. It's Mirage. Let's kick this one off, shall we?
We shall indeed. And don't labour fruits, just taste the sweetest, Harry. Who's going to sink their teeth right in? It's MOUZ on T side coming out of A ramp with TopCon smoke and some flashes to boot. Dexter's going to lob them on in, but we've got quite a stack.
Quite a stack, right? Oh, Flames gone immediately. Fiku also wrapped upon by JDC. Neo Frag getting involved from back in the spawn. Good for 2. Good for 2, but not anymore. It's JDC putting on a show. A hat trick in the round. Tees up MOUZ nicely. They've just got to finish Dexter off. 1v3 for this guy. Trapped down in the connector, and they know all about him.
Neofrag took his silencer off of the USP, and he got 2 headshots, Harry. My only logic, considering that does make the gun worse statistically, is that he's really trying to bait for his double sight setup. Silencer won't quite do the job there. But that is, that's funny. Don't see that every day. And MOUZ will win the pistol regardless, but as we learnt, leads on T sides mean nothing. As MOUZ, you got to wonder where their heads are at after they absolutely wasted their opportunity on the last map to close it out. Desk weren't happy. I don't think they were either, as that seemed like it was a lock-in game, but now we're on Mirage, a far more frequented map as of late for OG, but one that MOUZ have played, if we go back a little longer, to differing results. A game that, considering how it started, how Inferno went, they were in full control, and how the first half of Overpass as well. MOUZ would feel a bit silly if they drop this series. But OG have the momentum in their stride. Another A stack, another A attack. It's Exertion coming in through connector as the rest run out ramp. Oh, it's a messy spray. Would have loved a clean kill there. JDC luckily traded as Frozen comes up Palace with 2 more, and the smokes land at the right time in the right place. Put MOUZ back on the board with 2. OG likely going to lean into the save unless Exertion gives them a reason to go for it.
Yeah, and he won't. He's just going to play the numbers game here. Knows it's not worth taking that risk of peeking, so Fiku tries to come to him, but now he's been spotted and dealt with by that MAC-10. The force spy does not accomplish much for OG, just Dexter left at the end of it, trying to get out of there with this FAMAS and armor. So MOUZ, they find a pistol, they get the conversion on the back of it. This should be them off to a 3-0 start. Nice opening, and hopefully bit of a confidence booster for some of these individuals here who did have a rough go at it on that previous map. Really, it was only Torshi putting too much out in terms of the fragging department for this MOUZ squad. Very different story to how this series started.
Actually, can I get a gun back? Can you buy a Mac? There you go.
It's not how you start, it's how you finish, though. Saving grace out of Frozen in this round. Definitely got a bit messy coming out ramp. JDC with a MAC-10 in Palace with Frozen, and they'll just meet them in connector yet again. We have OG taking ramp, which could be nice, but MOUZ going to hear this. It's telegraphed by the utility, so even though it's nice position for OG, MOUZ will keep their eyes on it once a split comes through. OG, their 3rd stack in a row in the right place. Will this one be any more fruitful? Nice kills from the FAMAS, but still not enough on the eco round. It's going to be MOUZ 3-0 up. Oh. Vibes sound good from the comms we're getting to hear here at least. Full focus for MOUZ. In a map where really no one has room to be uncomfortable. I want to see this tap. Ooh. First bullet. We're back in. First gun round here for OG. And Dex has got the orb right in. Up against Torshi as well. That was a common head-to-head back on the previous map, if you remember. So many long fights in both halves. More often than not, in the second, Torshi was avoided. But Dex definitely came through. A very good CT side there. Flames looks aware. He's not holding for the jump up. He's holding as if he knows Exertion's in window and going back into the light. Wow, that's an off angle at least. He thinks he's aiming at head height. He's actually shooting at the legs. Exertion doesn't go through the window though, and next to that smoke is going to keep him here for at least a few more seconds. Exertion, is he out of the window? I can't even tell. Yeah, he's climbed up. Frozen's found that kill. This is such a weird play for Exertion, and Nex has just decided he wants nothing to do with it. Wow.
Love that. Love that from Exertion. And now just Nexa. A ghost at this A side of the map. They don't know that he's here, so he will have the drop on that first player, but an immediate step up to the trade for Torshi. MOUZ get off to a rip-roaring start. Kind of similar overtones to their overpass as well, but they won the pistol, they won that first rifle. They're going to be 5-0 up, really, before all's said and done.
What an excellent round for Exertion, right? Not just going back on the window ledge, which really set off that window player's aim, but dropping the smoke and climbing onto the other side so he could kill the market rotation. Just very strange. Almost looks like the smoke's just to stop a player from, you know, coming through. Makes moves with it. I was looking for that 5-0. You mentioned that 5-0 start, Harry. It closed up 5-5. Back on overpass. Oh, good escape for Dexter. And they are hunting him down. They run through the smoke. And they've got an AK. That's just going to speed MOUZ up on this B hit, though.
Ooh, lovely dig out of Fiku. Grinds to a bit of a halt here with the bomb over on Catwalk. JDC and Torshi decide they don't want to commit into the B play any longer. Instead, they want to try and rejoin with Frozen for this A side split. But that will leave them running into this one gun, this AK on Flames. Posted and waiting. Good for the first, but nothing further. AK retrieved for Fiku over at short, but with a smoke in his face. He might have to come through this. He's up for the task. Drops that flash out through the connector. Frozen has his number. So there's that 5-0 for MOUZ. It's a little more costly than they might have liked, but they'll take it when all is said and done.
Yeah, they almost jumped the gun there and committed into B, but after Fiku got that kill, I like how MOUZ slow it down. They realized we've still got this A-Lurk player. Let's at least make use of him rather than, you know, regret running into this Deagle. Trading out Fiku nicely. Torshi, one thing he's really good at on T-side is not going in first, but coming in and being like a trade AWPer. He's very good at hitting close shots, quick scopes, and getting trade kills. He was doing it a lot on overpass T-side as well. Awkward missed molly. Oh, but there's a second to follow. He's just going to use a smoke to stay alive. This is a hit again through the Palace smoke. It's a ballsy call. Dexter's got the gonads for it, but his teammates have been cut down.
Oh, lovely tap. Frozen's brought this one back into a doable spot with that. Exertion's on a lengthy rotate to join him in through spawn, looking like he wants to head into Palace. For the CTs, where are they set up? OG have got Nexa and Fiku playing this double-layered stack inside of the site around the bomb. Who do they want making contact first? They're very paranoid about Exertion, right? They don't know where he's gotten to in amidst all this silence. The only man they know of is Frozen in at ramp. And so Exertion is a nasty surprise. "40 seconds." Flashing at ramp, hoping to get info from that, but Frozen does not fire a bullet, doesn't give up that he still occupies this position. Noise now being made. Molly into CT. Exertion dead. And they know that Frozen still stuck at the ramp side. He doesn't know about Nexa under Palace either. As he creeps in, should just get shot in the back. And there it is. OG are on the board.
Oh, is it that 5-0 to 5-5 that we saw last map? Good recovery for OG. I like how they play that 2-on-2 as well. Fiku doesn't panic and force a swing. He just waits for Nexa, and he can peek on his contact as well. It's a cheeky call for Dexter to go flying through that smoke. But luckily enough for OG, they've got the numbers on A. They've already shown tendencies to have very heavy A setups in this game.
Yeah, so something that should be a little nicer here for MOUZ is... And, you know, I know it feels kind of amiss to talk about MOUZ NXT still in the current day, what with them having been in the squad now for a long while, but the old MOUZ NXT team, back when like Torshi and the likes were in it, just didn't play overpass, right? And so much of the overpass methodology and the ideas behind it only existed upon them joining this team, right? And as we know, last team they played there was Outsiders. That's like a very niche gameplay style. And so it felt almost like MOUZ was still kind of, you know, setting themselves up on overpass with that same idea, with the same way that they played back at Rio. Here on Mirage, they've just got a lot more ideas, right? This is one that everyone for MOUZ has loads of games logged on. Mirage was like one of the mainstays of that old NXT squads map pool as well. So they do have a lot more to fall back on, right? They've got a lot of ideas here. I think it's going to be a lot harder for OG to embark on similar streaks as we saw, find similar gaps as we saw on that overpass map in the one prior. This round, it's fast down short. Dexter, responsible for a hell of a lot, but he does like responsibility, does this guy. Trying to strike him down with the AWP. He's boxed in, but every shot's got to count. 2 from the AWP. He's done his part in the round. Flames rotates in. He buys precious time. And thanks to him, Flames has dropped that bomb, turned the scales in favor of OG, puts up a double. And that never would have happened if Dexter fell faster. Now, just Exertion left, alone in mid, 1v3, and with 15 seconds left, he's saving.
That first kill for Dexter, yeah, sure, but the second, and that's a robbery. He should never get away with that kill. Being held from both the apps and the short, he had just a slither to move around. OG trying to call him out, trying to get him to make some noise. Come to them, but not today. Back-to-back for OG. Great hold for Flames as well. Getting back into that bomb site while he had a little bit of room and his teammate even smoking his molly. While he gets a second kill, that's crazy. MOUZ now have nothing to work with but the saved rifle. Little hop, skip, and a jump out mid. And a smoke that they probably will boost behind. They can't go through it, surely. Although, big gap. Flames didn't see anything. It's a boosting window instead. This, talking of gaps, this is the gap. Searcher doesn't know it. There's no one here.
Yeah, this is a huge bit of position to have. And for Flames to walk in with his back turned does leave you scratching your head with mid left open so long. Should have known that was a possibility.
No.
Exertion's doing it all right now. This hero AK finding itself deep behind enemy lines, and it is uprooting them right now. A path carved into the A play. Siku reclaims the kill, brings this back into an even odds bout in the 3-on-3, and at this point OG have sufficiently cleared the B side of the map, or so you'd like to think. The penny should be dropping any minute now. This is the A play. The rotate's starting to happen. Exertion, he was the guy who set this whole thing up. He's shooting the guns over. What a hero, what a king. He's on them. He dropped his own AK and glocked it over and has now retrieved another one from CT.
Ollie nade on Dexter though. He's going to lob them in. He can burn out Frozen. This is awkward. It's actually gone in Palace. It's not gone towards the back of the site. JDC has room to move. He's gone. There's still a trade. Nice double. He's on for the ace right now. Oh, through the smoke. Exertion steps up to the plate. The saved AK was worth every penny. And the pistols of MOUZ get it done.
That's just beautiful, isn't it? What a round from a hero AK. Through the window boost, through the murder hole, into CT. The gift that just didn't stop giving for MOUZ.
That's, they should never win that round, ever. But it's only Xertion. No need for help. And OG are pissed. Well, they've got one gun of their own, Harry, but I don't know how much effect it's going to have. Maybe not that much.
Dexter's gonna give it a go, gonna try and have it. Oh. Hero gun.
Oh, the flash is so good.
Now removed. Fiku with the deagle, good for one again. Gonna put the fear in this apartment's play, gonna put the fear in MOUZ and buy a bit of time for OG to pad out this site with a second man. However, he's been dealt with very quickly, very cleanly, and so MOUZ do a good job of getting back in control of this one. 7 of their name now, this T side really starting to amass a serious bout of rounds, right? Things were looking up when OG strung 2 together in a row. I think that really just goes to show how impactful that round in the one prior, the ace of Exertion was. It's teed MOUZ up for a great first half here.
And it was feeling like this was equalizing, you know, literally the 5-0 closing up in front of our very eyes. And an anti-eco that should have been no problem for OG, but one little window boost, one man behind enemy lines, one mouse going through the mouse hole. And OG, they've got something to board up right now. An infestation on this T side. 7-2. And now it's OG's time to call attack. Because it's getting out of control.
I mean, for OG, they don't want to feel like they've just pulled back a series, right? Delivered a really, really clean overpass to get to this point, only to get steamrolled in the third.
Dex is going to be a big part of it, right? CTA WP, that is the place to be. Going to have all the freedom in the world. Whatever he wants to play, OG will have to let him. That's why they got him here. Someone who knows what they want. I feel like that smoke falls a bit short there for Flames. Oh, they're just going for it again. Frozen. Oh, he checked the corner, but oh, if he found that default kill, Neofrag would have felt robbed. And they still don't know about the Balk man. But MOUZ don't have to commit to A because of how early a play that was for Frozen. I admire it. They're confident, you know. It's kind of crazy, but just shows the mindset of MOUZ right now. And they've hit the gap. They have hit the timing. There are no eyes on this position. Oh, apparel. Oh, fires too soon.
Good exertion's finding all the little gaps right now. Gives them a route into this A side, but OG have gone full aggro, right? They took Palace, they took Ramp. Right now, MOUZ think that this site is clear, but it's not. Exertion turning around, and he's even spotted the CT player. Wasn't ready for Fiku, but JDC's going to trade at least. Nexa. I heard it, I thought, and there we go. JDC will mop him up. Just Dexter left. 1 versus 3. Dexter's a kind of different beast. There's always a part of his brain in moments like this that's saying, go for it. Just try. Just give it a go. You're good enough.
Torshi doesn't know what he's up against. He's already hunting. But there is no kit, Harry. That might be the deciding factor as Dexter realizes it all sets in now. Exit attempt. MOUZ up to 8 rounds. I think they saw him there. He's holding for a jump. Oh, they're coming for him. And Dexter will be allowed to survive. 8-2 though. I don't want to get ahead of myself with good T-sides for MOUZ. I've already done that today, but this is a damn good affair, and it's not 8 at the half, it's 8 with more to come. You know it. Poor Flames, man. Think about the awkward rounds Flames has had. He was the first guy to die in that ace round where he jumps backwards into window, and right there, he turns around at the right time on this round, and he fires one bullet. One bullet, he sees a barrel, one bullet, and that gives it away. That's all it takes. Now all we have is an AWP surrounded by itty-bitty pistols for OG. Cyclone watching on.
It's so meta, bro.
Breaking the fourth wall, man.
Dexter.
Yeah, like
dropping down, wanting to be involved, right? They kind of dodged him. They've kind of dodged him a couple of times now. He's had enough of that. But MOUZ have gone for a real pace change round. While they've been, you know, kind of finding a lot of gaps, a lot of timings, and just slipping the net more often than not, this is far slower. They wanted to see if there was going to be any aggression, knowing it's a low econ round around a hero AWP. They're anticipating that Dexter is feeling this way. They're anticipating that Dexter wants to be involved early and that a little gaggle of pistols might be roaming the map, so they've held for that in the early stages of this one. I would feel frustrated if I'm Dexter. It's like, bro, I've peaked mid. I went like, I was in lower at the beginning of this round. Now I'm on B. I've deep peaked B. No one was there, so fine, I'll go back A, I guess. They've smoked off top con. Okay, I'm going to the right place this time, surely.
And again, I mean, you might get Palace swings here, but the bomb's not committed yet. There's still 2 players defaulting, and one of them will come through mid, but what's JDC's role here? Nice shot. Oh, make that 2. Flame serves up a platter. And MOUZ make a meal of it, but not really via any mistakes. Now they've just got to hit B. If Nexa can get 1 kill here, set OG to win a round. If MOUZ get a 3v4 post-plant, they can still do it.
Good check, coupled with a great flash and molly to get that one. Backside player won't let them in. Fiku traded.
Maybe.
Plant denial would win you the round here, but they're not in position to do that. Dexter runs at Dexter. Oh, Torshi up and over into the fight, but he can't best him. Dexter with 2 on that AWP, finally gets to play into it. He went on a tour of Mirage around the map and back again. It ends where he started, over towards that B site. OG onto a 3rd, and they get out with a double AWP set up now as well.
Even wallbang default, he didn't like through the pillar as well, not through the box. You know, I've never seen anyone hit that. It landed pretty close though. Don't know how much damage it even would have done, but he's a ferocious player. Just trying to get as many shots off as he can. Double AWP now for OG. I like it. They had it on the ground. Why not take it on Mirage? Viku can solo B as well, and that's the intent, because they're rushing top mid. Flames, he's right below them. They don't know. Berserker swings with a check. Meanwhile, Torshi's AWP is way further up than they're ready for, and he has found Dexter. That might be the first head-to-head we've really seen. Well, actually, no, sorry, it was last round. But the first couple of head-to-heads between these AWPs. Torshi wins it out this time. Neo frag, solid start, but there's more to do.
Yeah, connect it. Oh, Exertion's found a gap again. I don't know how he keeps doing it. I don't know how he has this much freedom over towards mid, but up and in and doing damage from this con wrap. Exertion's had his way with OG. MOUZ onto a 9th.
And the crazy thing is about the amount of room Exertion's getting is, think about how many rounds we've seen very heavy A stacks, right? 3, 4 players moving about con window A, and just these solo B holds with an AWP or... Oh yeah, Fiki's dead. It's just a matter of time. Exertion ends it, and he's speedrunning this game. He wants out. He wants to go to bed with a smile on his face, set up for his winner's game. 17-6. And it's not just the amount of kills, it's not just the ace he got on that eco round, it's the way he's getting them. The areas of the map that he is demanding from OG. He spent more time in window than the CTs. 9-3, and do we have anything here from OG?
Oh,
nice.
That's nice. And what a player to find.
Yeah.
Everyone all across the map breathed a little easier knowing that Exertion is out of the picture now. MOUZ attempt to hit the go button on the B plane. Lovely flick from JDC. Traded by Nexa immediately though, and Flames already rotated in, set up in the market. There's another man arriving up through the short side. That's nearly the lineup, and the nade will finish the job. Dexter, 1v2, dons the AWP, and then realizes, why am I doing that? He picks up an AK.
They're scared, man. They're not in a hurry.
They could even line up. They were right next to each other. There was a world there. There was a very real opportunity. Still, they realized they spread apart from one another. They occupy both sides of the market door. And so it's a double peak that seals the deal. OG with a 4th. Great stuff from Dexter to go and get involved early.
Yeah, and they save him an AWP as well at the end. So, talking of his early involvement, 4-0 in opening duels, right? Dexter's not really felt like a problem piece. Al's done a great job of avoiding him. Pressure is on. He's, again, throwing himself into it. That molly, oh, if he stayed with it, well, he'll go for another kill instead. Psych, you thought. And he's wondering where that top mid player went. Wide. Torshi trades, though. Dexter won't last long in middle. Oh, no, I feel it. Can you feel it? Flames is getting unlucky. He's just jumped out, and Dexter has heard every step. He's not looking the right way, but neither was Dexter. Flames will recover that. Finally, some good fortune for Flames. 2 kills. And MOUZ losing middle moment by moment.
And I think they know the last is the A player.
Oh, they know. Rosen's been lurking out Palace so many rounds. Yep. Nice round out of Flames. Ooh. They didn't save the AWP. Flames swapped back to AK, and they don't have money. Oopsie. So he gives Dexter the AK instead. Well, good teammate.
Oh no, he's actually
He's on a FAMAS.
He took a bit of an L again. He had money to buy, but then he bought nades. I think assuming that... I mean, you know, nades, I guess.
Dexter took the FAMAS. That was a mess. I mean, you can OG are feeling the pressure. Like, not having Dexter on an AWP when you killed the last player with your AWP, that's, yeah. Dexter's the guy making these rounds happen, or at least opening them. It's a bit of a mistake for the last round of the half. But luckily, I think the benefit is MOUZ are on pistols, so the AWP isn't as much of a necessity. It can't even hold you back.
Oh, but imagine if Dexter was peaking lower and there was that triple line up there, man. That would have been the triple collat, and I can't believe it's been ruined.
I would hope he's not dropping under again with the amount of times he's done it, but you never know. Late mid-take for MOUZ, or at least insinuation that they are there. Window smoke gives Xertion a bit of room to come out under. Flames has got his eye on the prize, so that Molly's going to slow everything down, but MOUZ can't wait forever. They're popping through the ramp smoke. They're already committed. Player on the balcony to deal with. Torshi takes the first out. Flames throws himself in. Quite a commitment. He needs the goods, and he comes up with them too. As Torshi trades, the round falls apart, and OG at least hold on to something near the end of the half.
We, the talent, are not allowed to be biased, but you, dear viewer, can support whoever you want, and obviously the people that are sitting here that are cheering for their teams. Vladi, you are an ex-pro. You know how the game works, and you know your guys. Is there going to be like a full comeback, and you just taking the whole series?
I always believe in my guys. Even if it's like already almost over, I still believe that they can do comeback. So I believe, yes, we will win today.
You win today, all right.
But I don't know how my heart will be, but yeah, I hope I will alive.
I really, really hope you will stay alive, please. But if we do need, your guys need you, and we do also need you. All right, but we don't only have the representatives from OG, we also have some people from MOUZ. Hello there. So your guys got like a really nice lead, right? Like, and also in the second map there was like a really nice lead, but somehow there was a comeback. Do you think this map will actually maybe close pretty soon in the favor of MOUZ?
I'm sure it will. I don't know if we're going to win all of the rounds that are coming up, but I'm sure we'll close out the map in the end. So I'm confident in the guys.
You're confident in the guys. Oh, well, let's see then what's going to happen in the second half. Let's go to the cast.
Everyone's seeming pretty confident in their respective guys. Hugo, who are you feeling most inspired by?
I don't know. You're a pretty cool guy, Harry. I think you're going to close out this game. I think you're going to be here till the very end.
We knew this was happening, so that's why. Like, this is a little stoppage called in from OG. So we'll go ahead and reload that. Well, we won't personally, but like someone, somehow, somewhere. We'll go ahead and reload that back up for you. I have confidence in those guys.
Confidence in the guys is dwindling. Confidence in our guys, as in the admins, is there, though. We'll get right back on it, and we'll be right back in with the game. But yeah, let's take stock here, Harry. A 9-round T-side from some of these guys in MOUZ. And
stop saying it so too much. Now my ears can't.
You started it. Yeah, either way, that was an aggressive T-side. That was a very raucous T-side, if you want to say that, for MOUZ. Xerxan had quite a game, and Dexter did all he could to get in the way of that, but it might not be enough here, Harry. OG, they've already pulled a comeback in the second half, just back on Overpass, but I don't know, something's in the water. Something feels different. MOUZ feel like they're ready to finish this time.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree, right? This is a MOUZ that's kind of feeling fired up, and also I think, you know, I do want to kind of go back to what we said, or at least what I said in that first half of Mirage, where I said, you know, it kind of felt like for MOUZ the ghost of prepping for outsiders on Overpass was still very much how they intended to play. I think here on Mirage, they've just got a lot more in terms of ideas, right? In terms of how comfortable they can feel, in terms of not feeling like you're doing something for the first time in an official, right? So, yeah, there's just a lot more history here for MOUZ, a lot more to go off of. For OG, we're going to need some of these big performances again. And guys like Dexter and Neofrag, if we could get Fiku, who's currently sat down bottom of the board, delivering in some of these clutch moments where he often does his best work. Hell, who am I to say that they can't turn this around? But this first pistol really going to help you on your way. Xerxan fighting for Palace, gone. Dead immediately. That was the very much kind of star of that first half. Dropped out to open up this pistol round.
Yeah, they're creeping up to Con as well. Torshi's just stuck in the middle of the stairwell, and it's not going to go well. Dexter tapping away, needed 2 there. And that's a nice shot for JDC, but they still make it past despite the casualty on the way. Bomb plant for CT can come through, and MOUZ with no kit currently. Got a lot to do.
JDC looking for a fight. Oh, no. Frozen. Here we go. Dual Berettas in a dream. 1 kill to the good, but 2 more still tucked in inside of this site. They want to try and swing him together. He does well to isolate the engagements, but Dexter wins the straight-up 1v1. And so OG now have a pistol under their belt. They're going to try and ride this momentum into a level pegging scoreline where hopefully they can give us something worth getting excited about over on the T side. For MOUZ, they're forcing here. They're throwing money into this one. Deegs, armor, scout for Torshi. There's still a reason to be interested in this round.
Oh, that's crispy. Torchy gets stuck on that smoke. Can't move, and Neofrag just frags him out. Got a scout in play, but it's trapped behind this window smoke still, and it's been replenished as well, so OG going to move up catwalk, and even though the realization is setting in for MOUZ, oh, they're going to have to hit some Deegs, I was going to say. JDC breaks the silence before I can. Still got some more targets, 2 tags, Fiku's dead, and he gets run down in the middle of the site. Nexa doubles up. Frozen still found his second shot, and Exertion wants to get that gun, but his scout might just be enough. Nade on default, bye-bye, and it's actually the Deeg that does it. Frozen is on a highlight reel, 4 headshots, he locks them out.
Beautiful scenes from Frozen, always got respect for a Deeg King.
True.
And that was very much a Deeg King round, right? Yet to be dethroned. MOUZ with the reply, and so now the Force by Wars are afoot. Yeah, give me more of this. Oh, that one. Oh,
damn.
All right, OG, your turn now. Now you've got to show us what you can do with your Deagles.
Or maybe it's a Xertion-esque play from the Israeli on the other side in Flames. Because on this exact round, Xertion got an ace with an AK and a pistol round. Flames now needs to do similar or the same. Otherwise, MOUZ, despite the lack of pistol round, are going to start streaking early. Good nade. Oh, they might go through it. Yeah, they're already through, they're already committed. And the timing inside of Exertion's head is a little bit off. Neofrag tries to get
This is a taste of his
there.
own medicine.
He got shot at, it got called, someone saw something, and Dexter will pay the price, but he set up Exertion to save the day instead. 2 kills, and Nex is hunting, but he can't survive the fall. Bomb's dropped, Fiku does get some control, but MOUZ are sitting on the bomb like an egg.
Exertion's not letting you get it for free, but his teammates are falling like flies. Out with the swing, Exertion's on for another ace. This will be his second in this map. Fiku, bottom of the board right now.
He does love a 1v2.
But normally great in clutches.
Oh, no,
however, this time he's running up, and so Torshi's heard this. Exertion's coming in, and Torshi will put a stop to him. Steals the ace away from Exertion, but locks in the round, and that's what's important. That's what matters. Those are so often the moments where Fiku does his best work, but the kind of trend for him is that of a downward one across this series. Been a bit of a troublesome map for him, and it's never really got going here on Mirage. No money for OG, so MOUZ, this 12th round is as good as guaranteed.
Yeah, just a farm round. Dexter has even got himself a SMG. If anything, can be even more efficient with it than a rifle when you're up against Glocks. Oh, the stack down under. Torshi's going to get 2, but they'll take that. The Molly, however, stops him from retrieving the rifle. And Dexter may as well just risk his life running for it, making sure not only he can stop them from getting it, but he can put his own SMG to use. 4 rifles kept alive. It's a perfect round for MOUZ. We're reaching crunch time, Harry. This doesn't feel like the same vein that Overpass was in with a comeback for OG. They've yet to show any control on this T-half. Only a pistol in their pocket. Of course, now is the first full buy, but it's do or die.
Yeah, and quite often for OG, these first rifle rounds haven't been where they do their best, although this time it's a little different. Fiku, dispatching of Dexter, you do like that. However, the response from MOUZ, they double push ramp into this double hole. Dexter waiting for them. He had a teammate there in Flames as well. That's the red carpet rolled out into an A play. So OG, where they've often fallen short in these first rifle rounds that they get to play, This time it comes up, top trumps in their favor. 5 alive after they're gifted a flurry of opening fights. An 8th round locked in and a chance to build.
Oh, yeah, you got to fight just for survival, and they don't know how close NeoFrag is. He should have at least one here. Although, he's going to drop off. Oh, there's a spot, and there's a step. That's all NeoFrag needed. Now, JDC has nowhere to hide, nowhere to run. 8 for OG. A must-win round on this T side to get their second half started for a second time. And if we have a late activation from NeoFrag, he was the guy on Overpass to keep them in it on CT side. So many multi-kill rounds with that A4 on A. Better late than never. Torshi's ult makes an appearance. Smoked off for now.
Next is trying to get fancy with this timing on the con smoke.
Ooh. Hello.
Next they did get the spot. Oh, hang on, he hasn't even seen anyone yet. He's not even tried to take a fight in this round and he's already super wounded. Tagged through the CT box. Dexter attempting to do something with the little bit of life he has left. Plant coming in. No say in the matter for MOUZ. OG have run them down and this might just be a save on position alone. OG, they go hunting. They want to try and remove some of these guns from play. Oh, and they're doing exactly that. The save was called in the 4v5, but only 2 players are still left standing from it, and one of them is an MP9. This is a disaster for MOUZ.
Oh.
The AWP removed. You cannot have it that the MP9 is the only gun saved. Nothing's given. Oh,
I love that from Nexa. You literally hear Nexa say, don't chase him. Like, why would we chase him? Yeah, they kill him right at the end, but they know, like, don't jump out and give him the chance to get an upgrade. If anything, if he saves, it's fine by them. And I think Nexa, again, deserves a lot of credit because it wasn't just the calling that got Overpass going. It's the fragging right now, Harry. He's top of the board. He's 3rd in the server. The captain of OG is putting it together. And that's always been the cool part about Nexa, because it's not a surprise. He's not an in-game leader that often goes cold. In OG's wins, pretty consistently, worth, high on the scoreboard. Always had that in him, so again, suddenly, this game felt like it was getting run away with at 12-7, but with MOUZ taking a full eco, this is double digits. And OG arguably do their best work on the T side.
They are going to walk into the 5 USP stack.
Yeah, but no one's ever lost to USPs.
That's a good point. I didn't think about that.
Especially not NeoFrag. Can't dodge those bullets.
They're suspicious as hell about it, and yeah, they were right to be suspicious.
You see that? Oh! You see that boost on triple, you're like, yeah, there's more than meets the eye on this site. I love how Nexa does his fist bumps at the end of the round. He just puts out both hands, face up, give me a slap, move on.
Well, there might have been more meets in the eye on the A site, but OG are coming back. 10-12.
Ooh la la.
Just 2 rounds away from a tie game. And really, it's one rifle round that could do MOUZ in. right? We said this earlier on in the day. The T side is far more snowbally if you get it going. Dropping out of Palace. Dexter holds the line with a double. Oh, man! One mag, and he makes every bullet count. Just Dexter to stop Dexter. But he doesn't feel up to the task, going all the way back. He's getting wrapped through the spawn, and Frozen will find him, gets rid of him. Dexter stands tall.
We were just saying the Nexa, the in-game leader, can frag out, and then the Aussie does it right back to him. That is unbelievable pinpoint precision with the A1S. That gun's not meant to have enough ammo.
And it makes sense, you know, that this is where you would find Aussie CS royalty. Not in the Palace, but down under it.
Great work.
Queensland! Right, here we are. Torshi.
Come on.
Loving a nade up in the top mid. MOUZ, they can't have that be the one and done. They need more. They've got to ride that high across the finish line. OG are still giving this all they've got.
Whoa. Captain's just bailed them out from a catastrophe comeback. MOUZ need to do right by him. L4 re-smoke gives Exertion a fight, but it's too wide for him to see under. Smoked out of con. A lot of players would go through that, but just with how this game's been going, I think MOUZ don't want to take the risk. I'll give them con. They can always flash back in. Soon to fade. Exertion's on a very precarious position. Molly's good. It limits Nexus positions, but Exertion needs to clear this corner, and Torshi's dead first. He does trade, but they're already up Cat. They are splitting B with a ludicrous pace. Nice entries. They don't know about the German.
Oh, JDC, can he be the hero? Getting spammed. Oh, still holding on. Finally blowing out. It's Dexter. Gonna have to do it again, this time in a 1v2. Different stakes, but the pressure's still on. Out through the window, into the site now. Dexter swings and Dexter wins. OG onto 11. This one's really heating up in crunch time. MOUZ in a weird spot, in a weird place. Gonna probably throw a little bit of money in here, but that means OG should be closing the gap even more so before all is said and done. This was a damn good try from JDC. You couldn't have asked for more out of him there. But in a world where 2 kills is not enough, you were never meant to win the round. Deagle's out for MOUZ. Nexa wanted to try and help this B play by splitting late up the catwalk. Him doing this alone.
Oh, this is quick.
No one keeping an eye on it. 3 strong inside of the B side, but no one should be ready for this short play. They've spotted him now, but it's too little too late. Nexa farms them from the catwalk.
Yeah, that was the most important position there, because Exertion dropped off the site, hoping they'd killed the only Cat player and that he could grab an AK to stop that app split. Knew they would have cleared him off the box, so Nexa just getting that one extra kill stops the gun from being retrieved by the top fragger. Very speedy split. And MOUZ cracked open on B despite their stack. 4 on 2, and don't give them the guns. Nexa's in a dangerous position. Torshi won't face him though. Nice. But OG won't let him go down without a fight. So 12 rounds, and man, MOUZ don't want to get that hot brand of chokers if they can't close this series in back-to-back maps with very strong T-side leads.
And I mean, you know, like on Overpass, you could have at least looked at it and said like, yeah, you know, a couple of the guys kind of fell off, right? Like, there was some really nice calling from Nexa here. it's like MOUZ are kind of giving this 100%, right? Like, think about a lot of these rounds. We've had Exertion with an ace and a 4K, right? Like, huge performances there just in those rounds alone. He was doing so much in that first half. Here in the second, you've had Dexter with an almost ace, right? You've had guys like JDC getting away with multi-kills, Torshi being involved on that AWP. You're kind of giving it all you've got, and yet still OG are rising to the occasion and matching you every step of the way.
And in the same way that we said when we were in this first half, oh, Dexter needs to step up, we need the AWP, and he did. He threw himself into a lot of opening fights. He got a lot of untraded kills where he could get back out of middle. We need Torshi's AWP now. He's waited a few rounds. He's got it back in play. He's been so influential in this series. Top performer in the server coming into Mirage. Dexter, this time they're going to molly it. They won't fall for it twice, but they have run right by. They just allow that smoke to sit down, and he runs through it with 2 kills. Oh, he's hopping, he's jumping, he's a kangaroo in the corner, and they finally kill him. Fiku won't let him last long, but he got more than he bargained for in that bomb. It's going round all the way back to B.
Fiku playing over the top of this smoke. If JDC went right wide just then, he would have this. Fiku's head is definitely popping over the top of that. I mean, now it defo is. Fiku just trying to keep them all here. And they're not even facing him to know whether or not anyone's here. They finally get that. Fiku caught and dead. And now MOUZ should start to piece together that no one else is here.
X is just so scared because he knows Steps are going to get hurt. He was even walking through T-spawn for crying out loud, just in case they were top mid flanking. He's finally found the gap. He's run it. He's got a default plant, but the post plants are everything here for OG. MOUZ have got enough time. They've got a kit. They've got full belts of util. No excuses. MOUZ need this round.
Dexter and Nexa to beat. 2 big names for OG. Time is of the essence. They get the first, but Nexa is still alive. Not for long. JDC with the trade.
There was a kit, but it was on short. He should be fine. Right? Yeah.
He's got it.
Yeah.
It's all good. You're not to worry. MOUZ on to 14. They successfully convert the 3v2 retake. They don't let Dexter and Nexa get away with murder there.
Dude, how does Dexter get 2 kills under? They just run past him. Like, the entry player kind of had to go. They need to take space, and they can't sit around forever. They leave it to someone else. But, man, he swings through the smoke and takes 2 kills. Just robbery. I don't think he can play there again. Like, they're going to put so much focus back on A. But he has won 2 rounds, essentially, from that position. And OG, after such a miraculous attempt at comeback, their money is running out. Dripping dry. A Deeg on the captain. Yes, they have the AWP, but very little left over after. And I'd like to see Frozen in ladder here, especially with a short player who is the B anchor in JDC. But if he can get spotted, that only sets Frozen up further. Who's not in a... Oh, he jumped. That is a misjump. That's a big mistake because they've got eyes on the prize. Now they can molly him out. They can trap him in this box. This went from a palace to a cave very quickly. A cage, rather. Molly's on both sides. There's the problem piece. Frozen's got to smoke it. Does he want to risk jumping through? Oh, very scary. He'll make it out, but they make it in.
Yeah, Torshi dead, and now Dexter's job gets real hard here. He's got to watch Connector, Ramp, and Palace. 3 angles for just 1 man. It's too much. Exertion collapsed upon by the Palace play. Frozen and JDC, they're still leaning into this like they want to give it a go, but they don't have the manpower, they don't have the resources. They need a hero, and JDC, what is he meant to do? He's boxed in here. Dexter deletes him. Frozen from jungle, still looking in, believing that something could happen, but it won't. OG are on to 13.
And look at the kills spread across OG, right? Everyone came in with impact in that round. That split was a lot better place than some of the previous A attacks that Dexter's got away with murder on. Yeah, he gets 1 kill as they swing out Palace, swing out Ramp, but Palace play was right on that with the trade. The molly out under. And someone was even playing it again. I think it was Exertion. It was never meant to be. You know OG have full focus on that position after these last few rounds. And a big entry from Flames up connector. Trying to close it, cannot. Frozen will live. But this one is neck and neck. And as said, that was a money round for OG. That was everything. But it goes both ways. MOUZ have to play for 30 rounds of gameplay.
Yeah, pressure's really on for Frozen, right? Because, I mean, hell, if you remember in that first half, in the round where Exertion aced, he was also a hero gun in that round. Yeah. Frozen is kind of bearing that same level of responsibility, but on a far harder side, right? CT side of things has a lot less say in when and where fights go down. OG, this is one where as long as they're, you know, pretty effective with the trading, this should never get out of hand. This should never be a worry. This should be you tying the game up at 14 all.
And one thing that they were so good at back on Overpass were these 5-man hits all together, all trading, great spacing, and they're doing it again. They want to take Cat very quickly, and yeah, Frozen, he may be here, but he's got to get them all.
Literally has to get them all! Oh! Frozen with 2! I thought that was going to be something!
Yeah.
I thought that was going to be it! They all lined up for him for a moment there. He does a lot of damage, he softens them up, but now it's just the pistols left. That had to be the heroic moment.
Imagine, dude. Imagine the 4.
It did look like it was going to happen. I thought it was happening.
Here they go. Good
running
flash.
in, running at them. Dexter. Oh, and Dexter.
No.
Dexter. Oh, no. Oh, with the USP. Down to the 1v1. The Flames hold on. 14 all. OG have tied this one up.
This is a roller coaster. Up, down, left, right. Do a loop-the-loop in the middle. Make sure you strapped into your seat.
Just when you think you know what Dexter to keep an eye on.
I don't even know who you're saying half the time.
I know.
That
one was meant to be like purposely ambiguous.
Yeah. Dude, he got 2 USB kills.
Crazy. Man, as we get into crunch time, Dexter is stepping up massively. He's coming in with some real big moments for someone who's had a pretty quiet series, pretty quiet map. And he opens up this round. Torshi there to lend a helping hand. Fiku tries the spray transfer, but it won't connect.
Everyone's going mad right now. These are not normal rounds of Counter-Strike. They have hit crunch time, and everyone's biting off more than they can chew.
There's some extra juice in this juice. Dexter dead as he tries to swing CT. And that's going to leave it all on Dexter. 1v3 through the CT smoke. They're coming his way. They want to fight him. They want to stop him grabbing that bomb. But they don't succeed in it. Dexter's been able to grab it. Now crossing, looking for this fight.
All the time in the world. Take a deep breath, slow it down.
Frozen's wrapping him. He's not ready for this. Knife out. Frozen's waiting. P250, not the gun for the job. And so walking that one over the line. 15 for MOUZ after all. In round 30, let's take stock of it. What are OG left with? Nothing. When we look at how these last few rounds have gone down, they had 3 players surviving and they had 1 player surviving. They are broke. The money is gone. They've got to do this with pistols on the 4-spy, or else the last 2-3 hours were all for naught for OG. And they're still dropping down into that lower bracket.
An immense comeback on Overpass, a game call that I've never quite seen from Nexa, and the same story here as well on map 3, but it's all for nothing. If they can't get it done with the captain's trusty Galil, they're going to go for a B execute. Nexa. It was his split up Cat last time they did this that won the round, but Frozen's already found the first. He runs dry of ammo, Neofrag's up, Nexa's shot in the back, but he still moves forward, and his pistols overwhelm the site.
Wildness, but look at the health. Fiku and Neofrag, a 4 HP between the two of them. Dexter has got to be that man, got to be that guy. Oh, the nades deleting Neofrag 1 by 1. The dominoes start to fall here. MOUZ just 2 kills away from moving into the upper bracket. Exertion leading the charge on this one. Dead! Macden steps up into the 2v2. Fiku traded by Dexter! What was that? They line up for him. The stars align, the planets align, and it's kept OG in this into OT. Madness! Madness! It's not meant to go down like this, Hugo!
2 bullets and both headshots, he can see neither. And everyone was sub 10 health.
Look at this! Look at what just happened! Pop, 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 pop.
It's
what? He didn't even know he just did that. He didn't even know he just won the 1v2.
I think we're deserving of more rounds, Harry. I think we're deserving of an overtime, and that's exactly what we're going to get at the end of this series. We run it right back.
Yeah, let's take a moment. Let's take a breather. Ooh, okay.
Ops are back out. That's a good sign, right? No more economical woes, not for now. Oh, and Torshi. Position changes and new results.
What a wild game. Neofrag, by the way, like, Connector's just a concept in this map right now. Like, it's an idea. It's not really a position. No one plays there. We just know it exists.
Oh,
luckily enough, they're holding the extremities. Frozen does get rid of Neofrag, trying to play the timing games there. And so a 5v2 in the first of OT. An OT where you're probably left wondering when and how did we get here? But we're here nonetheless.
MOUZ with ample opportunity, but at least in the first overtime, in the first round, they've started strong. 5-on-2, Dexter creeps out the ramp, and he does find his target. There's still a Palace player to worry about, so Frozen in CT feels no pressure to make a move, and he hears the steps getting close. There's no question about it. MOUZ are on full rotations right now. Alarm bells going off lanes. Oh, he double checks it, and he does get the kill, but he is now all that stands with seconds to spare, and Exertion's playing with his food. Not going to give him the kill, not going to give him the plant. And MOUZ decide this round with the clock. 16 now. They find their first.
I'm just still like, I don't know, it's all just happened so quickly. You know?
That's the funniest part about all these rounds. How many of them were fast-paced? How many of them were rushed?
I swear this map only began like what feels like half an hour ago. It feels like it's gone by quicker than the entire first half of Overpass. It's insane.
Yeah. And there's more to be played.
Of course, the winner of this going on to face the winner of Heroic v Complexity in the upper bracket.
And the loser will need a couple of weeks to get over it. I like these double ramp setups. They did it last round. They got the flash play in, and Exertion got an entry. They've got it again with a bait and switch. Dexter holding the Palace. And Torshi's orb waits. He's been a lot more proactive in these last few rounds. Started ladder, found Nexa in the one prior. OG given a lot of time here. MOUZ aren't forcing these middle fights anymore. That util trade out in con, but it's only so OG can get up Cat. How many rounds have they walked right up short side and won it?
Yeah, Nex has been getting away with this a hell of a lot.
Oh, this is dangerous.
JDC does not realize it, but right now he's walking into enemy territory. Make it the double. Bomb gets away from them. The alarm bells are going off for OG as one man looks to strip that round away. Fiku and Nexa with a couple of clean kills between the two of them, but it doesn't get rid of the big glaring problem, and that's that the bomb is in the apartments and that Nexa is just too far removed. Torshi comes in with the closing blow, and that's MOUZ with the second in OT. They're looking to go flawless in this first half of overtime.
It is almost sad to see OG go quiet in overtime if they don't get a single T-side round after, again, the comeback they had on Overpass, the exact same scenario with a 9-round T-side here. And even the way they got here with round 30, that quick pistol push up on the B short side, they've gone completely silent once we've hit overtime. And MOUZ are here to break hearts. Got a Krieg out.
Even one round would help them so much on their way. And, you know, I think guys like Nexa have been giving us such a phenomenal game, right? Leading by example. It's at a moment like this, you'd almost love someone else to take that mantle away from him, right? Take that pressure off of him. Give me a Flames big opener. Give me a Dexter getting involved and opening up the round. NeoFrag's even got this creep.
Oh, look at this.
The JDC wants to completely uproot everything. He tried his hand at the Apps aggression in the round prior. He ended up winning it by mopping up everyone in the apartments. In this case, he's allowed for this early rotate over towards A. This side of the map is stacked. Dexter underneath Palace has been a menace, but this time they want to try and deal with him. They're all spamming it, but the first man comes out. You're not ready for the second. It's a bait and switch at the perfect time. A flawless first half for MOUZ, and I love the mind games that Dexter is playing with OG there.
How many rounds did he get multi-kills from under Balk, and how many rounds did they waste time trying to clear him, trying to spam him through smokes? He just runs through, he throws himself into the belly of the beast, knowing they would never expect more. And Exertion, this young guy, top 4 back at Rio, and he is reaping more skulls today. 18 years of age, he is just showing up massive this evening. NeoFrag's got an auto sniper. Desperate times call for the most desperate of measures. We said this was an even game coming in, and we said anyone could win this. OG with recent great form. MOUZ ending the year on a high, haven't played since their major top 4. And boy, did we get exactly what we expected. Nice shot from Dexter. NeoFrag swapped off the sniper. Back to a rifle, and Dexter misses his shot. That kills NeoFrag in the middle of the site. JDC needed that kill, though. Flames, a chance to dive out through the smoke, but he's got more engagements in middle to deal with. Exertion won't force that kill, but they'll come to him instead through the window. Flames forces another 4-on-1. MOUZ can't celebrate yet.
Oh, the mop up, the shutdown onto the CT side. They're going to try and rebuild back into this. I mean, hell, they've come back from odds before. They were able to pull this one back in the first place, so they want to try and do it for a second time in OT. OG need 2 more. MOUZ, they try to keep it pretty pacey there, right? They try to come in with some of that pace, some of that aggression, riding the high of a strong CT side. Well, now they've been posed the challenge. Now they've been posed the question. Are they ready for this T-half? Dexter feeling pressure to be involved with that AWP. Sick and tired of being avoided. Left himself on an island, but was able to get out of harm's way.
So much of this T-side relied on Exertion for MOUZ. It feels like hours ago now. NeoFrag's taking so much space, and somehow he doesn't die to that. He can get all the way back to the A site, and the bomb is so late, and now is walking into very dangerous territory. Torshi with the AWP, and the bomb is going through T-spawn alone. Exertion needs to make a play. Hits a smooth hop up into the window. This is the make or break for Exertion. This is why we were here in the first place.
Yeah, all first half long on this T side, Exertion was finding these timings through. Oh, Dexter! Hello! Takes the head off of next to the IGL's clash, and Dexter comes out ahead. That's going to trigger a rotate out of Dexter.
Still going
strong over towards B, but that bomb wants to end in the A site. That's where NeoFrag pushed aggro into Palace. Might have to be the hero. They've mollied him off already, cutting him out of the round. These players at B up and leave and look to come through lower. JDC fighting for CT control. Flames wins that first fight, and now that's going to taper him off. A little less aggression, maybe. No, he's going back in like he wants to commit to this. They're low from the Molotov, but NeoFrag now plays his hand out from Palace. It's Exertion and Dexter, 2v4 for the map. Exertion with 1, dead immediately. Dexter's got to do it alone, but he's been clean. Only the 1 as the Dexters clash. And there's OG 1 away from a double overtime affair.
How do we go from the most T-sided series across all 3 maps that we've had in this tournament, that we've had in so long, to just clean sweeps on CT? It's not even off the back of heavy AWP buys or even AWP impact. We are just running wild, and 1 more round. That's all OG need to keep dragging this game on. They've got nowhere to be. No more auto sniper madness for NeoFrag. It's back to the AWP for Dexter. Flames makes the jump that Dexter couldn't. And MOUZ look like they want to just go classic, go old school, go B, into what is only a 1-man hold. Flames, he's going to have to pull back into the site, and he's going to have to go right now. There's no lurkers here. There's no Palace player popping late. MOUZ are on the ball and they're going.
All in on this one. Flames traded after his first kill. Fiku has teammates rotating in. There is a bounty of flashes in spawn, but no one's here to grab them. So you hope this doesn't come down to a retake. They've just got to fight forward. Good trade for Dexter. 2 players left standing for MOUZ, but Torshi holds on, rallies the troops with that kill there. Through the apartments, Neo frags in the back line. Things get quiet now in the 2v2. A bit more respect paid, but it's giving time to Neofrag to come in with the backstab. It's left to exertion. He knows. Learns that the AWP has left market. He knows there's a gap. There's a hole for him to try and find here. But he's missed this timing. The apartments players crossed, and there's Neofrag carrying this one through into double overtime.
What can you even say about it at this point? Rules are out the window. Regulation is forgotten about. CT sweeps from either team. And we go again. First to 22 here. And to think this is only the opener for MOUZ. The first game they played this year, and they're getting sent through the washing machine right now. Upside down, inside out. OG are making them work for it. They just can't close. Couldn't on overpass, couldn't here with a lead against pistols, and couldn't with 3 match points. Standard AXEC. Sometimes the problem for MOUZ feels like they have too many lurkers. Too many players not with the pack. OG don't make that mistake. They're forcing the fight. Nexus walking up.
So aware.
What a ballsy check. He knows. He's watched the demos. He's done his homework.
He was just homed in on that one angle, one track mind. He was either in that corner or Nexus was prepared to die. Doubles up in top mid. The man at the helm of OG continues putting up numbers. Yeah. It's been the him and Dexter show all damn map, and they're still delivering now in the double overtime. Frozen 1v5, never to get the ball rolling. That is a round entirely provided by Dexter's AWP and Nexus intuition.
Yeah, we hear him screaming now. Dexter's been pretty quiet, right? In the Hall of Heroes, he's not been shouting it down, but I think they're feeling it now. 4 rounds in a row for OG on CT sides, and he sees his opportunity to end it all now. How does he still have the energy to do so? And on the other side is stress. Exertion's gone a lot colder once we've hit overtime. Not been finding the gaps that OG once allowed. Flamesy with mistakes in the window, no more. And our final seconds of tactical timeouts. As we get into another double AWP. Fiku's going to anchor B with it. It frees Dexter up to roam, and that's really been the story of the CT side. He's been wherever the hell he wants to go. Dropped out under, looking into the wall.
Yeah, I don't think he wants to be here.
No, but he's
going to try and make it work.
He's right at home, Harry. This is dangerous. Got to get out before the smoke fades, and he's running. The flash! What? And he still hits the shot.
No! That's crazy. Dexter's had like a couple of rounds in this game where it just seems like the stars align for him. That is one of them. That should have been an opener for MOUZ.
And Fiku's safe enough on B that he can take shots and live. Dexter may be dead, but they can play retake on the B site now.
Fiku, that second AWP, they didn't know about it. They've learned about it now. Dispatches of 1 player crossing. Torshi on the receiving end of an AWP. 2 inside of the site for MOUZ, boosting Frozen up. Neofrag is so scared about this rotation because of the lurk players, right? We've always had someone lurking in the back lines for MOUZ, but in this instance, that third man is in the apartments, having to move in now. Frozen line up for him in the door. Frozen with 2, burn out eventually by Flames. It's poetic. Now just Dexter tucked in at the van, smoke on the bomb. Oh, they've come through the smoke. They've come through the smoke, and he will knock them off that bomb. Wins the clutch, ties us up at 19 all.
Unbelievable. Dexter It's not just been the Dexter show on OG's side, it's the captain. He is moving up the board round after round. How many clutches has he shown us? How many 3Ks on anchors on A? And now closes the post plant as well.
It is just a sight to behold, man. Like how Dexter's been able to step up and have these influential rounds. It's a sight to see. You know, when you look at this team, you're so tempted to always think it's going to be the young guns putting up numbers. But Dexter, that experience shining through.
Well, we heard from MOUZ's manager, Sabrina. She said, yeah, she thinks the boys are going to do it. She doesn't think they're going to win all the rounds. Well, maybe they might. Maybe over enough time. And that's the first T-side pickup since overtime began. But this game hasn't followed in any rhyme or reason.